Chapter 1: The biggest problem to face in reincarnation, slime. A country, like a human being, will gradually decay and head toward destruction. Ghosts and monsters in human skin will run rampant and arrogant. If God cannot punish the evil, all of our professional killers will disappear in the darkness. Imperial Calendar, 1010, Winter. Unknown ceiling, unknown environment, and a little hungry. The baby opened his watery eyes and expressed this thought. Although I can't speak yet, I don't stop myself from screaming. Hey! Tajmi is awake, are you hungry? Mom will feed you right away. The woman who finished her work quickly looked at the baby lying in the cradle. The man sitting in the living room put down the long sword he was cleaning when he heard the commotion, put on a cheerful smile and walked over. Oh! Our man looks very hungry. He stretched his little arms towards the sky and looked at the adults around him with a smile that was uglier than crying. Looking at the smiles of his parents in this life, the child's big round eyes looked around, taking in everything around him. Honey, go away. I have to feed Tajmi. Hey? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Upon hearing the man's complaint, the woman's expression turned cold. Okay. Okay. Is it okay if I go? But be careful not to catch a cold. The man took off his coat and put it on the woman's back. After doing all this, he waved his hands and went out. Then I'll go outside to deal with this week's prey first. By the way, I'll check if there are any problems with the storage. And our protagonist is facing a very serious level 12 problem at this moment. Moreover, it is a matter of life, death, and one's own future. Looking at a lump of slime that popped out of ordinary clothes that were not too gorgeous, the young man asked 3 questions about his soul. Should I eat it? Should I speak? Will you starve to death if you don't keep your mouth shut? After all, it is a test of life and death. I believe God will forgive me, right? As if he had made a lot of determination, the little child closed his big round eyes and touched the plump slime with his young hands. While her little mouth was holding Dudu, our little baby, Tajmi, began to suck hard. After having enough wine and food, Tajmi fell asleep contentedly. To be honest, I didn't think about it for long. Is it a qualitative change caused by quantity? Obviously I just go to bed at 3 or 4 o'clock every day, but I didn't expect that I could travel through time. At this moment, the baby had a tangled expression on his face, but he relaxed after a while, as if he had figured something out. But it's much better than the free crossing service provided by big trucks, at least it's painless. Here is a reminder to all book friends, staying up late will lead to time travel, so it is better to stay up all night. While the boy was thinking this, his current parents walked to the cradle. Tajmi. Today, Mom and Dad are going to sell the fruits of the past few days together. If we are lucky, it will be enough for our family to spend this year beautifully. The young woman said this while looking at her child with a smile on her face. Sleep, sleep. My cute little baby. Watching her mother singing an unknown lullaby, Tajmi slowly closed her eyes. These are the boy's parents in this life. According to the pronunciation, the boy could only barely make out that his name was Taziimi. Although the name was the same as the rural boy in his memory, the boy still didn't quite believe that he was reborn as him. Maybe they were just people with the same name. And when he was just born, he received a lot of beatings. Before he could figure out the situation, the boy who thought he had just woken up roared from his soul. Ah! Who hit me? Looking at the baby with his eyes closed, he finally let out his first cry. People around him laughed. It seems that our village will have another man in the future. Ha 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 ha. The village chief stroked the beard growing on his chin. The nearly 50-year-old man looked at the couple in front of him with great satisfaction. Yes, I believe our child will grow into an excellent man. Tajmi's mother lay weakly on the bed, looking at her child and smiling happily. Tajmi, I am your mother. The woman who held the young child affectionately in her arms closed her eyes. Upon hearing the birth of the child, people sitting outside the house also came in one by one. So cute, I wonder who between Tajmi and Iyaz will capture my Sayu's heart in the future. The woman with long black hair looked at her child and said with a smile. The little baby girl looked at the adults around her in confusion. Of course that's my Iyaz. The man next to him patted his chest proudly and said boldly. It's too early to say this now. Hey! I think Tajmi and Iyaz are both very good. Do you have any objections? Do you have? Shehu's father obviously didn't like them talking about these things, but it was his wife who started the conversation, so he could only swallow his breath and hope to find his place again one night in the future. Haha, your relationship is still so good. As the village chief, I feel relieved. After all, we all grew up under your eyes. Yes, yes. The village chief used to be very strict. Looking at the children he raised single-handedly, the village chief said with a smile. How is the harvest this year? After hearing the village chief's inquiry, several people happily talked about this year's harvest and hunting situation, and expressed their intention to go out and sell them at a good price after spending this winter. When we come back, we will help build a big house together. In any case, this flag has been raised. And our protagonist is sleeping very peacefully at the moment. In this way, the legendary life named Tajmi began. Imperial Calendar, Spring, 1011. The infant child, Tajmi, welcomed her two roommates. They are. Seeing the kind old man coaxing the crying child and hugging him to his side, the young man did not express any surprise. After my own observation, I found that my parents are the backbone of this village. It can be said to be a pillar of existence. Listening to their descriptions, after a whole winter passed, the young man finally understood some things. They also knew that they were going to sell the things they had stored over the year in the spring at a good price. Chapter 2, 3 Dead Parents, and a System. Village Head. Seeing the old man busy taking care of the two crying children, Tajmi didn't cry or fuss, and lay on the bed obediently thinking. In my previous life, I was a semi-otaku. As a promising young man in the new century, of course I don't gamble or take drugs. On this basis, I don't even smoke or drink. For me, I can drink and smoke, but it's really not necessary. Note: tobacco and alcohol are harmful to health. When he found out that he had traveled through time, the young man was sad for a while. It doesn't matter what kind of money or house I got from the demolition in my previous life. Mainly the people at home are worried. Of course, I also imagined that this was just a dream. But when my little hand touched the hard guardrail and screamed in pain, I already understood. I can't go back by myself. Now, I can only miss them mentally and look forward with sadness. By the way, is there a system that provides necessary benefits for time travel? System. The young man who called carefully in his heart waited quietly with a trace of expectation. ZZ. System generation, the system is loading. Loading completed. After waiting for a while, the system boy was stunned when he saw no response. System. Exist? Give me a gift package for newbies. I want to sign in. There is no sign-in panel, eyes at the chat group genre. Is Saitama-sensei here? After calling it several times and trying any system name he could think of, he stayed where he was after the effect. At this moment, the young man had no time to care about the old man's strange expression as he watched his expression change. Instead, he focused entirely on the system in his mind. System. Personal panel. Seeing that the system finally responded, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. ZZ. Name: Tajmi. Age: 1 year old. Ability: none. Bloodline: human. Skills: none. Worlds that can be traversed: no. Can pause the flow of time in the original world after traversing. The introduction is clear and the system without any additional functions is not difficult for teenagers to understand. This system in my body can be said to be the original version of the archaeological system. Data-based panel? No. Various system functions? No. The only thing that can be displayed is this little thing, there is a pause time, and nothing else. 2. The little baby seemed to have matured to 18 years old in an instant, and sighed like an adult. Hey! Tajmi sighed? Hey! Am I dazzled? The village chief looked at Sayu and Iyaz who were sleeping peacefully, then looked at Tajmi and rubbed his eyes. Haha, I'm getting older, so I have to accept it. The old man who laughed dryly walked to the window, looked at the scene outside the window, and waited for the return of the young people in the village. As everyone knows, this level is the separation between yin and yang. The white-haired man sends the black-haired man. Zhang. Boom. Et. Laugh. With the sharp blade inserted into his body, the young man frowned as he looked at the bandit who fell in front of him. There have been a lot of bandits recently. With that said, the young man took out a piece of dry and hard bread from his pocket and started to nibble on it. Tajmi. Have you solved it over there? Iyaz greeted the boy while carrying a long sword that did not fit his body at all. The beautiful girl with long straight black hair on the side also waved with a smile while holding a bow and arrow. Solved, this is the last one. Sitting on the stone, the boy ate the food without caring about the blood on the ground. In recent years, the villages on the border have of course been invaded by a small number of foreign ethnic groups and bandits. The group of bandits who were hacked to death by him and his 2 companions in front of him was already the 3rd group this year. Then let's go back and report to Instructor Yuzai. Tajmi. Let him know that I, Master Iyaz, am also someone who can fight independently and kill bandits. The boy in the turban closed his eyes, raised his neck and spoke proudly. Then shall we go back now? Tajmi. Sayu beside her also nodded and asked Tajmi who was sitting on the stone. You guys sit down and take a rest first, I'm thinking about something. After listening to the 2 people's inquiries, the young man began to think. When the 3 of them were 1 year old, the parents of the 3 babies were involved in an alien war and died. Although the imperial soldiers suppressed it in time, it added a lot of pressure to the villages that were missing young people. Yutskasa, a retired soldier of the empire, came to the village of the benefactor who had helped him but died as a result of the alien suppression war with guilt. After detailed communication with the village chief, like the young man who had helped the soldier, the village chief readily accepted his apology. In this way, Yuza lived here. As the guardian and instructor of the 3 children, he was responsible for their daily life and training. Now, the 3 of them are 9 years old. After the instructor's dangerous meat tubes are enough and the training intensity is high, they have been able to defeat the bandits who turned from ordinary villagers into exile with weapons. Regardless of the fact that they only killed bandits, as 9-year-olds, they were able to defeat adults with weapons, which was already an incredible achievement. Although these bandits are also sallow and thin. When he was 4 or 5 years old, the environment throughout the empire suddenly changed. Not the literal environment, but the vibe of the environment. While a chilling chill settled in the center of the imperial capital, Yuzai, who had returned from meeting his comrades in the imperial capital that year, also remained silent to the curious inquiries of the 3 teenagers. The country that he was once proud of has deeply broken the heart of this retired soldier. After that, the boy himself could clearly feel the great changes in the entire empire's environment. From the increase in taxes, the gradual emergence of bandits, and the news of the outbreak of war with the reduction of traveling merchants, all kinds of things have brought great pressure to the young man. He also knew that he had traveled through the world of the famous 2-dimensional work, the Red Eye. After all, the names of the 2 friends, Sayu and Iyaz, are so obvious that they cannot be obvious anymore. Tajmi had an idea for her next plan. That is to seize the opportunity to practice while mastering as many skills as possible. Whether it is about eating or surviving, Do everything you can and put in 10% effort to learn and master. Although my family members in this life had no emotions, they were already dead. But the kindness of the three of them in the village must not be ignored. And they are so kind and simple. Thinking of this, the young man looked determined and said to the smiling two people, "Let's go back. Yes, Sayu. Go back and become as strong as possible." Chapter 3 Request to leave the village. There are no more detailed pictures of the style of the long sword. Brothers can just take a look. In this way, the three teenagers returned to the village where they were raised, reported to the instructor who was part-time guardian that the mission had been completed, said hello, and began today's practice. Be steady when swinging your sword. Don't take your eyes away from your vital points, but don't relax your observation of other parts either. When fighting, you must observe the surrounding situation. Whether they are dangerous species or alien races, they are all weird existences. The middle-aged man wearing a turban watched the training of the three people and explained loudly. Yes. You swing the sword too hard. Learn more from Tajmi. Yes. Yes, who was sweating profusely, had already taken off his shirt and was waving his sword shirtless. Ding! 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 The one who made the knocking sound in the house was our protagonist, Tajmi. A crisp knocking sound resounded between the hammer and the iron, while sparks were spattered outward. I have already finished studying the imperial swordsmanship outside, and what I am currently doing is the forging of weapons. With the help of the little knowledge he remembered from his previous life, and the forging technology of the Empire, which was already very good 1,000 years ago and is still not bad even after 1,000 years, the boy forged his own weapons. The instructor is a mysterious person, there is no doubt about it. Ding! 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 As the hammering was completed, the boy soaked the hot sword blade into the specially prepared dangerous blood. Bah! As the strong smell of smoke rose, the sword forged by the boy began to take shape. The style is that of a commonly used imperial long sword, but during the forging process a small amount of rare iron ore that is only found on the border was added. And the current forging method of soaking weapons with dangerous blood is a method taught by Yutskasa. As for the little knowledge I know, it adds a hint of unknown possibility to this yet-to-be-formed sword. While the boy was waiting for the sword embryo to cool down, Yuzi opened the curtain and walked in. "Still forging that special blade of yours?" Tajmi. Looking at the silver luster reflected from the sword embryo in the pool, Yuzi raised the corners of his mouth. Looking at Yuzi, Tajmi nodded. "You have always been the calmest person in the trio. I think your parents will be very happy to see you persist." After saying this, Yuzi picked up the coat on the chair and put it on his shoulders to go out. "I'm going to check out the traps and cordons, remember not to let them be lazy." "I understand, Instructor Yuzi." The young man nodded and watched the instructor leave. Imperial Calendar, 1023, Autumn. As the days pass, the situation facing the village becomes more and more dangerous. When the three of them were 13, there were cases in the village of people starving to death due to poor taxation and harvest. For this reason, people in the village gathered together at the village chief's home to discuss the next thing. Haka, who lived in the corner of the village, starved to death. The old man left all the food in the house to the young children. Young men wear hats. In this autumn environment, it is inevitable to add clothing. Pitiful. Seeing the girl crying on the table, his wife, a young man, also sat next to the girl and comforted her. "What should I do if this continues, village chief?" Listening to the villagers' inquiries, the village chief was also one of the elders. "Hey! It's all because of the poor harvest this year. Is there something that has angered the gods?" Squeak click. As the wooden door was pushed open, Yutskasa walked in wearing a turban. "Mr. Haka's body has been buried." The village chief. "As for food, every household has confirmed it one by one. Relying on the remaining food in the village and hunting dangerous species, we can barely survive this winter. After taking a drag on his cigarette, he put out the butt and looked at the village chief with solemn eyes. Since coming to this village, I have treated this village as my hometown and contributed my own little efforts. The villagers are very kind, and of course they are very sad when they see someone die. That old guy really likes to drink with him and study traps together. I didn't expect to die so carelessly. While he is responsible for the training of young people, he also needs to hunt and prevent raids from bandits or foreign nationalities. It is also his job to check traps and alerts. Even though I have the help of 3 outstanding children, I am still a bit weak. Hey! Yuza sighed and pulled out the seat and sat down. As winter approaches, businessmen will no longer come to the cities closest to the villages, and there are very few dangerous species that appear in winter. I hope every household will be prepared. With the increase in tariffs, not only are they not coming to the nearest city, they are not coming at all. For those businessmen, can the taxes they have to pay along the way be recouped by these country people? This is just a joke. Is this so? The village chief murmured. After hearing Yuza's summary, the people present were somewhat silent. How about taking advantage of the arrival of winter? The 3 of us can set off for the imperial capital. Looking at the silent people, Tajmi knew that it was not okay to continue like this. Although I have spare money now, I can't buy food at all. As winter approaches, it is even more difficult for Mazala village, which is nestled in a ravine. 3. How can villages that are difficult to get out of the mountains transport food back in this winter season? No need to pay tax when leaving the checkpoint. In addition, if the harvest is not good, the price of food will inevitably rise. This has also been the inherent operation of merchants for several years. Although I haven't done anything in recent years, just practicing. But just relying on the money obtained by my own little cleverness cannot solve the current problem. Yes, I, Lord Yeyes, will definitely show off my talents and make our village prosperous again. The young man patted his chest and said. Don't worry, just leave it to the 3 of us. Mr. Village Chief. Besides, while we can go out to practice, we can also help reduce the burden on the village. If there are 3 less mouths, everyone will definitely be able to eat full. After casting a disdainful glance at the boastful Iaz, Seiya followed, relieving everyone's depressed mood. Seeing the determined expressions of the 3 people, the adults present also laughed bitterly. The village chief, in particular, had no choice but to accept this fact. This is really. Looking at the tall and straight figures and outstanding appearance of the 3 teenagers, they are no less than their parents. When the 3 were 9 years old, Tajmi, who acquiesced and became the leader of the trio, expressed her intention to leave the village. Although he was suppressed by himself, he was now ready to shoot. Then it's up to you, Tajmi, Seiya, and Iaz. Chapter 4 Set Off, Bandits. Jazhami and his 2 friends. After sorting out the supplies and necessary money, the 3 of them each put on their own protective gear and prepared to go to the center of the country, the imperial capital. Tajmi. How are you? Do you feel excited? After putting on the gauntlets and arm guards, Iaz sat down and asked Tajmi. Excited? Yes, I heard that the imperial city is very prosperous. There are no less than dozens of large cities nearby, especially the thousands of miles of city walls surrounding the imperial city, and the huge trading ships drifting on the canals of my lord Iaz. Dream. Speaking of this, the young man looked yearning. There is no huge river in Mazala village in the ravine. It would be good to have a small river to meet the needs of crops and people's drinking water. Where can I find a boat to drive for myself? Having said that, Iaz picked up the small sailboat placed on the table. That's what Tajmi made for him. I, Lord Iaz, must get on a ship that is 1,000 or 10,000 times bigger than this. Then work hard. Glancing at the confident Iaz, Tajmi did not interrupt his daydreaming. If he followed the cruel empire in his memory, such a dream would be basically impossible to realize. I've kept you waiting. Squeak. As the wooden door was pushed open, Shehu, who had changed into clothes for a long journey, came out. The only thing that remained unchanged was the other little flower hair ornament in her hair. What were you talking about just now? You seemed very happy. Hearing Shehu's confused question, the corners of Iyaz's mouth slowly raised, and a bad idea came to his mind. Of course it's the big sisters discussing the imperial city with Tajmi. Clap clap. Iyaz patted his chest confidently, saying that the first thing he did when he went to the imperial capital was definitely to see the beauties there. Is it really as miraculous as the businessmen say? Are you talking about this again? You're not a decent person. Go to hell. Bang. The girl was obviously not very strong, but she was able to punch Iyaz away. Iyaz, who fell to the ground holding his red and swollen cheeks, was in pain but also happy. After all, he was already someone who couldn't feel comfortable without a beating. I feel relieved to see that your relationship is still so good. Who has a good relationship with this guy? ×2. Tajmi looked at the two of them with a smile, picked up the packed backpack, equipped various small props, and greeted the two of them to prepare for departure. Get ready to go and see the long-famous imperial capital. The three of them walked on the road, and the village chief walked slowly and leisurely beside them. The dense woods are covered with snowflakes, turning into a magical secret realm called ice and snow. Send it here, village chief. Oh. Looking at the three boys and girls he had raised single-handedly, the village chief was stunned. It took him a while to react, and he responded quickly. You are companions who have grown up together and learned from each other since childhood. Rely on the skills honed in this harsh environment and seize the opportunity to get ahead. Shehu nodded, her silky black hair sliding back and forth over her clothes. Well, we will definitely make the village rich. Don't worry, leave it to us. In another 10 years, I, Lord Iyaz, will definitely become famous and become a household name. And as long as the three of us make a name for ourselves, no one will starve to death in the village. Iyaz looked excited, and it seemed that this trip made him look forward to the future development. Anyway, Iyaz will definitely be beheaded for not obeying the rules. Hearing the girls' ridicule, Iyaz became angry. Shehu, you guy. Do you really expect me, Lord Iyaz, to die? Looking at Iyaz who looked like a groundhog, the girl spread her hands. I'm just saying that there is such a possibility. If you are a little conscious, you can get rid of these two problems of sleeping in and being crazy. You guy. The village chief watched the two people noisy, and also noticed Tajmi who was watching the two people smiling silently. Tajmi. Hey? What's wrong? Village chief. The old man took out a small clay statue of a ceramic god from his arms. Bring this with you, I think the gods will bless you. After taking the statue and looking at the clay statue in his hand, Tajmi had to complain. Village chief, your aesthetic taste is really bad. How can a god be so ugly? The corner of the village chief's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at the boy with short brown hair. For a moment, he thought that the boy had reached the stage of resistance. Anyway, bring it with you. I and everyone in the village will pray for the three of you. Yes. I understand, village chief. After stuffing the statue into his clothes, the young man took the two of them and prepared to set off. You two remember to listen to Tajmi. I know. Okay. Shehu and Iyaz looked at the kind-hearted village chief and responded. Well, goodbye. Village chief. After the three waved their arms to say goodbye to the village chief, they started an extremely dangerous journey towards the imperial capital. In the woods, when the three of them were about to walk out of the mountains, Tajmi suggested that the girl observe the surrounding environment. The girl jumped deep and put the monocular in front of her eyes. Sure enough, there is another group of bandits, and there are corpses underground. It looks like they were just killed. The black-haired girl with good eyes standing on the tree whispered to the two people below. Hearing the word bandit, Iaz almost vomited. After several days of driving, I encountered bandits several times. The first time I was passively attacked, but later I deliberately slowed down to be cautious. I just didn't expect that this bandit would be like a cub, jumping out one after another. There must be too many bandits recently. I, Lord Iaz, came here to make a name for myself, not to kill bandits. Boom! The girl jumped down from the tree trunk and pressed down the fluffy snow tightly. What to do, Tajmi? The girl looked at the boy, waiting for the next arrangement. It seems that the bandits' business is sluggish, but we don't have much money either. Upon hearing the girl's question, Tajmi sighed at first, but was still ready to attack this group of bandits. In fact, I have encountered bandits who I let go in the past, but this time it is not the rare case. Once a murder begins, it will never stop. Once they taste the sweetness, bandits will target ordinary people, wealthy businessmen, and officials for money. Just like the whale shark king said. Human desire is like rolling stones on a high mountain. Once it starts, it can never stop. Chapter 5, Sneak Attack on Bandits, can travel through the world, without any. The blade of this long sword is very clear. Let me show you the style of the long sword. I made up the specific plot of the bandit at random, so I can't properly illustrate it. Bah, what a poor guy. The man who spat on the corpse said with disgust. He had cross-shaped scars on his face and one of his eyes was blind. Although it was winter, he was wearing very few clothes. His thick arm muscles were exposed, his figure was tall, and he looked like he was someone he didn't want to mess with. There are very few people who travel in winter, boss. After all, those who choose to travel in winter are those who are unhappy. These people must want to go to the imperial capital to gain hope. What Anne said makes sense, I think so too. Even if his men didn't say it, he knew why these people chose to travel in winter. If you start traveling in winter, arriving in the imperial city in spring is a good sign, and many dangerous species will choose to hibernate in winter, so traveling is safer. But they ignored the danger of bandits and risked their lives on the road, so they couldn't blame others. Humph, instead of giving money to those nobles, why not give it to me? This way you can send them to reincarnation in advance. 4. Yeah. Boss is right. The 5 or 6 bandits looked at the corpse on the ground and patted it flatteringly. While saying that the boss was really strong, they also felt a little pity for the guy on the ground. But I pity them, but who will pity me? Thinking of this, everyone felt at ease and picked up the money that had been plundered from the dead. Click, click, click. There's a situation. Be alert. Who? Several people who heard strange noises in the grass were immediately alert. After waiting for a long time, they saw only a mouse jumping out of the grass. Hey, it turns out it's an old. Whoosh. Laugh. Before he finished speaking, a sharp arrow shot from a distance instantly hit the man to the core. The bandits looked at the figure falling on the tree trunk in the distance and reported the situation to the bandit boss. And when he saw his men being killed, his face was distorted. It's a woman. Come on all of me. Let's catch it and let's enjoy it together. Oh. He, it's been a long time since I met a woman. 4 or 5 people began to chase Sayu in the distance. Looking back at the movements of the bandits, the girl felt relieved when she saw that they were all chasing them. She took out arrows from the quiver on her back and shot them out casually, creating a scene for them that she had no arrows. After that, the girl ran even harder. Haha, she has no arrows. This guy must be a companion of the group just now. If you want to hate them, just hate them for choosing to go out in the winter. Ah! There's a trap. This guy has a companion. The girl ran, crossing the ropes and traps on the ground. She didn't turn around until she heard the screams of the bandits behind her. It's just as Tajmi predicted. The girl murmured, took out another bag of arrows from the grass at her feet, raised her hand and shot. While the girl was shooting arrows, Tajmi and Iyaz had already been fighting with the bandits. They killed 6 or 7 bandits with 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2, and only the leader was left. When our bandit boss saw this, he surrendered directly. After all, forget about the one wearing a turban, the other little kid with brown hair was so violent that he cut both the man and the weapon in half with a sword. I surrender. As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood, the bandit leader said slowly. We are villagers from nearby villages, we have to do this because of tax pressure. Laugh. After cutting his head in half with a sword, Tajmi wiped the blade with his clothes. Looking at the yellow, white, and red liquid on the ground, the young man said slowly. What a coincidence. The last guy I killed like this also said the same thing. Can't you use another way of saying it? After all, Tajmi's weapons are too outrageous. Sehu said while recovering the arrow. Yes, it's a pity that there is not enough ore, otherwise, what a majestic scene Lord Iyaz, would be using such a long sword. Looking at the young man's sword blade, Iyaz, who looked like a pig brother, nodded, agreeing with the girl's statement. Okay, let's pack up the loot and continue on our way, trying to get out of this forest before dark. Seeing the envious looks in their eyes, the young man smiled and said. Learn. Understand. Crack. Crack. Darkness covers everything, and I am the last ray of light, shattering the darkness with fire. Well, I'm just an ordinary fire. What matters is not me, but the 3 boys and girls surrounding me. Yellow light illuminated the faces of the 3 people. Are the warning traps ready? After lighting the fire, Tajmi asked Sehu. Well, it's set up. There are 4 floors inside and outside. We have also confirmed the surrounding environment and the place to escape in case of an attack. That's good, then let's all take turns to keep vigil. Hearing the girl's answer, Tajmi nodded. Then Mr. Iyaz should go to bed first. Otherwise, I won't be able to get up during the night watch. Taking out the blanket from his backpack, Iyaz fell asleep instantly, and the look on his face made the 2 of them twitch at the corners of their mouths. It's a shame he had the nerve to say, then I'll leave the first half of the night to you, Tajmi. Well, sleep peacefully, Sehu. The boy who casually threw a piece of firewood into the fire waited for the passage of time and watched the 2 friends fall asleep. System, View Personal Panel. Name, Tajmi. Age, 13. Race, Human. Ability, None. LV3L4 LV3 LV3L3 LV1. Worlds that can be traversed. No, the flow of time in the original world can be paused after traveling. When will this traversable world appear? It's as anxious as unpacking a courier. Looking at the panel in front of him, the young man couldn't help but complain in his heart. In the past 10 years or so, the only things I have been able to improve are my age and skills. Not to mention the traversable world, I haven't even seen a single hair on my head. Although it is gratifying to see the skills improve, the lack of various functions is simply torture. After sighing, the boy waved away the system interface, took out the map of the Empire from his backpack and studied it. The current location is probably at this place. Bandits are encountered more and more frequently, and the next step will be the uninhabited forest area. This type of area generally has more dangerous species. It seems that we will have to change our way of traveling. Chapter 6 Slaves, Slavery. The treatment of slaves and even those poor people in comics. After taking over from Sehu, who was in charge of the middle period, the boy fell into a deep sleep. In this way, the night passed quietly, and the 3 of them packed their luggage and set off again. In this way, more than 20 days passed, and time passed quietly. The three of them are currently settling in Baishang city temporarily. As the closest city to Mezala village, it still takes more than 20 days to travel to reach it. After all, the three of them had no horses and could only walk. Please exchange these materials into money. Learn. After converting the materials stripped from the dangerous species over the past 20 days into money, the three of them walked out of the shop. Let's take a good rest first and take care of our equipment. Then we can stay for a day before setting off. After hearing that they could rest, Sayu and Iaz both cheered. I'm going to take a shower. Then I'm going shopping. I, Lord Iaz, need to have a good sleep. Seeing the two of them as if they were her own younger siblings, Tajmi felt very happy. Then find a hotel. Oh. As the days pass, the snow left over from winter slowly recedes, and spring envelops the country with a sense of spring. The three of them walked on the wide road, with lush forest branches on both sides. Really, these businessmen are too shady. It takes so much material to get such a small amount of money. In the past, these could be exchanged for more than 5 times this amount. It would be nice to have a lot left over. After all, you have to pay taxes on the road. Hearing the girls' complaints, Tajmi was also helpless. There are simply too many tax checkpoints along the way. The closer you are to the imperial capital, the higher the taxes. This also illustrates from the side how bad this country is. But there are more and more poor guys on the road. The three of them paid the tax and walked into the city gate. Looking at the poor people on both sides of the street, Iaz frowned. They are all oppressed people, all. When he saw the slave trader beating his slaves with a whip, Iaz stopped. Snapped, 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 snapped. Damn it, wouldn't it be better to be honest? Ah! The whip in his hand kept hitting the slave, and the slave merchant looked angry. This time the goods are a special gift for the nobles of the imperial capital, but what are they doing? They actually hurt their precious bodies. How can we sell it at a good price if this continues? In this way, the slave traders whipped the girl who took the lead in causing trouble, and used this to scare the monkeys. Overall, the effect is good, at least the fearful eyes of others will not be fake. That's it. You are all valuable treasures. If you dare to be like her, I will throw you away to breed with dangerous species. After saying a cold word, the slave trader walked into the shop and prepared to let the people inside start transporting the goods. Let's go. Our goal is to make the village rich. There are too many examples like this, we can't control it. Looking at the bruised female slave lying on the ground, Tajmi led Iaz and Sayu towards the hotel in this town. But after the three people left, when the slave dealer and his men drove the slaves back to the cage, they noticed the backs of the three people. Looking at the girl with long black hair who was holding hands and walking slowly, the slave trader had an idea. 5. It's so uncomfortable. The most embarrassing thing for me, Lord Iaz, is that the girl is injured. Yeah, that whip, it hurts just looking at it. Iaz muttered, and Sayu on the side nodded her head in agreement. Looking at the two of them, Tajmi shook her head helplessly. Even though I was unhappy with that guy, people have to learn to control themselves. Since the death of the Emperor of the Empire 89 years ago, the accession of the young emperor to the throne has caused a great change in the atmosphere of the entire country. The ultimate source of all this points to the empire's minister Ernest. Slave traders were also one of the reasons for the decay of this country. The situation like that of the slave trader just now is no longer an exception. Slavery has always existed in the empire. These slave traders not only sell slaves, they are also responsible for the sale of dangerous species. Of course, level 1 dangerous species is already their limit, and special levels above level 1 are even more impossible. As slave traders, they could not afford to hire powerful mercenaries and soldiers, so they could only beg for favors from the nobles. Of course, when the business grows and they get a lot of benefits from the nobles, they will be able to join the ranks of the upper class. Before this, while they were competing with their peers, they were also responsible for the perfection of the goods. In this period of accelerating corruption in the country, another better commodity has been put on the table. In addition to foreign races and dangerous species that were traded as goods in the past, women who were very popular were put on the cake-sharing table. There are too many beautiful country girls in the empire, and there are too many slums in the imperial capital. The victims are simply too numerous to count. With the emergence of slave traders, there are more and more wild children on the streets. At the same time, there are also many people who have become numb because of broken families. After taking the two of them to the hotel and getting a room, the three of them sat down around the table. The woman who was whipped just now probably came from the countryside like us. I saw that the muscles on her body were different from those of the civilians in these towns. It seemed that she had done some exercise or other activities. Looks like he's about the same age as us. As for why he became a slave, it's just one of those reasons. The family couldn't survive this year and sold it, or everyone in the family died and was arrested, or it was because of bandits. There are too many reasons. Of course, don't wonder why there are bandits. Of course it's because some bandits are played by slave traders. If you don't kill your family, where will the slaves come from? You know, this is not wartime. When winter passes, foreign nations will not immediately start a war. Without foreign nations launching wars, slaves would have to be obtained in another way. As for why they don't take care of it, it's because they can't take care of it. They all have certificates issued by the empire for capturing slaves, and even the slaves have slave certificates. How can 3 people from the countryside take care of it? In general, country people like us are like pebbles everywhere in the eyes of those guys. Seeing the heavy look in their eyes, Tajmi smiled and changed the topic. How about something good tonight? What would you two like to eat? Meat. Of course it's meat. When they heard about eating, the two of them instantly came back to life full of energy. Hearing this, Tajmi nodded and walked out of the room to communicate with the hotel owner about the meal. The conspiracy surrounding Chapter 7, Peach Blossom Spring. I just found a picture of a mouse. Other animations and stuff might have copyright issues, so I won't mess with it. If possible, can you lend us the kitchen? Just during mealtime. Tajmi looked at her boss with a smile on her face. This is not a question of whether to borrow or not. Hearing the request from the boy with short brown hair in front of him, the store manager hesitated. Tajmi understood everything immediately when she saw the store manager's troubled face. After adding another gold coin, the owner of the hotel was also smiling. That face bloomed like a chrysanthemum in spring. Well, I'll lend it to you. Anyway, you will leave tomorrow. I wish you a happy meal. Haha. In this way, the young man temporarily took over the right to use the hotel kitchen. To be honest, I have to be careful when I go out. After all, I am backed by such an unreliable country, so I have to be cautious. After setting up the kitchen utensils, Tajmi was ready to start processing the ingredients. The cooking skills she had cultivated to LV4 were finally showing up again. Judging from his skillful knife skills and skillful dissection, the cut vegetable leaves are flying in the sky, which makes him look unusual at first glance. Our Tajmi is only one step away from the so-called special chef. Just when the boy was letting go, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang. Hey? Please come in. Hearing the knock on the kitchen door, the young man was a little surprised, but he still asked after seeing that it was the innkeeper. What's wrong? Boss. Oh, the salt and other condiments in the store are almost used up, and the merchant happened to have a discount, so I bought some and came back. As he slowly put the wooden box down, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. Oh, today's worldly merchants actually give discounts and so on. The sun really comes out from the west. It's really strange. Hearing this, the young man also felt something was wrong. Although there are no good businessmen in this country now, they are definitely in the minority. After putting various condiments into corresponding jars and storing the excess, the boss said hello to the young man. Then you go ahead and do your work first. I have to go out to receive other guests, let me know as soon as possible after you are done with it. I also have to cook for other guests. Oh, I understand, don't worry, boss. After watching her boss leave, Tajmi took out the can of salt from her backpack. Yeah. As expected, the salt I made myself is reassuring. After adjusting the taste of the food, the boy put the various bottles and cans back into his backpack. When I left the village, I had all the pots and pans prepared, including a kitchen knife. After all, you can kill people if you can kill pigs, and a kitchen knife is not a knife. While waiting for the stew to be cooked, Tajmi focused on the condiments brought by the store manager. After opening each jar and looking at it, the boy discovered the problem. There's something not quite right about these condiments. In addition to the white refined salt and fine salt of the previous life, ordinary salt also has coarse salt that needs to be processed. Although the condiments in this world are generally similar, there is absolutely nothing weird in them. For example, there are tiny pink-white particles mixed in white crystals in my hand. And not only salt, but other condiments also contain these things. Something is obviously wrong. Drugs, poison, or something else. After thinking for a long time, the young man decided to go out and find an experimental subject. While informing the two of them to eat, the boy walked out of the kitchen and walked outside the hotel. The small jar in his hand contained stewed food, and it was the kind with added ingredients. Walking on the street, Tajmi looked around. Until I saw a dark alley. There are usually a lot of mice in dark corners. Just give them a try. My name is Shuk. I am a mouse, yes, the kind that everyone shouts to beat. Of course, you may not think that I am just a mouse, but we are still fighting for our lives in order to survive. Although we live in a big city, the problem about food is even more serious because of this. Especially the merchant's granary is a forbidden place among forbidden places. Just when I was sad that I was going to be hungry again today, an indescribable fragrance rushed into my mind from the tip of my nose. Just smelling it almost made me have an orgasm in my head. It was so overwhelming that I couldn't control my feelings. Beta, who slept like a dead pig, was also attracted by the alluring aroma. It was obviously just a fat, lazy mouse, but at this moment, it seemed as if it had seen a female mouse and was unable to walk. Brother! It's the aroma of food. Squeak! Nonsense, I know it without you saying it. Squeak, 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 squeak. Just like that, the two mice, who had a pretty good life as children, walked out of the cave. What caught his eye was the big jar that had fallen to the ground. The closer you get, the stronger the fragrance radiates from the jar. Shuk and Beta jumped deep and climbed to the edge of the jar, stuck their heads into the trough and started cooking. Like two pigs that had been hungry for 10 days, the two rats ate happily. Brother! This is so delicious, it is simply food made by gods. Shishikachichiki. While eating, his elder brother Shuke did not forget to express his feelings to his younger brother. The younger brother also nodded quickly in response. Yes, brother. I seem to see my great-grandmother waving to us. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Grandma? Squeak. Just when they were wondering what Grandma was, Shuk and Beta rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. And after seeing the two mice fall down as expected, the young man was not surprised. The boy who walked in from the alley squatted next to the two rats. After careful study, the young man concluded the answer. You're still breathing, it looks like you're asleep, is it the drug that makes you sleepy? But thinking about it carefully, the boss didn't look like he was going out of his way to harm people, and the eyes he looked at each other were very clear. Although he was a little greedy for money, he didn't look like a guy who would do anything that would cost human life. In this case, the problem lies with the merchants who sell these things. While putting the long sword on his back, the boy walked towards the commercial street near the hotel. Just by looking at the boss's weak look on his face, Tajmi knew that this guy wouldn't be able to get far, so his location was clear. After the boy left, the two rats woke up the next day and found a group of their companions lying unconscious on the ground. Some were wearing overalls, and there was even one wearing a chef's hat, with his legs in the air and chirping. And the delicacies on the ground that were like gifts from gods had already been eaten up. Looking at their relatives on the ground, Shuk and Beta were very angry. After driving out toy helicopters and tanks from the small house to give the relatives a good beating. In the days that followed, Shuk and Beta visited every corner of the city, but they could no longer find that unforgettable smell. So far, they have written a story about Peach Blossom Spring in the future. Of course, the above contents are purely fictitious. If there are any similarities, then let them be the same. If a mouse really wrote Peach Blossom Spring, I would admit it. Chapter 8 The Golden Cicada escapes from its shell and arrives in the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital in the anime does not have the description of the city walls like in the comics, but directly draws the part where the protagonist arrives at the Imperial Capital in one step. 6. That's it. I have sold the product, can you settle the remaining money? The spice merchant rubbed his hands flatteringly, looking a little excited at the slave merchant boss in front of him. If he went by the amount the other party said, he could earn dozens of times the money from those condiments. No, I can't settle the bill for you until the goods are in hand. The slave trader, who cast a sidelong glance at the spice trader, gained some composure. After hearing the boss's order, a dozen thugs also surrounded the spice merchant. Then I don't want it. Seeing the posture of the people in front of him, the spice merchant couldn't help but regret a little. Although I was very happy when I heard that the other party was willing to make money for me, you must know that in the entire empire, apart from the money for special medicines, the only thing left is the sale of slaves. Selling spices is just bullshit. But when he heard that the other party had to wait for the goods to arrive, he couldn't help but regret it. Although I don't know what the other party added to the things, there are only those dirty tricks that slave merchants can do. Now, after selling the goods, he regretted it. This time the target of the other party is definitely someone in that hotel. Although there are not many people living there these days, there are still about 20 people. In other words, it is possible for him to kill 20 people in one go. Humph, it's too late to regret it, old man. Tie him up, if he dares to resist, kill him. Compared with such small businessmen, people from the imperial capital are more important. After ordering his men to restrain the boss, the slave trader quietly waited for nightfall. Little did he know that everything he did was seen by a pair of eyes in the darkness. This guy is a slave trader during the day. The drugs he uses are intoxicating. If you think about it carefully, is it because the leader was injured and wanted to find a substitute? There are no women in the hotel I observed today, only Sayu who was traveling with me. With enlightenment in her heart, Tajmi's whole body blended into the darkness, appearing silent. Night gradually enveloped the city, with only the lights in the rooms illuminating the streets. After Tajmi avoided the stares of the thugs, the young man quietly entered the hotel. Looking at the sleeping guests lying on the dining table, the young man once again confirmed his inner thoughts. What was a bit surprising was that when passing by the kitchen, I saw the owner of the hotel. But Tajmi took a closer look and saw the spoon in the guy's mouth. He knew that this guy was stealing food a lot. Ignoring the boss, Tajmi walked directly to the 3 rooms that had been opened. Bang bang! Bang bang! Sayo, Iaz, I'm back. Now you two come to my room, I have something to say. As the door opened, the two of them looked at Tajmi's serious expression, nodded, and followed the young man. After telling the two of them what he saw when he went out for a while, the young man waited for their reactions. In other words, are those guys targeting Sayu? Iyaz said this while sitting on the bed holding the sword blade. Tajmi nodded and said, "The probability is more than 80%. There are no young women or strong men in the shop. As a slave trader, this kind of behavior is very abnormal." Xiaoyu on the side felt warm in her heart when she saw the two of them discussing the problem so seriously. "Then what should we do? Just run away?" Looking at her companions from childhood to adulthood, Tajmi nodded. "There is no need for such guys to deliberately interfere. As long as the target disappears, they will accept their fate and stop. Then let's go pack our bags." Seiyu nodded and returned to her room with Iyaz. After a while, the three heavily armed people gathered together, waiting for Tajmi's next step. "Seiyu, first investigate the guys watching outside, remember not to expose yourself." "I see." The girl nodded and started her action. As for Iyaz, Tajmi asked him to open the window from his room and jump to the roof to find an evacuation route. Just like that, after a while, when Seiyu confirmed that the slave dealer's thugs were indeed approaching the hotel, the three of them evacuated the hotel under the cover of night. After escaping the town, the three of them prepared to spend the night in a cave in the wild. The outside world is also very dangerous. Looking at the bright starry sky, the girl pouted and said, "Yeah, if it weren't for Tajmi, maybe we would have met in another world by now." Iyaz closed his eyes and nodded, looking like I agreed with him, which earned him a big slap in the face. "Who wants to meet you in another world?" "Seiyu." "You guy." "Do the three of them swear to live and die together?" Seeing the two people glaring at each other, Tajmi was happy. "Haha. If it weren't for the people around me in the past 10 years, I would have been depressed long ago." "Why is Tajmi laughing?" Looking at Tajmi who was laughing, Iyaz couldn't help but ask Seiyu. "How do I know, but looking at Iyaz's current stupidity, I also want to laugh." "Humph, I also want to laugh at how your hair is in such a mess now." "Ha ha 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 ha." The two of them, who were a little confused as to why Tajmi was smiling so happily, couldn't help but be infected by the young man and laughed together. Just like that, the laughter of the three people resounded in this small cave. The next day, after helping a convoy that was invaded by dangerous species, the three of them were asked to serve as escorts and boarded a carriage to the imperial capital together. There were people on the carriage from all over the place. It was a shared carriage. Everyone else in the car paid, but had little fighting ability. And since he was only walking around the imperial capital, the car owner didn't expect to encounter a dangerous species suddenly, so when he met three people, he asked them to come with him without paying. After half a day's journey, the three of them arrived at the center of the country, the imperial capital. Before leaving, the others asked the three to be careful. Although the other two did not know why, Tajmi still agreed and thanked them. "It's so big. This is the imperial capital." Seeing the two people's amazed expressions, the young man smiled. Although he was surprised too, he didn't show it on his face like the two of them. Huge stone walls guard the country, and the large city gates are also open, welcoming residents from all over the world. Chapter 9. When both sides are in progress. The soldiers at the door were collecting taxes and checking if there were any suspicious persons, while also carrying out guard work. After paying the tax, the three entered the city. The broad street is full of pedestrians, and there are many small vendors selling goods on both sides of the road. Ignoring the curious looks of the two, Tajmi made plans for the next trip. "Now that I have come to the imperial city, I must first find a place to live." After crossing a road built on a huge lake, Tajmi and his party arrived at the main street of the imperial capital. After taking the two of them to a hotel, Tajmi relaxed completely. After all, in the current imperial capital, apart from the nobles, the businessmen responsible for accommodation are quite trustworthy. If the tax is higher, you can raise the price, but if your reputation is ruined, it will really be gone. After putting their luggage away, the three of them took their valuables and walked out of the hotel. According to Seiyu, there is nothing to buy in the village, so of course you should go shopping when you come to the imperial capital. As for Iaz, it would be difficult to find him if he got lost in such a crowded place, so he followed him. Damn it, I don't know what's good about those, they're just broken decorations. Seeing the girls shopping around one by one, Iaz, who was a little tired, started to complain. There's nothing wrong with dressing up nicely. After all, Sayu is a famous beauty in our village. Hey! Let's go to the next house. Looking at the beautiful girl who had dressed up, Iaz couldn't help but blush. That's right, that's true. Looking at Iaz, who looked like an innocent boy, Tajmi smiled. Having been together for more than 10 years, the two of them have long been like brothers and sisters in their hearts. The young man had already understood Iaz's thoughts. Of course, this kind of thing also depends on your own volition and cannot be forced. In this way, after shopping around for an afternoon, the three of them walked towards the hotel where they were staying. While listening to the girl sighing about how good the products in the imperial city were, Tajmi noticed the list posted on the bulletin board. The wanted list of Night Raid, aka Nata, brand. The clear portrait evoked the memory of Tajmi's previous life, and the image in her mind gradually overlapped with the portrait in front of her. Tajmi. Let's go shopping with Iaz tomorrow. Tajmi. Hearing the two shouts, Tajmi was stunned and quickly responded. Oh, let's go. After 2 days of traveling, the slave traders also arrived in the imperial capital with their goods. After paying the expensive taxes and changing the goods into clean clothes, he went straight to the meeting place with the nobles. This trip was to pick up goods from a branch outside the city. Of course, there was also a set of shops of its own in the imperial capital. Now he just wants to sell the goods in his hands quickly, and then relax physically and mentally in the imperial capital. Master Zippu, these are the goods this time. Hoping to sell it at a good price, he cast a hopeful look at the aristocratic old man in front of him. 7. Why are they all brats of different colors? Are there no women with long black hair? Hearing the question from the fat pig in front of him, the slave trader twitched the corner of his mouth, secretly cursing him for being really good at picking things and smiling in a flattering way. Hee, Sir Sippu, her subordinates failed to keep her safe and allowed her to escape. Although there are defective products, I am the one who knows Mr. Sippu best. As a noble, of course you must enjoy perfect products. Next time I will definitely find some high-quality products for you. Although he was a little unhappy, the old guy nodded. At least the guy in front of him could talk. The guard will pay him. Just when the noble was about to go back, he caught sight of the three people returning to the hotel after shopping. N.A. Hearing the nobleman standing still and shouting, the guards and the slave trader were stunned for a moment, but the slave trader's reaction was one step ahead. He immediately rubbed his hands flatteringly and walked up to the aristocratic old man and said with a smile, "Do you have any orders? Lord Sippu?" "Well, next time, can you get something like that? If there is such a guy, I will pay you 200 times the reward." Seeing the nobleman staring at something with his eyes, the slave trader turned his head and looked. That is. Yes, he saw the guy he chose as his replacement. The nobleman named Zippo whom he serves has a special hobby, which is direct control of his long black hair. This is why I am so entangled with an ordinary girl. When I was receiving goods at the previous base, I saw the most important product mutilating itself. I thought I wouldn't make much money this time. I didn't expect to be in the imperial capital. Saw them again. Moreover, after some dressing up, this appearance is indeed at the upper level. Oh. Don't worry, Sir Sippu. My subordinates will do their best. When he heard the 200 times profit, the slave trader's eyes widened and he gasped with excitement on his face. Although he didn't expect this nobleman to be so greedy. But none of this matters anymore. As long as this is done. I will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life, and I can also rely on the money to operate and become a noble. After thinking about it, he looked at the noble master and said, Lord Zipu, I would like to borrow 2 guards from you. After all, the companion of that cargo is very cunning. I need 2 experienced soldiers to guard the direction in which those guys may escape. Oh, as long as you can bring me such a beauty, I don't care about the rest. In this way, a conspiracy against 3 people is unfolding. After returning to the hotel, the 3 returned to their respective rooms. Tajmi was lying on the soft and comfortable bed, checking the new changes in the system. Name, Tajmi. Age, 13. Race, human. Ability, none. LV3L4 LV3 LV3L3 LV1. Worlds that can be traversed, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. The flow of time in the original world can be paused after traveling. As soon as he entered the imperial capital, Tajmi discovered that the system had added a new world that could be traversed. This means that while you have the possibility of further improvement, you can also increase your self-protection capabilities a lot. Moreover, Demon Slayer's breathing method is still very effective for weak humans. It's just that you need to think carefully about the information there. The young man who just did what he said sat up from the bed, walked to the table, opened a small book and sat on the table to recall the information from his past life. I remember the ghosts inside seem to be quite strong. It might be a little more difficult to string up the string now. Can the lower string be used to kill instantly? Chapter 10 Traveling Through Demon Slayer. I don't know what illustration to include, so here's a beautiful one of Akahumi-chan. After summarizing the remaining memories in his mind, Tajmi thought for a long time and filled the small notebook with dense fonts. After all, I have lived for more than 10 years, so my memory is inevitably a bit blurry. But looking at the notebook, Tajmi couldn't help but smile. In my previous life, I had a relatively flexible mind and a fairly good memory. Overall, I have recorded most of the plot and ghost information. After flipping back and forth to consolidate the information, Tajmi exhaled the system. System. Travel through the world of Demon Slayer. World coordinate positioning. Anchor point established. Energy transmission. Time travel begins. Suddenly, like a singularity erupting, a dazzling white light made the young man narrow his eyes. It was obviously a very strong light, but it did not illuminate the room, but gradually enveloped the young man's body. White light spots slowly covered it, and after the coverage was completed, they turned into blue light spots and dissipated in the air. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them, he had arrived in another world. Watching the static environment around him gradually change from gray to color, the young man couldn't help but sigh at the awesomeness of the system. Although there are all kinds of amazing plug-in functions, it is really great to experience traveling through the world and watching time slowly start to flow before your eyes. The first thing is, to pause the flow of time in the original world. The original world time flow has been suspended. Looking at the icon that looks like a bar in front of me, it fills up in just a moment. Turning his attention away from the panel in front of him, Tajmi observed the surrounding environment. After a while, the boy went back to the Zanchi world to check the flow of time. After confirming that it was correct, he returned to the Demon Slayer world. It's daytime, and it's on the road. There are traces of wheels on the ground. Is it a carriage? Daytime is good news. After all, ghosts cannot move during the day. As for the road, it proves that there are villages or towns near this area, which is obviously an easy start. After carefully confirming that there was nothing wrong with the long sword and handguard he carried with him, the young man ran along the ruts. After running like this for more than an hour, Tajmi saw a small village. As it approaches noon, the small village looks very smoky, with thick cooking smoke and the aroma of rice wafting everywhere. Pedestrians on the road were either carrying meat or other food, or carrying poles. Walking inside, you can see a lot of roadside stalls. Just like that, when the young man was about to walk towards the village, the passers-by on the road showed frightened expressions when they saw the young man. After carefully observing their line of sight, the young man understood everything. It turns out that what people fear is not themselves, but the weapons on their bodies. This is going to be a bit difficult. Looking at the long sword on his back, the young man felt helpless. After all, the crane system didn't even have system space, otherwise he would have thrown away his luggage and weapons in it. That boy. This way. Hearing someone shouting, Tajmi looked over there in confusion. I saw a short-haired man wearing a Japanese yukata waving. Are you calling me? Although he was a little confused, he still stepped forward. After all, the villagers around him had long since run away when they saw their weapons. It was rare for someone to say hello and ask them what time it was. Young man. You should be a master of ghost hunting. I see that the weapon behind you does not look like the sword used by samurai, and the clothes are more like clothes worn by people in big cities. The man asked the boy with an uncertain tone. As everyone knows, asking yourself if you are from the Demon Slayer squad is really confusing. As a non-governmental organization that is not officially recognized, ordinary civilians must not understand the special organization of the Demon Slayer Corps. But the young man still observed the man in front of him carefully, who was so weak that he could easily hold it with one hand. I saw that his eyes were more focused on the long sword behind him, where he was quietly waiting for his reply. On the collar of the wide yukata, the young man discovered a pattern embroidered with purple flowers, with the word vine engraved in the middle. The flower is the famous one, wisteria. From this point of view, the man in front of him must be a civilian who acted on his own initiative after receiving the help of the Demon Slayer Corps. Grown-ups. Seeing the man's confused expression, Tajmi thought carefully that she must learn breathing techniques when she came here, so she nodded. At least he will be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps in the future, so it should be no problem to pay for it in advance. Hey, I admire you so much that you still fight against evil spirits even though you are so tired. Please come with me. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Where? The young man laughed dryly, but Tajmi could still tell from his smile that it was sincere. Just like this, I followed the young man walking on the road of the village, and soon reached the interior of the village. What comes into view is an ordinary Japanese-style house, but it is much larger than other houses in the village. There are also wisteria patterns on the wooden door frames on the door, as well as on the doors and windows of the house when you walk through the door and through the courtyard. Not only that, there are also several wisteria trees planted in the courtyard. I'll prepare a meal for you. Please wait in the living room for a moment. Tajmi nodded to the young man and sat down slowly. Looking at the scenery outside the door, the young man also had a strange feeling that he had traveled through time several times. After a while, the man in yukata came in carrying the prepared food. Who's behind you? Oh, she's my sister. Her name is Li Zi. Nodding slightly and smiling, he put the lunch for the boy, and the man also sat at the small table. Say hello to the adults, don't be rude. After gently touching his sister's little head, the man spoke softly. Big sir. Just call me Brother Tajmi. 8. Seeing the sunny smile of the eldest brother who called himself Tajmi, Xiao Litsi was stunned, but still nodded. Tatsumaya Nai, first time we met. I am Kusakabe Kuriko. First meeting, little sister Litsi. After saying hello with a smile, the young man smiled apologetically to himself. My name is Kusakabe Matsuko. I'm sorry, Tajmi-sama, my sister is a little scared. It doesn't matter, it's better to say that Sister Litsi is very cute, just like a doll. Hearing his sister being praised, the man scratched the back of his head and smiled shyly. As if a conversation had opened up, the young man chatted happily with Tajmi. Time passed bit by bit, and Tajmi was already enjoying the ordinary meals and chats. However, as dusk approached, the house welcomed a group of other guests. Split up in Chapter 11, Ghost Hunting Suit, I am Murata and Lazu. Excuse me for disturbing you. A man with a middle-parted head wearing a black demon slayer uniform bowed to the man in a yukata, and then walked in with 9 other companions. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Tajmi sitting cross-legged in the living room, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the sword behind the boy. It was a bit crowded for dozens of ghost hunters to squeeze into one room, so the owner of this house, Kusakabe Matsuko, prepared other rooms for everyone to rest. Hello. I'm Murata. Well, looking at the hand stretched out by Zongfen, Tajmi still shook it. I'm Tajmi, hello, Mr. Murata. In this way, after the two nodded and considered themselves acquainted, Murata, a familiar man, started chatting with the boy as if he had found an outlet. Tajmi, are you alone? It's great, not like my teammates here. After seeing the boy nod, Murata showed an envious expression. I don't know what I thought of, I lowered my head and muttered. If you listen closely, you can hear something like lychees, pancakes, and so on. Well, the above is just a joke. In fact, it was our Murata team member who was complaining about his teammates on this mission. It seems like things are not going well for you, Mr. Murata. Murata sighed after hearing the boy's comfort. Who says it's not the case, hey? This mission requires 10 team members. Before gathering, I thought I could meet some nice guys, but I didn't expect that there are several guys among the teammates this time who have very bad personalities. Upon hearing the mission, Tajmi turned her attention in other directions. Mission? Is there any large-scale crusade mission? Could it be a lower string ghost or even a upper string ghost? Murata smiled and waved his hand when he heard the lower string and upper string ghost. How is it possible? If it is the waxing and waning of the 12 ghost moons, it should be solved by the pillars. But isn't everyone's role just to investigate the situation for the pillars? Hearing this, Murata's smile froze on his face. Although he was smiling, it could be seen that Murata's smile was very forced. After a while, Kusakabe prepared dinner for everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. After dinner, the sun gradually set towards the mountain. Tajmi's first day in another world was spent peacefully. After a chat with the boy in the center yesterday, Tajmi roughly guessed what the other boy's mission was this time. After observation, although Murata's muscles have been exercised, their strength is limited. Of course, this is just to put it mildly. At worst, it's a dish. Very delicious dish. He is simply a weakling. Based on the strength of the opponent and the tasks, there are only a few tasks worth traveling for. It doesn't matter if it's the Spider Mountain mission in my memory, but it doesn't matter if it's not. Therefore, Tajmi made up her mind and prepared to go and have a look. After all, if you are with Liu, your survivability will be maxed out. And with his own help, the other party's casualties might be smaller. In this way, as long as the mission is over, I can establish some contact with the Demon Slayer squad. While the breathing method is just around the corner, it also brings more possibilities to return to your own world after becoming stronger. As long as you become strong enough, you can easily control that decadent country. Looking at the Demon Slayers gathered in the yard, Tajmi stood up and walked over. Tajmi. Did you sleep well last night? Murata waved his hands happily when he saw the boy getting up. Tajmi responded with a smile. Who is this guy? At this moment, a short-haired man in the team looked at Tajmi and asked Murata. Oh, Tajmi lived with me yesterday, let me introduce you to you. Who wants you to introduce me? I'm asking about this guy's identity. Seeing the short-haired male ghost hunter's unprovoked expression, Murata shivered. I don't know this yet, but I'll know if I ask in detail. Murata muttered something and turned to look at the boy and asked. Tajmi. What level are you? After hearing Murata's question, the boy thought for a moment and gave the answer the next moment. Grade. It should be talking about the levels of ghost hunters. I remember there are 10 levels: A, B, C, D, E, G, Gang, Xin, Ren and Gui. I am Gang level. Looking at everyone, the young man nodded and randomly made up a level. Anyway, as long as it is not column level, other levels are not very noticeable. In this way, Tajmi, who had been randomly assigned a level, managed to slip through and infiltrated into this 10-man support team composed of low-level members. After a day of traveling, Tajmi also inquired about the target location of the mission in detail. The final destination is none other than the Nada Spider Mountain from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba Season 1. This mission is a support mission, so it's easy. I will protect you then, you just need to use up the ghost's power and let me kill you. Oh. Momonosuke-sama is the future star of the Demon Slayer Corps. Looking at the gang level team members in front of him, Ito Momonosuke nodded secretly. While thinking that this kid was still on the right track, Tajmi secretly complained when she heard the other person's name. No wonder people like Murata feel uncomfortable with such a bad character, and this name has so many flaws that I don't know where to start. What is this? A combination of Makoto Ito and Momonosuke. The female buff is full. Everyone also arrived at the final location, Nation Spider Mountain. It feels so eerie. There must be a ghost in the mountain, everyone, be careful. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Sure enough, this is the time for me, Momonosuke Ito, to show off. As long as I kill one ghost, I can go down the mountain. With the corner of his mouth slightly raised, he rushed out first, so fast that Murata didn't even react. Hey! Momonosuke! Everyone is safe together. Hearing Murata's shout behind him, Momonosuke's lips curled up slightly with a look of disdain. Who wants to go on a mission with a soft-footed shrimp like you? The biggest credit must be mine. As long as you kill an ordinary ghost, the reward from above will become more when you are promoted. Thinking secretly, he speeded up and disappeared into the forest. After watching a teammate leave the team, the others looked helpless, while Tajmi rubbed her chin with interest. Chapter 12 Spider Silk and Doll. Those who are eager for quick success and instant gain are usually the quickest to die in novels and various movies and TV dramas. Moreover, Momonosuke-sama did not give you a good look along the way, so the boy did not react to his behavior of seeking death on his own. Stop. It's just that Murata beside him doesn't think so. This guy has always been like this. There is no other way. Let's go in together. After repeated attempts to stop him failed, the Murata team members could only accept the reality and led others to prepare to head into the mountains. Tajmi, you are gang level, just wait and walk in the middle of the team. After carefully arranging the team's positions, the 10 people officially set off. A trace of black mist seemed to appear in the dark forest, and the stars and moon at night gave off a faint light and illuminated the path forward. The cold wind at night added a lot of pressure to this eerie scenery. Click, click. The people walked carefully with their feet on the grass, stones, and small branches. Zhang. As the long sword was drawn out, the sound of the blade and scabbard attracted everyone's attention. We've just entered the mountains, don't be so frightened, Tajmi. Murata looked at the boy and said with a smile. In his eyes, he still had a good impression of this junior of the Demon Slayer squad. After all, her voice is gentle and her words are pleasant. Others also looked at the young man's cautious look and smiled. After a day of getting along, they had a good impression of the enthusiastic team member in front of them. At least he's not as arrogant as the guy just now. Tajmi looked at the countless spider silks on the surrounding trees and on the ground with solemn eyes. No, Mr. Murata, the battle has already begun. Hey? What? Brush brush. With several consecutive swings, he cut off the spider silk on everyone's bodies and chopped the tiny spiders into pieces at the same time. Taking a closer look, everyone was shocked beyond measure when they saw the shattered spider poked by the sword turn into red light spots and dissipate. Alert! Following a loud roar from an unknown passerby, everyone drew out their Nikaran swords and stood on guard. "It's amazing, Tajmi, how did you find out?" There was a hint of admiration in the voice of Murata's team member. After all, it's hard not to feel good about helping people out in such a dark place. 9. Tajmi also sweated when she heard their praise. Unlike their dealings with ghosts, they deal with all kinds of dangerous species, especially the dangerous species that mimic the environment in the deep mountains. The level of danger has skyrocketed. It turns out that on the planet I was on in my previous life, there were many masters of disguise in nature. Not to mention that most of them are dangerous species who can easily manipulate ordinary people. Of course, if that's what you think, you definitely can't say that. I just have better observation skills, haha. Excellent observation is also one of your talents, so don't be modest. Yeah. Tajmi. Sister is optimistic about you. Hearing everyone's praise, Tajmi's mood improved a lot. Crunch. Crunch. As strange noises resounded in the surrounding forest, countless figures appeared in the darkness. 1, 5, 10, 20, in the blink of an eye the entire 10-man team was surrounded by these figures appearing in the darkness. They are. Looking at the figure that appeared, Murata had a lot of cold sweat on his forehead, and the others didn't feel too good. Yes, what appeared was exactly one of the tasks that needed to be assigned this time. Investigate the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who disappeared after performing a mission at Nada Spider Mountain. Almost none of the figures in front of him was intact. Some had broken hands, some had broken legs, and some even had their heads chopped off and were being manipulated to approach the crowd. The bloody people were hugged like zombies. And without exception, these manipulated guys all died. Whenever there is a crunching sound, these people controlled by the spider silk get closer. Looking at the posture in front of him, Tajmi said loudly. It's spider silk. These people are controlled by spider silk. It's like a shadow puppet show or a puppet on a string. They are controlled. Everyone, be on alert. Be careful not to be connected to the spiders created by the ghost blood magic. At the same time, try to cut off the spider silks that control people as much as possible. Group of 3. Look after each other. The only ones you can rely on now are your companions. After hearing the young man's command, the others seemed to have found a backbone, as if they were being commanded by Zhu, and everyone formed a 3-3-3 posture back to back. While watching everyone gathered around, Tajmi was just about to rush out when she was stopped by Murata. What are you doing? Tajmi. Come here. Let's all join together. Seeing Murata, who had not forgotten himself in this situation, Tajmi smiled. He's a good person. In this way, our Mr. Murata was given the good guy card by the boy without his knowledge. Just take care of yourselves. After observation, it was found that the threads formed by these vampire spells were multiple threads used to hang these corpses. Whenever the controlled guy made a move, the spider threads hidden on the tree trunks would move or tremble slightly. Coupled with the feeling of cutting off those threads, the strength of these threads is not even that of steel wire. As for the current situation, as long as the vampire technique is seen through, this situation can be broken easily. Next, you only need to follow the shaking of the threads and find the correct direction among these hundreds. In the final analysis, there is no comparison between different physiques. Not to mention his good eyesight, he can even cut down an earth dragon nearly 20 meters away. Especially after his weapons have been forged to a higher level, the first level dangerous species cannot withstand a single blow. At least Tajmi didn't believe that a ghost's body could be harder than a thing that could survive digging in the soil. Of course, if it's really that hard, there's nothing you can do about it. Just replace it with your own long sword that cuts iron like clay. The entire ghost was shattered into several pieces, and he continued to work until he could no longer recover. The degree of acceptance of the Ghost King's blood depends on the recovery speed, and ghosts do not generate recovery power out of thin air. Just like when a person is injured, he needs to recover, and when he is hungry, he needs to eat. The ghost's recovery will also consume cellular energy and cause hunger. Unbeknownst to you, Zhu Shi, who relied on blood for a living, eventually became physically weak to the point where it couldn't be improved. Wu Mei's cells were constantly being consumed by drugs, promoting his own death. And this is the benefit of learning more knowledge. If you think of yourself as a martial arts idiot, you will be in trouble. Tajmi? What are you talking about? Someone has to go. After all, humans are different from ghosts. We have physical limitations, Mr. Murata. Please call for reinforcements as soon as possible. Seeing Murata's disbelieving look, the young man smiled and rushed out without hesitation. Toss, me. Tisk 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 tisk. Countless lights and shadows looked particularly beautiful as the young man waved his sword, and the refracted starlight and moonlight looked particularly alluring. And beneath this seductive scene, there is a deadly murderous intention. Chapter 13 Mother and Doll. As the sword blade swung, threads of spider silk were cut, and at the same time, Tajmi also saw tiny spiders everywhere, ready to attack. After a while, they connected the broken puppets with silk threads again, and creaked and played music that belonged to the puppets. Under the beautiful moonlight, a woman with long white hair was sitting on a rock wearing a thin kimono. Scarlet eyes, white and even oozing skin, and red spots and spider silk-like patterns on his face. While the northern hemisphere is exposed on the chest, the smooth and delicate long legs of the lower body are exposed, and the tiny feet are swinging back and forth on the ground. With the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she felt the intensity of the silk thread's feedback and was very excited. Humph! It's useless, the closer you get to me, the thicker and stronger the thread will be, and the puppet will be stronger. Through the control of silk threads and the small spiders produced by vampire magic, he can control all the dynamics in the distance. Although those spiders have no fighting power, the puppets that have been strengthened through silk thread manipulation are different. Even if those dolls break bones or die, it doesn't matter. As long as the weapons are there, you can fight. This time, only about 10 people came. And there are 30 or 40 dolls that he keeps. As long as you are within the range of your vampire magic, the broken threads can be reconnected within 10 seconds. The closer they are, the more responsive the spiders are. I can be sure that the guy who came here today is already dead. Can you point the blade at your companions? Hee hee. She chuckled lightly and continued to move her fingers, with several threads of spider thread extending from each of her 10 fingers. And these threads extend straight to the battlefield in the distance. He has always used this method to protect his family. Although she doesn't think those monsters who call themselves family are worth protecting. However, if these guys sprout out again and again like leeks, I will not be able to do my job. I will be beaten by my father, it hurts so much. So please go die as soon as possible. Looking at the fallen corpses in front of him, Tajmi didn't think there was anything troublesome. The number of guys I've cut down ranges from 50 to 100. Not to mention the number of battles against people, I've accumulated a lot. The movements of these controlled Demon Slayer members were all very stiff, and their swings were too hard, leaving no room for subsequent changes of moves. While their movements were stiff, they could hear the crunching sounds on their bodies. The sound of broken bones, it's a pity, you don't know how to take good care of your tools. Even if he is dead, it would be too miserable to have his body played with like this. Boom! Looking at his future seniors, Tajmi stepped heavily, and when the roar sounded, she instantly arrived in front of the ghost hunter. Borrow me a knife, I will help you get revenge. Looking at the blood-soaked Demon Slayer Class A member with a horrified look on his face, as if he had been tortured very cruelly during his lifetime, the boy cut off the thread and picked up the Nichiren sword, and put his long sword back into its scabbard. The quality of my long sword is very good. Although it can cut down dangerous species, such as iron, it is no problem, but the next person I have to fight is a ghost. Your own weapons cannot restrain the opponent's recovery power. So I need this weapon. Bang! Just like that, Tajmi jumped high into the tree and observed the direction of the thread. After a while, she found the direction of the ghost. General. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man rushed towards the ghost's location, and the mother, who noticed that things were gradually getting out of control, also showed a horrified expression. Damn, why couldn't the doll stop, and at this speed, is this guy human? Now that she was no longer a human being, she was surprised by the enemy's speed and was also horrified at the same time. In this case, we can only use that one. With such a fast-moving speed, his own spider couldn't get close to the other party. And if you can't get close to the other party, the silk thread that you rely on most will have nothing to do with the other party. And most importantly, the puppets are useless. Yes, Tajmi, who was charging all the way, didn't care about the guys who were being manipulated. Although some of them were still alive, there was no point in fighting them. Everyone in LOL knows the importance of cutting into the back row, let alone in reality. In the game, you will die before you finish cutting the back row, but in reality, there is no such thing as resurrecting you. The wind whizzed under the feet of the young man who was traveling quickly, and the grass and trees were trampled on, making a crunching sound. Boom! 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 Tajmi stopped temporarily when she heard the noise coming from the front. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked forward. Doll, and no head. The guy who appeared in front of me must be a byproduct of playing house with this group of people. Any disobedient ghost will inevitably die in his eyes. And there is no doubt about the guy in front of him who has lost his head. The two arms have sharp forelimbs like spiders, and if you look closely, you can see that they exude a bright metallic luster. The controlled guy made sharp scratches on the trees as he waved his arms, and rushed towards Tajmi. Looking at the big guy who was nearly 2 meters in front of her, Tajmi didn't panic at all. Since it is a human body, it is easy to know the direction of where to cut. The sharp forelimbs on the arms of the guy in front of him are the most dangerous, so of course the target is to target this first. Bang! Like a dragonfly touching water, the boy's feet made a crisp sound. While dodging the thrust of the evil ghost spider, he jumped up high and flipped in the air. 10. Looking at the gap, the young man aimed at the forearm and slashed it horizontally. Laugh. When the two arms were cut off by the roots, blood was sprinkled in all directions. Tajmi herself also regained stability after swaying slightly in the air. It's really difficult to master using such a sword suddenly. But this is the end. Once you get used to the weight of the blade, the next swing becomes extremely easy. With several knives, he chopped the monster in front of him into pieces of flesh. Tajmi didn't pay attention to the broken doll, but continued to rush forward. Because the ghost who controls the puppet is in this area. Click, 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 click. The field of vision gradually became empty, and the ghost sitting alone on the rock watched blankly as the young man jumped out of the forest. Tajmi could even feel a trace of disbelief and a trace of panic from her expression. Although it looks pitiful. However, no matter how you say it, the guy in front of you is a ghost, and he has killed countless people on his hands. It's impossible for me to let this guy go. Chapter 14, 12 Ghost Months, Seeking Help, Breathing Technique. Laugh. There are no fancy special effects or weird dubbing. Just like killing a dangerous species, a clean and sharp blow. Looking at the separated body of the mother, Tajmi could see a trace of relief in her eyes, as well as the returning humanity. Bang, 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 bang. The severed head fell to the ground and rolled with a thumping sound, and soon stopped. I'm sorry, I killed so many people. The girl's lips parted slightly. Tears gradually flowed from the corners of his eyes. This must be the first apology from the heart since he became a ghost. Looking at the young man in front of me, my heart felt so peaceful at this time. Those people killed by him will not be resurrected, and he can finally be freed from this hell. And thank you. The body and head couldn't stop dissipating. Just as Tajmi was about to leave after watching the ghost in front of her disappear, the ghost's voice sounded again. Please, be careful, here, there are 12 ghost moons. Did the ghost be defeated? Absolutely, probably. All attacks stopped in an instant. The 9 Class A players looked at the scene in front of them and didn't know what to do, but at this time Murata stood up. The ghosts have probably been defeated. Taking advantage of the opportunity now, everyone should quickly cut off the threads behind them. Understood. Understood. In this way, the 9 people divided the work in an orderly manner. 2 people defended while 1 person was responsible for cutting the thread. After rescuing the few remaining team members who were still alive, everyone almost knew the information that the evil ghost had been eliminated. While everyone was working step by step, the sound in the forest aroused everyone's alert. How about it, Mr. Murata? After jogging all the way, Tajmi successfully rushed back to where the Murata team members were. It turns out to be Tajmi. Everyone was shocked. Yes, yes. It's easy to be frightened in such a dark environment. Seeing the relaxed expressions on other people's faces, Tajmi also smiled sheepishly. I have defeated the ghost. Let's gather those who were controlled and are still alive and come back here. I will do some emergency treatment for everyone. Seeing the young man blatantly commanding everyone agreed one after another without caring about class matters. Hey, Tajmi, do you know medical skills? You know a little bit, Mr. Murata, it's better to help quickly. There are many team members. Tajmi gestured to the universe on her fingertips and smiled slightly, while Murata nodded belatedly. It seems that this gang-level junior also has his wits about him. When I report on the mission after I return this time, I must say a few more good words for him. It seems that this mission is coming to an end. He breathed a sigh of relief, and just when he put down the body of the Demon Slayer Corps member who was covered in bruises, he heard the boy's voice. No, Mr. Murata. The ghost I hacked to death just now said before he died, there are 12 ghost moons here. The shocked voice of the Murata team members rang out, which seemed very loud. You said there are 12 ghost moons here. Really? Mr. Murata, please lower your voice. He nodded with solemn eyes and asked as he approached the young man. Is it true? You're not joking, right? How can you joke about something like this, looking at those team members on the ground who are still staring at death, you, me, everyone, who has the heart to joke? Hearing the boy's affirmative answer, Murata looked solemn, stood up and went to find other Class A players to prepare for the meeting. And our protagonist is currently working hard for those who may survive after their injuries are treated. As a warning, because it is a vampire technique that uses spiders, there may be people who can use poison in the 12 ghost months. We need the help of people from Butterfly House. Looking at the young man's serious face, the team members all nodded. The advice Tajmi gave was quite pertinent, and considering the situation, the more reinforcements the better. Spider, poisonous spider. Agree. Caution is the best. Agreed. In this way, after discussion, the team members agreed. While using the crow to transmit the information back to the Demon Slayer headquarters, continue the mission. The wounded who were left behind were left to the care of Murata's team members. Originally, Tajmi wanted them to calm down and wait for support, but unfortunately the boy underestimated their hatred of ghosts. Even if it meant death, he was determined to take a bite out of the ghost, which shocked the young man greatly. Moreover, there are other team members in this forest, and they are worried. In this way, the boy and 5 team members set off to the depths of the forest, while the others stayed at the foot of the mountain to wait for reinforcements to arrive, while taking care of the seriously injured team members. "Come on, everyone. You must come back safely." The Murata team members and the 3 team members left behind to take care of them silently prayed for the 5 people. During the previous chat, Tajmi separated from us because she wanted to see the differences in other types of breathing techniques. The Murata team member asked how to use the breathing technique water breathing. After understanding, this group of team members were all users of water breathing, so the young man's idea of the more the better was not realized. I had observed their peculiar breathing methods during the battle. Although it had no special effects, it did increase their combat effectiveness a lot. Now that the breathing method is in hand, I don't care so much about the special effects. After all, you can't just ask directly, "Mr. Murata, can you ask why your breathing method has no special effects?" People will hate you if you say something like this. The young man who thought this way breathed slowly, as soft and slender as water. Of course, since it was a temporary contact, it seemed a little awkward. Therefore, breathing techniques can only be done quickly in battle. Pay attention to the spiders on the trees and underground. Try to avoid them. Walk on the open ground. There are also silk threads. Be careful of the threads that may attack at any time. While Tajmi was giving instructions in an orderly manner, those threads hidden in the darkness were impossible to hide from the young man's eyes. "Oh. Got it. Tajmi. Thanks a lot." Hearing the compliments from everyone, the young man smiled. The eyesight of young people is so outrageous that they can see beautiful women dancing behind the curtains from a few buildings away. Chapter 15, Movements from All Sides, Encounter with Father. "Mother is dead, I can feel it." The little boy with long white hair played with the silk thread in his hand and spoke without raising his head. "You will protect me, father, brother, sister." Hearing the child's indifferent voice, the others looked horrified, except for the father's frightened face that showed no emotion. "Of course, my brother will protect his brother." Looking at his younger brother, the elder brother spoke first. The spider's body, plus an abdomen as big as several heads, was the only one with a human head. The scene is so bizarre that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a human-faced spider. Me too, my sister will protect me, please believe me." The elder sister is relatively normal. Like her mother and other family members, she has red spots on her face and is decorated with spiderweb-like silk threads. White hair, white eyebrows, maybe the conjoined hair is also white. Kill all those who hurt your family. Our father is relatively simple and easy to understand. He punched the ground with his fist, roared, and ran out frantically. "Then protect me well, for the sake of your family, for our bond." While Tatsumai and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were searching the forest, the 3 members of the Kuai-level Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro Kamatu, Inashuk Kyubahira, and Zenitsu Agatsuma, also received a call in the morning. This time the reinforcement mission of Nation Spider Mountain. North, north, east. North, north, east. The next destination for the 3 of them is Nation Spider Mountain in the north, north, and east. 11. Looking at the instructions from the Rook, the 3 of them looked at each other. Because they were not dispatched immediately, even the news sent back to request reinforcements and the existence of the 12 ghost moons had not yet been delivered. Moreover, the mission the 3 received was also sent from the headquarters a day ago. There was a time lag in the news, so the 3 of them embarked on this dangerous journey in ignorance. After a day of traveling, the 3 of them looked at the cold mountains in front of them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "You worked really hard to fly back." Stroking the tiger lying on his lap, Toyoshikiya spoke softly. "And I didn't expect to meet the 12 ghost moons. This will explain why they are there and the whereabouts of my children are unknown. I made a wrong judgment." With an expressionless face, he was very sad at the moment. The white pupils revealed endless sadness. Because of his misjudgment, the number of people related to Nation Spider Mountain this time is close to 100. With reinforcements and the need to fight the 12 ghost moons who don't know whether they are on an upswing or a downswing, I am afraid the situation will be even more difficult to control. Please don't say that, my lord, you are not wrong, and neither are the team members. Being able to escort back the news of the 12 ghost moons is also the hard work of the team members. The next step is our responsibility. The young man kneeling on the tatami behind Uyashikiya spoke slowly. He was wearing a plaid-style feathery fabric, his hair was tied into a ponytail, and his indifferent expression made it impossible to see a trace of his thoughts. Thank you for your comfort, Yi-yang. The short-haired woman kneeling next to Jiyu also had some thoughts. She was as beautiful as a butterfly wearing a white and gradually pink haori. I saw her speaking slowly. Why can't humans and ghosts live in peace and harmony? Mr. Jiyu. Because that's nonsense. As long as ghosts can't change their habit of eating humans. Just like a routine question, the two of them stopped talking and waited for Uyashikiya's next instruction. Jiyu. Ninja. Since the other pillars have important matters to attend to, I'll leave it to you two this time. Times 2. After searching for more than 3 hours with no results, Tajmi and 5 other team members were temporarily repairing by a river. I wonder what's going on over there at Murata. I haven't encountered any ghosts. The woman holding a long knife and wearing a neat ponytail said this. Her name is Natsuki Kyoko, just Miss Kyoko for short. Murata and the others have all moved to the foot of the mountain, where it should be safe, and after such a long time of message transmission, the news has probably been sent back to the Demon Slayer headquarters. Another man nodded and said, and the others also nodded in relief. Click, 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 click. Hearing the sound of footsteps, everyone looked into the distance. When they saw that it was Tajmi coming back, they put down the Nikaran sword in their hands. What's the situation ahead, Team Tajmi? Hearing their questions, the young man shook his head. Not to mention it was a ghost, there was no one around. It is extremely rare to find 3 or 4 ghosts in such a big mountain. Moreover, it is full of forest vegetation, and it is a natural hiding place for various poisonous insects and spiders. In his memory, he still vaguely remembered a guy who could turn people into spiders with poison, so the young man was more wary of the environment than searching for ghosts. After all, this directly affects combat effectiveness and cannot be careless. That's it, then let's. Boom. 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 It was like a large animal running, and the loud noise made everyone alert. Boom. I saw a huge figure appearing in the forest. It jumped up and landed among several people. At the same time, it turned into fists with both hands and hammered towards the ground. Fortunately, there was a lot of movement, and Tajmi's reaction speed was also good. After pushing others away, she avoided someone turning into meat. Such a big size. Is this guy a spider? He jumps so high. The ground was shattered, such a strong force. The 5 team members looked at the ghost that appeared in front of them with a look of horror on their faces. Guys of this level were fundamentally different from the ghosts they usually encountered who were responsible for the finishing work. The spider-faced father launched an attack the moment he discovered the ghost hunter. Seeing that the attack failed, he looked up to the sky and screamed. How dare you hurt my family? You really stink. I said you haven't showered in a few days. Everyone looked at the boy who said this with panic, and saw Tajmi pinching her nose, inciting her hands, looking at the spider father in front of her with disgust on her face. As if angry, father waved his fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, towards Tajmi's head. Be careful. Danger. Chapter 16 Whetstone. Spider father. Laugh. Everyone only heard a scoff. I saw that the arm of the spider-faced demon who had just prepared his fist to kill the boy with a punch was cut off at the roots. Ah 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 ah. The arm was cut off, and the spider-faced father roared to wake up the other team members. Others did not see what the young man did just now. As if he blinked, the ghost in front of him had his arm cut off, and there was only one person in that position who could fight back. That's right. It was Tajmi who was attacked first by the spider father. How dare you hurt my family? Puff. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the spider father restored the severed arm to its original state and punched the boy one after another. Call, 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 call. Looking at the fist that was approaching and making a sound of breaking through the air, Tajmi muttered something in a low voice with bright eyes. Even though the wind from the fist hurt the person's skin, the young man didn't have the slightest fear. The complete collection of breath of water. Flowing water slash. Wow. Laugh. Although I don't know any sword shape, my sword skills are always improvised. As long as you have the breathing method, I think all the readers here can also perform special effects attacks. With the sound and waves of the water, with just one knife, Tajmi slashed the spider's father in half. At the same time, the blade was like chopsticks stirring in the water, with irregular slashes along with the ghost's arms and thighs. Chop them all up. Ah 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 ah. The evil spirit screamed loudly as if it was in great pain. And listening to the evil ghost's noise attack, Tajmi was also helpless. This guy doesn't look like the kind of celebrity in his previous life whose wounds would heal if he didn't hit Yao 20 and call an ambulance. What's the use of shouting like this? It's just an ordinary cut in half. You keep calling me like this and you feel guilty. While waiting for Spider's father to recover, the boy recalled the difference between his 2 slashes. He did not use the breathing method in the first attack, but the powerful and miraculous slashing also caused hidden dangers in the blade of the Nikaran sword. After using the breathing method for the second time, the moment the air entered the body, it was driven by red blood cells and spread throughout the body. With stronger power and faster speed, the ghost in front of him was obviously very big, but he was still moved by him. Shred like tofu. As for the use of breathing methods, I am constantly trying to change my original breathing habits to using water breathing, and continue to adapt to the extent that I can support my fight. Growth in actual combat is much faster than talking on paper. This guy is very weak. Don't worry, just leave it to me. After informing the other team members, Tajmi looked at the father who had recovered a rough image, and the young man drew his knife and chopped. Let's not talk about the tragic experience of Spider's father. Our team of 3 is Tanjiro, Inashuk, and Zenitsu. When they arrived at the foot of Spider Mountain, they also met the Murata team members and other wounded who were repairing at the foot of the mountain. But when I just arrived, I heard that there were still team members in the mountain who were ready to go in to help, but they were suppressed. You can't go up there. There are 12 ghost moons in the mountain. It's very dangerous. You just need to wait here for the pillars to arrive. Looking at the 3 lowest level members of the GUI class in front of him, Murata also tried his best to stop them. After all, after knowing that there were 12 ghost moons in the mountain, he felt that except for the pillars of grade A and above, swordsmen of other levels could not go in to die. He indirectly ignored the demon slayer named Tajmi. None of the team members are fake gang level players. The 12 ghost moons are here. So as long as I get their blood, Nezuko has hope of turning back into a human being. Tanjiro's eyes became brighter and brighter, but soon dimmed. He is a very obedient child, so he can only silently obey the orders of more senior team members. Laugh. As the boar's hood blew out gas, Inashuk roared impatiently. Shut up. You guy with a split head. Why should I listen to you? Ah? You stupid pig head. That's the 12 ghost moon. I did this for your own good. Listening to Zhong Fenta's long speech, he grasped the key points of the problem in just a moment. 12 ghost months. He must be a very strong guy, right? On second thought, Inashuk wanted to rush into the mountains to challenge this strong man named 12 Demons Moon. Snapped, snapped. In a shook. What are you going to do? What are you doing? Of course you are going to challenge the 12 ghost moons. Always one for action, he grabbed Tanjiro and Zenitsu's arms and rushed towards the mountains. Want to die? Listening to Zenitsu shouting, Tanjiro turned to the others and smiled apologetically, but he was actually relieved in his heart. Nezuko, brother will definitely save you. And Inashuk watched the big tree in front of him turn a corner, causing Zenitsu, who was still shouting just now, to knock his head against the tree and fainted. Tisk. It's quiet now. Mother-in-law, it's so noisy. Split line. Finally, when the tortured spider father was beheaded by the young man, the other team members looked at the young man with something inexplicably wrong. Xiangzi, did you see that? The ghost shed its skin just now. Hearing other people's doubts, the girl twitched her lips. 12? Isn't this nonsense? Of course he saw it since he was not blind. The girl who nodded looked at Tajmi with confusion and thought to herself. Is this guy really a G-level member? Such a strong ghost is like being toyed with before applauding. Although I don't quite understand it, I was shocked. Well done, Team Tajmi. Listening to everyone's doubts gradually turning into cheers, Tajmi smiled and said. Don't be careless yet, the 12 ghost moons haven't appeared yet. Okay, I understand. While seeing everyone on guard, Tajmi also breathed a sigh of relief. The exercise just now made me sweat all over. He couldn't stop breathing and at the same time had to dodge the evil ghost's attack, making other people look at him as if he was almost hit every time and barely managed to dodge. At first they wanted to help, but when they discovered that the evil spirit couldn't even touch the boy's hair, they followed the boy's advice and helped to warn him. After going through the steps of Lingchi, recovery, escape, Lingchi, molting, and then continuing to be Lingchi, the spider father now seems to have been hollowed out by the young man. With not a drop left, he could never recover and was decapitated by the young man with one blow. Chapter 17 Cooperation Among Three Persons, The Death of Momonosuke Ito. The evil ghost's body is gradually dissipating, and with his vital parts cut off, he can no longer roar as powerfully as before. Keep searching. Yes. Understood. On the other side, Tanjiro and Zenitsu were captured, and they ran into the mountains with Inashuk. Ha 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 ha. The pig is advancing suddenly. The pig is advancing suddenly. Inashuk, who was laughing loudly, seemed to have been released and had fun in the woods. He has no regard for the feelings of the person he is holding. The three people who were running rampant soon encountered the spider brother and sister who had just separated from Lei and were walking together to prepare to separate again. He is a ghost hunter, sister. My brother has a big head, but his eyes are irregularly squinted. One eye is big and the other is small. He looks like a deformed child. The elder brother looked at the three people in front of him and laughed. Of course I saw it. After taking a deep look at the ghost hunter, the girl turned around and ran away. It was just the girl's behavior that made her brother furious. You guys, where are you going? Since you are an older brother, protect me. This is a rule set by me. She turned around and said it, feeling uncontrollably happy in her heart. She was already tired of this kind of house game, but had to be very obedient. Now she was enjoying the fun of rules. It didn't matter if he didn't look back. When he turned around, he saw a strange monster comparable to Brother Spider following him. Brother Spider has the body of a spider and the head of a human, but this one is better, the body of a human and the head of a pig. Where are you running? Eat my knife. Breath of the beast, two fangs blade slash. Waving the jagged blade with both arms, Inashuk was about to decapitate the female ghost in front of him, but he found groups of threads tightly wrapped in the gap of the blade. I saw the silk thread shot out of the female ghost's palm, tightly binding her Nichiren sword. Humph! Don't look at me like this, I'm also very strong. Looking at the helpless pig-headed monster, Sister said with a happy smile. My wire harness is both soft and tough. Is there nothing you can do with my wire harness? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Mr. Inashuk, will chop off your head later. Looking at the arrogant ghost, Inashuk's headgear almost exploded. While the pig's nose kept blowing air, it also activated its staring skills, as if it could stare the ghost in front of it to death. Straighten the thread. Inashuk. Hearing Tanjiro's shout, Inashuk reacted instantly. Breath of water, 2 types water wheel. While exerting force with both arms, he straightened the wire harness, allowing Tanjiro, who came from behind, to cut the wire harness with a knife. Seeing that his blade was freed, Inashuk pointed at the female ghost with his finger and smiled. Haha, you are finished now. I will send you to hell after I clean up the garbage lines on the knife. Elder brother. Looking at the female ghost in front of him, Inashuk raised the blade. Hey? Call me brother? There's no point in calling me dad. Inashuk soon realized that the female ghost was not calling him, but another guy who looked like a spider. Spot poisonous phlegm. As he spat out a mouthful of poisonous phlegm from a century ago, the warning from his heart kept warning Inashuk. His skin was sore from being stung, and his hairs were standing on end. If he didn't dodge this attack, he would definitely die. With a soft body and strong movements, Inashuk, who was used to lowering his center of gravity in battle and fighting like a beast, used a simple roll. Puff! Large swaths of purple venom shot to the ground, making continuous sizzling sounds. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was very corrosive. What a stinky smell! Tanjiro, who was back-to-back with Inashuk, looked at the current 2v2 situation and asked the pig-headed boy. Inashuk, where is Zenitsu? You mean the guy who made the fuss? I thought he was too annoying, so I threw him away. Lost teammates? What is this operation? Not even Tanjiro could keep up with the pig-headed boy's clear thoughts. Young men. Catch those 2 guys. Just when the 4 of them were in a stalemate, brother gave an order, and one after another human-headed spiders crawled out of the surrounding woods, which looked very strange. This is not good, Inashuk. Looking at the besieged scene, Tanjiro clenched the Nichiren sword in his hand and whispered. I know without you having to tell me, my senses tell me that these guys are all poisonous insects. They are very dangerous. Inashuk nodded, agreeing with Tanjiro's statement. Just as the 2 were thinking about how to break the situation, a whisper from the darkness of the forest woke them up. The breath of thunder, 1 type. Bang! Boom! There was a crisp sound, and bright yellow light splashed out from the forest in an instant, accompanied by thunder. Thunderbolt flash. 6th Company. While turning around 6 times to save the 2 of them, he instantly decapitated the brother who was hanging in the sky with the silk thread on his butt with 1 knife. Oh! So strong. Sleepyhead. I thought you were just a yeller. Inashuk looked at Zenitsu with a face full of surprise, and the only thing he responded to was Zenitsu's nose bubbles. That guy is running away. After seeing the female ghost running away, Tanjiro shouted, and the 3 of them quickly chased after her. That's Mr. Momonosuke. And the person next to me seems to be Taisuke Sainaga from the other team. I remember that he is good friends with that guy Ito, and that guy keeps talking about hitting the weakest guy and then being promoted safely. As a result, everyone in the other teams disliked him. The body was chopped like this. The ghost in front of me is very dangerous. Everyone, be careful. The 5 members of the Demon Slayer Corps clenched their Nichiren swords with cold sweat on their faces. Why do you want to disturb our family's peaceful life? The white-haired boy who was playing with the silk thread in his hand looked at the 6 people in front of him and said coldly, "Why do you think you have a family when you're obviously a ghost? Do guys like you deserve a family?" The hatred on Miss Xiang's face was that it was because of the ghost herself that her family was ruined, and it wasn't just herself. All his friends and relatives died in the hands of ghosts. And now the guy in front of me is actually saying that he is disturbing their family's peaceful life? What does his dead family mean? What a joke. You've just... What did you say? Lay's cold voice came out, and under his cold gaze, the others couldn't help but tremble. The air became heavy and condensed. Chapter 18, The 3 Little Ones. Tired. Tell me, say it again, say what you just said, again. The pressure coming from the child's ghost in front of them made everyone's movements a little stiff, and this aura was so overwhelming that they could hardly breathe. However, the girl did not give in to fear. "I can tell you as many times as you want. Guys like you, bastards like you. You don't deserve a family at all. Yes, Xiangzi is right. The devil should die as soon as possible." Staring tiredly and coldly at the tearful girl and companions in front of him, it was as disturbing as having mosquitoes flying around your ears while sleeping at night. "That's it, then just go die." Whoosh. 13. The spider web in his hand was instantly thrown out and swept towards the girl and other people. Boom. The trees where the spider web passed were torn to pieces by the spider web, and the thick tree trunks were covered with scratches. Everyone broke out in cold sweat as they watched the extremely terrifying attack coming from the young body in front of them, and they also understood why Ito and Taisuk at this guy's feet were dying in such a tragic manner. If this continues, we ourselves will be cut into pieces. Seeing the large-scale attack covering everyone in front of her, Tajmi did not panic. Instead, she took a deep breath and aimed at the gaps in the spider web, preparing to destroy it completely. The complete collection of breath of water. Drizzle. The young man's voice fell. Suddenly, his eyes became extremely sharp, and while his body swung rapidly, he made countless slashes. He was clearly standing on the same spot, but countless phantoms seemed to separate and cut towards the connection of the silk net covering everyone. With his young body and good toughness, the boy's movements were as irregular as water flow, but yet pervasive. Ding 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 ding. Countless blue light spots were like rain falling on a spider web on a rainy day, smashing the spider web into pieces. The rest of the team members also stayed in place as they looked at this inhuman sword skill. Water breathing forms 1 to 10. Is there such a trick? Probably, no. Anyway, we are saved. While watching the young man compete with the spider web, several people breathed a sigh of relief. And as the drizzle knocked down the cobwebs, the Nichiren sword in the young man's hand also completely shattered. You also played a lot of role in the puppet's hands. After killing the spider's mother and torturing the spider's father crazily, the Nichiren sword passed down from its previous user reached the end of its lifespan. Before this, the record of this Nichiren sword is estimated to be more than that of several unknown members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tajmi. I'll lend you my knife. Mine too. Seeing others taking off their weapons, the young man frowned and asked them to evacuate now. Why? Yes. The ghost's attack has obviously been cracked. Looking at everyone's puzzled looks, Tajmi said that word. The child in front of me is the 12 Ghost Moon. That's it, if you don't want to die, retreat. Bring Zhu here for her support. The young man's ferocious expression startled everyone, and others quickly ran away without realizing it. They knew that they might not even be able to defeat the spider-faced ghost on the outskirts of the forest, let alone one of the 12 ghost moons in front of them. Before, they only had the slightest idea of luck, but when they were threatened by the young ghost, their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. My own practice was far from up to par, and I was lucky to even pass that exam. Just like that, Tajmi and Lay watched the others flee in panic. He didn't pursue the victory, and he didn't mind the scum's escape at all. Even if Zhu comes, he firmly believes that Zhu will die in his own hands. He is the ghost that attracts the attention of Muzan-sama, and he is decisively different from other stupid guys. But now, I am more interested in the guy in front of me. How did you find out that I am 12 Ghost Moon? Looking at the young man, he spoke tiredly. Intuition. Looking tired, Tajmi said confidently. After all, you can't say that I've seen it in my previous life. Moreover, the force of the attack just now was indeed different from the ghost encountered before, and the line was also very strong. Otherwise the weapon would be impossible to break into pieces. From this point alone, even if you have not read the original work, as long as you can fight with it, you can understand the difference. As for the aura, it does make people feel cold all over, but that's about it. When modern people go to the countryside and see a tiger suddenly chasing them, they feel cold all over. This is a spontaneous manifestation when their lives are threatened. So confident. As he said that, he lifted the hair covering his left eye with his left hand, revealing the pupil with the pattern of Xiaxian's Haiwu engraved on it. Congratulations on guessing correctly. Although he said this, Tired was not in a hurry to attack, but asked the young man. Now, how do you view your family? Family? Of course, my family loves me, and I also love my family. After hearing the boy's answer, his tired and expectant eyes turned cold. Do not understand. I don't understand it at all, and I don't want to understand it. His humanity has disappeared and he hates this feeling. When it comes to love, all you need is fear. Just when Lei was about to launch an attack and Tajmi was about to pull out the weapon on his back that could decide the outcome of the battle, a sound from the darkness attracted their attention. Don't run away, you guy! Inashuk shouted at the fleeing ghost, flanked by Tanjiro and Zenitsu who were running together. And when she saw Tired, it was as if she had seen a savior, and she made her own prayer. Tired! Help me! Help sister! With tears in her eyes and a face full of longing, she was destined not to get the response she deserved. You three! Be careful! Laugh! The sharp silk thread swept towards his sister, and after cutting off the girl's head with just one blow, it still slashed back with unabated power. Block him! Inashuk! You don't need to remind me. I know. Tanpakiro. Ding! Breath of Water Type 1 Water Slash. Breath of Beast 2 Fangs Blade Slash. When the other two heard Tajmi's warning, they also used their blades to block the sweep of the spider silk, but the blades shattered. That's right, Tanjiro and Inashuk, who were responsible for the main resistance, looked at the shattered blade in despair. Although he blocked the ghost's attack, there was nothing to be proud of. As for Zenitsu, he lay down flat on his back as he was already asleep, avoiding the line's attack. This wave is a flat victory. Bang, 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 bang. Tanjiro and Inashuk's Nichiren swords were full of cracks and looked like they might break at any time. As Tanjiro and Inashuk were swept away, they were rolling on the ground. The box behind Tanjiro also became loose due to the fierce collision, causing a cute girl with her eyes closed to roll out of the box. Nezuko! Tanjiro's panicked shouts echoed through the forest. Looking at his sister lying on the ground, Tanjiro, fearing that something might happen to her, crawled towards his sister. After taking his sister into his arms and inspecting her carefully, Tanjiro's eyes widened. Chapter 19 Bond. I heard that my knife was broken? Wait, kid, I'll be there soon. Let me help you kill the evil spirits. With just one blow, the knife. I'm sorry, Master Lintaki, I'm sorry, Mr. Steel Mound, it's all my fault that my sword broke. I'm sorry, Nezuko, it's my brother who is so useless. Just when Tanjiro was holding his sister, looking at the blood on Nezuko's body and saying sorry in his heart, the sister who had her head cut off by a tired blow also asked her brother. Tired? Why? Tired, tired. Shut up, sister. Ignoring his useless sister, I stared at Tanjiro, who was holding his sister with wide eyes. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at the two of them, speaking with a trembling tone. Are you and that girl, brother and sister? It's obvious that my sister has turned into a ghost. Even so, do we still have to be together? Just as Lay was mumbling to himself, Inashuk jumped up from his lying position with a carp roll. Haha! Damn, you are so strong. Are you blind? I can tell that Tanpakiro and that kid are brother and sister. No wonder they are ghosts living in the mountains. They are completely wild children. Hearing what the pig-headed boy said, Tajmi couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. What qualifications do you have to say this? This is the real bond, I really want it. Tired. I am your sister, I am your family. Shut up. Laugh, boom. With a casual swipe, several silk threads formed a large net, dividing the ghost who called herself sister into several pieces. Blood was spread all over the ground, and the mesh-like threads swept straight to the back, making a huge roar. In the end, you all failed to fulfill your mission, I mean sister, how on earth do you have the face to say such a thing? Luring the ghost hunter to his beloved brother. Looking at her eyes widened and angry, her sister spoke. No. That's not it, sister loves you, it's just that those guys are too strong, we need two people to defeat him. You are quibbling. Lay's faint voice came over, but he did not continue to attack, making my sister secretly relieved. But I'll give you a chance, help me snatch that child over. Laugh. Just when her sister had recovered her body and attached her head, the entire head and arms were seemingly teleported and decapitated by Tajmi, who appeared behind her. Hey! What happened? I was beheaded. What the girl saw before she died was her head slowly falling in the air and the boy's eyes looking at her. At times like this, it's better to kill one first, and I was listening carefully just now. You are tired, right? 14. So what? Looking at this guy on the ground, I understood. You think the only way to maintain family ties is fear. This also explains why you reacted so well when I mentioned the word love. Big. The eyes are the window to a person's soul. I can't see any feelings of family affection in your sister's eyes, only the purest fear and fear. On Zanchi's side, I also saw some women like this when I was on a crusade against mountain bandits. There were those with dull eyes, and there were those whose bodies had been ruined, and those who had just experienced the violence of the bandits, but when I was waiting for someone to rescue them, the feeling in their eyes was the same. Although I am accustomed to this kind of look, I just want to express my denial of tiredness. Because, even if they are not family, there are still things that are better than family. The friends he grew up with, the people in the village who raised him and others. Having experienced the feeling of being adopted, can I say that they are not my family? Just as the girl dissipated into hell with a look of relief, Tajmi raised the Nikaran sword and questioned Tairui. Ghost, does such a guy really have the so-called family affection? Speaking, Tajmi shook her head. No. In my eyes, you are all guys whose humanity has been quietly erased by Kibutsuji Mukai's blood. If you want family affection, treat it with sincerity. But how can you show your sincerity when your humanity has been dehumanized? They keep talking about bonding, but they act very high pressure. I think. Looking at the chattering young man, Xian was as upset as the boss who listened to the protagonist's words. It's so noisy. It's so noisy. You're a trash who can only chatter endlessly. Looking at the ghost in front of him, the young man didn't feel that the guy in front of him was worthy of sympathy at all. Only when you die, your sincerity will be revealed. Just as Tajmi finished speaking, both sides took action. Vampire technique, killing the eyed cage. Breath of water drizzle change. Like a twisted rope, Lay instantly weaved a large net and shot it out from his hand. At the same time, it instantly turned into a thread covering Tajmi's body, trying to catch the young man and strangle him. Watching Tajmi dance the sun blade, Lay said calmly, "It's useless. Even the weapon was broken when you resisted my attack for the first time. You are dying to resist." Just when I thought the boy was going to die, countless blue light spots bloomed instantly. The hazy drizzle is turning into a violent storm. The pounding raindrops kept hitting the spider web at the same time. The sound of the sword blade colliding with the thread was heard, and the boy's voice slowly came out. People in the village like the tiny raindrops that come for the first time in the first year, because it symbolizes that the first year's harvest will be blessed by God. But I prefer such storms. Because in dealing with such a decadent country and the threats around it, it is impossible for tiny raindrops to purify those dirty things. Only when washed by the downpour, will nature return to its original appearance. This is my wish, my dream. Take your smelly cobwebs, and dissipate in the rain." As the boy completely adapted to the use of the breathing method, he was able to control the Nikaran sword in his hand more perfectly without breaking it. The speed is improved to a higher level, physical strength can be better distributed, and the continuous combat time is greatly increased. Even this ordinary silk thread can be cut by myself using the Nikaran sword. Chapter 20, The Team of Beheaders. And if you didn't learn the breathing method, you would have to use your own superstandard weapons that are sharp enough to cut down people's armors and weapons. Although he might be bullying the young ghost in front of him, there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing Tajmi easily defeating his own attack, Lay spoke calmly. "Do you think that was the strongest hardness of my thread just now?" A tired and faint voice came, and the threatening tone made Tajmi smile back. "Then do you think this is the only weapon I have?" Tanjiro was shocked as he hugged his sister. "What is water breath drizzle change? Are there any other sword types for Mr. Kintaki's water breath?" The person in front of me, who seemed to be about the same age as me, was actually able to defeat such a large-scale attack. And he was cut off by just a thread from the other party. If that's all, forget it, and it will involve Inashuk. Yazi. Ha 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 ha. So strong. That guy is so strong. Just when Tanjiro turned to look at Inashuk, he saw the pig-headed boy holding the broken handle of the Nikaran sword in both hands. The remaining blade was not even 10 centimeters. Even so, he was still stomping his feet excitedly. What he lamented was not the ghost, but the guy who was confronting the ghost. Growing up in the mountains, he developed excellent intuition. In his perception, this guy with short brown hair in a white jacket was a little bit better than the ghost opposite him. The sound of tearing through the air when Hikari wielded the sword, as well as the easily cut silk thread, all illustrate the fact that this guy's body is abnormally strong. That is a realm that I cannot reach now. I need to train myself and challenge this guy. Who? My wife, Zenitsu, lay down under a tree at some point, sleeping like a dead pig. Just when the three of them were thinking about something, the two parties that had stopped started to move again. "Since you are so brazen, just try my hardest silk thread. Vampire technique, carved line rotation." Lay brought his hands together, and countless silk threads gathered into a circle, weaving a giant swirling cocoon, and shot it towards Tajmi. Watching the blood-red thread shoot towards her, Tajmi did not dare to use this Nikaran sword to try the forging technology of this era even though her life was at stake. With his backhand, he slowly stretched his hand towards the hilt of the sword behind his back and inserted the Nikaran sword into the scabbard hanging on his belt. Because I had long thought about pulling out this long sword, I also prepared a scabbard for the Nikaran sword. Otherwise, if the attack is cracked, what weapon can be used to behead him? You can't rely on love to convert ghosts. It's not good to keep cutting heads with a long sword, but I treasure this weapon that I forged with my own hands. Just like modern people who like cars have their favorite luxury cars, and people who like 2 dimensions have their favorite figurines. My own sword. Before you find your next replacement. It's my wife. confident face. Although it was a little embarrassing when others looked at me strangely when I was removing the weapon and scabbard. Full concentration, the breath of water. Jinch. In previous lives, the meaning of jinch was known as solar terms. It means that the spring thunder sounds, everything revives, and hibernating animals begin to wake up and move around. To sting is to hide. There are also many moves named after this name in their respective martial arts novels. And why he chose this name is of course related to the attack he will face next. As the young man pulled out the sword blade hidden in the scabbard, a flash of blue light quietly bloomed from the scabbard. In the blink of an eye, the blue light became extremely dazzling, just like the blue sky during the day. The hidden brilliance bloomed instantly, shining in the black night sky just like the awakening of insects. Boom! At the same time that the ground beneath his feet was trampled to pieces, the boy's entire body disappeared in an instant. Others could only vaguely see the flash of blue light, the result of the blood-red threads being cut off layer by layer. What happened? The extreme thrust and the blue light that bloomed instantly made Lay stay in place. His hands were still maintaining the action of releasing the vampire technique just now, and he didn't understand what was happening. The line is obviously close to that guy, but what's going on with that huge gap in the middle? This guy destroyed my vampire technique in an instant, without even a single thread touching him. Even the strongest line can't defeat this guy. The wide-eyed tired couldn't figure out what this guy meant by jinch. After all, he is a child who has not been to school for 100 years, so we cannot expect him to have a high level of knowledge memory. Tajmi was running on the ground, inserting the long sword into her back and pulling out the Nikaran sword from her waist. Seeing Tajmi approaching quickly, Lay stretched out his hands and shouted loudly. "That's impossible! Do it again! Just one more time!" Unwilling to believe that his strongest line had been cut, he shouted unwillingly. "Laugh! Mages are most afraid of close combat, don't you guys move out of position." After blinking tiredly, he realized that the guy who was supposed to be still running on the road was behind him in an instant and cut off his head with one blow. And he was saying something he didn't understand. What is a mage and what is his position? Don't understand, don't want to understand. But the moment his head was chopped off, he suddenly recalled the things he had forgotten. What is family affection and what is bondage? I can't remember exactly how many years ago it was. What I vaguely remember is that when I was a child, I heard a very touching story. This is the best story I have ever heard. It was in a small river. In order to save a child who fell into the river and drowned, a father unfortunately died. His child lay on his body and cried uncontrollably. Yes, the story is that simple. Even so, I was still very moved. What a great love, and family ties. The father who died in the river fulfilled his mission as a parent perfectly. In contrast, why is his father such a guy? My father wanted to kill me. Holding a knife in the middle of the night, he wanted to kill himself, crying and saying sorry over and over again while holding the knife high. Even my mother is the same. She will only kneel there and cry, and will not protect me who is about to be killed. 15. Chapter 21 Zhu and Siblings. Butterfly Ninja. It's all fake. The bond between us is not real. Sitting in the courtyard and looking at the moonlight in the dark night, the young man just thought quietly without saying a word. After I killed my parents out of anger that they would be killed, I sat here thinking about the meaning of life and love. However, he was attracted by the words murmured by his mother who was barely holding on for breath. I couldn't give you a strong body. Sorry, tired. After saying this, the mother stopped breathing. When he heard his mother's words, his eyes widened. At that moment, he also vaguely remembered hearing his father's words when he woke up. It's okay, I'm tired. We will die with you. At that moment, I suddenly understood what a true bond is. And I, as early as that night, cut him off with my own hands. It's all the fault of your parents who can't accept you. You have to be proud of your strength. With the encouragement of Lord Wuhan, apart from thinking this way, I couldn't tolerate my hopeless self doing such a thing. After that, every day, I couldn't help but miss my parents. Even if you create a false family, it still won't fill the emptiness in your heart. The head that had been chopped off on the ground began to gradually dissipate, and the body, driven by will, staggered towards the two brothers and sisters. Because I am too powerful, no one can protect me. I am getting stronger step by step, my memory of being a human being is gradually disappearing, and I am increasingly unclear about what I want to do. Bang! His body fell to the ground and began to dissipate. The dissipated feet were no longer enough for him to walk in front of the brother and sister. And the guy who chopped off his head came to him and was ready to do something. Tajmi slowly squatted down and met Tired's eyes. Has your own humanity returned? Tired. Although I don't know what human nature is, I did recall a lot of things. Seeing Lele respond, Tajmi scratched her hair in embarrassment, but still touched Lele's head and said with a smile. Although it's only temporary, but you can call me Uni-I-chan. I'll be your brother. Although I don't know how many years older than the guy in front of me. But looking at the smiling young man, Tired still murmured. Uni-I-chan. My hands are so warm, like the gentle sunshine shining on my face. His smile is like the sun that can melt the ice in your heart. This is the bond. What you want? I remembered that I had always wanted to apologize. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Father, mother, and the people he killed. After saying these words, his tired body completely turned into ashes and floated into the sky. Seeing the fatigue gradually dissipate, Tajmi also breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, I felt like I was hallucinating for a moment just now. I heard someone saying thank you to me, and I also heard the boy crying. However, after thinking for a while, and finally accepting this setting and thanking him, the young man stood up and walked towards the three young men under the tree. Yo! Are you three injured anywhere? Tajmi waved with a smile and put the Nikaran sword back into its sheath. He said hello and walked over. Although Zenitsu couldn't hear it, it would be nice if the other two could. No. No injuries. Thank you for your concern. Hey! You guy! Let's have a showdown with me. After ignoring the challenge of the pig-headed boy and making the pig snort in anger, the boy came to Tanjiro and squatted down slowly. I'm very interested in your earrings, is this your sister? Earring. Tanjiro, who was a little confused as to why the person in front of him was interested in his own earrings, hurriedly responded after hearing about his sister. Yes, my name is Tanjiro. Kamatu Tanjiro. Her name is Nezuko. She is my sister. Although you are a ghost, Nezuko has never hurt anyone. Watching Tajmi put her hand on the handle of the knife, Tanjiro said quickly. The next moment, Tajmi pushed Tanjiro to the ground and lowered his head. Ding! The beautiful figure that suddenly jumped out of the forest hit him instantly, and dazzling sparks appeared between the collision of the sun blades. After Tajmi defended against the attack, she looked warily in the direction of the incoming person. Who are you? Tatsumi-san, who is pretending to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why do you want to hinder me from killing demons? The butterfly ninja who came all the way could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Although he was smiling, his two purple eyes did not reveal any emotion. Is it because he has killed all the ghosts and there are no obstacles on the way to find them? Looking at the butterfly ninja, the boy thought. After hearing that she was exposed, Tajmi spread her hands and simply moved them. I don't pretend anymore, I show my cards. I've been discovered. Then there's nothing we can do now. My name is Tajmi. I'm a blacksmith and swordsman by profession. Blacksmith? He's really amazing. The purple-haired girl who chuckled slightly tilted her head and continued smiling. So, Can you please Tajmasan get out of there? That child is holding a ghost, he might attack you. After saying that, the butterfly ninja compared his hand to a trumpet, put it to his mouth and shouted softly to Tanjiro. Little brother, what you are holding is a ghost. It is very dangerous, so please get out of there. No. No. You are right, she is my sister. Tanjiro, who hesitated and didn't know how to answer, had a short circuit in his brain at this moment. As a member of the Demon Slayer squad, he actually brought a ghost with him. This situation was unreasonable no matter how you looked at it. That's right, that's really pitiful. The butterfly ninja who covered his mouth seemed to be a little bit intolerant, but he still said with a smile. Then sister will help you kill her with a gentler poison. Looking at the butterfly ninja who picked up the blade, Tajmi put the Nikaran sword in his hand back into the scabbard on his waist. Oh? Little brother, won't you continue to protect that ghost? No. Because someone is coming. And I protect her for a special reason. Special reason? The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Gyutomyoka, who was wearing a plaid short hexagram, also rushed to the scene after the butterfly ninja. Where's the 12 ghost moons? After looking around for a week without finding any sign of the ghost, Gyuhu spoke. Killed by me. That's it. After that, the two fell into a long silence. Allah Allah, Mr. Tomioka is here too. Can you kill that ghost with me? Chapter 22, Spider Mountain End. As a sister, she turned into a ghost, so pitiful. Although the boy put the Nikaran sword back into its sheath, the butterfly ninja still did not dare to act rashly. The guy in front of her was not a member of the Demon Slayer squad, and his current behavior of protecting ghosts was enough to make her careful. It is wrong to protect ghosts. Even if it has been thousands of years, no one will protect ghosts. Not only the butterfly ninja thinks so, but everyone on the Demon Slayer team also thinks so. Except for a few people. After observing the surrounding environment in detail and confirming the death of 12 demons, Gyuo looked at the little Nezuko who opened her eyes in Tanjiro's arms. After looking at it in detail, he recalled that he had spared a ghost's life 3 years ago. That was very rare, and could even be said to be his boldest move. Since becoming a pillar, no ghost has avoided death at his own hands. It turned out that that time was no exception. I vaguely remember that the child with burns on his forehead was attacked by the sister in his arms, and the two were in a stalemate on the snow. He arrived and prepared to kill the evil ghost, but was dissuaded by his elder brother. Advise yourself not to swing the blade and hurt your sister. Finally, this guy. Kneel down to yourself. Kneeling like a dogza, she kept praying that she would not kill her sister. However, this behavior made him angry and he shouted angrily. Don't put the power of life and death in the hands of others. Don't pray to others on your knees. If this had worked, your family wouldn't have been killed. Yes, Yiyang saw a little bit of himself in this child. 16. I was angry with him, and I couldn't fight with him when I was angry. I am also angry at my former self. It wasn't until what the two brothers and sisters did later that they changed their views. Because family members turned into ghosts, there were many people who attacked themselves when they saw the ghosts being killed by them. My brother made the same choice. Let my sister go, let my family go. I have heard this so many times before. In the end, without exception, they were all eaten by ghosts. Because it is normal for ghosts to eat their brothers and parents when they are hungry. It is because of its high nutritional value. People who have just become ghosts need a lot of food to restore their exhausted physical strength, and the transformation of a person into a ghost species will also consume physical strength. But the ghost in front of me was a little bit different. It's so special that there may only be one such case in the thousands of years since ghosts appeared. After he knocked down his brother, his sister's behavior shocked him. The first time she broke free from control was not to attack her brother who was lying on the ground, but to protect him and threaten herself. You are. Just as he was about to say something, Yiyang suddenly remembered what kind of occasion this was. Zhang. Mr. Tomioka. Looking at Tomioka Jiyu, who was facing him and pulling out the Nichiren sword, Butterfly Ninja was a little in disbelief. The Demon Slayer Corps does not allow members to attack each other. This is one of the iron rules that even pillars must abide by. Everyone comes together for a dream. However, the most taciturn person in the pillars was currently drawing his blade to guard himself. Why? Mr. Tomioka, you were obviously telling me just now that you would show no mercy to evil spirits. This is what Tomioka Jiyu said when the two separated during the search for Spider Mountain. Don't show mercy when you see ghosts, especially the 12 ghost months. But when fighting, no matter what, be sure to wait until your companions arrive. I did say that. Then why? Because this ghost is very special. Special? What's so special about it? Butterfly Nin tilted his head, looking at the two of them a little surprised. Forget about outsiders, even Zhu will come to protect ghosts. Although she is said to be special, I don't know what is so special about her. Is it because she can't eat people? Or maybe she doesn't have any evil habits. However, these are just reasons. There was no way he could change the fact that she was a ghost. You clearly said that you can't get along well with ghosts, but now you look like you don't want to answer. That's how you make everyone hate you. Just when the Butterfly Ninja thought Tomioka Jiyu was about to tell him the reason. I'm not hated. The scene fell into silence for a moment, and the Butterfly Ninja even twitched his eyebrows, feeling helpless. That's really embarrassing. It turns out you don't even have the consciousness of being disliked. I was the one who talked too much. I'm really sorry. Now it was Tomioka's turn to be shocked. Did he always have this setting in the Demon Slayer Corps? Do the other pillars see themselves this way? At this moment, Mr. Yiyang's life values collapsed. Watching the familiar conversation between the two, Tajmi's shoulders shook violently. No, you have to hold it back and don't laugh out loud, it's very rude. After finally holding back, Tajmi clapped her hands, and the noise she made caught their attention. You two, please put away your knives first. This kind of meaningless conflict is unnecessary now. Oh? Little brother, do you think it's unnecessary to kill the evil ghost? Seeing the Butterfly Ninja ignoring the word conflict, Tajmi couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. When you argue with a woman, the other person will often come up with other reasons. It was not uncommon for her to get into trouble with Sheho because she didn't go along with the child's wishes. Tajmi, whose hair was full of black lines, looked at Butterfly and said helplessly. I mean, let's repair it first. We need to replenish it after going through the battle, and there are also wounded people who need to be treated, right? And I think your next order is on the way. After all, it's better to deal with such a special case rationally. After saying that, Tajmi looked at Nezuko, and Tanjiro was so frightened that he took his sister into his arms. Seeing Tanjiro's actions, Tajmi smiled, and Tanjiro was stunned for a moment when he saw that sunny smile. Just as several people were confronting each other, the two crows gave orders and asked the two pillars to put away their weapons. The content is to bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back to the headquarters. As the crow kept repeating, Tajmi picked up the wooden box on the ground and handed it to Tanjiro. Thanks. You're welcome, I told you, I'm very interested in you. Although he didn't know where his interest came from, Tanjiro could only nod his head. In this way, everyone went down the mountain facing the sunrise after meeting up with the transaction processing team hidden. Chapter 23, First Meeting with the Pillars. After being blindfolded and wearing earplugs, and being carried all the way to the Demon Slayer headquarters by the hidden reserve members, Tajmi breathed a sigh of relief when she looked at the mansion in front of her. Thank you for your hard work. It's great that you understand. He handed the earplugs and eye mask to the members of Yin. When he found that Tanjiro's hands were tied, the boy asked for the box from Yin. "Leave this box to me, I'll carry it in." Slightly embarrassed, he looked at the butterfly ninja. "This, butterfly ninja-sama. Just leave it to him. I'll be watching." "Mr. Tomioka, what do you think?" The butterfly ninja was still smiling, making it unclear what she was thinking. Tomioka Jiyu just nodded and silently followed butterfly ninja. Originally, he was also the one who was going to be tied up, but he didn't resist, so the butterfly ninja just let nature take its course. In this way, 5 people and 1 ghost officially arrived at Yubayashiki Mansion. "Oh! I'm back, I'm back. I heard that one of the 12 ghost moons was defeated, and I, Yuzui Tianyuan, am waiting here. I saw him standing in the courtyard, carrying 2 weird blades on his back, wearing a sleeveless demon slayer uniform, with silver white hair with a ponytail, a headdress inlaid with bright gems hanging on his forehead, and 2 strings of light cyan hanging on both sides of the headdress. A gemstone chain and a weird tattoo on his left eye. So, this is the demon slayer member with the ghost. I expected him to be a ruthless character, but I didn't expect him to be an ordinary guy. Your Tanjiro, who had his blindfold and earplugs removed, had a confused look on his face. After being knocked on the head by Yin to remind him that the other party was a pillar and not to be unreasonable, Tanjiro became quiet. After looking at the mediocre Tanjiro, Uzuki Tenjin turned his attention to the boy carrying the wooden box. "So you are the guy pretending to be a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? I heard that you defeated the 12 Demons Moon. Is that the upper string?" Xixian's Haiwu. Seeing Tajmi's neither humble nor arrogant answer, Yuzui Tianyuan lowered his head and carefully observed Tajmi's body. "Well, my body has been trained very well. I am worthy of being a ruthless character who kills the last person. She is very beautiful. I am Yinsu, Yuzui Tianyuan. Hello, Mr. Yusu." Although it was only a cursory observation, Yuzui Tianyuan could be sure that the guy in front of him was definitely not an ordinary guy. Although he has such a thin body, compared to his own, the aura coming from his body is no weaker than that of other pillars. And looking at the movements of the body and the solidity of the steps, Yuzui Tianyuan could conclude that the other party must have received special training like him since childhood. "So you are the boy who defeated 12 demons?" "That's it. I am Flame Pillar Purgatory Anjiro." "Young man." "Hello." The man with an energetic face greeted Tajmi. He had bright yellow hair with a little red at the tips. He was full of breath and had a loud voice when he spoke. The haori on the body is white and embroidered with flame-like patterns, and the inner part is the same black uniform as other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. "Hello, Mr. Purgatory. What a handsome boy. My name is Mitsurai Kanroji, I am Koizu." With her hands on her lips, the girl with pink hair and a hint of green at the tips looked at Tajmi with bright eyes. The size of the girl's chest stretched out her black uniform so much that it would be rude to look at her more than once. "Hello, Miss Kanroji." But it is true that Tajmi's current outfit was a trendy outfit even in her previous life. "Namo Amitabha. I am a rock pillar, mourning on the island and wandering in the dark." The man with his hands clasped together, a large rosary on his chest, white eyes, and a long gash on his forehead also said hello. Muichiro Tokitoru stared blankly at the sky without saying a word. Let's not talk about the civilians below. After all, the Demon Slayer squad cannot punish outsiders at will. But things inside the Demon Slayer squad are different. How should Tomioka deal with it? I have a headache just looking at him without even being tied up. According to Butterfly Ninja, Tomioka's behavior is considered a violation of team rules. How should we hold him responsible? How should he be punished? What kind of suffering should we make him suffer? You have something to say, Tomioka. Everyone turned their attention elsewhere, only to see Tomioka Jiyu standing far away, with a sense of distance between him and everyone. 17. Well, it doesn't matter. He followed me obediently anyway. We'll talk about the punishment later. Butterfly Ninja finally solved this awkward atmosphere. Knowing Tomioka's behavior, she knew that if this continued, a group of them would stare at Tomioka for a whole day without him saying a word. The most important thing is, little brother. As a member of the Demon Slayer squad, you will carry ghosts with you on missions. Regarding this matter, I want to hear the explanation of the person involved. Of course, this behavior itself has violated the team rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. You know that, right? Little brother. In this way, Tajmi silently looked at where Tanjiro was speaking, while the others directly sentenced him to death without listening. Looking at the others, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a little desperate. No matter what I say, these people think that their sister deserves to die. The members of the Demon Slayer squad, without exception, are all people who have a strong hatred for ghosts. It is impossible for someone like me to integrate into such a group. Moreover, he also implicated Mr. Tomioka. After hearing no useful news, the Butterfly Ninja turned his attention to Tajmi and Tomioka-jiu. So, can you please explain to this little brother and Mr. Tomioka, what's so special about this ghost named Nezuko, Tanjiro Kamatu's sister? After everyone looked at Tomioka-jiu speechlessly for a while, they then looked at Tajmi. Do you want me to explain? Tajmi had already expected the scene before her. With Tanjiro's eloquence, he could only say that the ghost was his sister, that he wanted his sister to turn back into a human, and that he and his sister could protect humanity together, etc., which missed the point, so these pillars didn't bother to pay attention. Then I will explain simply and directly, the ghost in the box I am carrying, Nezuko is. Hey. I just said why I didn't find it. After asking Yin's team members in detail, I found out that it was in your hands. Give me the box, kid. After being interrupted, everyone looked in the direction of the person. I saw that this man was wearing a white open-breasted top with a black Demon Slayer uniform inside. Through the exposed parts, many wounds could be seen, not only on his body, but also on his face. Chapter 24 Yubayashiki Yoshiya. Although I understand your hatred of ghosts, but I won't accept it if you want to resort to violence. Looking at the ferocious look on his face, it would be quite a torture to go to the box. It is better not to give it to him than to give it to him. Oh? Interesting answer. Hearing the answer from the civilian in front of him, Immortal Kawasani raised the corner of his mouth. But, I'm not asking whether you agree or not. Boom. As he spoke, he squatted down slightly and jumped out in an instant, aiming directly at the box behind the young man. But how could Tajmi let him have his wish? Snapped. This kid. Seeing his arm being bounced away, Immortal Sakawashiya suddenly changed his movements and attacked the boy. Seeing the back and forth between the two, the others were also surprised. Oh! Was that the breath of water just now? It can block the attack of Xia Immortal River. It seems that there should be no water in the report of killing Xia Xian's Haiwu. Yinzu watched the back and forth battle between the two with great interest and commented. He liked watching people fight best. But I'm a little unfamiliar with the breathing method. It seems like I'm a newbie who just started using it. She was a girl after all, and the attentive butterfly shinobi noticed the boy's awkwardness at a glance. The movements are perfect. Even without the breathing technique, I think this boy can block the Fusugawa attack. I hope he joins the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing Jiro looked energetic, and his words were even more straightforward. The breath of flame is inherently explosive, and he sees the body's explosive power clearly than others. He knew how terrifying the power hidden in that boy was. As for the other people, they either speak less or don't like to talk, and there is even a blind person. Tajmi, who was fighting the Immortal River, had no thoughts at all. The more he fought, the more he felt the physical gap. Although the opponent is very fast, the frequency of attacks is just like the name of his pillar, like the attack of a strong wind. But this kind of attack with fists and feet is actually not impossible to deal with, especially after learning the breathing method. This kind of attack from Hashira, who is at the forefront of the Demon Slayer squad, will be easier for him to follow. After all, the breathing method is just a bonus to the body and is reflected in durability. In the battle with evil spirits, the pillar's main method of killing ghosts is the Nichiren sword, and then they use the blade to behead. If the two of them were to fight with the Nichiren sword now, the threat of the wind pillar would be increased by half. The real difficulty in fighting ghosts lies in the wear and tear of weapons and physical strength during the battle. People are weak. Before the advent of the breathing technique, the Demon Slayer team composed of swordsmen was really killing people all the time. How could they persist in fighting for a whole night with limited physical strength? Only later with the advent of breathing techniques did this extreme balance gradually return to balance. If the breathing method is compared to fire, then the people of the Demon Slayer squad are like firewood. Only when the two become one can qualitative change occur. If the people here don't learn the breathing method to kill the first level dangerous species, they will really die suddenly. Comparing the strength, the Feng Zhu in front of him is at least an adult male in his 20s, and he is only 14 years old. I can now kill dangerous species over 15 meters away, but the system of the people here is just like my previous life. It may be possible to kill a normal beast or something, but with the breathing method, the physical fitness can be improved to fight evil spirits. However, without the breathing method, it would be absolutely impossible to compete with those dangerous species with such physical fitness. As for weapons, there is even less comparison. After all, there are too many unique minerals, and this place is just the same as in the previous life. After knowing that he traveled to that empire, he often compared those high-end combat powers in his heart. Putting aside the imperial equipment and weapons, those people's power was already insane. Treating them as imaginary enemies is also a part of spiritual practice and a warning to oneself. However, the immortal Mikawa Sanya, who is constantly fighting with the boy, actually has his own considerations. The guy in front of him had indeed killed the subordinates, that was indeed true. Every time fists and kicks intersect, the power coming from them makes me secretly frightened. Not to mention the strength of the kid in front of him, his footwork is also stable. Especially his boxing skills in battle are more like martial arts that only martial arts practitioners can have. You can also feel the breathing method yourself, and the other person is rapidly changing from a novice who has just come into contact with the breathing method to a fully concentrated and normal one. It's amazing to keep changing your breathing habits during the battle. Even though it's a bit unfamiliar, the opponent's talent is amazing. I can also feel that the other party did not use all his strength, although the same is true for myself. But if this kid really lets go and fights with him, he will definitely lose. Why Yoshikawa Sanya came to such a conclusion is that it is physical strength and qualifications. This kid is adapting to the frequency of his attacks and is thinking of ways to counterattack. The opponent is growing rapidly during the battle. He basically couldn't make any effective attacks, and with the opponent's deliberate avoidance, he couldn't even touch the box. After fighting for so long, immortal Chuan Sanya also made a decision in his heart. At least in terms of qualifications, the other party is indeed an excellent material suitable for joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Bang! The young man who had just received Feng Zhu's punch felt a little strange. But at the next moment, Feng Zhu in front of him stopped his hand and knelt down in the courtyard. It was as if the violent wind-like attack just now had never happened. And not only Feng Zhu, but other pillars also knelt down. Then the voices of two children came one after another. "Your lord has arrived." A crackling sound sounded. "They're all here. My lovely children." A black-haired man walked out of the room. The horrific scars on his face were covered with blood vessels and his eyes were white. Anyone who saw this would know that this man was blind. However, the words that came from his mouth were so heartwarming, blowing the hearts of everyone present like the spring breeze blowing on their faces. Two white-haired children dressed up like girls helped the Lord Yashiki out. Just like this, I slowly walked to the eaves. Letting the sun shine on his face made him feel better. Good morning, everyone. The sky is very blue, there are no shortage of familiar faces. I am really happy to be able to welcome the biannual Zuhi meeting. And, I want to say thank you to that young man. I am Oyashiki Yoshiya, the leader of these children. Yubayashiki turned his gaze to Tajmi and spoke calmly, his voice was very gentle. Thank you for killing evil spirits and saving so many children. I am a traveler. It is my duty to save people, and I want to take this opportunity to join the Demon Slayer Corps. There is a reason why I would do this and pretend to be a member. I hope you can forgive me. Walking to the stage, Tajumi, who was standing side by side with the pillars, untied the box behind her and bowed to Yubayashiki. Chapter 25 The Eve of the Zuhi Meeting. Welcome to join. It seems that our Demon Slayer squad will have another pillar in the future. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and Yubayashiki was in a good mood. The death of one of the 12 ghost moons, the members of the Demon Slayer squad who took their sister who became a ghost and became the target of Wu Mei, and a new face who is expected to become a pillar. Moreover, the number of casualties in Spider Mountain was partially reduced with the help of others. Others had no objections to the Lord's easy permission to join. After all, it was the Lord who spoke in person. It would be better to say that if the other party is asked to join by the Lord but refuses, there will be great dissatisfaction. They are like cats, just brush them along with their fur. It's great that your Lord is in good health. I sincerely wish you all the best in the future. Thank you, Shimei. Just as the Lord thanked Shimei for his blessing, on the other side, the small theater in Mitsurai's heart at Koibashigan Roji Temple reopened. This is what I want to say to greet your Lord. Then Fengju, Immortal Kawasania's words directly brought the scene to the point. With all due respect. Before the Hashirago meeting. Regarding Tanjiro Kamado leading a demon to become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. I wonder if you can kindly explain it. That's right, I'm sorry for surprising you. I agree with what happened between Tanjiro and Nezuko. And I hope people will accept them as well. 18. As soon as Yubayashiki spoke these words, the reactions of the Hashira present were almost the same, except for the water Hashiki Tomioka Jiyu who remained silent and did not make any expression. Yanzu said with tears, even if it is your Lord's request, it is still difficult for me to understand obedience. Yanzhu also pointed his thumb at himself, I also hold Wei Li's opposition. I cannot accept members of the Demon Slayer squad who are carrying ghosts. Lianzu clasped her hands together and looked like a good girl, I abide by all your Lord's requirements, and the other child is very handsome. It would be best if we could become a companion. Ah! I accidentally said what was on my mind. I'm sorry, my lord. As for me, it doesn't matter what you say, I'll forget it right away anyway. At this stage, Muichiro was still not interested in anything, except for his master's words. Snake Pillar expressed his denial in a big way, can't be trusted, can't be trusted. In the final analysis, what I hate most is ghosts. As for the other person, I don't make any comments. Although you are your lord, whom I respect from the bottom of my heart. I really can't understand your thoughts. I fully oppose it. Yanzu's voice is always full of energy and his words are straight to the point. The Demon Slayer team is the one who implements the will of demon slaying. Please severely punish Tomioka and the other two violators. Hearing the objections from the others, Yubayashiki was not angry, but readily accepted their objections, and ordered his children to express the belief sent by his predecessor, Mizuo Bashira and Ninataki Seikanji. After hearing the content of the letter, others also looked incomprehensible. Although it is a letter from his predecessor, Shuizu, what has the Demon Slayer Corps relied on to continue over the past 1,000 years? Isn't it just anger and hatred towards ghosts? If this situation is written off, how should those dead members of the Demon Slayer Corps and those who were harmed by ghosts view this incident? And if this kind of thing has a beginning, what about next time? Yabayashiki was touched when he heard the children's determination. Because they are all elites selected from countless cruel trials. Unfortunately, even the strong opposition from everyone could not shake his decision. It is an indisputable fact that Nezuko has not eaten anyone for more than 2 years. 2 people even risked their lives for Nezuko, and there are people who have only met each other as guarantees. If we want to deny all of this, the denying party must also pay a higher price. Do you have this aspect? What's your plan? Yabayashiki choked up his words and made everyone speechless. As if he knew that Hashira would not give up, Yabayashiki cleverly changed the subject. Besides, there is something I want to tell my swordsman. Tanjiro once encountered Muzan Kibutsuji. Hearing the name Kibutsuji Muse, all the pillars lost their calm appearance before, and they all questioned Tanjiro about Kibutsuji Muse's abilities, appearance, and the location of his lair. Even Nezuko's matter, which was the appetizer at the beginning of the Hashira meeting, seemed unimportant to them. This time, Yabayashiki was determined to catch the traces of Muzan Demon Slayer. As the only Tanjiro who had contact with that guy, he couldn't just die so hastily according to the rules of the Demon Slayer Corps. Is it because of some unknowable change that happened to Nezuko that made Onibatsuji Muzan so aggressive, or for other reasons? We must find out. Kibutsuji, his reason may be just to kill people and silence him, but I caught the foxtail exposed by Kibutsuji for the first time and really didn't want to let go. I'm afraid something happened to Nezuko that even Kibutsuji didn't expect. Do you understand? Just when the topic turned to Nezuko again. Just like a rebellious child who doesn't understand the good intentions of his parents, Feng Zhu was the first to speak out loudly. I don't understand. My lord. If she is a human being, it is okay to keep her alive, but it is not okay if she is a ghost. I really can't accept the sacrifices and efforts our demon slayers have made in order to kill demons until now. Seeing the others arguing and igniting the flames of war on Nezuko, who was in the box at her feet, Tajmi was also a little helpless. There is indeed no one at fault in this matter. The Demon Slayer pillars will not waver in their determination to kill evil spirits. Yabayashiki wants to seize Muzan's handle, and Tanjiro wants to help his sister turn back into a human. And Nezuko is just a little girl who suffered a terrible disaster. Not to mention that this matter involves the former and current Shuizu. And I don't want to see this cute little girl get hurt because of such boring things, not to mention that this is a sanction between life and death. When he saw that immortal Sakawa Sanya had drawn out the Nikaran sword and was about to harm himself, Tajmi spoke. I know a little bit about the issue between Kibutsuji Muzan and Nezuko. Do you want to hear it? After hearing the information about Kibutsuji, Yabayashiki motioned for others to be silent and then looked at the boy. Please speak, young man. Seeing others looking at her, even Feng Zhu calmed down and no longer looked as ferocious as before. Tajmi was a little surprised. I thought Feng Zhu would retort ferociously and ask for the wooden box from me. As everyone knows, Feng Zhu really suppressed the anger in his heart, waiting for what this colleague who will join the Demon Slayer Corps in the future, the guy who is favored by the Lord, will say. If you agree, forget it, if not, Chapter 26 Zuhi Meeting, Part. I'm a traveler. I've said it before, please don't talk nonsense about the things that came out of my mouth this time. As a traveler, it's normal to know a little more, so please don't interrupt or ask when I'm talking, just listen quietly. Seeing that everyone was silent and just waiting silently for him to tell the information about Kibutsuji Muzan, Tajmi also sorted out his words and thought about the next entry point. With the Demon Slayer Corps' dedication to Demon Dance Suji Muzan, even if he openly tells the information, they would rather believe it than believe it. This gives yourself a lot of room to play. As for travelers, they are just a dispensable disguise for their identities. The time span is a bit long. Let me start with the goal of my trip. One of my goals for this trip is to find the Breath of the Sun user who inherited the flower earrings. Of course, this matter has something to do with Tanjiro. Furthermore, this matter is also closely related to Oniitsuji Musen. Me. Seeing Tanjiro's confused look, Tajmi nodded. Breathing method: when you come here, if you can come into contact with the breath of the sun, of course you have to give priority to the legendary breath of the sun, so there is nothing wrong with saying that. And I also want to help them put an end to this evil situation. As a human being, I cannot stand by and watch. The earrings in Tanjiro's ears are the origin of all breathing methods in the past. The earrings worn by the first breathing method users. And this swordsman was once in the Demon Slayer Corps, and he almost killed Demon Dance Suji Musen. What did you say? That Ghost King, Oniwu Suji Musen, was almost killed. Do you have any detailed information? Yuzui Tianyuan looked shocked, and the others didn't give in too much. Seeing everyone's reaction, Tajmi was not surprised. It took me a whole night to review it before I recalled the memory that I had forgotten in the corner of my past life. Although the memories are not complete, after coming into this world and coming into contact with evil spirits and the Demon Slayer squad, the memories of the past seemed to be slowly resurrecting from a frozen state, and became increasingly clear. That swordsman was once named Enikitsukuni, and the reason why Musen Kibutsuji went after Tanjiro was because of the earrings. He was afraid of Enikitsukuni, who had almost killed him, and the breath of the sun. The user just reappeared. In the past, Kibutsuji Musen only dared to appear again after killing a large number of sun breath users or insiders. And this time in Tokyo Prefecture, Asakusa and his party, Suji Musen, who is lurking in human society, unexpectedly saw this earring that he had remembered for hundreds of years. This is why Tanjiro is being hunted. So that's it, I did have close contact with that guy at that time. The smell on his body changed for a moment when he saw me. Tanjiro nodded, which established more than half of the authenticity of Tajmi's news. In this way, Yubayashiki Yoshiya and Hashira were all thinking, and Tatsumai was also thinking about the specific situation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Corps for thousands of years, this organization that has been constantly fighting against evil spirits has been on the verge of disbandment several times. Not to mention the massive loss of various records, the original breathing method and sun breathing can only be understood through handwriting passed down from generation to generation in the Yanzu family, which is enough to explain the problem. And Demon Slayer was almost killed once. The fact that the Demon Slayer squad didn't know about such an important matter is enough to explain everything. The deal was already done. After their hope of killing Oniitsuji Musen was dashed, the initial swordsman who fell into despair could only fight against Oniitsuji Musen's minions while waiting for their lifespan to be exhausted. Wuxian will not appear, which means that this generation has no hope of killing the other party. At the same time, after the people of his own generation die, Wuxian will harm the entire human society. They would resent that guy for not killing Wu Mei and not ending this hateful world, which is human nature. It's like playing in a LOL team because a particularly fat teammate didn't come to participate in the most important team battle and the game was lost. As a team, they are already divided. Will the other first swordsman who expelled Enikitsukuni regret it? Will you reflect on your behavior? Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't. He was angry when he couldn't kill Musen in time and expelled him from the Demon Slayer squad. But the behavior of figuring it out but never finding the other party laid the foundation for future disasters. While watching everyone thinking about whether there had ever been such a person in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tajmi continued. Perhaps you should be glad that Musen Kibutsuji didn't find out about Nezuko and start chasing her. Because Nezuko's situation is a bit more special. Special? I remember you once said. Seeing the butterfly ninja tilting his head, Tajmi nodded, then turned to Yubayashikiya and suggested, "My lord. Can we convene a Hashirago meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps now? I hope to discuss Nezuko's matter on a more serious occasion." Is this so? I understand. Then let's start this semi-annual Zuhi meeting now. Yubayashiki nodded and announced that the Hashira meeting had officially begun. As for Tanjiro and Nezuko, who were at the center of the problem, they were brought back to the butterfly house, waiting for arrangements after the meeting. The process of the Zuhi meeting is very long, so long that it can last for a day. The first is the mission report of each area and the damage and losses caused by the evil spirits. This aspect is relatively simple, but because there are many regions, reporting is troublesome, so it takes a long time. The situation is especially serious in the area of Nation Spider Mountain. This time, not 1 or 2 team members were lost, but nearly 100 team members. Because the level residuals are uneven, it is not easy for the demon slayers to judge this situation. I heard from reports that in the past, the search for Nation Spider Mountain was always unclear, and due to the shortage of manpower, other pillars were unable to free their hands. After losing 1 person, 2 people, and more people, until the 10-man team had no return, the Demon Slayer team realized that something was wrong. The total destruction of the swordsman means that the news will not be conveyed back to the headquarters, and the headquarters will send more team members again and again without understanding the situation, but they will be killed by the ghost. Therefore, the mission report for Nation Spider Mountain took the longest time. For this reason, the pillars also called Murata, who was the leader of the team that day, over and reported the situation of the day in detail. I am a gang level member, Murata. Don't talk nonsense and report quickly. Seeing the fierce look on Fengzhu's face, Murata trembled in fright. Yes, Lord Fengzhu Immortal Sichuan. Chapter 27 Zuhi Meeting, Part. After seeing our Murata team members come in, Tajmi waved and said hello with a smile. After noticing Tajmi, although he did not say hello, in this tense atmosphere, the Murata team members still reported the task process and gave feedback on the team members' status. When we went to Nation Spider Mountain, some team members also disobeyed orders. 19. Hearing this, Yusui Tianyuan said, "It is indeed the case, not to mention the qualifications of the team members this time are very poor, even the character are difficult to meet the passing standards. As a ninja, the most important thing is insight. He can also feel the low qualifications of the recent members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Especially in terms of quality. Look at the composition of the Demon Slayer Corps, former murderers, Iwabashira, ninjas, doctors, wild children like Tanjiro from the mountain village, Inashuk, and then the largest Huyashiki family, all kinds of people gathered together to form the Demon Slayer Corps. Although the Demon Slayer Corps accepts all kinds of people, even if their origins are unknown, everyone is still willing to believe and come together. But now there is a big problem with the uneven quality of the players. Then it's the problem of the breeders, too poor vision, taught these guys who are of no use at all." Immortal Kawasania still looked that ferocious, and the words he said made Murata shudder. In addition to those who joined the team after their loved ones were brutally killed, and those who have been ghost hunters for generations, these team members are required to have the same or better determination and courage as these people, and to show the result is very cruel. Yanzu lamented and Yu Xingming shed tears and continued. The other pillars were sitting quietly, waiting for Murata's next report. "That's it, we met this Demon Slayer member, Tajmi. Then after daylight the next day, everyone will go to Nation Spider Mountain together." It was obvious that the Murata team member, who was sweating coldly, also knew that the boy was a fake member of the Demon Slayer Corps. So at the end of the report, the efforts and help made by the young people were mentioned in a key point. Tajmi also followed the trend and used Murata's report to tell everything from the time she met them, arrived at Spider Mountain together, and finally learned the breathing method and killed Xiaxian's Haiwu in less than a day. It was just that the others fell into silence after Tajmi finished speaking. Seeing everyone's disbelief, Tajmi scratched her hair. In fact, the young man felt that he could kill a ghost like Lian who had been informed of the information without the breathing technique. Just to be a little more rigorous, he told the story about the breathing technique in an exaggerated manner. It's just that it seems to have the opposite effect. At this moment, Yubayashiki spoke. That's it, then go down, Mr. Murata. It's, my lord. After saluting, Murata resigned. After the Murata team members resigned, the only ones left in this room were Tajumi and the other pillars, as well as Uyashiki and his child. Now we can talk about that Kamado Tanjiro and his ghost sister. As the person with the biggest opinions on ghosts, Fengju Immortal Kawasania was the first to ask. Well, the current environment is just right. The candle light illuminated the room through the barrier, making it appear dark and eerie. Tajmi, who was sitting with her legs crossed in the middle of the pillar, nodded when she heard Fengju's question, and then spoke. I would say that Kamado Tanjiro's family has a close relationship with a Nimbutsuji Musen, because this is the second time they have met a Nimbutsuji Musen. The second time? Hey! Why the second time? Where was the first time? The first time I met Musen Kibutsuji was when Tanjiro and his family were killed. This is why I said that Tanjiro's family is related to Musen. What a poor child, Namo Amitabha. That little brother. Although they had seen and heard many cases, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when they heard such an example again. Sitting on the edge of the pillars, Yiyong's eyes widened even more. As far as I know, over the past 1,000 years, Musen Kibutsuji has made a lot of efforts to defeat the Sunday. And the lord who is also from the Yubayashiki clan with Musen should know. Musen and you are from the same clan. Matter. Well. Wuhan and I are of the same race. Even though we are separated by thousands of years, his curse still haunts our clan. He is a stain on our family. At this point, Uyashiki's words revealed unspeakable disgust. Tajmi nodded, then I will continue to explain. For these thousands of years, Musen has been looking for a plant called the blue higanbana. The effect of this flower can make ghost dance Tsuji-mu to further overcome the weakness of sunlight and reach the point of living under the sunlight. The blue higan flower is a plant that blooms only 2 or 3 days a year, and it only blooms during the day, and such a flower once grew in Tanjiro's hometown. Wuxian needs this flower very much, but this flower will never appear in front of him. How could a ghost that only haunts at night find flowers that bloom during the day? In this way, Wu Mei missed his own perfection and eternity. And the reason why Nezuko is special, actually has nothing to do with this flower. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, Tajmi smiled and said something to lighten the atmosphere. She is special because of her constitution. Just like people have thin blood that is a delicacy for ghosts, the same goes for their family's constitution. And Nezuko is also the second ghost to voluntarily break away from the control of Musen Kibutsuji after Miss Tamashii. Butterfly Ninja was stunned for a moment, and finally knew what the special thing the young man was talking about was. Others also had serious eyes. Regardless of whether the intelligence was accurate or not, the mere possibility would not make it happen. Just when Feng Zhu was about to speak, the boy's next words held him back. Of course, please don't say that killing them will prevent Wu Kei from becoming perfect. If killing them works, when will you plan to eliminate Wu Kei? In the next life. Whispering sound. Immortal Sakawa Sanya, who groaned, also knew the seriousness of the problem. After Tajmi said this, the two of them could not deal with it casually, and he could not fight on this topic. And thinking about it conversely, the two of them also attract Wu Mei's bait. In this generation, they can definitely make the biggest breakthrough in history, and even kill Wu Mei. In fact, not only Immortal River, but others also think so. In this way, they can only accept this member with a ghost to become a member of the Demon Slayer team, and work hard to defeat Musen and turn their sister back into a human. I think Tanjiro is the same in this regard. Even if they become ghosts, the two of them can survive in the daytime. Why is the specific physique so special? It's back to the original point, the breath of the Sunday. And my goal for this trip is this breathing method. Chapter 28. The Zuhi meeting ends. The breath of the Sunday. Although the authenticity of the information needs to be discussed, I still thank you for the information you provided. Looking at her lord, Tajmi nodded. In Asakusa, Tanjiro met the ghost named Tamashi who hated Muzan. She had met Step Kuni and Ika before and saw Muzan almost being hacked to death. She is a medical expert. If we contact that ghost to cooperate, the progress of killing the evil ghost will be much faster. At least when we encounter Wuhan in the future, we must develop more powerful special medicines to target Wuhan. Hearing the boy talk about Tamashi, Yubayashiki also thought of Tamashi mentioned in the raccoon report. He originally wanted Tanjiro to say hello to Miss Tamashi on his behalf, but he didn't expect that he needed to contact her as soon as possible. Nezuko is a special ghost that is constantly evolving. It does not need to eat people, it only needs sleep to replenish the energy it consumes. I believe that after some time, she will be able to evolve to a level comparable to that of Shingling. Not only that, her vampire technique is probably also a special vampire technique for evil spirits. The above is my general understanding of this. You can choose to believe it, or you can choose not to believe it. After all, I am just a traveler, and an outsider. After listening to the boy's report, Yubayashiki nodded. Although his thoughts were racing, he did not explain how the demon slayers should deal with it next. Thank you for your information. I am here to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the entire Demon Slayer squad. In today's era, the only thing we can trust is people, so I choose to believe your intelligence. As for the authenticity of the intelligence, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps will work together in the future. As for Tajmi joining the Demon Slayer Corps, why not start as a stepson? What do you think? Stepson? Okay. Hearing Uyashiki's arrangement, Tajmi nodded. You can join Zhu as soon as you get up, which is quite convenient for you. The stepson's status in the Demon Slayer Corps is higher than that of the Class A members, and he can also be exposed to more breathing techniques. At least this kind of breathing method is suitable for different groups of people. The more the merrier, the better. You can also teach your two playmates when you go back. Then, how about becoming my stepson? Young man. The bright-eyed Purgatory Anjiro was the first to blurt out. He still had a good impression of this young man whom he met for the first time. Not only did not a Spider Mountain dare to enter the dangerous 12 Ghost Moons alone, he also saved many members of the Demon Slayer squad and is in good physical condition. The most important thing is character. He could feel the young man's passionate heart, which made it difficult not to be tempted. And he could touch the last quarter of the 12 Ghost Moon as soon as he came up, as if it had a special attraction. For the pillars present, it was common for him to not encounter a 12 Ghost Moon for several years. Mr. Purgatory Anjiro. Tajmi was still surprised to hear Purgatory blurt it out first. Although the breathing method is not very skillful, it is also the breathing of water. I also thought that I would be assigned to be a heroic stepson. Just call me Anjiro. Because you are a genius. If you can learn water breathing in less than a day, you can definitely learn other breathing methods. I believe in your future. And you have the right to choose. It doesn't matter if you don't want to choose me. Purgatory. Yuzui Tianyuan opened his mouth and was about to say something, but closed his mouth again. The other pillars didn't speak either. Wind Pillar Immortal Kawamiya and Snake Pillar Iguro Kobana are very suspicious. They don't have a good impression of this stranger who suddenly joined the Demon Slayer squad, but they don't have any hostility. The specific kind of person needs to be contacted in the future to understand in detail. The butterfly ninja didn't speak because he had a stepson. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was still thinking about the footsteps of the ghost he was following that day 3 years ago. Yanzu just kept reciting Namo Amitabha with tears in his eyes. Mr. Purgatory and his handsome little brother are a perfect match. Although I somewhat expect that my little brother will choose to be my stepson. But can I teach him well? No, Mitsurai. You are the best. Lianzu's eyes are bright, looking at the spirited Mr. Purgatory and the handsome Tajmi, the little theatre blooming in his heart is very exciting. I promise you. Purgatory. No, brother Angelo. Yet. That's good. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Xingjulan, who was laughing, the young man thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. I will stay here for a long time. At least after solving the Mugen train incident, I can go back there and continue working hard. With the world here as a buffer, I will definitely make great progress when I go back. Moreover, Purgatory Angelo was a very nice person in my mind, and I didn't want him to die so early in Mugen train. Then I am here to congratulate Xingjulan. Thank you, my lord. Purgatory Angelo, who looked energetic, expressed his thanks to his lord in a loud voice. So, today's Zuhi meeting is coming to an end. 20. After everyone's reports, the harm from ghosts is more serious than before. People's lives are under an unprecedented threat. Ghosts lurk in human society, just like beasts hidden in the night, making human beings' situation precarious. The next policy of the Demon Slayer team requires increasing the number of team members to deal with more and more demon disasters, and the information provided by team members Tajmi also needs to be confirmed one by one. There's also the matter of Nezuko and the Blue Higanbana. Having said this, Uyashiki paused. With an attitude that I would rather believe what I have than what I don't believe, I cannot reveal it to ghosts under any circumstances. And I, Yuzui Tianyuan, am a ninja. The level of confidentiality can be said to be the most beautiful among all the beautiful. Yuzui Tianyuan looked confident. Once Demon Dance Tsuji Mome is able to overcome the sun, it will be a catastrophic disaster for the demon slayers, no, for humans. We cannot allow more tragedies to continue. If someone takes refuge in the evil ghosts, if so, my blade will not show mercy. Feng Zhu had a serious look on his face, and anyone who looked at his bloodshot eyes would have nightmares all night long. Kamatu Tanjiro and Nezuko will be left to Butterfly House. I will be responsible for helping him practice, and I can also study Nezuko's blood. Leave it to you, Ren. Yes. Just when the other pillars wanted to say something, Uyashiki also felt that something was not right about the current atmosphere. Then interrupted the others. I believe in my children. I think, all of you here are the most elite swordsmen since the original breathing swordsman in the Warring States period. My swordsmen, I look forward to your future activities. Chapter 29 Stepson, Mission. Here's a picture of cute Inashuk. With the dissolution of the Pillar Conference, Tajmi was assigned to rest with the current Flame Pillar. After leaving the meeting room and walking on the way to the house where they rested, Anjiro said hello to the boy. This is a formal self-introduction. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Purgatory Anjiro. You can call me Purgatory or Anjiro. Because they were responsible for different areas, some pillars had already set off that night, while others could rest at the Lord's mansion for one night. My name is Tajmi, Brother Anjiro. Brother. Ha 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 ha. It really makes you feel happy. Then let's start learning breathing techniques now. Boy Tajmi. Looking at the boy, Purgatory Anjiro was in a good mood. Now? It's getting late. It doesn't matter. Since you have become a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, of course you need to be exposed to breathing techniques and swordsmanship as early as possible. And, I want to see your potential. Under the illumination of candlelight, Purgatory Xingjulan's bright eyes stared at the young man sitting opposite. Without further ado, let's go to the courtyard and get ready. After saying that, Xingjulan propped up his knees, slowly stood up and walked out of the house. And Tajmi followed closely behind. The next day, as the Hashiram meeting ended, Tajmi also rested for the night at Yubayashiki's mansion with Purgatory Anjiro. Although they were together, the two were still assigned to different rooms. Because they had to discuss breathing techniques, the two stayed in the room for an hour or two. Then practice breathing of fire and practicing swordsmanship outside. Finally, at about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the two returned to the room. You are really an amazing talent. I am more and more optimistic about you. Young Tajmi. Chongzhong just needs to work hard for the next step. Thank you, Brother Anjiro. Tajmi smiled and thanked Anjira. Looking at the young man in front of him, Purgatory Anjiro nodded. Not only was he quick to pick up the swordsmanship and breath of fire, but after being carefully pointed out about breathing issues, the opponent's good physical fitness also allowed him to quickly enter the normal stage. What are you writing? Young Tajmi. Of course, you don't have to say anything if it's inconvenient to say. Hearing Purgatory Anjiro's inquiry, Tajmi smiled and said, the letter to Tanjiro is about the breath of the Sunday. The other person has a straightforward personality and is a very nice person. He is gentle and considerate. He is worthy of being called the big brother in his previous life. Moreover, the content of this letter is not a particularly secret matter, so there is no harm in telling it. Is it the first breathing method? That's it. Brother Anjiro has been teaching me all night, so let's take a good rest now. Anyway, there are still several hours until morning. I will be responsible for waking you up then. Then please. Tajmi boy. Purgatory Anjiro nodded, got up and left, returning to his room. After writing and sealing the letter to be sent to Tanjiro, Tajmi continued to the courtyard and started practicing sword skills and breathing techniques. The explosiveness of the breath of fire is simply more powerful than the breath of water. My current system is more suitable for this focused and explosive breathing method. In this way, Tajmi, who had been practicing all night, watched the rising sun slowly and stopped practicing this time. After learning the breathing method, the physical fatigue is minimized, the physical strength can be better distributed, and the blood flow can also be controlled to a certain extent. After practicing like this for a day, I didn't feel sleepy at all. After waking up Purgatory Anjiro and the two of them having breakfast together, the notice from the rook forced them to set off immediately. Has anyone been killed? Thank you for your hard work, I'll leave now. After watching the crows fly away, the two of them made an appointment to wash up and then gather in front of the courtyard where the Zuhi meeting was held yesterday. It was unusual for a young man to go on a mission with Zhu. When Purgatory Anjiro saw Tajmi's excited look, he laughed from the bottom of his heart. No matter how mature the dialogue is a boy, and this purity alone makes people like him very much. Good morning, Brother Anjiro. Facing the morning sun, Tajmi yawned. Are you here, boy Tajmi? Thank you for your hard work after practicing all night last night. I'm really sorry that I suddenly asked you to go on a mission with me. Looking at Anjira, who was apologizing solemnly, Tajmi scratched her hair and said with a smile, I just want to thank you for your teachings. After seeing Purgatory Anjira bowing to the Ubayashiki mansion, Tajmi followed suit. Just as the two turned around and were about to leave, a female voice from behind made them stop. Ah, are you going on a mission? Hey? It's a butterfly. I have received the latest information about ghosts. It is said that the team members on the mission have been brutally murdered. Ordinary people have also begun to sacrifice their lives. I can't just leave it alone. Then Tajmi wants to go too. Staring at the boy with her purple eyes, Tajmi nodded in response. Yes, Miss Butterfly Ninja. After all, I am also a stepson now, so of course I am indispensable in killing evil spirits. Just ask me to endure it, is this? Butterfly, who tilted his head and couldn't help laughing, was stunned for a moment after seeing the letter handed over by the young man. This is a letter to Tanjiro. It contains the whereabouts of Hinata's breath that he still doesn't know yet. Please deliver it to me, Miss Shinobi. Well, okay, be careful on the road. In this way, after the two of them greeted Butterfly Ninja, they embarked on this mission. Turning to the butterfly house, Tanjiro and Inashuk are exercising. And Zenitsu had already gone to tease the little girl from Butterfly House. After all, in addition to San Xiaozai and Xiao Kui, there are also many girls from the hidden army working here. It's the letter that Team Tajmi asked me to give you. Hearing Tajmi, Tanjiro also remembered who it was. It was the man I met at Spider Mountain, the boy who smelled like the morning sun. Moreover, he treated Nezuko very gently, and he also explained in the meeting why he was hunted down by Muzan Kibutsuji. In such a serious atmosphere, he could also see that the guy with a scarred face wanted to pull out the Nikaran sword and hurt Nezuko. If it weren't for Tajmi, how could he have protected Nezuko with his arms tied up? Tanjiro was actually very grateful to the boy. Anyone who can smile like that is definitely not a bad person. Chapter 30 Letters, Traces of Evil Ghosts. After receiving the letter, Tanjiro opened it in front of the butterfly ninja and read the contents of the letter carefully. Kamatu Tanjiro, I'm glad to have met you. In fact, I joined the Demon Slayers during yesterday's Hashiram meeting. Currently, as the stepson of Enzu and Purgatory Anjiro, he is engaged in killing evil spirits. From now on, we will all be teammates. After seeing a smiley face drawn on the back of the letter, Tanjiro laughed and felt very good. It makes me excited to think about being able to perform missions with such a powerful person in the future. As for the breath of the sun that I mentioned, in fact, the ritual dance of Kagura, the god of fire, which has been passed down from generation to generation in your family, Tanjiro, is the breath of the Sunday. I really want to find out more about it from you right away, but because due to the sudden mission, Yanzu and I had no choice but to immediately set out to the scene of the incident to investigate the ghost. Seeing this, Tanjiro was a little surprised that his family's Kagura dance turned out to be the breath of the Sunday. He was relieved when he suddenly thought that his father could continue dancing all day long without getting tired. There is also a special situation about Nezuko. Nezuko can transform back into a human. The specific details may be. I will also find ways to pay attention to ghosts in future missions and help you get more information. A large amount of blood is needed to facilitate Miss Jushi's research on Wu Mei's blood. I hope your sister, Nezuko, can turn back into a human as soon as possible. Moreover, the other party was also working very hard. He didn't expect that he would immediately start the next task after a day's rest. He was still thinking about his sister Nezuko's condition. He really made me cry to death. There is another thing that may make you very sad. In fact, when I wrote the letter, I hesitated whether to tell you. But after looking at your eyes, I knew that you are a strong person. Well, here I will explain it in detail. 3 years ago, the culprit was responsible when your family was killed while you were away. Mom. Dozi. Hanako. Rokuta. Shigeru. Takeo. Nezuko. After seeing his family being killed and knowing who killed him, Tanjiro couldn't help but squeeze his hands tightly. While crumpling the letter, he couldn't help but shed tears. When he realized that he shouldn't treat the letter like this, he suppressed tears. After reading this content, his inner hatred for Muzukibutsuji increased to a higher level, and he opened the next of letter paper. Finally, during the Hashiram meeting, I saw Mr. Mizuho Tomioka's expression was very sad. It was probably because I told the reasons for these things. He must be blaming himself. He was blaming himself for why he didn't. If you can arrive earlier and meet Wuhan earlier, your family will not die. Although I feel very sad when I see it, I can only rely on you. Mr. Yang, he. In the part where he saw Jiyu, Tanjiro's tears were like the river water after a heavy rain, and the skyrocketing water level burst its banks in an instant. Can't stop anymore. Mr. Jiyu and Mr. Linteki vouched for themselves and Nezuko with their lives, but they did not expect to blame all the faults on themselves. 21. This is not Mr. Yi Yang's fault at all. People who practice water breathing are very good people in terms of mentality and character. I believe that Mr. Sui Hashira Tomioka Jiyu, who is kind, will be able to solve it. Work hard to become stronger, and I wish you a bright future. Finally, Give my regards to Mr. Jiu, Tanjiro. Looking at the signature of the letter, Tanjiro took a deep breath to stop his tears, thanked Butterfly Ninja and hurried back to his room. Looking at his sister Nezuko's sleeping face, he wanted to write something but didn't do it yet. Since his vocabulary was somewhat limited, he couldn't think of how to thank Tajmi for her explanation. Without this letter, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark. The other party even considered Nezuko's affairs and cared about Mr. Jiu. The important thing is that I saw the hope of Nezuko turning back into a human. After carefully folding the letter, he smoothed out the wrinkled parts and put it back in the envelope. Start practicing. Record the God of Fire Kagura in detail. Since it is the so-called breath of the Sunday. In this way, Tanjiro decided to pick up the ritual dance and practice it carefully before writing a letter and sending the detailed method to Tajmi. Nezuko, brother will do your best. Looking at his sister sleeping soundly, Tanjiro reached out and touched his little sister's head. Humu. Nezuko felt the gentle palm and couldn't help but rub it. Because he was carrying a knife, he could not show his face in a conspicuous place. So the two of them spent time in the house of Fuji, who had many people who were willing to help the Demon Slayer squad. During the period, the two of them also took a trip back to Purgatory Anjiro's hometown, where Tajmi also met Purgatory Anjiro's father and younger brother. After hearing that he had adopted his stepson, Makijiro looked disgusted. Although not very popular with his father, Tajmi and Senjiro still have a good relationship. After staying in their hometown for a day, the two set off on their journey again. After more than 20 days of traveling, Tajmi and Purgatory Anjiro arrived at the location of the mission. Looking at the surrounding environment, Tajmi nodded. Because it happens to be two small towns surrounding a larger town that also has a station, it is not surprising that ghosts would be here. Rather, the larger the population, the more the ghosts like it. Once the base number goes up, it won't be noticeable if a few people disappear every day. The two ran all the way, and after meeting Yin's team members somewhere, they began to learn about the specific situation from the Class A team members. Lord Yanzu? Who is this? This is my stepson. Did Master Yanzu actually accept a stepson? After hearing Yanzu sigh that he actually accepted his stepson, the female team member had a look of admiration on her face. My name is Tajmi. Hello. Looking at this team member, Tajmi also smiled and said hello. Tajmi-sama. Hello. My name is Yukimura Chizuru. I am a Class A member. Just call me Tajmi. Sister Chizuru. To be honest, I'm still not used to being called sir, but after replying, the other person's eyes became even more strange. This man is so kind. Yukimura Chizuru, whose eyes were filled with little stars, looked at the other party. Even though this little brother is handsome, he is still kind. She also has a sweet mouth and is so good at talking. After seeing Tajmi and Master Enzu looking at him with strange expressions, Yukimura Chizuru coughed twice and began to report the situation. Lord Yanzu. Many victims have been discovered in the eastern towns recently. Chapter 31 Speculation, Know a woman by smelling her fragrance. And there are rumors that the prisoners move along the train. They are called murderers. Because there are victims in 3 towns, everyone is excluding them one by one. Victims often suffer multiple cuts like marks all over their bodies, and eventually bleed to death. Some of them die directly on the spot and only blood stains are found the next day. The techniques are very cruel, and the victims are distributed over a wide range. In addition to the alleys in the towns, even the conductors on the railways have been reported to have been killed. Speaking of this Chizuru's face didn't look very good. The most serious thing is, that train called the Infinite Train, 20 days before your arrival, Mr. Yansu, more than 40 passengers on the train suddenly disappeared. The ghost that ate more than 40 people at once, maybe it was wound up. After listening to the report, Sing Julan couldn't help but frown. Before he became a pillar, no, since he joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he had never heard of such a huge incident that affected the general public on a large scale. The situation at Nation Spider Mountain was the result of low quality of team members and poor investigation. After all, it is an internal problem within the Demon Slayer Corps. But it is still unclear what kind of impact this current situation that harms the general public will have on this country and this society. Last month there were more than 40 people, so next month he dares to have 400 people. Thinking of this, Anjiro, who couldn't help but hate the evil spirits even more in his heart, spoke loudly with a loud voice. The devils are really a bunch of hateful guys. They involve so many ordinary people at one time, no matter whether they are upper or lower. Even Demon Dance Tsuji Mukai. The red flame sword in my hand. They will be burned until their bones are gone. Hearing this, Tajmi rubbed her chin. Sister Chizuru, the train conductor who was killed was not the conductor in charge of the Mugen train. No. What's wrong? Kyunz looked at Yanzu's new stepson in confusion, and even Xingjiro looked over, ready to hear what opinions this person he was optimistic about would have. The murderous ghosts wandering around the towns and railways, the casualties in the towns, the Mugen train, the places where these victims were killed are completely unrelated. Just assume that the murderous ghosts are killing people around the train. It seems a bit wrong to go out of your way to a town to cause casualties. Hearing Tajmi say this, the two nodded. They also feel that something is wrong here. And Tajmi continued to speculate. Generally speaking, ghosts can keep getting stronger if they can avoid being searched by ghost hunters and find ways to eat people, and then survive all the time. Then such a large-scale movement was suddenly made, and the contents inside are worthy of careful consideration. Is it to attract the attention of our Demon Slayer squad to facilitate other operations? Or is it just a matter of starvation? The appetite of evil spirits, or maybe, this is a conspiracy against Zhu. Ghosts who advocate keeping a low profile are wreaking havoc on human society in a big way. Maybe this time the situation will be the same as that of Nation Spider Mountain, with multiple ghosts, at least 3 or more. After hearing the young man's speculation, Anjiro thought more and more it became possible. As expected, he was not wrong about the person. The boy in front of him was exactly the kind of person whose fate would revolve around him. Anjiro had a premonition that he would definitely encounter one of the 12 ghost moons during this mission. Thinking of this, he felt that he should launch an investigation immediately. No matter what, success requires accumulation. Every clue, every effort, will eventually become the final blow to kill the evil spirit. Then start the investigation immediately. It's still early anyway. Let's see if the general public knows anything before night falls. Looking at the flame pillar, Tajmi and Miss Kyun-hee nodded. Understood, Brother Xing Shaora. Yes. Lord Yansu. Then I'll go ahead and notify other team members to get ready. Seeing the team members preparing to resign, Purgatory Xingjulan's eyes were bright and he nodded. Let other team members also be careful. Yes. In this way, Anjiro was responsible for the search in the town. While looking for the ghost's breath, he had to go to the streets with the team members in another town to learn the specific information. Chizuru notified the team members in the city to carefully carry out search operations. Tajmi, on the other hand, went to the station and boarded the train with the flow of people. After buying a ticket, Tajmi took a newspaper and read it quietly. I didn't expect the Mugen train incident to happen so quickly. Thinking of this, the young man felt helpless. After all, it was impossible for him and Yanzu to fly over, otherwise these 40 people might not have to die. Yanzu also said that during the Zuhi meeting, everyone finished the meeting as quickly as possible and returned to the area under their jurisdiction. There are always ghosts in some places who will seize the opportunity when this column is not around to cause trouble. During these days on the road, I also received a letter about the god of fire Kagura from Tanjiro. The handwriting on the letter is very delicate, not like the handwriting that Tanjiro can write. At first glance, it seems that it was written by a woman and ghostwritten. The letter first said hello to himself and explained the situation about Nezuko and the resolution of the heroic knot. Then the next step is Tanjiro's training progress, as well as detailed breathing methods, and sword skills from 1 to 12 types. And the sword skills actually come with small pictures. While the small characters are drawn vividly, the boy can still smell the fragrance of flowers from the black pen and ink. Taking a deep breath of the cold night air, Tajmi couldn't help but think about contributing to global warming. The faint scent of wisteria. That's right, Miss Butterfly Ninja. When they first met, Tajmi smelled the faint fragrance of the other person. In the stinky place of Spider Mountain, suddenly smelling such a fragrance is still very memorable. Thinking of this, Tajmi suddenly realized. Isn't this kind of behavior a bit abnormal? This is not the same thing as knowing a woman by smell. You might get harassed by letters. Thinking about it, the young man himself became happy. I'm sorry, Miss Butterfly Ninja. After quietly smiling and saying sorry, he folded the newspaper and glanced out the window. The environment outside the train kept receding, and Tajmi could still see a huge lake through the window, as well as a repair shop located in a corner of the town. There is still some time before the train reaches its destination, and it will run once more before it stops. Tajmi didn't feel the aura unique to ghosts on this train. So the young man shifted his attention to the system panel. Name, Tajmi. Age, 14 years old. Race, human. 22. Ability, none. LV5, LV3, LV1, L4, LV3, L3. Worlds that can be traversed. No, the flow of time in the original world can be paused after traveling. Possible return to the world, the Crimson Eyes. The flow of time is paused. It's still the same simple panel, but more and more skills make this panel even more enjoyable. At least you can see your improvement visibly. Chapter 32, The Fusion of Swordsmanship and the Killing of Evil Spirits. Currently, I have 3 breathing techniques that I have mastered. Fire, water, sun. Of these 3 breathing methods, the first 2 are obviously extensions of the third breathing method, but they have not been systematically classified into one. Instead, the swordsmanship that I have been learning from Yanzu these days, as well as the swordsmanship I learned by referring to the patterns in the letters, and the moves of Breath of Flame are blended with the imperial military swordsmanship that I once had on my panel. When using these 3 breathing methods, you can clearly feel the difference. After hundreds of years of hard work and development by the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, these breathing techniques have long been used by them with great proficiency, and their certain characteristics have been continuously amplified. Let's talk about water breathing first. This breathing method is suitable for sustained combat. The breathing method is gentle to the whole body, making it suitable for sustained combat. The breath of inflammation tightens the muscles of the whole body and puts the body into a state of preparation for war. A momentary burst can increase the speed of one's body to another level. Muscle control, blood flow rate, and explosive ultimate attack power. Compared with thunder breath, which is particularly prominent in leg speed, fire breath improves the whole body. In Tajmi's opinion, breath of fire retains the offensive nature of breath of sun while maximizing its attack power. Of course, the limitations of this breathing method are also obvious. High intensity and stalemate battles are often not suitable for styles like breath of fire. Fire, which emphasizes victory with one strike and will basically determine the outcome within 10 moves, will find it difficult to shine when it encounters a strong enemy. As for breath of the sun, after all, there is little time for study. While you are constantly rushing along the way, you cannot rashly use this breathing method that you have not yet fully learned. If the speed slows down, it might take another week to get here. By then, maybe the Mugen train incident would be over, and I could go back to Brother Enjiro's house in advance to lay flowers. Of course, that being said, Tajmi still prefers to concentrate all the sun's breath and maintain it in a normal state while breathing normally. My body is stronger than the people here, so the burden of breathing is acceptable to me, and it is not a difficult problem. As long as he gets used to it, his combat effectiveness will probably jump straight up. After comparing the 3 breathing methods, sun breathing, once the user has completely mastered it, continues to fight, and the control and explosion of body power is superior to fire in all aspects. The breathing method of hundreds of years ago has obviously been developed by other schools for who knows how long, but sun breathing is actually one step ahead of other breathing methods and can also improve physical fitness. This made Tajmi couldn't help but sigh at how perverted Jigu Yuanyi was. Of course, this does not mean that other breathing methods are not powerful. They all have their own obvious room for development. If you only focus on a certain aspect of practice, it is impossible to go beyond the breath of the sun and reach the ultimate state of a certain state. Dirty. Dirty. Eat, 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 eat. Feeling that the train was slowing down, Tajmi stretched and relaxed her body after sitting for a long time. The terminal is almost here. Passengers who want to get off the bus, please bring your luggage. The train conductor, with the unique vitality of young people, informed the passengers in each carriage to prepare to get off. It is not difficult to tell from his tone that this kid must be ecstatic about the idea that as long as he persists one more time, he can get off work. Tajmi carried the wooden box containing the Nikaran sword and her original imperial longsword behind her back, and followed the flow of people off the train. Watching the sun gradually set, I was afraid that the ghost would be able to come out in another hour or so. How can you have the strength to work if you don't eat enough? The young man said to himself and opened the restaurant door curtain. After a hearty meal, the boy found a vantage point overlooking most of the town and waited quietly for the city to be completely immersed in the night. Because of my good eyesight, I can probably see the general situation of the entire town with a small telescope. When night falls, the darkened town is as silent as the mountains at night. Of course, I don't need to pay attention to those dark streets and alleys. Since Mugen train is the main course, these appetizers will definitely fulfill their full responsibility. And the fact was not what Tajmi expected. After about 4 hours, the lights in the town gradually went out. A deformed figure emerged from the dark alley. I found a guy who looks delicious, he 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 he. In the brightly lit commercial streets, dirty things lurking in the darkness are also everywhere. And those people who are preparing to go home after enjoying the nightlife have become the main targets of the evil spirits. I had a lot of fun today, Kyoko. That's right. Let me just say that store is super interesting. The 2 girls were wearing kimonos, and their pretty appearance without makeup attracted frequent glances from people on the street. When the 2 of them reached the fork in the road, said hello and prepared to go back to their respective homes, the danger came as expected. A ghost with disgusting eyes lurked in the darkness. When he followed his target and saw that the target was gradually walking to an uninhabited place, he couldn't bear it anymore. Let me taste all of you. He made a sound and didn't care about the noise he caused. After all, what he liked most was when the beautiful little girl saw his disgusting look. A girl's screams of fear often enhance the deliciousness of the meat. I can also taste this delicious dinner after my fear is completely sublimated. What sound, babble? Just as he thought, the girl turned around when she heard the movement behind her, and immediately saw the disgusting evil ghost flying in the air. The limbs are as slender as a giraffe's legs, and the neck is as flexible as an elephant's trunk. There is a pair of ghost horns in the center of the head. The most terrifying thing is the head full of eyes and the shit yellow stuff that splatters out of them. I don't know if it's water or solid. Bang! The evil ghost's impact knocked the girl to the ground. While his whole body was pressed against the girl, his snake-like neck wandered freely in the air. While looking at the girl's frightened expression, he searched for the part where the flesh would sublimate first. Speaking of which, it turns out that number 1 is the heart. The girl's immature body, watching the fat on her chest being tasted by evil spirits, her heart will beat fast. Finally, when she sees the blood pouring out, her heart will suddenly stop, and finally turn into the sound of the train moving. Wonderful, So wonderful. No. Don't, someone save me, Dad, Mom. Then, I'll start. The girl watched in horror as the big guy in front of her reached down its disgusting neck and stuck out its slender tongue. Tears of fear flowed out. Just like that sentence says. Laugh. Main character. He is often the last to appear. Chapter 33 The Killer Demon. With monstrous flames, he chopped off the evil demon's head with one move. Breath of fire. One type Shiranui. Hey? I was beheaded? It was a ghost hunter, when his disgusting head was rolling on the ground while he was still wondering to himself why he was chopped off. I'm clearly observing everything around me. Why can you chop off my head? Hearing the evil ghost's question, Tajmi said with a smile. With so many disgusting eyes and a wide range of vision, everyone can see it. It's unfortunate. If I have a chance, I will change my job to a killer in the future. Well, I am a killer after all. It shouldn't be too much to play with the perspective of a shadow card. This kind of information Tatsumi felt that if Kibutsuji Musen knew about it, he wouldn't think anything of it. Killer? In what era is that still popular? Damn ghost hunter. I curse you. Curse, Bang. Curse me? I'll give you a Joe. Looking at the opponent's head chattering on the ground, Tajmi narrowed her eyes slightly, then charged up her left foot and kicked his head into the sky. Phew, now it's clear. But what the hell is this? I poop, so disgusting. As he said that, the boy patted the non-existent dust on his hands, but he felt disgusted when he saw the eye droppings stained on his feet. Before the girl on the ground could say thank you, the boy ran away quickly. The speed was so fast that the girl could not catch up. But at least in the future, the girl can confidently tell her friends that she has an idol. At a riverside, a young man used water to clean his shoes. Not only does the shit yellow stuff stink, but it's also difficult to wash. Fortunately, it was only on the toes, so Tajmi finished cleaning it quickly. After finishing everything, Tajmi continued to patrol the town. Thanks to a good body, I am full of energy and can run all over the town without getting tired with the help of breathing techniques. After finding no scent of the evil spirit, Tajmi walked towards the station. As long as the night is not over, it is the home of ghosts. As a ghost hunter, of course I have to continue my mission. Not to mention anything else, just now that guy who looked like a weirdo was playing with the girl's heart in the open air, and it made me feel physically uncomfortable. Simply because of my status as a human being, I cannot. I can understand the restoration of their humanity, but I will never forgive them as ghosts. Facing the dim yellow light, several teenagers rolled over walls and various obstacles, constantly moving in the shadows and avoiding the glare of the police's flashlights. What was a bit surprising was that the boy who had just arrived on the railway happened to meet the train returning to the garage. Now I can get a ride. Using the breathing method, the boy jumped to the last carriage of the train and jumped to the roof. After switching his breathing method to the more gentle water breathing, the boy ran on the roof of the train and checked whether there were any evil spirits on the train. Tajmi ran from the last car to the front of the locomotive and was about to get off the train when she noticed something was wrong. 23. The smell is the smell of ghosts, but it's so light, it must have disappeared for a long time. Feeling something strange, the young man ran straight through the door of the carriage, ignoring the frightened expressions of the train personnel. After confirming that there were no casualties, the young man with solemn eyes jumped deeply, slid on the railway track for a while, and then gradually stopped. There were absolutely no ghosts on the train just now, but there was still a hint of ghosts left. It was as if a ghost stayed in this train for a moment and then set off again. As everyone knows, before the boy arrived at the train had already crossed with another returning train. And Tajmi just missed one of the lower strings perfectly. I heard that this time the Mugen train, there will be 200 people, hehe. Wearing a suit and disguising himself as an ordinary person, Nightmare, the first of the lower strings, hypnotized all train members and sat quietly in the carriage observing the scenery along the way. What a nice night! I should have a good dream. Shortly after arriving at the next town, Tajmi discovered traces of the evil spirit. Blue light and shadow, a vampire technique that strengthens the body. It was still the same as before. Tajmi, who felt that finding a good place in advance to observe the whole situation would make it easier to take action, found a commanding height again. Because it is a large bell tower, it is a little higher than the previous place. And this time the ghost was different from the guy he chopped off. The way this guy moved was so eye-catching that it was hard not to notice. And not only that, Tajmi also saw Anjara, the Class A team members and members of Hidden who were searching the streets. If we continue searching like this guy will run away. After muttering something, the boy turned into fire and disappeared on the bell tower. It's still the same script, the same plot. This small country obviously believes in 8 million gods, but it doesn't want to believe in the existence of ghosts. If you give yourself another chance, you will definitely believe the legend about ghosts and never go out late at night again. The girl who was choked by the evil spirit and couldn't make a sound thought in horror. Hey! Your blood smells terrible, little girl. The bald man with sharp teeth, cyan skin, and strange tattoos on his body has eyes that are different from ordinary people. He frowned as he slightly cut a small wound on his neck. I didn't expect that I would be unlucky twice in a row. Ever since he became a ghost, he has hated human food to the extreme. Things that were extremely delicious in life turned into shit after becoming evil spirits. It tastes worse than the pig food fed to pigs. But, tonight has just begun. The ghost with slightly raised corners of his mouth looked at the girl under him and smiled. I will torture you well, carefully, and slowly. The sharp nails gradually stretched towards the girl's face, just as he admired the girl's frightened expression. The flames came instantly. Bang! Ugh! The clear sound hit the evil ghost on the cheek, and the evil ghost who was knocked away obviously did not expect that he would be attacked. Tajmi, who did not use a blade, but simply gave the evil ghost in front of her a knee kick, frowned and said in disgust. Why do you guys always like to pick on women? Chapter 34, Killing the Slayer Demon, Infinite Train. Just like being hit by a car, the ghost in front of him twisted his neck 180 degrees, and at the same time, the wall behind him collapsed. After a while, the bones began to rattle, and then the murderous ghost's voice slowly sounded from inside. Of course it's because the train conductor I killed before was too unpalatable. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark space was instantly surrounded by countless blue lights and shadows. It was only because of your sneak attack that you succeeded. Now I am the fastest. The voice of evil spirits also slowly came from all directions of the boy. How do you protect the little girl behind you in front of an extremely fast enemy? Guess who I will attack? Will you protect her to the death and be attacked by me, or will you ignore her and be killed by me? Although the young kid in front of him didn't look like he was an adult, he was still a ghost hunter after all. If he wanted to gain the upper hand, he had to control the little girl behind him first. Apparently he also knew the benefits of hostages. Especially in the face of these ghost hunters, once they have hostages in their hands, the other party will use a virulent weapon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hee hee hee, hee 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 hee. Successful. The excited voice of the slasher came from far to near. Countless blue lights and shadows were getting faster and faster. At that time, the hand he stretched out was only 0.1 centimeters away from the girl with a frightened face, but this distance became as big as a chasm. Bang! With this crisp sound, when the manslayer regained consciousness, the man was already in hell. When being interviewed by the king of hell about how he died, he said it honestly. I don't know what's going on myself. At that time, it was like my waist was hit by a train. My whole body was kicked by that kid and I almost lost consciousness. Then the kid used a set of inexplicable but extremely violent suppressive punches to beat me to the point where I couldn't even recover. Dozens of punches, hundreds of punches, fists mixed with flames were punched on his body one after another. And they were all hit on the head. The other person doesn't look like a human being at all. On the contrary, he looks more human than the other person. After listening to the explanation from the ghost below, the King of Hell smoothed his black beard. I see, I saw the King of Hell picking up a brush and writing something on a notebook. It can be vaguely seen that it is written that he died in Wing Chun, and then was killed by the Sun Lun sword. Dividing line. Bang. 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 While countless fist shadows were greeting the evil ghost's head, the boy could vaguely hear the cheers of the girl behind him. The crazy swipes seemed to be tireless, and the boy's unremitting daily exercise seemed even more violent with the addition of breathing techniques. Each blow was like the impact of a car, and the punch caused a small gust of wind. The sound even alarmed the residents living nearby. I saw the lights of the surrounding houses turning on one after another, and the people inside the houses put on their clothes in a panic, wanting to know what was going on outside. And looking at the manslayer whose face was swollen like a pig's head after being beaten by him, Tajmi also punched out an inch and at the same time pulled out the Nikaran sword from her waist and slashed at the opponent's neck. You guys are running so slowly, you almost knocked me out. Can't you tell who you're going to attack at a glance? Seeing the evil ghost gradually dissipating, Tajmi inserted the Nikaran sword into the sheath with her backhand. After doing all this, Tajmi turned around and smiled at the girl. Night is very dangerous, don't go out in the middle of the night anymore. Okokokok. The girl's head nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. Here. The sound of crows sounded first, followed closely by the sound of quiet footsteps. After a while, Yanzhu and other team members who had followed the news arrived at the scene. After seeing the wound on the girl's neck, her frightened expression, and the devastated battlefield, Purgatory Anjiro instantly understood that his stepson had just fought an evil spirit here. Has the ghost been solved? Hearing Yanzhu's question, Tajmi nodded. It's solved, Brother Purgatory. Hearing that the evil ghost was successfully dealt with, Purgatory Anjiro looked relieved. That's good. Someone send this girl home. Yes. Lord Yanzhu. After sending the Yin team members to send the girl home safely, today's search for the ghost will gradually come to an end. Because the light on the horizon is driving away the darkness, and the rising sun is about to arrive. After resting all morning, the ghost hunters continued to investigate the location of the Infinity Train. After hearing reports from team members that the train was secretly moved to a certain garage in the morning, the investigation into the Infinity Train was about to begin. The previous investigation of this train had attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer squad precisely because of the disappearance of ordinary people. 1 or 2 at the beginning, then a dozen later, and finally expanded to more than 40 people disappearing at once. As the situation becomes more and more serious, it is also becoming more and more out of control. The Infinity Train continued to run even when a few people disappeared at the beginning. After all, it's impossible to stop the entire train just because a few people are gone. Maybe those guys went on a picnic. Of course, the Demon Slayer squad also sent swordsmen to investigate, but after sending several swordsmen to no avail and lost contact. The task assigned this time has become an urgent task. After a day of investigation, Tajmi and Anjiro split up after learning that the Mugen train would start running again tomorrow. Well. Carriage 4, Seat 44. Looking at the ticket in his hand, the corner of the boy's mouth twitched. He suppressed the mood of complaining and boarded the train. While investigating the Mugen train, it became clear that he had once again killed the ghost that he remembered being killed by the flame pillar. But when they arrived at the garage, their attention was attracted by another ghost. Of course, Tajmi wanted to ignore this conspicuous move. However, there is nothing you can do when the other party has someone's life at your fingertips. But the more she concealed it, the more Tajmi could feel the stormy atmosphere. There was no mistaking the fact that he and Yanzu felt the ghost's aura in the garage of Mugen train. The ghost that manipulated other people's dreams definitely hypnotized those workers and put that disgusting guy's body into the infinity train. What I have to do is to first investigate the overall condition of the train. Chapter 35 The Infinite Journey begins. The unlimited train has a total of 8 carriages, and the maximum number of people that can ride in each carriage is about 40 to 60 people. 24. Of course, because of the mysterious incident involving the mysterious disappearance of the passengers, it is impossible for this train to be full at once. But there were still more than a dozen people in each carriage. At first glance, you can tell they are bold guys. The current situation is daytime, and the guys inside the train should be huddled at the front of the train, waiting for night to come. After the trial run of the train during the day is completed and safety is confirmed to be guaranteed, the entire train will probably be filled with about 200 passengers during the peak period at night. I have to say those guys were very lucky. While watching the passengers getting off the train talking and laughing, Tajmi thought to herself and walked off with them. While riding the train, Tajmi personally walked through each carriage. Of course, such strange behavior will also be questioned by the train conductor. With a very innocent sentence, "I want to see how magical this invisible train is." Finally, the train conductor also smiled and asked the boy to be careful. This is the advantage of being young. Even if you pretend to be little friends at this time, the other party won't care. After investigation, it was found that there were indeed some suspicious guys on the train. At least the train conductor was one of them. The wary look in his eyes when he stopped him, and the sleepy dark circles under his eyes had already said everything. Unfortunately, he had already put away his Nicaran sword and Demon Slayer uniform, and asked Yin, who was in charge of logistics, to prepare a set of ordinary clothes. Unless the train conductor could see through the boy's strong figure, it would be impossible to find the slightest flaw. The young man walking slowly on the street opened a certain wooden door, and a surprised voice rang out from inside. "Lord Tajmi." Sister Chizuru." Seeing the familiar figure, the young man was stunned for a moment, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At least the other party is relatively approachable, from the young man's point of view. The other male team members were either respectful or extremely serious. You need to relax when working in this high-pressure environment, guys. Look at Miss Kyun-hee. Here. Here are your team uniforms and Nicaran sword. Thank you, Miss Chizuru. Seeing the boy reaching out to take the Demon Slayer uniform and Nicaran sword, Chizuru continued to ask. "Did you find anything? Lord Tajmi?" I told you that you don't need to call me sir." After seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Tajmi sighed and said. "There are some discoveries, although it is very faint. There is indeed a ghost stench hovering inside the train. Tonight during the rush hour of the Mugen train, there should be a head-on confrontation with the ghost. Of course, I can't tell whether it's the upper string or the lower string." After taking off his coat, the boy revealed his strong figure with the shirt slightly bulging out. After putting on the Demon Slayer uniform, the boy sat down like this. "I believe that Master Tajmi and Master Purgatory can definitely defeat the evil ghost." Chizuru looked moved when he heard the ghost of upper string or lower string, but it quickly dissipated. There's no way the Demon Slayer Corps can just throw all its members on the Mugen train. Each of their team members, who are responsible for a large area, has their own responsibilities. Before the actual battle with the evil ghost, any information is just speculation. Because if everyone is betting that the ghost is somewhere, what if the ghost happens to appear somewhere else? The Demon Slayer Corps works so hard to protect these ordinary people. In order to prevent people like me from appearing again. Don't worry about evil spirits anymore. Looking at Ms. Kyunzuru with a sad face, Tajmi knew that she must have remembered something sad in the past. But you have to work hard to overcome this kind of thing. The scenery outside the window began to move slowly, and the whistle indicating that the train was starting also sounded. Sewage. As the train speed gradually increases, the unique sound of train movement resounds on this railway. Eat, 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 eat. Because she was not in charge of the same area, Tajmi sat in a certain seat on the Mugen train early and waited for the arrival of Brother Anjara. This is really delicious. Young Tajmi, do you want one? Seeing the bento Anjaro handed over and the happy look on his face while eating it, the boy couldn't help but salivate. Now we are about to start a life and death struggle with the evil ghost. What should I do if I feel uncomfortable while eating due to strenuous exercise? Even though he was thinking this, tears of disappointment still flowed from his mouth. After all, if you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to fight. Give me some too. Brother Xing Shaora. Oh. I knew you would love it. After a while, a strange sound came from the train carriage, which attracted the attention of other passengers. ×2. ×4. At the same time, Tanjiro, Inashuk, and Zenitsu arrived at a certain station and were talking to each other. Hey, Tanjiro, that Mr. Purgatory, is Hashira, right? Do you know what he looks like? Well, I once met him in the Zuhi meeting. In the letters exchanged with Tajmi, the other party also said that Mr. Purgatory is a very upright person. He has bright eyes, speaks straightforwardly, and has yellow hair with a red. Just seeing him, even if you don't know him, you will feel that he is a very upright person. Tanjiro explained to Zenitsu, and Zenitsu nodded in confusion. That's it, then who is Tajmi? He is a very gentle person. Zenitsu was even more confused after hearing Tanjiro's answer without thinking. You should know what Inashuk said. He was the one who killed the Shigetsuki that I met in Nada Spider Mountain before. Okay. Hearing the two people calling him, Inashuk gave up fighting with the train and turned his head to look over. Ooh! That mountain full of disgusting spiders. That very strong guy. People have names, so don't be rude, Inashuk. Looking at Tanpakiro who was trying to persuade him carefully, Inashuk pressed his nose. It's so annoying, are you an old woman? Okay, okay. Seeing the exchange between the two, Zenitsu also lost his mind. What should I do if my brain's electromagnetic waves don't match up at all? When talking about gentleness, Zenitsu thought of Tanjiro, and when talking about physical strength, he thought of Inashuk. After finally sewing Tanjiro's head to Inashuk's body, our Zenitsu felt a little scary inexplicably. Ugh! So disgusting! Chapter 36 Plans for Dreams. At this time, the boy who was sitting in the train eating a lunch suddenly felt a chill. The boy who shook his body couldn't escape Anjiro's eyes. Seeing that Tajmi seemed a little uncomfortable, Purgatory Anjiro, who loved taking care of others, put down the bento in his hand and asked. Is the bento not delicious? Is there something wrong with your body? No. No, Brother Xingjulan, I just feel like someone is maliciously trying to make assumptions about me. Seeing the boy shaking his head, Anjiro picked up the bento on the table. That's it, then eat it quickly. Otherwise the bento won't taste good when it gets cold. After nodding, Tajmi opened her mouth wide and put a spoonful of bento into her mouth. ×2. 3 people and 1 ghost have boarded the car after a farce. I obviously bought a ticket, but because of my weird behavior, I was chased by the police all the way. In the end, it's all Inashuk's fault. Apologize to me. Haha. How dare you talk about me, you sleepyhead. Seeing the two of them quarreling, Tanjiro smiled and comforted them. Okay, you two, I'm going to open the car door. Click. Squeak. As Tanjiro opened the train door, the 3 of them walked inside. Inashuk looked at the scenery passing by quickly and even more excitedly lay down in front of the window and stared outside. ×2. The sudden sound startled a few people, but the passengers in this carriage were used to it. Tanjiro, who heard the noise, looked at the place where the noise came from suspiciously, and then said hello happily. Tajmi. Oh. Tanjiro. How is your practice with fire god Kagura? Seeing that it was Tanjiro, Tajmi waved. Well, I have practiced well. Miss Butterfly Ninja also said that I have made great progress. Just after saying hello, a naked mountain boar spirit rushed in front of the young man. Oh. So strong. I have become stronger too. I can definitely defeat you now. Come fight me. Looking at the pig-headed boy in front of him, Tajmi smiled and comforted him. Long time no see. Pig-headed boy. Pighead, are you talking about me? He was a little slow to react and then yelled angrily. I, Mr. Inashuk, am a wild boar. Not a domestic pig. Remember this. A strong guy. After Tanjiro comforted him for a while, the three of them sat down. Mr. Purgatory. Looking at Kamatu Tanjiro, Anjiro nodded. 25. Oh. You were the one who was at my lord's place at that time. Xingjulan thought for a moment and realized that the other party was the person to be tried in the Zuhi meeting. After the Butterfly Ninja's confirmation and research, the news that the other party's ghost sister did not know how to eat people was indeed a bit shocking. And after taking some body tissue and putting it in the sun, as his stepson Tajmi said, after being burned for a while, he slowly began to adapt to the damage from the sun. It's just that the other party appears like this. Does the Lord tacitly approve of it? Thinking of this, Anjiro asked. Why are you here? On a mission. Listening to Anjiro's inquiry, Tanjiro explained. After receiving the order from the tiger, saying that the casualties of the Infinity Train have increased, let us rush to the area to join Mr. Purgatory. Yeah. So that's it. I understand. The voice was as loud as ever, causing Inashuk and Zenitsu, who met for the first time, to look at each other in surprise. Just when a few people were about to continue saying something, the conductor who opened the carriage door began to check tickets. After checking in, he left without looking back. The wheels of the train kept rolling on the rails. As time passed, Tajmi, who was watching the people in the entire carriage falling asleep, looked at the tickets in his hands and thought. After traveling for more than 10 years, I have roughly forgotten the appearance of my family in my previous life. Although I remember their voices clearly, I can no longer recall their specific appearances. Others have already fallen asleep and must be having sweet dreams at this moment. The more he thought about it, the more emotional the boy became. The warm feelings in his heart kept rising. After thinking about how to arrange it, the boy reached out to the wooden box next to Tanjiro. Button. The boy who knocked lightly opened the box and looked at the girl inside. Humu. Good evening, Nezuko. Looking at the petite and cute Nezumi, Tajmi couldn't help but touch the girl's little head. Call. The girl was also very considerate, rubbing her hand vigorously into her warm hands, as cute as a kitten. Nezuko, everyone is asleep. If there are some strange people around you in a while, come and wake us up. Tonight's opponent is a ghost. Nezuko is very important. Call. Nezuko nodded seriously. Looking at the girl's bright eyes, Tajmi also breathed a sigh of relief. Since everyone else is enjoying their dreams, you should also recall everything about your past life that you have almost forgotten. Bang! Nezuko just watched quietly as the family outside closed the door of the wooden box. Note: Nezuko was given a spiritual hint by the former water column. Human beings are all your family. Just after Tajmi resisted her sleepiness and returned to her seat to fall asleep, the door of the train car was opened after a while. 3 girls and 2 boys walked in. Have you remembered the mission? You must complete the mission and have a sweet dream. Well, I know. Several people quietly walked to the seats where Tajmi and others were sitting, took out ropes from their kimonos and gently tied them around their wrists. After everything was done, they tied the other end of the rope around their wrists and sat down. Breathe slowly and slowly, count in your mind. If you do this, you will fall into a deep sleep. The boy with tired eyes and fair skin that looked like he was sick thought silently. Then he closed his eyes. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Go to sleep, sleep peacefully. Even if a ghost comes, sleep quietly. Even if you are in the belly of a ghost, sleep peacefully. Nightmare, who was standing at the front of the infinite train, said to himself, as if predicting the outcome. He laughed softly. He. They seem to be very happy, and they are almost starting to have happy dreams. Fall gently, fall gently, fall into a dream, fall into a deep sleep. After all, I can never wake up from my dream. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he listened to the sound of the train running on the railway, just like a lullaby. Sleep, sleep. Chapter 37 Dreamland, Assigning a Mission. Standing on a busy street, Tajmi's weird demon slayer uniform attracted the attention of passers-by. Only 2 young men passing by recognized it as the demon slayer uniform that had been popular for more than a year. What the hell? Look, the demon slayer uniform. There's a Nicaran sword on the waist. I saw it. He's so handsome. Did he just attend the Comic-Con? But one thing I have to say is that the team uniforms look really similar, as well as the Haori and Nicaran swords on them. They look very handsome in them. Brother, can you pull out this knife and show it to us? Ignoring the 2's inquiries, Tajmi looked at her hands. Came back. The demon slayer uniform on his body began to fade away, gradually turning back into regular clothes. Duolu. The cell phone in his pocket rang, and the young man took it out without hesitation and pressed the answer button. Hey! It's time to go home. Have a reunion dinner today. Listening to the familiar voice on the phone, the young man nodded. Yeah. Go back right away. My own family. Wait for yourself at home. After saying that, the young man hung up the phone, activated his breathing method, and the figure disappeared instantly. Boom! Only the flames that exploded instantly caused passers-by to scream. What the hell? The gas exploded. The man was killed. Call 110 quickly. Just when his companion took out his mobile phone and dialed 110, the young boy saw the figure running on the road. No. No. What is that figure wrapped in fire? I vaguely seem to see a figure. Following his friend's finger, the boy saw a figure wrapped in flames running down the road. Really, a person with superpowers? An invasion of alien beasts? Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but marvel. I think the breathing method is more reasonable. After all, they are all wearing the Demon Slayer uniform. That's two-dimensional works invading reality. I want the divine light stick. Become Ultraman for once. Looking at his companion's wish, the young man smiled and shook his finger. Humph, still too young. After sighing, the boy shouted. Come to me. Akizuki Eri. Akizuki Marina. I want to be a father for once. Hearing the shouts of his companions, the boy who had just promised to become Ultraman also had a black line. After complaining, he laughed again. You're so perverted, but I like it. After all, they say that gambling and drug abuse are inseparable, but they don't mention gambling and drug abuse as the leader. Who doesn't like CC? The video of the two going crazy was filmed by enthusiasts and posted online. In an instant, one stone stirred up 1,000 waves and aroused heated discussions among many netizens. And our protagonist has already traveled all the way back to the community where he lives. Looking at the familiar scenery, the young man took a deep breath and set foot on the road home. Let's go back and take a look. It's been more than 10 years since I left home. Before leaving, have a meal with them. Remember the cheeks of your family. Open the door of the building, get on the elevator, and wait quietly for the elevator to arrive on the floor where you live. Ding dong. The elevator made a noise and the young man who stepped out of the elevator door murmured, "I'm back. Flame. Nezuko." The young man who had a reunion dinner with his family saw the flames igniting from his body and knew that he was about to leave. Seeing the surprised expressions of his family, the boy bathed in flames instantly stood up and ran out of the house. After running out of the community at an extremely fast speed and finding a quiet place, Tajmi pulled out the Nikaran sword from her waist and wiped it towards her neck. Although she knew it was a dream, Tajmi couldn't help being frightened for a while when she woke up, as if she woke up from a nightmare. The boy who was panting heavily saw Nezuko and Tanjiro standing next to him and smiled. "Thank you, Nezuko." "Call." Tajmi touched the girl's head, and then heard Tanjiro say, "Tajmi, everyone has been affected by the ghost's vampire spell. It's great that you can wake up." "Well, thank you and Nezuko for your hard work." Seeing Tanjiro's sad expression, Tajmi also sighed. The young man in front of him was even worse than himself. "Tanjiro. Hey? What's wrong?" After hesitating for a moment, Tajmi told Tanjiro about the train. Tanjiro, who soon understood everything, nodded. 26. Looking at the gentle boy, Tajmi continued. "It is abnormal for a ghost to cause more than 40 people. If we assume the worst-case scenario, the ghost will become very big and swallow those former passengers at once, and those people will they disappeared in the train. Then we assume that the ghosts assimilated with the train and then swallowed them up. If the train is swallowed together, then the train will be damaged and it will be impossible to run again. If the Infinity Train is running now, my guess is that there is more than half a possibility." Tanjiro's eyes widened when he heard the boy's speculation. "Then, how many passengers are there on this train now?" "Because of the safe operation of the trial run, there are more and more passengers due to the spread of the newspaper. There are probably more than 200 passengers on the train now. In other words, these passengers are all hostages of ghosts. It's too much." After listening to the boy's explanation, Tanjiro murmured, "There are more than 200 lives at once, and it would take a while to count even 200 ants one by one. If my guess is correct, then some part of the ghost's body must be in this train. Take this, Tanjiro." Looking at the earplugs handed over by the boy, Tanjiro was stunned. After some dream experience, it is easy to deduce this ghost's vampire skills. Inspiring ordinary people to help him hide and secretly plan this huge murder plan from the Demon Slayer squad. The ultimate goal is more than 200 passengers. And there must be people similar to these children in this train, people who have been deceived by the ghost's rhetoric. The mission is going to be assigned next, Tanjiro. My rank is higher than Tanjiro, so I can take over the assignment of team members before Tanjiro wakes up. You go and deal with the ghosts hiding in this train. Nezuko stays in the carriage and uses the vampire technique to help others wake up as soon as possible. Let me see your training in the past month, Tanjiro." "Okay, I understand." Chapter 38 The Sudden Change in the Train. "Then after the others wake up, I will ask them to help you. Now I need to move these passengers as much as possible." Tanjiro looked at the boy and nodded, turned around and prepared to set off. There is often more than one way to hypnotize, not just sounds, be careful about other ways. Finally, remember, here now, there is no doubt that this is reality. Not only was he warning Tanjiro, he was also warning himself. The pain I have experienced during these years of practice is not fake. And the pain the other person experienced was not fake. Dreams always wake up, and people have to work hard to survive. Oh, I understand now. After watching Tanjiro set off, Tajmi touched Nezuko's head. "Nezuko, the task of waking everyone up is up to you. Call." "What a strong smell." Tanjiro, who had just stepped out of the carriage, couldn't help but cover his nose with the back of his hand. Under such a strong wind, the smell of ghosts can still be so strong. Upwind. Tanjiro climbed onto the roof of the car twice and ran quickly towards the car in front. After a while, I saw the ghost waiting on the roof of the car. The smell comes from the ghost in front of you. Just when Tanjiro was secretly shocked that the stench on Ghost's body was so bad, Nightmare turned around and waved. Hey? Are you awake? Good morning. It would be nice if you could just stay asleep, why wake up? Looking at the mouth on the back of the opponent's hand, Tanjiro tightened his grip on the Nichiren sword, his eyes serious. Thank you for letting you have such a wonderful dream. If I were a little more evil-minded, I could also let you have a dream about your family being brutally killed. Do you prefer to have that kind of dream? You probably don't want to, after all, it's too painful. After saying that, Nightmare covered her mouth and smiled, then this time I will let you dream about your father coming back from the dead. Looking at the other person's mouth shape, even though he was wearing earplugs provided by Tajmi, Tanjiro still felt a surge of anger igniting in his heart. Not to mention anything else, just the sight of covering his mouth and snickering in front of him is enough to make people angry. The stench from the ghost kept reminding him of the strong malice emanating from him. If he fell into a dream again, he would probably see his family dying in front of him next time. You guys, don't invade other people's hearts. I will never forgive you. With that said, Tanjiro drew out his Nichiren sword and immediately stepped on it, rushing towards the evil spirit. Kagura, god of fire, one form, round dance. Well, I'm really impatient. Then I'll let you have a little nightmare. Nightmare, who smiled slightly, stretched out his left hand, and saw the mouth on his left hand slowly opening and whispering. Go to sleep. Vampire magic, forced drowsiness and hypnotic whispers. A wave of energy burst out instantly, but Nightmare was still stunned for a moment as he saw Tanjiro approaching quickly. This kid, he actually cracked my moves in an instant. Just as the evil spirit jumped up in surprise and dodged Tanjiro's attack, he narrowed his eyes while in the air looking at the other person's earrings and the earplugs in his ears. The flower earrings engraved with the Sunday. Are they earplugs? I used the earplugs to reduce the influence of the vampire spell, and then escaped the hypnosis, I see. Because it is not the original body, the current clone cannot release the vampire technique of using eyes to hypnotize, but why does the guy in front of me have earplugs? Has my vampire magic been exposed, or is the guy in front of me just wearing earplugs? He dodged Tanjiro's sword again and continued to think. Or is it that my perfect plan has been discovered by these ghost hunters? At what time, where, I clearly lured away the ghost hunters who had found clues. Hypnotized the train staff, hypnotized the factory responsible for producing tickets, and added my blood to the ink. All of this was planned in advance. But why now? He couldn't figure it out anymore. No longer trying to delay time, he could feel the sleeping ghost hunters waking up one by one. The plan might be discovered, so he was cautious by nature and started the final fusion directly. Hey! Just keep dreaming. Then you and the people in the car can die painlessly. His lower body turned into sarcoma, and he merged directly with the train. While retaining his head and continuing to speak, his tentacles were covered with eyes. Vampire art forced drowsiness. Looking at Tanjiro falling towards the carriage, Nightmare laughed. But in the blink of an eye, Tanjiro came to his senses and slashed his eyes with the knife. The huge eyes were poked blind, and the other eyes slowly opened. The Nightmare just watched Tanjiro stab himself in his sleep, and then wake up, just to give himself a knife. Hey! Something's close. Squeak. Boom. Damn it, I didn't expect that Inashuk-sama, would be ordered by that big-eyed guy. Kanpakiro. Sleepyhead and I are here to help you. Nightmare was stunned for a moment as he watched the roof of the car being torn apart by the Nichiren knife, and a pig-headed boy wearing a hood rushed out. Along with him was a sleeping boy with yellow hair. Unfortunately, No matter how hard the eyes on the tentacles glared, they could not match the gaze of Inishuk, who was looking at him from within the hood. And with this clone fused, his other vampire technique can no longer be activated. Breath of thunder, shape of one thunderbolt flash. Breath of the beast, fangs of ginseng, tearing fangs. Countless slashes were struck instantly by the two of them, and the tentacle in front of them was quickly eliminated. Inishuk. Zenitsu. Tanjiro, who woke up the next moment, was relieved to see the two of them, and waved to them happily. After seeing the chopped-up wreckage gradually blending into the train, Tanjiro cheered up and led the two of them to continue searching for the location of the ghost's body. In the dark carriage, nightmare thoughts gradually spread. The more he thought about where the plan went wrong, the more irritated he became. At this moment, the thoughts of his boss suddenly entered his mind. Nightmare, how's the situation? Is this the voice of Lord Wuhan? Nightmare, who was stunned for a moment, quickly replied. Master Wuhan, my subordinate's plan has been discovered. This time my subordinate's plan to devour more than 200 passengers was discovered by the ghost hunter. It must be that I met Zhu. The voice over there was silent for a moment, and then continued. Then it looks like you're just as useless as those guys. Master Wuhan. Although he was discovered, my plan is going very smoothly. More than 200 passengers are now all in my body. And I met the one you asked us to pay attention to before. A boy wearing sunflower earrings with burns on his forehead. Oh. Chapter 39 Death of Nightmare. I have notified the Uozuo closest to you, kill that kid and I will reward you with more blood. Yes. Master Wuhan. Not only him, I will kill Zhu as well. His inner voice trembled slightly, and just being in close contact with Master Muzan almost made him climax. Lord Wu-mei appears in his heart, and he merges with Lord Wu-mei. I am really lucky. This must be a sweet dream. Sweet dreams. 27. There are 200 passengers, divided equally among the 8 carriages. Each carriage has 25 passengers. It is not an easy task for me to carefully transfer the passengers from the first 3 carriages together. It's hard enough for an average person to pick up a sleeping person. And my body muscles are rather special. Because he has been dealing with dangerous species and their flesh and blood for many years, he has also developed a stronger body. Coupled with the qualitative change in his breathing method, he was able to tirelessly carry these ordinary people who were taken hostage by ghosts. Well, it was really great to be able to eat so many bento boxes with Brother Enjiro just now. It's so good not to be hungry. Black ants. Tajmi, who was enjoying the pain, kept moving, and Nezuko's help made the work end relatively quickly. In this way, Tajmi, who had transferred the passengers in the 3 cars in front, breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at the passengers in the 5 cars behind. The seats in the rear compartment were almost full, so it would be relatively simple for me and others to protect the passengers in the car. As soon as the front foot stopped, the changes in the infinite train on the back foot began to occur instantly. The flesh and blood that made people feel sick to their stomachs squirmed out from the windows, under the seats, from the ceiling, and from all over the train. Countless tentacles slowly stretched out towards the passengers. Looking at the tentacles, Tajmi also directly pulled out the sun blade. The breath of the sun's light. Bang! There was a crisp sound under the young man's feet, and the figure disappeared in an instant. All the tentacles growing in the 3 carriages were instantly chopped into pieces by the young man. Boom! Tisk 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 tisk. The boy who stopped when he rushed here was not the limit, but the boy waiting in front of him was none other than Flame Pillar Purgatory Anjajuro. Are you awake? Brother Xingjulan. Looking at the boy who rushed towards him and cut off the tentacles, Purgatory Anjura nodded. I didn't expect such a terrible thing to happen while I was sleeping. It's really embarrassing. My pillar is so useless. If there is a hole in the ground, I really want to get into it. Looking at Xingjulan with a loud voice, Tajmi sweated and whispered, "Brother Xingjulan, don't be so loud. As your stepson, I have done my job well. Brother, it won't have any impact if you take a nap." Seeing the bright eyes of the other party, Tajmi calmly touched the little head of Nezuko who was standing next to her. He thanked Nezuko and continued. "Because I heard that more than 40 people disappeared at one time, I wondered whether the ghosts would assimilate with the train. I have now moved the passengers in the first 3 carriages of the 8 carriages to the last 5 carriages. Everyone is sitting on a seat, and the traffic back and forth is not affected. Yet. Well done. You are indeed the person I like." Anjiro patted the boy on the shoulder, his eyes bright. After getting along with each other for a month, he has perfectly fulfilled his duties as a demon slayer and is also warm-hearted and kind. Even when his father complained and scolded him, he understood. Moreover, he sees how he gets along with his younger brother and the team members. Then let's work together. Protect passengers. This is our mission. Okay. Of course, the movement inside the carriage, that is, inside your own body, cannot escape your perception. At first, I was confused as to why the other party was running back and forth, but finally judging from the feeling inside his body. It turned out that the passengers were transferred, but what's the use of transferring? As long as you are still in my body, then my flesh and blood will continue to recover. Whether it's a ghost hunter or a pillar, if they can't find my true body, they will only be eaten alive by me. If you don't want to die quietly in your dreams, I can only let you go through the battle and die slowly." Just as Nightmare was thinking this, the scorching slash from within his body made him break into a cold sweat. "What is this? It's so hot, it's so hot, it's hard to recover from the cut part. In this case, won't those ghost hunters be free to deal with me?" While he was trying to recover, he was dealing with the 3 ghost hunters standing above his neck. The powerful slash from the neck also gave him a great shock. "Kagura, god of fire, blue sky." Tanjiro jumped high from the air and split his neck with a horizontal slash, and at the same time cut off the entire front and body of the train. Boom! There was a loud bang. As the front of the car flew off the track, countless tentacles were born, but they instantly collapsed because the neck was chopped off. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. The screams of evil spirits echoed through the sky. Nightmare's body rolled violently, as if a person had been set on fire and rolled on the ground. He was not immune even after his head was beheaded. This guy is rolling. Tanpakiro. Yes. What a terrible scream and shaking. The car is about to roll over. Inashug. Zenitsu. Be careful and protect that ordinary person. Boom. Squeak. The train made a sharp noise as it slid on the track. Fortunately, the 3 of them had ghost bodies as cushions, so nothing happened. Inashug. Where is the commander? Is he not injured? After confirming that his friend was not injured, Tanjiro immediately thought of the conductor at the front of the train. Hearing Tanjiro's question, Inashug was also angry. Damn it, this guy wants to stab you, just leave it alone. Because you are injured by that guy, Kenpakiro. No. I don't want anyone to die here, let's go and take a look. Hearing Tanjiro's request, Inashug crossed his arms. Humph. I won't go. A guy like that should be allowed to die. When the 3 of them were fighting side by side, the other party took out a dagger to prevent them from killing ghosts. Although he was kicked into the coal pile by his own kick, he still rushed forward without mercy. Because of his obstruction, Tanpakiro was hit by the tentacle and was slightly injured. Although Tanpakiro's injury was not serious, Inashug hated such a guy. Chapter 43 of the 3 Strings Uwo Seat. Tanjiro, who had little to do with Inashug, scratched his hair and walked towards the train conductor who was unconscious on the ground. Great, no injuries, just passed out. Seeing that the commander was fine and just passed out, Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, not far behind the two of them, a piece of flesh from the nightmare barely crawled out from the gap in the train, looking at these ghost hunters with disbelief. Although his plan was discovered, he still held the lives of more than 200 passengers in his hands. Impossible, how is it possible? I haven't even used my full strength, I haven't even eaten anyone. I spent so much effort and time creating an excellent plan. It's that guy. Thinking back for a moment, Nightmare thought of the guy who was so close to cracking his plan in the past few days. Sneaking around and pretending to be an ordinary passenger, I took the unlimited train twice. Even when he was being repaired in the garage and hiding in the train, he was almost discovered by this guy. After moving the passengers together midway, he cooperated with another guy to suppress his own attack. At the last moment, he used such a slashing attack. The scorching incision prevented him from regenerating quickly and distracted him. The man with earrings has been falling prey to his own spells, and if no one else interfered, he would have been able to kill him. It's all the fault of the guy wearing the hood. That guy is extremely sensitive to sight. And that guy who snores. He was obviously hypnotized, but why could that guy still move, and at an unbelievably fast speed? Damn it! Am I going to lose? Am I going to die? This is a nightmare, this must be a nightmare. I'm not willing, I'm so unwilling. It looks like the three of them have taken care of the ghost. Looking at the passengers in the carriage, Tajmi nodded. All these passengers have been under the spell of ghosts, and they will probably wake up on their own near dawn. Although some people were injured, fortunately, no one died due to the rollover of the train. He and Anjiro used many moves together to make the train roll much smaller. Yet, what an outstanding young man! All three of them are excellent. Sister Gui also works very hard. Purgatory. Anjiro touched Nezuko's little head, nodded and continued. The ghost inside the train has dissipated, so let's go outside and be on guard, and wait for reinforcements from the logistics force. Don't let your guard down until daylight. Tajmi nodded, and there was probably a tough battle to fight next. The boy jumped out of the car window with his eldest brother. A messy wilderness and carrion appeared rotten. The dust left by the collision between the train and the road gradually dissipated in the night breeze. The cold breeze blowing slightly relaxed everyone's tense nerves. Under the night, 4 ghost hunters gathered together to discuss the casualties. Flame Pillar Purgatory. Anjiro was praising the efforts of the 3 team members. Well done. Komato boy. Pig-headed boy. Well, where's the yellow-haired boy? Ah. Zenitsu doesn't know where to sleep. Hearing Tanjiro's explanation, Purgatory. Anjiro hummed. The way the other person moves freely after falling asleep is completely different from the state when he first heard about the ghost on the train. It is hard not to leave a deep impression on people. Humph. If it weren't for me, Tanpakiro would have died long ago. Yet. Thank you, Inashuk. Laugh, laugh. Hearing Tanjiro's thanks, Inashuk puffed out 2 streams of steam from his pig's nose, feeling very happy. After this incident is resolved, we can ask those who were bewitched for detailed information about the evil spirits. If it is a top string or a bottom string, the 3 of us should be able to get a lot of reward. Tanjiro, let's get some blood before the ghost's body is completely dissipated. After seeing the pieces of meat gradually disintegrating, Tajmi thought of something and quickly reminded Tanjiro. 28. One of the last words this time should be in my memory not long after I had absorbed Wu Mei's blood. It would be such a waste to dissipate like this. Well. I see. Tanjiro nodded and trotted towards the ghost's flesh. Boom. Suddenly, a huge roar attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards the place where the sound came from and found only dust in the sky. While Inashuk and Tanjiro were confused, Tatsumai and Anjiro had already grasped the handle of the Nikaran sword, ready to fight at any time. The smoke gradually dissipated, and what was revealed was a man with pale skin. He had short pink hair and golden eyes. One side was engraved with the word Shangxian and the other side was engraved with the number 3. His whole body was engraved with countless numbers representing sinners. Dark blue tattoo and blood-red fingernails. Wearing a purple-red shirt, there are rosary beads hanging on his ankles. Ghost reinforcements have arrived. And it's winding. There are no boring conversations and no pre-battle bragging. After arriving at the scene, Yuo sat down and observed the situation. The first time he saw the target, Yuozuo jumped up, and while there was an explosion under his feet, his whole body whizzed past in the air. The veins popped out in the clenched fist of his right hand, and he punched Tanjiro, who was drawing blood, but was staring at him in a daze because of his movements. How could I let you succeed? Seeing Tanjiro being attacked, Tajmi squatted down slightly, breathing and breathing continuously. There was a bang under his feet, and the boy who had disappeared instantly arrived in front of Tanjiro. While rolling his body in the air, he aimed at the Yuo seat in the air and struck vertically. Breath of the Sun type of Wu Train. Laugh. In an instant, blood was everywhere and his arm was chopped off. Seeing his arm being chopped off, Yuozuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the moment he charged up his left fist, he blasted it directly at Tajmi, who had nowhere to put any force in the air. Ding! Boom! Tajmi, who received Yuoza's punch with the blade of her sword, was instantly blown away. While flying, she did not forget to grab the collar of Tanjiro, who was in a daze beneath him. After adjusting her body in the air, Tajmi quickly fell to the ground, drawing a long trajectory on the ground. The figures of the three people intertwined for an instant, and then separated for an instant. Except for Anjiro, who saw the complete battle, Inashuk, who was standing next to Anjiro, only had a big mouth and said blankly, so strong, that guy. This guy grew up eating monsters. Really, I was in front of that ghost in an instant. The pig-headed boy guessed right. Tajmi did grow up eating monsters. As expected of our sarcastic servant, Inashuk. Chapter 41 Become a Ghost. Readers, come and become a ghost. As long as you become a ghost, you can stay up all night and avoid the hidden dangers of time travel. Prevent tragedy from happening. Yuozuo frowned as he saw that the wound made by the Nichiren sword was difficult to heal, and there were waves of stench of burned flesh coming from it. What a great knife, and the action is perfect. Really? This Nichiren sword was made on a rush. Thank you very much for your compliment. Hearing Yuozuo's compliment, Tajmi accepted it happily. In the month since I went to this area, I handed over the forging methods I knew to the Demon Slayer Corps, and about 20 days later I received my own Nichiren sword. Although there are no exclusive minerals from the Zanchi world, I have come up with my own set of methods for smelting steel after more than 10 years of experience. It doesn't matter if there is no special iron ore, as long as you master the method, the rest is the proportion. After all, in this era, the forging methods in the artisan village certainly cannot be compared with those in his previous life, nor with that empire. After all, the mere fact that they can build a Gundam is already outrageous. As for the boy's contribution, Yubayashiki also personally wrote a letter to the boy and praised him. After all, this behavior of the boy means that in the future, the people of the Demon Slayer squad will be able to use better Nichiren swords, and the casualties in fighting ghosts will be much less. As for remuneration, of course it won't have much impact on Yubayashiki, a large industry. Now the remuneration given to the young man alone may not be able to buy a house to live in. Of course, regardless of the above, just looking at the evil ghost in front of him, Tajmi also asked Tanjiro to pack the blood he had drawn. The arm was squirming, and it took a while for Yuozuo to recover his arm, looking at Tajmi and saying, "My name is Yuozuo. Can you tell me why you want to protect that weak guy?" Hearing Yuozuo's question, Tajmi also responded, "My name is Tajmi. As for why you want to protect him, of course, there are reasons just like your actions. Unlike ghosts, it is the duty of the demon slayers to protect weak people from ghosts. After obeying Musen's order, he came up to attack Tanjiro. It seems that Musen is still extremely afraid of the breath of the Sunday. Hearing the boy's reply, Uozuo laughed. Yume-sama would be afraid of such a weak guy? Ha ha ha, don't make people laugh, Tajmi. Such a weak guy will be instantly killed by me the moment he fights with me. On the contrary, it's you, and the people over there. Only strong men like you are qualified to fight with me. After saying that, Uozo turned his attention to the man holding the red flame knife, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corner of his mouth and asked. So, what's your name? I can tell at a glance, that your strength, is a pillar. The fighting spirit in you is so strong that I can't ignore it. It must have been forged through thousands of times of hard work. And this power has gradually approached the supreme realm. Looking at Uozo, Xing Xiaolang had a special feeling. I feel an inexplicable dislike for the other person. He despised the other party's behavior of attacking the Komato boy when he first came up. And the other party's behavior is indeed what his stepson Tajmi said at the Hashiram meeting. Musen is serious about the Komato boy. Xing Julan's voice was no longer as loud as before, but instead a little deeper and firmer. I am the flame pillar of 9 pillars, and my name is Purgatory Anjiro. As for the person who protected the Komato boy from you just now, he is my stepson. Really, it turns out that he is a stepson, like the successor of Zhu. Hearing Xing Xiaolang's reply, Uozuo laughed. In the eyes of Uozo, except for the 2 guys blocking the front who are very strong, the 4 ghost hunters present now are all weak and useless. Not to mention his strong fighting spirit, the first guy who cut him had an extremely strong vitality. Just judging from the surface, I can be sure that the other person must also be a guy with a special physique. The opponent does not have a special blood constitution like thin blood, but rather the body and muscles themselves are special. Even if such a being does not become a ghost, if he can eat the other person, he will definitely grow significantly. After all, only powerful beings can condense such fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is the embodiment of the essence of life. Even the pillars who have fought against each other in the past, as long as they are powerful guys, all have this kind of energy. They have tempered their bodies countless times, and their battles with ghosts have made their skills superb. I am eager to fight with the strong. Thinking of this, Uozuo stood up straight, spread his hands and spoke slowly. Next, let me give you a wonderful proposal. Do you want to join us and become ghosts? In my eyes, you are all guys who are very close to the supreme realm. It is a pity that such people die so hastily. It would be better to become a ghost. As humans, you will age and die, so become ghosts. Uozo, who stretched out his arm, invited the 2 of them. In this case, you can continue to exercise whether it takes 100 years or 200 years, so that you can become stronger. I reject. The first person to recover was Xing Xiaolang. His voice was firm and he resolutely refuted Uozuo's suggestion. Fading away from aging and heading toward death, is the beauty that only exists for short-lived creatures like humans. It is precisely because people will grow old and die that they appear so lovely and noble. The so-called powerful is not an adjective that describes the physical body. Seeing Xing Xiaolang's refusal, Uozuo wasn't angry either. For so long, all the pillars that he had fought against had rejected his proposal without exception. But he still happily invited the other party. Because I believe that someone will be willing to accept my proposal. Forget it if the Anjiro in front of you doesn't accept it now. He'll preach it properly during the battle later. Let's see if the other person can still be as firm and frank as he is now when facing death. No one can refuse to become stronger, only being strong is the truth in the world. Uozuo turned his gaze to Tajmi, who was thinking. He could see the boy's hesitation by narrowing the corners of his eyes. What about you, Tajmi? Become a ghost. As long as you become a ghost, you can immediately overcome death and fear. I can feel the power hidden in your body. As long as you become a ghost, the power in your body will support you all the way up. You will become an existence on par with me. Chapter 42 The Ghost's Proposal, Intertwined Battles. Yes, you will be the first quarter of the 12 ghost moons, so, become a ghost, Tajmi. After hearing the other party's invitation, Tajmi thought about the other party's proposal. When I saw in the imperial capital that this traversable world was Demon Slayer, my dust-laden memories were slowly opened, and my thoughts followed the passage of time and returned to my previous life. The manga Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba was serialized in Weekly Shonen in its previous life in 2016, and was animated in 2019. Finally, it is still a very popular work after the epidemic is almost over. Among them, the most special and conspicuous settings are the breathing method and other settings of the Demon Slayer squad, as well as the ghost settings. Ghosts are humanoid creatures that feed on humans as their main food. They are mutated creatures created from the blood of the ancestors of ghosts. Ghosts in a hungry state are extremely violent and may even eat their own relatives. It has extremely strong strength and body regeneration ability. The more people it eats, the stronger it becomes. This makes ordinary ghosts who are only good at hand-to-hand combat become superpower ghosts. They are different from ordinary ghosts in their immortality and strange powers. They can use them to make themselves the ability to change the body vampire technique. Its weakness is that it is afraid of the sun. Being exposed to the sun will cause the ghost's body to collapse and crush to death, so it only moves at night. The most annoying thing is the wisteria flower. This flower is poisonous to ghosts and is very annoying to ghosts. Because it has only been more than 10 years since time travel, I remember it relatively clearly. If there was a world in the corner of nowhere, I might not be able to remember it. After all, this crappy system doesn't have the ability to add intelligence and spirit, otherwise I would think of it as a little encyclopedia of traveling across all realms. Of course, it would be better if it was a chat group mode. Not to mention becoming stronger and crushing the empire, at least making your own village prosperous would be absolutely no problem. Are you a person who is satisfied with the status quo? Yes, it is easy to be satisfied with yourself. Are you someone who is not satisfied with the status quo? There is no doubt about that, yes. Humans are such tangled creatures. The moment he arrived in the Empire and saw the traversable world appear, he was thinking about what he should do. Although I can't guarantee whether the so-called plot I thought about all night is completely similar, at least I have a foundation. Afterwards, the Demon Slayer squad and our Murata team members encountered during the time travel, as well as the collision between the Spider Mountain mission and the Xiaoxuan team, all of which made the memory in my mind clearer and clearer. And now, Uozuo's question also made the young man think about the difference between being a human being and not being a human being. Although the non-human being mentioned by the other party has good conditions, is immortal, does not have the ability to tear out eggs and do many pava, he has various forms of vampire skills. And as long as you keep eating people, you can keep getting stronger. But the young man thought for a moment and then shook his head. It might be difficult to overcome cannibalism on your own. The education in my previous life did not allow me to learn how to eat people. With my fixed thoughts, I traveled through the waves, but my personality did not change much. Even if I don't say that I am 100% a good person, I can still say that I am 80%. Moreover, the future after becoming a ghost is not very bright. While fighting the Demon Slayer squad, he has to endure the oppression of his unreasonable boss. 29. Becoming a ghost means facing a bloody battle in which the losing ghost will be devoured by the winning ghost. After Uozeo defeated the Black Death Eyes, one of the highest-ranking members, he was appreciated by the other party and let him go. However, if he becomes a ghost and is oppressed by his superiors, he will have to endure the harassment of those below and work hard in the future. This high-pressure environment both internally and externally continues to climb upwards, which is simply unbearable. And although there is no misfortune between men and women, bosses who want to kill their subordinates because they talk are not very popular these days. Liang Fifan, the police station has regulations. Subordinates are not allowed to talk to their superiors. Lu Xing, shit. Liang Fifan. In front of a small life, beauty and other things are just floating clouds. On this point, Tajmi is still very open-minded. Of course, there was also a saying in the previous life that SESE was a bone-scraping steel knife. If I refuse SESE, it starts with me. But I should watch it the next day, and the banned comic TT is open. After all, one dies immediately and the other dies slowly. Without knowing the date of death, SESE? Go to hell. They are all my wife. Of course, although it's true that I like Cs, I still don't have to change from male to female. I don't have that hobby. Thinking of this, Tajmi looked at Yuozo and said, I reject your proposal, Yuozo. Oh? Really, I didn't expect you to reject my proposal, I just saw you thinking seriously. Why? Because I want to be a good person. Hearing the boy's answer, Yuozuo's smile turned cold. Becoming stronger is not a temptation for me, rather than becoming stronger overnight, I personally pay more attention to the foundation itself. I see. I appreciate your character. It doesn't matter if you refuse. My proposal will still be valid in the future. Listening to the boy's answer, Yuozuo's eyes became more and more serious, showing his sharp edge. And now, it's time to fight. The technique unfolds. After the words fell, Yuozuo stepped hard with his right foot, causing the ground to collapse. At the same time, purple ghost energy was injected into it, and a huge snowflake formation was launched that covered several meters under his feet. The fonts in each direction in the array lit up with red light, and the next moment the purple ghost energy and snowflakes turned into white snowflakes. Destroy Kill Luo Needle. The cold air on the ground intertwined with the ghostly air, and the aura generated along with the dust kicked up turned into a state as if the space was distorted. If you don't want to be a ghost, you should kill. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Yuozuo stood up and rushed towards Xing Xiaolang. Looking at Yuozuo who was charging straight towards him, Xing Xiaolang also tightened his grip on the red flame sword in his hand and slashed with it. Ding! The fist and the blade collided, making a sound of gold and iron, and the two of them fought in an instant. Countless blue fist shadows and red sword lights looked extremely bright in the night. In just a few seconds, they could compete dozens of times. Seeing Xing Xiaolang fighting with him in a decent manner, Yuozuo became interested. It seems that among the pillars I have killed so far, there is no one who is a flame pillar. While a series of 6 powerful punches were blocked by Xing Xiaolang, Yuozuo continued to speak. And no one has ever agreed to my invitation, why exactly? A punch blasted out the blade of Yuozuo, and he spun around, then kicked Anjiro with a whirlwind sideways kick from Konoha. As someone who is also pursuing the highest realm of martial arts, I really can't understand it, obviously only the chosen ones can become ghosts. Tatsumi has obviously thought carefully about my proposal, why are you unwilling to understand me, Xingjiro? Chapter 43 Similar People, Provocative Whispers. It's really unbearable for me to watch people with outstanding talents grow ugly. So you'd better die. Anjiro, while you're still young. Looking at the face of the evil spirit that was so close, Xingjiro's expression was firm, and he didn't waver at all with every slash he made. Young Tajmi is my chosen stepson. When we first met, I felt that he would be a person very similar to me. Ding ding ding. Slashing horizontally and vertically, while slashing towards the vital part of the evil ghost's neck with the knife, he also did not forget to defend against Yuozuo's attacks. Yuozuo, who was enjoying the battle, was more and more interested in Xingjulan in front of him. Oh? Then why would someone so similar to you choose to consider my proposal, tell me? Does this mean that Xing Shaora, you, have a wrong vision? The evil ghost in front of him tried to shake his heart with verbal attacks, but as a flame pillar, his mind had already been trained to be extremely tough in this bad world. The hand on the handle of the knife tightened, and in a blink of an eye, Xingjulan caught the gap in Yu Wozeo's defense and struck the ghost in front of him with an upward slash. Breath of fire 2 types the flame rising. The slash with blazing flames did not bring any trouble to Yi Wozo. During the battle just now, he had already discovered that Anjiro's slash was not as difficult to heal as the damage Tajmi had caused to him. The more exquisite the martial arts, it is meaningless as long as it has not reached the field that one is pursuing. Everything is under your control. It's useless. Anjiro. Drink. Yu Wozuo, who roared loudly, used the guidance of the vampire fighting spirit to accurately dodge Xingjulan's long-planned blow. At the same time, he flipped backwards and jumped several times to stabilize his body in the air. Destruction Kill Sky style. Yu Wozeo's fists kept swinging in the air, just in time to catch the moment when Xing Xiaolang couldn't change his moves quickly after releasing his sword skills for a short period of time. Countless blue lights and shadows disappeared the moment the fist was swung out, and Xing Xiaora was looking at the Yu Wozeo in the sky intently, while his eyes scanned left and right for attacks that might come from somewhere. Front. Brother Anjiro. Breath of Fire, Form of 4, Uzumaki of Shenzhen. Hearing the boy's reminder, Anjiro waved the sword without hesitation. The flames on the blade revolved around Anjiro's body, forming a huge flame vortex in an instant. Boom! 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 Yu Wozeo didn't panic when he saw that the attack he swung in the air at a speed that was hard to see was cracked by Anjiro. He just smiled and kept waving his fist in the air. It seems like you have chosen the wrong path, Tajmi. You obviously have such an excellent body. What a pity. In that case, you might as well die. If you don't die, I will turn you into a ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Wozuo looked at the young man who appeared from the side and was covered in flames, and he charged up a punch. Destruction and Kill type. The sword skill that made it difficult for the body to heal in the previous battle increased his threat to the boy by several levels. I won't be careless, I will definitely complete Master Wuhan's mission perfectly. Yu Wozeo, whose arms were gathered together, blasted out a huge blue beam of light. The devastating blow made Xing Xiaora's eyes widen below him. The breath of the sun, the shape of the land, the bone-scorching Sunday. The young man spinning in the air turned into a vortex. Unlike Xing Xiaora's soaring flames, this vortex blasted straight towards Yu Wozeo. Boom! The attacks of the two turned into huge roars, and violent explosions bloomed in the open space, causing strong winds. Thick smoke and dust were rippling, which was worse than what was caused by the collision between the train and the road. What happened? Tajmi. Mr. Purgatory. Are you okay? Tanjiro's yelling voice broke the temporary silence. As if to let him clearly understand the current situation, a sudden gust of wind blew away the dust, revealing the two sides facing each other. All of Yi Wozo's arms were cut off, and the ferocious flames turned into tarsal maggots on his skin, constantly burning Yi Wozo's skin, hindering his body from trying to recover. On the other side, Tajmi and Xing Xiaora also stood in place, silently watching the severely injured Yu Wozeo. Yu Wozuo, whose arms were chopped off, didn't care about his injuries. It didn't matter if it was difficult to heal. He didn't have any legs. When the hands are gone, the feet are used. As long as the opponent cannot get rid of his hands and feet at once, the remaining ones will definitely turn into a fatal blow. I can feel that your breathing rhythm is very rapid. You are forcing yourself now, forcing yourself to adapt to such breathing. Tajmi. Everyone present was shocked by Yi Wozo's opening. So what? Yi Wozo. As long as it can cause effective damage, it doesn't matter. Hearing Tajmi's answer, Yu Wozuo shrugged. That's right, it's all insignificant things. As a warrior, the best way to practice is to improve your martial arts and practice them in battle. Having trouble breathing? Just bear it. He is not as strong as an ordinary person, and this way of breathing is just a boulder blocking the opponent's path to becoming stronger. As long as you can overcome it, your strength will grow rapidly. It turned out that the opponent's strength was even greater than that of an adult, and Tajmi became stronger at an astonishing speed during the battle. This was the powerful enemy he had dreamed of. Turning his attention to the Nikaran sword held by the young man, Uozuo squinted his eyes. But it's a really sharp blade. In the past, the Nikaran swords of the Demon Slayer Corps should have been easy to break. Is this the special one you're talking about? Tatsumi. Seeing the other party's silence instead of answering, Uozuo smiled, very happily. I also almost understood the opponent's specific power from the blow just now. The power was stronger than Anjiro, and the speed was exactly the same. Although the blade was very sharp, it was obvious that Anjiro's weapon was not as brand new as his opponent's. That makes it clear. You can adapt yourself. You can solve it yourself. The flesh squirmed and turned into sarcoma, and with a pop, Uozuo's broken arms were restored. Let's start our second round, Tajmi, Sinjura. The night is still long, and our battle has just begun, hasn't it? Chapter 44, Opportunity to Fall. I was stabbed a lot when I was writing this. Watching Death in Purgatory over and over again, the author almost lost his emotions. Watching the opponent's body recover, Tajmi didn't show any expression. The exposure time of his breathing is short, and it is indeed a shortcoming that I cannot adapt quickly. Although he trained like crazy when this day came, he still couldn't reach the expected goal. I had fully planned to come here for about a month. Except for the Spider Mountain incident 2 days before I arrived, most of the rest of my time was spent on the road. Fortunately, Xingjulan was a kind man and chose to take him to practice while on the road. Originally, the time was very generous, but they did not expect that the sudden increase in casualties made the two of them need to start from Anjiro's hometown non-stop. It was at that time that he received a letter from Tanjiro. The study of sun breathing also began at that time. After less than 20 days of learning, the relatively simple and easy-to-use breathing methods such as the breathing of fire and the breathing of water are very simple for me, but the breathing of the sun, every step after that is a test of physical fitness and lungs. Test. Uozuo was right, he was indeed forcing himself to use the immature breathing method to fight. 30. Collision with the strong, the improvement of progress is also obvious. Just. I'm sorry, Brother Xingjulan. I was willful. Hearing the boy's apology, Purgatory Anjiro smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder. How could that be? Just be fine. I believe in the opponent's choice, just like when the boy told me about the attack from the front, I will never hesitate. It was his suggestion to accept the other party as his stepson. The other party accepted and learned the breath of flame. The breath of sun after that was the goal of the boy's journey. There was no need for him to stop the boy from becoming stronger. All he needs to do is just watch him grow. Well. I'm fine, thank you Brother Xingjulan for your concern. Looking at the smiling Anjiro, Tajmi nodded heavily. Uozuo just watched the two of them chatting without interrupting. Kamaman boy. Pig-headed boy. You two just stand there and wait. Protect the general public. After Anjiro arranged the tasks for the two weaklings, the atmosphere of the battle instantly changed. It is the duty of our Demon Slayer team to eliminate evil spirits. And we will carry out our mission. The chilling air rippled in the open space, and the posture of Tajmi and Xingxiaoro holding swords spread out and standing side by side made Uozuo extremely excited. Come on. Let's fight. As Uozuo finished speaking, the two people who had taken a stance disappeared instantly. Boom! Countless flames burned fiercely, and Tajmi and Anjiro ran together, like an infinite train. The train turned into flames and rushed towards Uozuo. Breath of Fire 1 Type Shiranui. Mixed Breath of Fire Shape of 7 Scorching Sunlight. The two figures were running on the ground, and their constantly intertwining figures made the compass of Uozo rotate crazily. What an incredible fighting spirit, but it's a pity. Uozuo murmured as he watched the two men's combined offensive. Destruction, chaos, and empty style. Boom. 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 The hand starts with extremely high speed and strikes violently forward. The combination of the random style and the empty style resulted in countless swings and many attacks that were difficult to detect with the naked eye and attacked the two of them. In the next moment, countless fists clashed with Tajmi's sword, and they collided 20 or 30 times in just one moment. After blocking all Tajmi's slashes that looked like the rays of the sun, Xing Xiaolang grasped the gap between Uozo and swung towards Uozo's neck with a one-shaped swing. Feeling the frantic warning from the compass pointer, Uozo raised the corners of his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. He first squatted down to avoid Xingjiro's horizontal slash aimed at the neck, put his hands on the ground, and raised 1 foot high. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. A fatal kick hit Anjiro's head, but Anjiro did not dodge the attack in front of him, but changed his moves again in the blink of an eye. Breath of fire, shape of Wu Fire Tiger. The veins in the hand holding the Sun Lun sword bulged out, and the monstrous flames wrapped around the distance and slashed downwards, turning into a huge flaming tiger, slashing towards Uozuo's heel with the power of a tiger's attack. Yanhu collided with the blade-turned foot cutter in an instant. As a huge roar sounded, the ground shattered under the powerful power of the two. Feeling that 1 foot was chopped off by Xing Xiaolang, Uozuo's eyes widened, and the foot's regeneration was completed instantly. Destruction kill, kick style, flowing flash of light. Breath of fire, 3 forms, all forms of air flame. 4 forms, whirls of prosperous flames. Xing Xiaora, who changed his moves twice in a row, could barely block Uozuo's fierce kick that was like a flash explosion. The two exchanged more than 10 moves in just a short moment. Destruction kill, shattered style, 10,000 leaves, shiny willow. But the next moment, Uozuo punched the ground. The impact caused the ground to shatter like leaf patterns, and the protrusions of countless giant rocks gave him a brief respite. Because Tajmi, who could still be detected by the compass just now, suddenly disappeared at that moment. Not long after Uozuo landed, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. Mixed breath of fire, awakening of insects. The Jingj sword that should have been blooming with blue light now produced countless flames from scratch, and a very fast stabbing blow instantly pierced Uozuo's neck. Laugh. The neck was pierced, the throat was penetrated straight, and even his own spine was shattered by the opponent's huge thrust. Ahem. Uozuo, who opened his mouth and could only spit out blood, was shocked. He was so shocked that his eyes widened as he looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Why, the compass doesn't guide me. This guy shouldn't. In just a short moment, Uozuo already understood that the young man in front of him had stepped into the supreme realm that he had dreamed of before him. Although it only lasted for less than a moment, he still successfully deceived his compass perception. Anjiro is already rushing towards him, and he must use all his strength. Otherwise, you will die. Ah. Yelling, Uozuo was surprisingly angry at this moment. How could I die in a place like this? Impossible. It's impossible to chop off your own head with this kind of thrusting sword skill. Numerous blood vessels bulged out in Uozuo's neck and face. While his muscles clamped the boy's knicker and knife hard, Uozuo's arms also swung at the same time. While holding the boy's knicker and sword with one hand to prevent it from moving again, he turned his head 90 degrees and bit Anjiro's slash against the injury on his neck. The other arm was not idle either and swung towards Anjiro's chest. Seeing the Uozuo in front of him with such a strong desire to survive, Xing Xiaora held the blade tightly with one hand, trying to chop off the opponent's head with one blow, while catching the Uozuo with the other hand and trying to punch through the chest. A punch. Just like that, the roars of the three people resounded throughout the area. Chapter 45 Beheading, Stringing Part 3. Cartoon scene of the third brother being beheaded. 30 minutes ago, Infinite City. The woman in kimono sitting in the center silently knelt on the cushions. I saw her arms swinging slightly. Zhang. The strings were plucked and the pipa made a weird sound. The next moment, the weird staircase surrounding this space quickly exchanged positions and spaces with the house. As a door quickly opened, a man in gorgeous clothes slowly walked in. "What's the reason you called me here?" "Master Wu Han." With a cynical expression, the smiling man looked at the woman in kimono in front of him and said with a smile. I saw that he had colorful eyes, his head looked like it had been soaked with blood, he was wearing a Western-style kimono, and he was holding 2 iron fans in his hands. His tone was easygoing and gentle, with a carefree smile on his face. Upon hearing the subordinate's question, the kimono woman's eyes widened, and her pretty face was covered with bulging blood vessels that ruined her beauty. There are some things, what happened at Yiwozo reminded me of not very good things. That is the past that I don't want to think about, the past that I hate. It was also what I was afraid of. Now that the sunflower earrings have appeared, even humans who can use that breathing method have appeared. That familiar burning, an injury that is difficult to heal. Although the other party's use seems to be burdensome. But I hate change. Situational changes, physical changes, emotional changes, most changes are deterioration, is weakness. This is another change that has occurred since the 113 years since someone died in the upper string. I have obviously adopted the method of eradicating all the users of Breath of the Sun, but why are there still guys popping up one after another from nowhere? I hate change. Like unchanged. You must remain in perfect condition forever. Wu Han, who narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the subordinates below who were waiting for instructions and said. Go and kill those ghost hunters with Yiwozo. If you can't even accomplish this, I think there is no need for you to exist. Yes, Master Wu Han. I will work hard with Mr. Yiwozuo. After all, we are all companions. After hearing the words that would kill him, Tong Mo still smiled, and he was not at all afraid of the facts Wu Mei said. Because he himself is the kind of person who lacks emotions. Zhang. 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 The sound of the pipa sounded quickly, and the urgent and special rhythmic sound caused this messy space to change again. The sound of the piano settles. Several gates instantly appeared under Tong Mo's feet. After they were opened one by one, Tong Mo himself quickly fell downwards. After doing all this, the sound of pipa drove this living city to quickly close its door. Click. 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 Where is your Excellency Yiwozuo? Looking at the closed door in the air, Tong Mo played with the folding fan in his hand and walked forward with the corner of his mouth raised. Ah! Found it! Over here. There's still some time before dawn. I hope I can encounter some fun things. Of course it would be better if there is a girl. On the other side, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who did not know that the danger was approaching, were in a stalemate with Yiwozuo. The thick smoke and dust made it difficult for the outside world to see clearly what was going on inside. The only thing that could be heard was the shouts of Infernal Angela and Tajmi. Ah 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 ah. It's still a little bit. It's just a little bit, let me move. Seeing the Nicaran sword being bitten by Yiwozuo's teeth and unable to move forward, Purgatory Angelo let out a huge roar. Even though the opponent's neck was penetrated by the Tajmi boy's attack, the bombardment of the punch still made him almost miss. Whether it's because of the desire to survive or something else. Right now, I must take on the responsibility of traveling as a pillar. Kill the evil spirits. 31. Once this guy runs away, he will harm more people, and he will never allow it. Looking at Xing Xiaolang with firm eyes, veins popped out on Yiwozuo's forehead. I won't die here, I will become stronger. I have to become stronger. Blood oozed from his mouth uncontrollably, and Uwozeo's teeth bit down on seeing Jura's Nichiren sword. Breath of the beast, two fangs, blade slashing. Ding! The clear and crisp sound of the Nichiren sword clashing sounded unnaturally in the stalemate between the three of them. Gila big-eyed boy. My uncle Inashuk Kubahira is here to help. With my strongest and fiercest Chi-Ji type. I discovered the situation here. I saw Inashuk holding his two swords against Anjiro's blade, trying to help Anjiro cut in. Pig-headed boy. Seeing Inashuk's sudden appearance, Anjiro was stunned for a moment, and in the blink of an eye he pressed the blade harder. Damn, another one. The red flame sword was slowly pressed down by Inashuk, and Uwoza could hardly hold the Nichiren sword in his mouth. A deep incision was made on his cheek by the Nichiren knife, and his ferocious ghost teeth could also be seen. No. No. I won't die. Laugh. Here. The next moment, a sharp slash sent the ghost's head flying into the sky. Uwozuo looked at himself being beheaded with an expression of disbelief. Seeing Uwozo being beheaded, Tajmi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although I know a little bit of the transparent world that is close to the state of mindlessness, I cannot enter that mode for a long time because I have not learned the breathing method long enough. The transparent world pseudo on the system panel also explains all the problems simply and clearly. It is possible that such a miracle would be repeated a second time today. The severed head on the ground opened its bloodshot eyes, trying hard to overcome its own weaknesses. Tajmi, who had pulled out the Nichiren sword, could vaguely hear people talking around her, and some people were trying hard to communicate with Uwozo in front of them. The slowly disappearing head of Uwozo was glaring at him, presumably because he entered the transparent world and caused the other party's compass to malfunction. Looking at the Uwo seat, Tajmi sighed. There is nothing wrong with wanting to become stronger, but where is your purpose of becoming stronger, Komeiji-san? Koji, this is the name of Uwozeo when he was a human. It took me a long time to think of this name. Hearing Tajmi calling out to Koji, Uwoza felt upset for no reason. Who is Komeiji? Are you calling me? How could I have a name as silly as a dog? My name is Uwozeo. I won't die. Just like that, Uwozuo's head gradually turned into dust and dissipated with the obsession to become stronger. Chapter 46 Memory, Part. Ha 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 ha. We defeated the winding ghost. Wow. Anjiro, who grabbed Inashuk by the waistband of his pants and threw him away, tightly held the Nichiren sword in his hand that had been bitten by the evil spirit. Why, it's clear that the ghost's head has dissipated, but its body has not dissipated. He looked at Uwozo's still body with a solemn expression. Tajmi boy. Be careful. The next moment, Uwozuo clenched his fists, stepped heavily on the ground with his feet, and the snowflake-shaped vampire technique appeared again. Vampire technique destruction kill Luo needle. The compass unfolded again, and Uwozuo's neck, where the head had been chopped off, stopped bleeding instantly and squirmed and healed quickly. After doing all this in an instant, the body shifted its target to the person closest to it. Destruction kill kick style flying star 1000 wheels. The fast kicks were entangled with cyan turbulence, and kicked toward Tajmi in an erratic trajectory. Like a blurred meteor. Tajmi, who had known for a long time that Uwozo would not die so easily, instantly fell back, put her hands on the ground and dodged several somersaults back. Just when Uwozuo wanted to take advantage of the victory, his arm was held by something empty behind him. Please stop, Komeiji-san. Who are you? Let go of my hand. Looking at the tearful girl holding his arm helplessly behind him, Uwozuo's arm seemed to be tied with 1,000 pounds of chains, and he could not free his arm no matter what. Please stop, let's go to the other world together. No. The ghost hunter hasn't been killed yet, Master Wuhan's order hasn't been completed yet. I want to become stronger, I want. Looking at the girl who suddenly hugged him, Uwozuo's body froze. Why are you obsessed with getting stronger? Komeiji-san is obviously already strong. The girl's embrace is so warm, as reassuring as a young child nestling in its mother's arms. Why do you insist on becoming stronger? Why? Listening to the girl's cries, Uozuo's memory gradually returned to the past. That was my past self. Looking at his young self kneeling under the stage and being detained, with chains wrapped around his body and tattoos of criminals engraved on his body, Uozuo just felt upset again and again. Ha 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 ha. Kill or behead whatever you want. Even if my hand is chopped off, I still have a pair of wrists. I still have feet. I'll show you with my feet. Anyway, don't try to catch me next time. Looking at himself who was beaten all over, with a bruised nose and swollen face, he laughed, and Uozuo had a dull expression. My young self was helpless because of my father's illness. When I was only 11 years old, I came up with a stupid way to temporarily alleviate the problem. That's stealing. My obsession with becoming stronger also started from that time. If you don't get stronger, you can't run away with the stolen wallet. If you don't get stronger, you won't be able to win against revenge. If you don't become stronger, you will be caught and sentenced. At that time, just because I was caught and sentenced for theft, I had 3 lines carved on my wrist. Each line represented a time when I was caught by law enforcement officers. If you are caught again after 3 times, your hand will be chopped off. Snapped, 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 snapped. Give me a good job. Reflect on it. A huge wooden board hit the 11-year-old boy's back. The boy who was hit until he vomited blood still did not lower his head. Trying to raise his head, he responded like this to the law enforcer. It's so noisy, shut up, bastard, I don't have enough money, the medicine is very expensive. In that era, a bedridden father had no source of income. I want my father to get better, and I want my skinny father to eat more nutritious food. So just working is not enough, which is why I steal. After enduring this punishment, trying his best to deal with the conspicuous injuries on his body, and wanting to return home to meet his father in a more respectable manner, the bad news conveyed by his neighbor made him feel relieved. The human world instantly fell into hell. Komeiji, I heard that you were arrested again, your father, hanged to death. His eyes widened when he heard the news, and what he saw when he returned home was his father's body lying on the bed. Komeiji, you can still live upright, you can still start over. I don't want to live to the point where I don't hesitate to take people's money. Feel sorry. I'm causing trouble for you. The letter in his hand was crumpled by himself, and he couldn't be more sad about his father's passing. After burying his father's body, he was filled with anger and rushed towards those scum and beat them together. Looking at his former self, Uozuo's eyes remained calm. It's boring. I actually want to become stronger for such a boring reason. After watching his past self defeat all 7 of them, 1 against 7, and then being subdued by an unknown guy and taken back to his gym, Uozuo completely lost interest in watching. Even though it was illuminated by the sun, Uozuo still stood silently in the center of the dojo. As a ghost, he was not directly dissipated by the sun, but quietly enjoyed the sunshine that was not very hot, but very warm. Why don't you want to continue reading? Does Mr. Komeiji hate me? The sound from behind made Uozuo wake up instantly. He turned around in a panic and looked at the empty place in the courtyard with his mouth wide open. No, I don't hate you, Liangxiu. His sudden exaggerated reaction made Uozuo's eyes widen. Who is Liangxiu? Why? The confused Uozuo suddenly had the desire to read more of his boring memories. No matter what, I must figure out who the owner of that voice just now was. Thinking of this, Uozuo set off again. The inexplicable familiarity with this dojo made it easy for him to reach his final destination. Looking at the girl who was sick in bed, and the boy who stayed with the girl to take care of her silently, Uozuo gradually recalled everything he knew about the girl. The girl's name is Liangxiu, and she is the daughter of the owner of this SLAYER dojo, and the owner of the dojo is also her future master. After that 1-on-7 win, I met this man. After a lot of punches and kicks from the other party, the man who thought he had helped his young self to change his ways took him in, who had nowhere to go. It's okay, I've helped you change your ways. From now on, you will be my disciple. As you can see, this dojo is empty, not a single disciple. Chapter 47 Memory, Part. It was obviously the first time they met, but he returned to the dojo with obvious sinner tattoos on his body. After he woke up and spent some time together, he asked him to help take care of his frail daughter. Why would you accept yourself as a sinner? Is it really okay to hand over a house with only my daughter to me, a sinner? 32. Because I have dealt with you as a sinner severely. So it's okay. In this way, the other party didn't mind that he was a sinner and gave him a place to return to. My daughter is begging you. Looking at the girl staring at him with wide eyes, Uozuo slowly squatted down. Doesn't your injury matter? Upon hearing the girl's question, Uozuo's hand unconsciously touched his neck. Uozuo, who hesitated for a long time without being able to answer the girl's question, just squatted quietly next to the girl. As the memory goes by, I don't know how much time has passed. It might be 1 year, it might be 3 years, it doesn't matter. As long as he can look at the girl in front of him, his restless heart will gradually calm down. By myself, by this dojo, by the master, and Liangxiu. Saved. Seeing the girl gradually improving from a weak body to a healthy one, Uozuo once again stretched out her body, which had not moved in the past few years. Because the girl can already live a normal life. At the age of 16, she was no longer bedridden, and she and her younger self helped work in the courtyard. Looking at the scene in front of him, Uozuo was very pleased. That, Komeiji. Can you come over here? And Liangxiu too. The master waved with a smile, and his young self followed him without knowing why. Only the pretty face of the girl next to him was quietly covered with blush. Can you inherit this dojo? Koji, Liangxiu also said that he likes you. Koji, who was sitting on his knees in the house, was about to listen to his master's instructions or the next task, when he suddenly froze on the spot. With the sinner tattoo, I never had any decent expectations for the future, let alone a future where someone would like me. However, maybe I can do what my father wrote in his letter. Live a happy life. In this way, the expectation that life can be restarted grew out of control. But at that time, I never imagined that the 2 people I was protecting with my life would be brutally poisoned. After visiting his father's grave and telling him that he was getting married, he returned to the ashram without stopping. The time spent during this period is probably less than half a day. On the way back to the dojo, I suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after returning, he was informed that Liangxiu and his master had been poisoned and killed. The future is gone, and the people worth protecting are quietly falling between the fingers like sand. In the end, it's your decision. Revenge. The execution office kept detailed records of the brutal killings at that time. After the father and daughter of SLAYER dojo were poisoned, one of the surviving disciples attacked a nearby kendo dojo and killed 67 people in the dojo. The murder weapon was unarmed. Yes, when I was young, I no longer had expectations for the future. Even if the other party has weapons, he still doesn't care. The head is destroyed, the internal organs are destroyed. None of the remains intact in the massacre could be found. Chin, brain, eyeballs, hands, and feet, internal organs. Sputtering like hell onto the walls and ceiling. The only remaining maid also went crazy because of the hellish scene she had witnessed. In the end, I was walking down the street as if I had lost my soul. I met Tsuji Musen, who came to check on the rumors of ghosts in a place where there were no ghosts. Just human, so boring. Looking at the human in front of him who was clamoring to kill him, Wu Kai suddenly became interested. A piercing hand knife directly penetrates the opponent's brain and delivers a large amount of blood. I want to create 12 powerful ghosts. Can you bear the amount of blood I give you? Just like that, the memory of the past came to an abrupt end. The tumors on his neck kept squirming, and Uozuo, who had completed the regeneration of most of his head, finally saw the ghost hunter in front of him again. It actually reminds me of such boring memories. Destruction and kill type. The neck is not a weak point, so where is the weak point? When the opponent's body began to squirm and recover, Purgatory Anjiro clenched the Nichiren sword in his hand. Although the fierce battle just now made the body uncomfortable, the evil ghost was not dead yet, so he had to fight to the end. Seeing Jiro, who adjusted his breathing as quickly as possible, took a deep breath as he watched his stepson dodge the opponent's kicks in a thrilling way. The reason why the ghost was able to continue fighting even after his head was beheaded was no longer important. Since the opponent cannot die, he must drag the battle until dawn. I am Flame Pillar, I am Purgatory Anjiro. You must fulfill your responsibilities. Anyone here? No one can die. Breath of Fire, mysterious truth. Anjiro took a deep breath and looked at the evil ghost in front of him with a serious and dignified expression. Burn your soul and surpass your limits. Bang! The heart beat violently, like a blower, driving the flame-like blood to the limbs and meridians. Type 9 Purgatory. Bang! Boom! With a strong step on his feet, Xing Shaora, who disappeared in an instant, transformed into a huge flaming dragon and rushed towards the Yuo seat. Boom! The moment the two came into contact, a huge explosion sounded, and the rising flames turned into a huge tornado. Uozuo's eyes widened as he felt the sharp blade entering his body. Anjiro. Seeing the other party's resolute expression and the fiery eyes, Uozuo suddenly smiled. I remembered it myself. This kind of look that wants to protect something is what I have most wanted to have. After all, my former self could only talk nonsense. I couldn't protect anything I wanted to protect. Oh my god, I saw such interesting things when I came here. Are you going to lose, Mr. Uozuo? Shocked by the sudden sound, Xingjulan pulled out the Nichiren sword inserted into Uozuo and jumped back. Tongmo. When Uozuo saw who it was, he did not continue to attack Xing Shaolang. I have recalled everything and there is no need to continue attacking. Looking at his father and master in front of him, Uozuo knelt down. After apologizing to his father and master in front of him, Uozuo struggled with the Wuhan will in his body. Tong Mo also received instructions from Wu Kei at this moment. Take Mr. Uozuo back? Well, I know. Slightly unfolding the iron fan, Tong Mo looked at Uozuo who was kneeling on the ground and suddenly saw something vaguely. Your Excellency Uozuo, seems to be being held by a cute girl. I really want to taste her. Looking at the girl who seemed to be shrouded in hazy mist, Tong Mo licked his lips. Little did he know that his words brought him an experience that he did not want to recall even in hell. Chapter 48 The End of the Infinity Train Incident. Sorry. Sorry. I failed to protect you. Sorry. I couldn't be by your side at the critical moment. Sorry. None of the promises were fulfilled, I'm sorry. Looking at the girl in front of him who was stroking his cheek, warm tears flowed from the corners of Uozuo's eyes. It's really great that you can remember us. It's really great that you can return to the original Mr. Komeiji. Welcome back, dear. Holding Komeiji in his arms who was crying like a teenager, Rongxu's tears of joy flowed from the corners of his eyes. Just when Uozuo was about to give up on being a ghost and head to hell with his lover, master, and father, he heard Tong Mo's muttering to himself. Obsession turned into motivation, and in an instant, the strong belief in his heart overwhelmed Wu Meixu's will, and even more so that Uozuo, who was about to return to hell, returned to reality full of anger. Protect, I have to protect them. No matter who. Tajmi frowned when she saw another winding ghost coming. As for Shangxian Tu Tong Mo, I don't know why I told the truth. But it should be a foregone conclusion that Yu Wozao will die. Watching Yi Wozo's body gradually turn into dust, Tajmi pointed the sun blade at Tong Mo and something unexpected happened at the scene. This sudden change made everyone tremble. An astonishing murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, carrying the cold wind of dawn blowing towards everyone. I saw Yu Wozuo's gradually declining body stop decaying instantly, and then quickly recover. His complete body recovered in an instant, and Yu Wozuo, who still had pink hair, turned his attention to Tong Mo. Your Excellency Yu Wozuo. Looking at the recovering Yi Wozo, Tong Mo asked uncertainly. The other person gave me the feeling that he had changed into a different kind of creature, and the look in his eyes didn't look like the one he usually saw in person. On the contrary, it was more like the look in someone's eyes when someone was caught by a hound when he went to steal something. 33. It's going to happen. Tong Mo's idea, which instantly jumped into the air, was correct. Boom! The place where he was standing just now has been shattered by Yi Wozo's punch. The ground is full of cracks like leaves, which are the blood ghost techniques of Yi Wozo, destruction killing, shattering style, and 10,000 leaves shining willow. Why are you attacking me? Aren't we companions? Your Excellency, Yu Wozuo. Ahaha. I believe we can still get along well, right? There was no reply, and the hostile gaze alone made Tong Mo shed a few drops of cold sweat. The familiar fluctuations unfolded again, and the compass under Yu Wozuo's feet expanded again. The snowflakes on the ground are constantly turning as if they are alive. Destruction kill random style. Vampire art, snow in the dry garden. In the blink of an eye, the two top stringers were fighting together. The sudden change of situation made Tajmi and the others stunned for a moment. The ghosts are fighting among themselves? And they're still on edge. Inashuk held the Nichiren sword that was full of holes and stared blankly at the two winding swords fighting together. Feeling the change in temperature, Inashuk looked at the scenery on the horizon. It's obviously going to be daytime, aren't they afraid of death? No matter what, the situation is favorable to us now. Anjiro also held the Nichiren sword in his hand tightly and did not dare to slack off. Winding up two swords was already tricky enough. If two winding ghosts join forces, I and others will definitely die, and the same result will happen to more than 200 passengers. Now that the other party is fighting, he feels relieved. Yet, it would be better if the two of them just keep fighting until they die. Tajmi looked at Tong Mo and sighed. Of course, she had also seen what Tong Mo was mumbling to himself in the night. The current scene is also a wake-up call for myself. The so-called plot of the previous life can only be used as a reference and cannot be completely believed. After all, we are all living people, and we are all in the real world, and nothing remains unchanged forever. Click, click, click. Suddenly, several wooden doors opened at the feet of the two fighting. The Yu Wozuo and Tongmo, which were lumped into a ball, all fell downwards. This sudden and strange situation caused everyone to tighten their grip on the blades in their hands. But Tajmi was different. Watching Yi Wozo and Tong Mo being taken away by Infinite City, she also put the Nichiren sword back into its sheath. The sun has risen, and the battle is over. Inashuk ran quickly to the ground where the ghost disappeared and stepped on it hard. The feedback from his body told him that this was just an ordinary ground. The ghost disappeared from here. Xingjulan also squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil, but found nothing. Was that a vampire technique just now? Probably. Tajmi nodded, confirming Anjiro's idea. After taking a deep look at Liangxiu, Qingzhang, and Yu Wozuo's father who were silently waiting in the shadows for Yu Wozuo's return, Tajmi continued, "It's dawn, and everyone can take a break. This incident requires the Demon Slayer squad to be vigilant. It is estimated that it will take some time for the members of the logistics force to arrive here. Let's go check the safety of the passengers first, Brother Anjiro. Yes. Young Tajmi is right. Xingjulan nodded. This matter can be seen as the end, or it can be seen as the beginning of everything. This encounter with Shangxian will never be the last. Finally, this infinite train mission is a perfect end. No one from the Demon Slayer squad died except Mugen train investigators, and no civilians died. We will continue to observe whether there are any evil spirits or flame pillars left in the town. Enzu's stepson, Tajmi, needs to return to Yabayashiki Mansion on Enzu's behalf to make a detailed report to the Demon Slayer Corps. The four brothers, Tanjiro Kamadu, Zenitsu, and Inashuk, who were in charge of reinforcements, returned to Butterfly House to continue their training. At dusk, when she said goodbye to her elder brother Anjiro, Tajmi was lucky enough to see Anjiro's mother. May I ask you are? I am the mother of Anjiro and Senjiro, Rinhui. Looking at the young man in front of him with gentle eyes, Rinhuo said with a smile. Thank you, boy. If it weren't for you, my Xingjulan would probably do stupid things. As a mother, I taught him this, but I still don't want to meet my child so soon. My children are a little stupid and a little outspoken. Please bear with me. Looking at Anjiro's eldest brother's mother, Rinhui, Tajmi also bowed. It's nothing. Brother Xingjulan takes good care of me. I admire him very much. Xingjiro is a passionate person. He receives a lot of care from the other party in the breathing method. In front of him is his eldest brother's mother, so it is natural for him to bow. Haha. Then from now on, I will entrust you to take care of my children. Smiling and touching the boy's head, Rinhui turned into a point of light and disappeared in front of the boy's eyes. I feel very happy to be such a strong and gentle mother like Anjiro. Staring blankly at Anjiro's mother who disappeared, Tajmi was silent for a long time, and then murmured. I think Brother Anjiro thinks so too. The joy of having such a gentle and strong mother. Chapter 49 Report. Tajmi boy. I'm sorry, Brother Xingjulan, I was thinking about something just now and was in a daze. Looking at Anjiro who arrived in front of him, Tajmi relaxed from the daze and apologized to him. Haha, it doesn't matter. Anjiro smiled, patted the young man on the shoulder and continued, remember to report the mission situation to the Lord properly when you go back this time. Also, if you see other pillars, remember to say hello to them on my behalf. After reporting the mission, just stay in the Butterfly House and wait for the assignment of the mission. I will tell you the detailed situation through Crow and Butterfly. Because of the mission, I have to continue to investigate the situation here. I don't think it will end so easily with the appearance of Shangxian. By the way, if you have time, please go back to your hometown and say hello to my father for me. And Senjiro. I wonder if he is doing well recently. Looking at Xingjulan in front of him who was nagging like an old woman, the young man smiled like an ant. Isn't it the character of the other party that I like? Admiring him and liking him have nothing to do with identity, gender, age, or status. Just because of the other party's fiery soul and flame-like character. Well, I understand, Brother Xingxiaora. Then I'm off. Yet. Be careful all the way. In this way, Tajmi and the other three people gathered up and boarded the train heading near the Demon Slayer headquarters after bidding farewell to Anjiro. Because Yabayashiki's mansion is very hidden, they usually go to a nearby city to contact the Yin members first, and then Yin or Taoya can lead the way to Yabayashiki's mansion. So it is impossible to take the train all the way to the destination. I learned a lot during this trip and met a lot of people. I didn't come to this world in vain. The most important thing is that I have gained a lot of friends. Tajmi laughed as she watched the three teenagers playing around on the train. Tajmi is smiling happily. As soon as Tanjiro grabbed Inashuk, who wanted to have fun in the train, he saw the smiling boy sitting on the seat, and he tilted his head in confusion. But, everyone defeated Shangxian and saw through the ghost's conspiracy. It's better to be happy at this time. Father, mother, and everyone in the family, I will definitely make Nezuko turn back into a human. 3 days later, Tajumi arrived at Yubayashiki's mansion and reported the whole story about the Mugen train incident to Yubayashiki. That's about it, my lord. After hearing Tajumi's report, Yubayashiki's voice was still so indifferent, but there was a hint of silent sadness hidden under the indifference. Ticket production, train staff, and the conspiracy surrounding the 3 cities. Although one of the lower strings has been killed, the upper string ghosts lurking in the shadows are still watching. The ghosts of the waxing moon are really strong. Anjiro said so. The information that demons can overcome the weakness of the neck is very important to the Demon Slayer squad. Although you failed to kill the upper string, you perfectly protected the lives of the passengers. Thank you for your hard work, my children. Yubayashiki, who was supported by his wife and children, continued to speak. I feel both reasonable and helpless about this crazy behavior in the second part of Infinity Train. Evil ghosts are like tumors in human society and are difficult to remove. After this failure, ghosts will definitely become more cautious. Go active. In this way, the ghosts' actions will return to their previous state. Although there will be fewer casualties, it will also be more difficult to find. Tajumi. Yes, my lord. Hearing the boy's response, Yubayashiki smiled lightly. The smile on her scarred cheeks is as warm as the gentle spring breeze, and the voice she speaks seems to have magic power. The breath of the sun is Onibatsuji's nightmare. The ghost who almost killed Yujo this time must have made him very angry. Tatsumi, you and Tanjiro should be the main force against Muzan in the future. I can feel that it won't be long before we catch Kibutsuji Muzan's tail next. Thank you for your hard work on this report. You should go to the butterfly house to rest first. Forbearance, take the boy to have a good rest. Yes, my lord. The butterfly ninja, who was standing quietly by the pond, nodded slightly and responded. Well, boy Tajumi. Please come with me. Looking at Butterfly Nin's smiling pretty face close at hand, Tajumi leaned back slightly. Shy? Boy Tajumi. Forward. Just be polite. Looking at the butterfly ninja who was covering his mouth and laughing softly, the corners of Tajumi's mouth twitched. He, okay. Sister, stop joking. Looking at the butterfly ninja walking in front, Tajumi scratched her hair and followed. The two of them were walking on a quiet path, with the gentle sunshine shining on them. Hey, Tajumi, your previous report on the second string made me a little concerned. 34. That ghost, forget it. Hearing Butterfly hesitate to speak, Tajumi also knew that the other party was feeling very uncomfortable. Miss Butterfly Ninja, I have heard about your sister, Kane. It's very sad. It's very uncomfortable. If you feel uncomfortable, just cry and let it out. It's because I'm not strong enough, I couldn't help Miss Shinobi take revenge. When he was doing a mission report in Yubayashiki, the butterfly ninja was by the Lord's side. The butterfly ninja's eyes widened when he heard Tongmo's report. The moment he heard the appearance of the enemy who killed his sister, the other party should have been ignited with raging anger, and the hatred in his eyes almost overflowed. But after hearing that Yiwozo had overcome the weakness of his neck, the hatred in the other party's eyes gradually faded away. It doesn't mean that the hatred for the ghost who killed my sister is gone, nor does it mean that I have to give up my revenge on the ghost. It's just that this hatred was hidden by her skillfully. I'm not sad. You are sad and angry. Looking at the girl's back, Tajumi thought silently. Thank you for comforting me, boy, you have a very pure heart. Without looking back, Butterfly Ninja's voice remained as calm as ever. Hearing what the girl said, Tajumi opened her mouth, not knowing how to comfort her. Miss Butterfly Ninja. To put it bluntly, I am nothing but living a new life. In my previous life, I was a great magician. I cannot say how high my emotional intelligence is, but I have a gentle personality. Just ask me to endure it. Yes, I understand, Miss Shinobu. Speaking of which, the letters I have been communicating with Tanjiro are all written by Miss Shinobu. Chapter 50 Return. Hey? Why do you ask this? Hearing this, Butterfly Ninja turned around and tilted his head in confusion. Her pretty big purple eyes blinked, squeezing away the tears in her eyes. Although he did it very covertly, Tajmi still observed it. Looking at the Butterfly Ninja, Tajmi pressed her cheek in embarrassment. How should I put it? I smelled the smell on the letter, and it felt a bit like Miss Shinobu, so I wanted to confirm. La. Tajmi has a very sharp nose, just like the Komodo boy. Upon hearing the boy's answer, the Butterfly Ninja first covered his mouth to express surprise, and then continued. But I still have to remind you, you can't harass others like this in Butterfly House, otherwise you will be regarded as a pervert. Forward. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the girl finally laughing from the bottom of her heart, Tajmi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I said this kind of social remark just to change the embarrassing atmosphere just now, but if I say such words in front of the real owner, my favorability will drop by 50%. And looking at the young man trying to comfort himself, Butterfly Ninja was also a little moved. In this way, the two of them walked slowly on the path towards the Butterfly House. Meanwhile, Infinity City. Thank you, Lord Black Death Eye, for taking action. Hey! I didn't expect that Your Excellency Uozuo has become stronger again. He obviously didn't eat many people. After several days of fighting, the entire Infinite City was demolished by the two ghosts. Looking at the frozen Uozuo, Tong Mo was also secretly frightened. It's like he has changed into a different creature. Not to mention overcoming the weakness of being a ghost, the intensity and power speed of the vampire technique have increased significantly. If he hadn't had the help of Lord Black Death Eye, the two of them would have been fighting for a long time. The other party can't kill you, and there's nothing you can do against the other party. The most important point is that the other party has temporarily escaped from Master Wuhan's control. This is the most shocking thing. You really gave me a big surprise, Uozuo. Ah! Lord Wuhan is here. Hearing his boss's voice, Tong Mo looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. I saw that the posture of the woman was different from the last time I went to the end of the meeting and when I asked him to go to support. Now the childlike Kibutsuji Musen was holding a book in his hand and looking at it quietly. After a while, he turned his attention to the person below. On the Uo seat. What made you escape my control, humanity, soul, or something else? You piqued my interest a little bit, Uozuo. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr coma, and a big mouth grew out and swallowed Uwoza in an instant. Laugh. After biting off most of Uwozao's body, Oniwasuji Musen quietly read the memory in Uwozao's cells, and what kind of changes the other party could bring to his body after overcoming the ghost's weakness. After feeling it carefully, Wuyume quickly frowned. After ordering Naruto to open the shadow leading somewhere, and extending part of his body into the sunlight, Musen felt the burning pain and the pain of physical separation and his eyes widened. It doesn't work. Sunshine's weakness has not been overcome. We still need the blue Higanbana. Looking at Uwozao's gradually recovering body, Uwasuji Musen thought of a good idea. What will happen if you continue to give yourself a large amount of blood when the other party is now out of your control? One of the lower strings died, and now he needs the remaining upper string ghost to work for him. The user of Sun Breath must be killed, and the Demon Slayer squad must be destroyed. I can no longer tolerate those bugs following my butt and biting me. Now the Uwozuo in front of me, who has overcome the weakness of his neck, is a good experimental subject. After giving a large amount of his own blood to Uwoza and completely suppressing the opponent's humanity, Kibutsuji Musen quietly waited for the opponent to change. After resting in the butterfly house, Tajmi also met Tanjiro and others who were resting together here. Because Tanjiro was injured and needed to rest for a few days, Inosuke and Zenitsu said nothing happened. So usually as members of the Demon Slayer squad, the two of them would still go out to perform tasks. Thanks to the end of the Mugen train incident, I was able to get in touch with breathing techniques from other schools after taking a break. This is the content of flower breath and insect breath. Remember not to read the book too late. Well, thank you Miss Shinobu. After taking the book handed over by Butterfly Ninja, the boy nodded. Although I don't know what you need so many breathing techniques for, but I am very happy to be able to help you. Then, I'll go back first. If you have any questions, you can come to me in the study. Yes. I understand, Miss Shinobu. Watching the Butterfly Ninja leave, Tajmi continued to stay up late reading. After watching it for 2 or 3 hours, after memorizing the general breathing pattern and leaving it on the system panel, the boy lay on the bed and thought about his next return. After all, after being out for more than a month, it was time for me to go back there and take a look. The system returns to the original world. Energy transfer, travel begins. In a flash of white light, the boy left this world. Little did he know that this scene was seen by the Butterfly Ninja, who noticed that the lights were still on and came to deliver tea. Tajmi-kun. The Butterfly Ninja who opened the door slightly was stunned when he saw the other party gradually dissipating in a white light. Just when he was about to rush into the room to see why the boy disappeared, the world in front of him gradually turned grey-white, the Butterfly Ninja's thoughts were gradually fixed, and his purple eyes were no longer agile. And through the gap in the door, you can see the Butterfly Ninja standing quietly outside the door in an attitude of holding tea. The first thing Tajmi did when she returned to the Imperial Hotel was to pause the flow of time in Demon Slayer world. Because it was also dark here during the time travel, Tajmi took off her Demon Slayer uniform and chose to go to bed first. Silent all night. After getting up in the morning, Tajmi took a shower and prepared to put on the Demon Slayer uniform. Bang bang. Bang bang. Tajmi. Let's go to the fireworks Willow Alley of the Imperial Capital today to meet the big sister of the Imperial Capital. Hehe. You're not serious, go to hell, Ia is. Hearing the knock on the door, the boy who was stunned for a moment suddenly remembered that he was back here. After putting the folded Demon Slayer uniform into his accompanying backpack, the boy took out his windbreaker and put it with him. The long sword was inserted into the scabbard hidden under the windbreaker. Boom, boom. Damn it. If you don't like it, Sayu, I can go with Tajmi. Why are you hitting me? Humph. Chapter 51 Two Plans. Squeak. You two have been arguing so energetically since you woke up early in the morning. Pushing open the wooden door, Tajmi yawned and felt helpless as she watched the two people having fun there. In spring, although the weather is still a bit cold, you can wear less clothes. Seeing that both of them had changed into more decent clothes, Tajmi stretched out. Stop talking about this, let's go shopping. Tajmi. Sayu's words, it's true that you can't visit the prosperous imperial capital in one day. You can understand why the other party is so excited now. Yes, today I want to go to a mysterious place in the imperial capital. Just looking at Iaz, who looked like a pig brother, the young man was helpless. This guy acted as if he had never seen a woman before. After being held up by two people's arms and walking through the streets of God's capital, the three of them started shopping like this. The slave trader hiding in the dark was describing the general information of the three people to his subordinates. Did you notice? It's those three people. We let them escape last time, but it's not that simple this time. 35. If you let her run away this time, you won't get any reward at all. But if she is caught, he. The girl walking on the street now is as tempting as a moving gold coin. Suppressing his excitement, the slave trader continued. Remember your appearance for me. This mission is related to future development. If I become rich, I will not forget you. Whether it is money, women, or even rights, maybe we can get in touch with each other. Arrive. Yes. Seeing the excited expressions on his men's faces, the slave trader also nodded. At least the pie has been drawn and the sticks have been drawn. Now it's time to make a little more preparations for the plan. Everything has been watched for me. I will go to the security force to give something to the security force first, to facilitate the work of the back door. After all, it is not good to be caught committing murder on the streets of the imperial capital at night. So we must have great righteousness. With a sigh, the slave trader turned around and walked out of the dark corner. Sir Sipu is also a nobleman. The captain of the guard should give him some face. At that time, please ask Mr. Oka to arrange a crime for the other party. The slave trader who walked onto the street muttering to himself had a twisted look on his face, which was even worse than that of the evil ghost. It is not difficult to see from the thoughts he murmured to himself that he wanted to use the authority of the nobles to pretend to be powerful, either to divert the patrol of the security forces, or to directly submit a confession to define the three young men as thieves or sinners. So that he can get a lot of help. If the method of pretending to be powerful and relying on the reputation of the nobles does not work, and if the communication is not satisfactory, then go and make a confession to Lord Oka. Although it hurts a lot, as long as the patrols in a certain area at night are dispersed, his own men and the guards of the nobles are enough to do a lot of things. But if it goes well, then the security force will become a sharp knife in his hand, and catching a kid will not be easy. It's just that the situation all depends on how your own treasury is used. After all, he had also heard that Ghost Oka, who was the captain of the Imperial Guard, had a big appetite. It depends on whether the heavy bleeding can bring in a group of reinforcements. It's still difficult to impress the other party with the money you offer, but you can remove the patrol in a certain area, which will facilitate your arrest work. In this way, the slave trader, who had prepared a backup plan in his heart, walked towards the imperial capital's security force headquarters with an evil smile on his face. Pedestrians on the road dispersed when they saw the other party's appearance. To be honest, shopping with women is really a torture. Even though I had learned the breathing technique and kept it regular, I couldn't help but feel tired, not to mention Iaz, who was carrying things next to him and looked like a dog. Are you very tired? Do you need me to get some for you? Iaz. Hearing the question from his friend next to him, Iaz, who was wearing a turban, immediately cheered up. No need. Iaz, am very strong. Since you can take so much, Tajmi, then I can do it too. Looking at the boy who cheered up, Tajmi smiled. But how long will say you have to go shopping, Tajmi, do you know? Have no idea. Seeing Tajmi shaking her head, Iaz couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Hey, big sisters in the imperial capital, Iaz, will be here later, remember to wait for me. While shopping with the two of them, Tajmi was also secretly thinking about how to make money. Although spring has come, the season of recovery for all things, my village has survived last winter safely and is preparing to welcome a new future. But Tajmi knew that as the revolutionary process gradually took the right path and the center of the empire quickly became corrupt, the entire empire would be in flames of war in less than a year. The foreign nations in the west are watching with eager eyes, the foreign nations in the north are invading, the revolutionary army, rebellion, and the armed uprising of Anning Road. So many potential threats directly make his poor village worse. Bandits are already annoying enough. Now that the empire is corrupt, taxes will increase. If they can't pay the taxes, if they can't convert the dangerous materials they hunt into money and rely on selling food to meet internal and external troubles, they may end up eating arsenic and seeking death. Growing food takes time, and it depends on whether God will reward you or not. After all, it is not like the modern era in my previous life that had high-tech assistance, or even the help of various fertilizers and pesticides. Natural disasters, pests, and dangerous disasters are commonplace in this continent. Of course, there are also many insect-type dangerous species, which are quite disgusting. The village needs help from myself and others, and the three of me need to find a way to make money. If you want to make money, you need to think of a relatively reliable one that can at least temporarily cater to the current situation and meet urgent needs. Of course, at this point, I have to mention the time when I was bored when I first traveled through time. At that time, I also needed spiritual food when I plunged into cultivation. Unlike the innocence of the other two, I had gone from luxury to frugality, so I needed something to relieve my lonely soul. Then, recalling the two-dimensional works of previous lives, and even trying to write a book, became my hobby. In addition to this document copying process, I and others also have other ways to make money. For example, you can manage the restaurant and use your level 4 cooking skills, or join the army and fight. And like the story in the previous life, you can join and become a glorious assassin. Although the above methods are not impossible, in the current situation, they are not as fast as text copying. After all, it was inventory that had been accumulated for several years, and it must be a good time to let off steam in Imperial City. Chapter 52 Gold Coins and Dinner. There was a high-end looking bookstore located on the bustling commercial street of the imperial capital, and Tajmi was quietly waiting for the evaluation of the boss in front of her. Oh. This is great, boy. Is there a follow-up? Seeing the bookstore owner's expression of amazement, Tajmi sat on the chair with her legs crossed and smiled. Yes. I just need to see your sincerity, boss. How much can the boss sell something like this? Looking at the young man's appearance, the old man with glasses smoothed the beard on his chin. Well, the paintings are very clear, and the descriptions of the fonts are also very imaginative. If you are lucky enough to be chosen by a noble, a copy can probably be sold for about 20 gold coins. The boss, who was flipping through the books and immersed in the ocean of knowledge, pushed up his reading glasses and said without raising his head, "Money is not a problem. You must know that the imperial capital is the center of the empire, and there are many swindlers. Today's the main question is how many manuscripts you have saved, young man. Don't worry, boss, it's enough for you to sell for a year or two. Then it's a deal." Looking at the young man, the boss secretly chuckled, 20 gold coins? Of course, the more of a good thing like money, the better. The children in front of him are just young people after all, and they don't know the dangers of the imperial capital. You know, it is very difficult to survive in the imperial capital. In addition to collecting taxes from time to time, shop owners like you also have to send gifts to the security forces and pray for care. But looking at the other party's young appearance, the boss still gave him a little more. As a businessman, it's normal to be greedy, at least it's not harmful to anyone. And not to mention the common people, the businessmen of today's world are not having a good time. After all, my kind cannot compare with those in the flesh and blood business. If it had been a few years before the empire had undergone major changes, he would have been able to help the young man in front of him. Unfortunately, times have changed and I need to save some capital. Looking at the young man in front of him, the boss whispered first. Be careful in the imperial capital. This is a warning from the elderly. After speaking, the boss smiled and waved. Then welcome next time. Boy. Yeah. Goodbye, boss. Putting the gold coins into the inner pocket of the windbreaker, Tajmi opened the door of the shop and walked out, waving to Sayu and Iyaz who were waiting at the door. How was it? How much did it cost? Such a wonderful work must be a big hit, idiot Iyaz. Sayu raised her white and tender neck high and said proudly. Looking at Sayu who was as arrogant as a little peacock, Iyaz curled his lips. That's not what you wrote, Sayu. Why are you so proud of it? What did you say? Nothing. Iyaz, who didn't dare to talk back for fear of getting another beating, turned his attention to Tajmi. Well, How much did it cost, Tajmi? To be honest, I still care a little. Well, one book is worth 20 gold coins. Plus the money I saved along the way, I currently have about 500 gold coins. So many. No wonder you've been shopping for so long, Tajmi. Hearing the 500 gold coins, Iyaz, who was used to being poor, was so shocked that he could hardly close his jaw. The two of them followed Tajmi for a whole afternoon, and finally selected a target on this bustling street. When I came to the imperial capital, I saw a lot of bookstores, but I didn't expect that so many books could be sold in a different place. It's still surprising. Well, after all, this is the closest to the Empire's palace. As the main commercial street and relatively close to the bustling area of the palace, there is certainly no shortage of foot traffic. Although some bookstores I visited in the afternoon were good, most of them were in nooks and crannies. There was not much traffic, and the books sold didn't make much money. If I had to choose, of course I would choose a place that is close to a prosperous area and where various nobles linger. Thinking of this, Tajmi waved to the two of them. Let's go. I'll treat you two to a big dinner. Ah! Really? Great. Seeing the two of them looking happy, Tajmi smiled and nodded. The two of them have been shopping with him all afternoon, and now that it's almost dusk, let's treat them to a big meal to reward them. Although prices in the imperial capital are expensive, they are expensive for a reason. If you don't want to be involved, you will have no choice but to get involved. Without good products, you will not be able to attract those nobles, and you will be eliminated sooner or later. After drinking and eating, the three of them walked on the streets of the imperial capital towards the hotel where they were staying. I always feel that the food made by Tajmi is not as delicious. Holding his bulging belly, Iyaz said while picking his teeth. What shame do you have to say this? I guess you ate too much just now. Looking at Iyaz with contempt, Saya shook her head helplessly. The standard of this store is still very good, and the food I make is not that delicious. Walking on the streets of the imperial capital, Tajmi said with a smile. The quality of the chefs in the hotel is still very good, and there are many more seasonings than those in the countryside. At least the meal was delicious, but the cost was a bit tooth-itching. After eating this meal, I got 4 or 5 gold coins. You must know that it will take a month to write a book, even if it is just copying. But seeing the two of them looking happy, I didn't mind at all. I also have a lot of books I wrote in stock. If a novice's slapstick novel from my previous life can be sold for so much money, then I can also make some money from other books. The sun gradually set, and night gradually enveloped the imperial capital. Tajmi, who was walking on the road with the two of them, stopped them from moving forward. What's wrong? Tajmi. 36. Did something happen? Seeing that all the pedestrians around him had disappeared without realizing it, Tajmi narrowed her eyes slightly and signaled the two of them not to talk. It was obviously not right to see pedestrians with astigmatism at this time. It was only around 7 to 8 o'clock. Even if I and others left the commercial street of the imperial capital, they would not be alone. Moreover, the vaguely malicious glances in the dark and the slightest gasp of excitement in the shadows are very concerning. If it was a noisy environment, of course I wouldn't care about these things. But now this environment is so quiet that you can hear a pin drop. That's different. After carefully sensing and roughly figuring out how many people were in the shadows, Tajmi led the two of them and continued walking forward. Now that a large area has been isolated, it means that the three of them are the targets of the other party. If they evacuate, they will be hunted by the other party. It is meaningless. It is better to take advantage of them. Chapter 53 Reason, Flame. I don't even know what picture to go with, so I'll just upload it. 3 people, one of them retreated after observing us for a while, and the other 2 are still observing. You 2 and I will continue walking. If anything happens, we will act according to the situation. After hearing Tajmi's words, the other two people did not hesitate. While on guard, they walked forward with the young man. Tajmi's judgment had always been correct, and out of trust, the two of them chose to follow. How to do? Iyaz lowered his voice and spoke quietly to Tajmi. If we don't know whether the other party is really coming for us, we should hold our troops temporarily. After all, people who kill people in the imperial capital will be wanted. When she heard that she would be wanted, Sehu nodded. In this way, the three of them walked quietly to a square in the imperial capital. The sudden sound of footsteps made the three of them stop in place. About 15 adult men came out of the shadows and surrounded the three teenagers from various intersections. When she saw the leader, Tajmi was stunned. Although it has only been a month, I still remember clearly the way the other party beat the slave. Although there were many people on the other side, Tajmi was not conceited at all and asked in a neither humble nor condescending manner, "Excuse me, what do you want?" Looking at the prey that was already in the urn, the slave trader spoke slowly. "It's nothing. I just want the little girl next to you to come with us. Seeing that the three of you are coming to the imperial capital for the first time, I will give you a personal favor and I will introduce you to a good job of." Looking at the slave dealer, Tajmi narrowed her eyes. "Is the target Sehu? She was your target in the last town. I didn't expect you to pursue her so far." Hearing the young man's murmur, the slave dealer had an evil smile on his face. "Sehu? A good name. But you're wrong about one thing, boy. I did have some thoughts about the last town. Because the precious goods were self-inflicted, I had to find substitutes. When I saw you guys running away, I thought I wouldn't make much money from that trip. But this time it's different." The nobleman personally called the name. "I have to say that Mr. Zippo has really good taste. The little girl is very beautiful and a very attractive type. However, she is a country girl and her skin is a bit rough. And those unyielding eyes need to be tempered." Squinting his eyes slightly, looking at the alert look of the three of them, the slave merchant waved. "If I'm to blame, I blame you for wandering on the street. Fuck them all, be careful to be gentle. Keep the women, just kill the men." Looking at the thugs surrounding him, Iyaz pulled out his long sword. "Damn it, don't even think about touching a single hair of Sehu." The thugs laughed when they heard the young man acting like a hero saving the beauty. "Ha ha ha ha. That's not up to you, kid. Yes, she is our important money-making tool." Ding! "Phew, it's so dangerous, you little brat actually attacked." Blocking the sudden blow from Iyaz, the thug looked angry. Just like firecrackers being lit and cups smashed on the wine table. Iyaz's attack became a signal, and the group of people rushed forward. Looking at the thugs surrounding her group, Tajmi put her hand on the hilt of the sword in the windbreaker behind her. "Squat down slightly and start breathing. Breath of fire 1 type Shiranui." As soon as the words fell, there was a crisp sound under the young man's feet, and his figure disappeared instantly. Seeing the boy disappear, the thugs were on guard, but what was the use of their guarding? Boom! The bright flame exploded instantly, and Tajmi turned into fire and slashed quickly. The sword blade drove the flame across the air in a perfect cross-section and passed over the neck of the enemy in front of him. Laugh! I saw a huge amount of blood spurting out from the thug's neck instantly, and the severed head flew high into the air. The blood turned into a fountain and sprayed into the sky, as beautiful as a rain of blood. What? Where did the flames come from? There's something wrong with this kid. Be careful. Seeing Tajmi suddenly violently violent, the thugs were frightened. It was clear that the person in front of them was just a kid. Why was he so skilled in killing people? Breath of fire type 2 rising flame. Boom! With the help of the night, the boy's footsteps were as light and silent as a cat. Only the flames that exploded turned into a bright light source, becoming the last beauty they saw before they died. A simple upward attack was the main culprit that caused the whole person to be torn in two. Tajmi, who cut both the person and the weapon in half with one blow, did not stop. While the breathing method continued to operate, the whole person turned into an elf in the night. Breath of fire, 3 types, all forms of air flame. Boom! The explosive flames instantly enveloped the sword blade, and Tajmi, who cut the cold thug on the right in half with a sword, shifted her gaze to the other side. Is this guy? Hearing the mutterings of his men, the slave trader looked angry. Idiot, that assassin group only selects nobles to assassinate. Protect me, and I will give you a salary increase. Monster, monster. Who cares about your dirty money? If you don't run away from this situation, you will die. Don't run away. Come back to me. Looking at the enemies who were so aggressive just now, they have now turned into headless flies. Tajmi took a deep breath and stepped hard, crushing the ground. Breath of fire, shape of Wu, fire tiger. Roar! The huge flaming tiger rushed towards the escaping thugs. The ferocious tiger bit off a person's head without stopping at the same time. Roar! No! Don't do it! Laugh! After swooping down and tearing a thug to pieces underneath him, Yanhu turned into fire and dissipated in the air. How could an enemy who had lost his fighting spirit outrun Tajmi, who had learned the breathing technique? Every crisp sound was accompanied by the loss of a life. The sound of flesh being torn apart by sharp blades resounded in this silent night. Seu and Iaz were already shocked by Tajmi, who looked like a god of war. What is that? I rushed over there with a whoosh. It was so fast that I couldn't see clearly. And the flame was so bright, it looked so warm. The girl looked at the boy like a little girl, which made Iaz next to her curl her lips. Damn it! If this continues, I won't have much of a role to play. I can't be left behind. Look at how powerful I, Lord Iaz, am. Seeing Tajmi's magnificent performance, Iaz clenched his sword and began to chase the lone enemy. Chapter 54, Killing the Slave Trader. It was originally a different kind of squatting method, but there is no high-resolution picture. Just this one. No matter how you squat, it looks cool. Damn, he is obviously a brat, how can he be so strong? Damn it, damn it. Seeing his men being killed, the slave trader had a twisted look on his face. As he ran towards the alley, he became more and more frightened when he heard the slow footsteps behind him. Whenever footsteps sounded, his heart would suddenly stop. Coupled with this deep and dark alley, it was as scary as the door to hell. What? He didn't pay attention to the ground and accidentally fell. After finally getting up, he froze in place. Because the sharp sword blade was already hanging next to his neck and resting on his shoulder. Tajmi's voice was like the whisper of death, which made the slave trader tremble. Tell me, who is involved in this operation? Remember to consider your own life before lying. The sword in my hand is blind. The slave trader, whose pants were wet and had been frightened to pee, looked horrified and said quickly, "It's my client. He's an aristocratic gentleman named Zipu." Then what? Only Zipu participated. Listening to the young man's question, the slave trader who had been looking frightened just now suddenly changed his expression. Because he heard the sound of reinforcements arriving. Certainly. Not anymore. The voice was sharp and the face was like an evil spirit wailing. When the young man's sword blade left the side of his neck, he hurriedly got up. But after turning around, he, who looked proud just now, looked at the sword placed next to his neck again and was stunned. Forward. Who else? Keep talking. We still have a lot of time. Seeing the terrifying scene behind the young man, coupled with the young man's plain voice, the slave trader's legs softened and he knelt on the ground instantly. The guards originally arranged as reinforcements in the alley had already turned into corpses. As retired soldiers of the Empire, they had not even gone through a round in the hands of the young man. Blood covered the streets, and the remains of flesh were strewn all over the ground. The broken limbs, internal organs, torso, everything formed a scene like purgatory on earth. The brain was cut open, and the white and yellow parts gradually flowed into the grooves on both sides of the street together with the blood, towards the sewer. All I said was, "No. Don't kill me. Let's get to the point." Looking at the slave trader, Tajmi moved her sword closer. 37. The slave trader looked horrified as he felt his neck being cut open and blood flowing down his neck. "The person you killed behind was the guard of the noble Sipu. That guy had a habit of desecrating girls with long black hair. After enjoying it, he would choose to eat. When the three of you were shopping yesterday, we happened to see you after we had just arrived in the imperial capital to hand over the goods in our hands. At first, I didn't want to trouble you. It was all Zipo's request. He threatened us and asked us to send your companion, Sheu. Yes, Seu. Which girl did he ask us to bring back?" After hearing the other party's explanation, Tajmi also got a rough idea and continued to ask. "So where is Sip's residence?" "Master Sipu's residence is in a noble mansion in the east, but he likes to live in the west, that is, in this area, because it is closer to the slave market. The detailed address is Imperial Capital West Street." "So what's the situation in this area?" "There were a lot of people on the road at this time yesterday. It's the Imperial City Security Force. Under Master Sipu's instruction, we bribed the captain of the security force, Onioka, to help him convict you and your companions, and by the way, we got help from the security force. But the other party actually felt that the money was too little. They were just willing to help transfer the patrol troops in this area, and let us handle the manpower and arrests ourselves." Having said this, the slave trader took a deep breath with a twisted look on his face. "I obviously gave so much money. What a greedy guy. Obviously everyone will get paid as long as they succeed. I am so unwilling. It's over. Yet. Can you let it go, et? Laugh." The slave trader, who felt his body flying up, had doubts in his eyes. "Why is my body kneeling there? It turns out I was beheaded." Finally, looking at the body kneeling on the ground, the slave trader's last thoughts gradually dissipated. Tajmi kicked the slave trader's body down to prevent the blood spurting from his neck from reaching his body. Tajmi clenched the blade and flicked it. Wow! The blood on the sword blade turned into flowers of blood on the wall, and the silver-white sword returned to its original state again. Putting the sword blade back into the sheath on her waist, Tajmi walked towards the square. "Tajmi! This way! Has everything been resolved?" "Okay." Hearing the young man's question, both of them nodded. "Let's go. We don't know when the patrolling security forces will arrive. Let's go back to the hotel first." "Okay." The three of them ran quickly and soon left the silent square. Looking at the increasing number of pedestrians around them, Seu and Iaz breathed a sigh of relief. Tajmi, on the other hand, was thinking about how to handle the next thing. The faces of himself, Seu and Iaz were seen by the nobleman named Zipo, whom the slave trader said, otherwise the other party would not have named them to arrest the three of them. Tajmi didn't believe a word of what the slave trader said about being forced to do something by the other party. Tajmi felt sick when she saw the other party's twisted appearance. This incident also allowed me to deepen my understanding of the imperial city again. Demons and demons are running rampant everywhere, hell is empty, and demons are in the world. After thinking about it for a while, Tajmi decided to strike first. After arranging for the two of them to rest in the hotel, Tajmi put on the hood of her windbreaker. The young man's face cannot be seen clearly in the dark shadow. He is as handsome as an assassin from Assassin's Creed in a white windbreaker. Tonight. Hunting time. Taking advantage of the cold wind of the night, the young man blended into the night and ran over the houses in the imperial capital. Hiss. Breath of fire. Boom. In an instant, the white figure that was running on the residence houses in the imperial city had long since disappeared, leaving only the flames that gradually dissipated in the air. Crouching on a tall telephone pole, Tajmi, who transformed into Uchiha Itachi, quietly observed the soldiers patrolling the mansion below. One on the east side, one on the west side, and two at the main gate. Their weapons are all long swords. After observing the layout of the outside world, the young man picked up his telescope and looked at the mansion. Chapter 55, Kill Zippo. The old man in the bathrobe must be the Zippo that Guy mentioned. He was followed by a guard with a gun in his hand. There are 5 guards in total. There are 3 traps. No. We have been active for so long, there can't be only this many. The nobles should all be a group of people who cherish their lives. Thinking of this, the young man began to observe carefully again. Sure enough, under careful observation, there are 2 hidden traps. Except for the 2 lethal traps at the main entrance, the 5 traps should be warning traps. In this way, Tajmi observed the opponent for about an hour, recorded the opponent's patrol route, then pulled up his collar and covered his face. The young man standing on the telephone pole fell forward as if he had lost his center of gravity. A young man who jumped off the telephone pole with a leap of faith adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily. Looking at the surrounding environment, Tajmi walked straight towards the main entrance. For today's teenagers. Assassination? Why choose assassination when there are traps? What if you fall into a trap? You will be discovered. It is better to open the breathing method and see each one, and directly open Wushuan. And although there are 2 traps at the other party's main entrance, they are not a problem at all for me. The 2 guards patrolled alternately, but the lack of firearms meant that the other party would not make any special noise. He will make the other party not even make a sound. The moonlight illuminated the fountain in the courtyard, and the water droplets rippled on the water. The luxurious mansion was extremely cold, but there were only 4 guards patrolling outside. At this moment, the noble Sippo had just finished dinner and was walking in the corridor of the mansion with his guards. I feel really comfortable today. Even though it doesn't look very good, the meat is surprisingly delicious. This is a foreign nation. No matter how many times I eat it, I will never get tired of it. It really makes my whole body feel relieved. Sip Amos, who was wearing a bath towel and a Mediterranean hairstyle, sighed. It's time to prepare for the bath, Master Zippo. Hearing the notification from the guards behind him, Zippo nodded. Well. I see. As they walked, Zippo felt a little uneasy for no reason and said without looking back. Speaking of which, you have been with me for a long time, so you should choose one of the goods this time. This is a reward from Lord Zippo, you must accept it well. After saying this, Zippo seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden, waiting for the reply from the guard behind him. A solemn atmosphere echoed in the manor, and the cold night wind made people shiver. After hearing that the guard behind him didn't reply for a long time, Zippo suddenly froze and was so frightened that he didn't dare to look back. Guard? Are you listening? Of course, my subordinates listened. Sir Zippo, can I give you a discount? I have become obsessed with gambling recently, and my money is a little tight. Hearing the faint voice coming from behind, Zippo breathed a sigh of relief and said, Of course. In that case, I'll reward you with 200 gold coins. Humph, he is really a useless guy. He only came here after losing a bet. Just came. Zippo's eyes widened when he realized that the voice behind him was not that of a guard at all. You are not a guard, where is that guy? I haven't heard your voice. I am a noble. Do you know how serious the crime will be for attacking a noble? Oh? Interesting. I didn't really care about this at first, because I just wanted to borrow a little money from Mr. Zippo. Putting the sword slightly closer to the opponent's neck, Tajmi said with a smile. But, Sir Zippo, Please tell me, what kind of crime will I be convicted of? Theft, robbery, threats, intimidation, or killing nobles? Hearing the crazy voice in his ears and the chill on his neck, Zippo was instantly frightened to death. You are the notorious killer group. Hearing what the other party thought of him as, Tatsumai was speechless. They all go out in groups, and each mission is carried out by at least 2 people. Who do you think you are? They didn't even listen to the noble's sweet talk and just sent each other on their way. No. I'm just an ordinary person who is short of money, so I advise Lord Sippo to behave well and not to be ignorant. After hearing that the other party was just robbing money, Zippo breathed a sigh of relief. Money, it's easy to talk about money. I'll give you gold coins, I'll give you as much as you want. Then please ask Lord Sippo to explain the location of his treasury in detail. The treasury, the location of the treasury is on the east side. Laugh. Tajmi, who beheaded the opponent with one knife, didn't care about the specific location of the opponent's vault. In this situation, this nobleman named Sippo would not tell the truth at all. East? To the east is the warehouse. It was the canteen where he stored slaves and processed ingredients. I had just come over there, and I was so disgusted by the sight there that I almost vomited out my dinner. I observed the situation outside for more than an hour, then went inside and killed all 4 patrolling guards, then walked around the manor. It doesn't matter if you don't go shopping. Once you go shopping, you will find that the guys in this manor are rotten to the core. The scene in the warehouse was full of people being chopped into pieces, and without exception, they were all female slaves. Their hands and feet were cuffed, their eyes were lifeless, and their bodies were covered in bruises from cuts by knives. When I passed by, I happened to see the big and round chef inside cleaning the kitchen utensils, and then sent him directly to see God. Seeing that disgusting sight, Tajmi was reluctant to think about the other party's eating status. After killing the guards and chefs over there, Tajmi came behind Lord Sippo. 38. After killing the guard with one blow at extremely fast speed, Tajmi walked quietly with Sippo. As for the bath that the guard said, it was not a normal bath. Bathing with the blood of those young girls. The other party used special medicine on the girl by the swimming pool to prevent the blood from coagulating, and to enable better and continuous bleeding. After mixing various spices and the blood of dangerous species, the blood condensed in the pool exuded a strange fragrance, and finally changed from liquid to something like slime. The other person will satisfy his sexual desire in the bathhouse while cleaning his body. Of course, all this is a thing of the past. The noble in front of him was dead, and the remaining young girls who were imprisoned in small underground prisons were all released by him. While giving the other person a way out, he will not reveal his face. Rather than stay here and be discovered and then be buried with the nobles, it is better to escape first. But those who were already on the verge of death, or who had suffered excessive bleeding and fell into shock, had nothing they could do. Chapter 56 A Brief Separation, Today's Busyness. Liane. Under the cover of night, watching the girls running away together, Tajmi thought to herself. All the women of foreign races had been tortured to death by the nobles, and the only ones left were 2 mixed-race women and a country girl with short black hair. After plundering the noble's small treasury, he gave more than 20 gold coins to 3 girls. In the imperial capital, more than 20 gold coins are not a lot of money, and compared with the more than 1,000 gold coins that I have collected, it is even less. However, for them, more than 20 gold coins are already life-saving things. You can change yourself into simple clothes so that you can easily enter and leave the imperial capital without any flaws being discovered. If you save a little, you can even have enough to eat in the imperial capital for several months. How to survive in the future is their business, and they can only do their best. Thinking of this, the young man felt a little pity. This aristocratic old man has saved so many treasures, but it's a pity that he doesn't have a system backpack or anything like that. You can only take so much. If you continue to take more, your actions will be affected. And the rest cannot be given to others. Doing so will make them conspicuous and easy to be traced, and it will also be a hidden danger to their lives. In the imperial capital, not only the nobles are bad, but there are also many thieves. Needless to say, if the three girls were targeted, the consequences would be. But there is a reason. Looking at the gold coins in his hand, the young man said calmly. The next day, the east gate of the imperial capital. Looking at the young girl sitting on the carriage, Tajmi smiled and waved. Be careful all the way. Sayu. Yes. The boys and girls sitting on the carriage also shook their arms vigorously and shouted loudly. We will come back to the imperial capital to see you. Yes. Tajmi. I hope that by the time I come to visit you, you will already be famous. Let's work hard together with my Iya's dream. Bang. Idiot Iyaz, it's not like you're going to die, why are you talking about working hard with your dreams? Damn it, Sayu, you guy. Isn't this the atmosphere? Seeing the two people noisy, Tajmi laughed and watched them leave. After returning to the hotel last night, he told the two of his return plan. On the one hand, the money from last night's autumn wind hunting was almost enough for the village to use for a long time. On the other hand, he also hoped that the two of them could leave this dangerous center of the empire as soon as possible. After all, they both grew up watching each other, and they are as close as younger brothers and sisters. After teaching them nearly 2,000 gold coins and breathing techniques, and renting a carriage for them, the journey back began. Although they were a little reluctant to make the decision they had made, they could only accept it. If Sayu is alone, the other two will be worried, but if Iyaz is alone, they may not be worried. After all, this guy is a famous road idiot. It is even more impossible to send the gold coins back and let them stay in the imperial capital. If he really did this, by the time he returned to the imperial capital, there would be grass growing on both of their graves. They are still young, their minds are not yet mature, and they are too simple to play the tricks of adults. At the age of 13 or 14, they are not suitable for growing up in a materialistic place like the imperial capital. Watching the carriage gradually disappear, Tajmi walked back to the hotel. Because today is also a busy day. Tajmi, who followed the flow of people into the imperial capital gate, couldn't help but sigh as always. The flow of people in front of me is like discount shopping malls and holiday tourist attractions in previous lives. A large number of people come in and out of the imperial capital every day, which represents the circulation of a large amount of goods and commodities, as well as a large amount of currency. After crossing the bridge, under the gaze of two huge statues of dangerous species, the boy admired the beautiful scenery and then entered the main street of the imperial capital. After walking a while and reaching the hotel, Tajmi returned to his room. Relaxing and going to bed, he took out the map of the imperial capital from the cabinet beside the bed. Of course, the map is not a very important map. It is just an ordinary map of places suitable for visiting the imperial capital or various luxurious commercial streets. This thing is generally used to deceive novices who have just arrived in the imperial capital and is widely used. Of course, I am one of them. Although it is a trick to fool novices, everything that should be recorded is still recorded properly. After all, I don't need maps of various secret passages and sewers. Let me see, about the commercial street. Oh my god, there are actually 8. A classic Chinese quintessence. Looking at the map in his hand, Tajmi's mouth twitched. There is more than one main road in the imperial capital. From the 4 directions, there are 4, corresponding to the 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and northwest. A wide road extends from the center of the imperial capital to the gate of the thousands-mile city wall surrounding the imperial capital. In other words, if you enter the imperial capital from the gate, as long as you walk straight forward and aim at the towering imperial capital, you will definitely not get lost. Since it is the imperial capital and the center of the country, the bustling streets are located on the periphery of the palace. Merchants who were close to the power and nobility began to make great use of the good location. Radiating from the four main roads, various streets are separated like a spider web. Commercial streets, food streets, custom streets, slave markets, imperial plaza, and parks are all densely packed. If you don't memorize the map in advance, congratulations, you have a 60% chance of getting lost. Tajmi's own eyes were fixed on the streets of the commercial street. This is where my busy schedule begins today. Damn it, when will that guy Tajmi come to the imperial capital? The blonde girl who was drinking wine suddenly hammered the table, startling the other guests present. Ahahaha, sorry. The older blonde girl who thought she was causing a scene smiled apologetically to the others. His right hand was scratching his short blonde hair, and the two round slimes on his chest were rising and falling rhythmically. The girl, who didn't feel there was anything wrong with what she was doing, continued to sit down, holding a wine glass and feeling unhappy. While the cheeks on both sides were quietly blushed, the girl's thoughts gradually returned to the days not long ago. It was a dark and windy night, and I was lying on the bed, sleeping beautifully. The sudden dream that seemed like the real world made me linger. It was as if he had really spent nearly 2 years with that boy. Worked together to overthrow the empire's reign of terror and allow the revolution to proceed smoothly. In the end, the country was reformed, and the country's legal issues were adjusted based on books from other worlds. Everything seemed so logical. Chapter 57 Liane, Jamal. Portraits of Okar and Jamal. In the dream, I witnessed the founding of a new country and the reform of slums, and gained friendship and love. Not only that, but I was also lucky enough to go on an adventure in a different world with the boy. Food from another world. The history of another world. And that so-called game. Everything seems to be condensed in a dream. Let yourself experience it quietly and feel it. It's just that the close contact between herself and the other party made the girl a little shy. Unable to help but tighten her fleshy thighs, the blonde girl thought to herself. The taste that makes the soul tingle and tingle is simply deep in the bone marrow and comfortable to the bones. Let yourself know the taste and taste. Not only do you want to find each other to make yourself comfortable every once in a while, but later on you even proposed to be with Chelsea. Although the three of them did do it together later, there was nothing they could do. After all, one person really can't handle it at all. Later, after waking up from the dream, he also asked other people if they knew about the boy's situation. After asking and finding that no one else had any impression, Liane couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with him. In my memory, the relationship between myself and the other person does not seem to be fake. The warm time is like a sun-baked quilt that makes people unable to help but curl up in it. As for the taigu that tampered with memory, at least I haven't seen anything so outrageous. Of course, if you can really have such a bright future, then just change it. He has no culture and is a killer, so he shouldn't look forward to the future. Thinking of this, Liane threw himself forward. Ah! It's been about a year. Liane, who was lying on the table, flicked the wine glass on the table glumly, as if treating it as an object, and the girl cursed. Well, damn Tajmi, curse you. What's so busy today? Of course, it's the stepping stone. Seeing that the flow of people in front of her was much worse than that at the city gate, Tajmi nodded secretly. This time the visit was for a certain person, that is, the captain of the Imperial City Guards, Ghost Oka, who knew the situation of the slave trader and the nobles. Because there are differences between hearsay and hearsay, I should try my best to see and hear with my own eyes before judging what a person does. Although I don't think that the other party's performance in the slave merchant's mouth can make me change. He continued walking like this and soon arrived at the commercial street outside the palace. A dazzling array of bright lights illuminated the surrounding environment, and their colorful appearance made the waiters accompanying them even more beautiful. To put it bluntly, this place is similar to a bar in the previous life. There are not only female escorts, but also male escorts, who specialize in serving certain aristocratic women with perverted fetishes. While walking, Tajmi suddenly noticed some commotion ahead and followed the crowd. After following them to the execution square of the imperial capital, Tajmi roughly understood the general idea under the low-pitched discussion of the crowd. Well, he is a scumbag. Tajmi stood in the execution square with her hands folded, looking at the civilians surrounding the place and sighed. Of course, when I say scum, I am not talking about these civilians, but the guys standing on the execution platform. Based on the brave exposure of the oil merchant Gamal, we finally caught this guy who embezzled the empire's property and preyed on the people. Not only that, the man in front of me is betraying imperial intelligence and has close ties with rebels, revolutionary forces, and foreign nations. Listening to the executioner's announcement on the execution platform, Tajmi waited silently with her hands folded. 39. Just listening to the discussions among the people, the man kneeling on the execution platform was charged with no fewer than 10 crimes. He raped women, accepted bribes, murdered, embezzled, betrayed the empire and had connections with the Revolutionary Army, was suspected of betraying imperial intelligence, etc. Good guy. There were a bunch of other charges that I had never heard of. But looking at the unyielding eyes of the man on the stage and the gloomy looks of the people below the stage, Tajmi knew that this thing should be listened to the other way around. Here, as a special reward to the oil merchant Gamal, the empire will exempt him from taxes for the next year. Thank you. Thank you, officer of the empire. I am honored to be able to expose someone who is causing such harm to everyone. He. I will continue to cheer for everyone in the future. The bald man on the stage was dressed in brown clothes, with only the green cape on the outside. He had small eyes, a big mouth, and a bit of untied mustache, giving him a completely sinister look. Hearing the executioner mention the oil merchant Jamal again, Tajmi finally remembered who the executioner was. Isn't the guy in front of me one of my target's partners? Because Oka is the captain of the Imperial City Security Force, he cannot leave the duty room of the security force even during the day, even when taking a break. Tajmi had also inquired about the other party's travel time before choosing to visit at this time. One is to get familiar with the terrain, and the other is to prepare to see what kind of person the other party is. Seeing the man on the stage being beheaded, the crowd gradually dispersed, and dark clouds gathered in the sky at this moment. After several thunder and lightning, drizzle began to fall from the sky and began to wash away the blood-stained execution platform in front of him. Tajmi also sighed when she saw a hooded woman covering her face and crying in the rain. This woman is probably a family member of the guy who died tragically on the stage. How pitiful! After putting on the hood again, Tajmi followed closely the pace of the oil merchant Jamal. After watching the other party enter the duty room of the Imperial Police Force, Tajmi gave up following up. About half an hour later, the oil merchant Jamal came out of the duty room. Looking at the lewd smile on his face, it was not difficult for Tajmi to guess what kind of dirty agreement the other party must have made inside. Following along, after seeing the other party enter Custom Street, Tajmi also jumped onto the house with a slight jump. Of course I have no interest in watching the other party do this kind of thing. I just want to hear up close what the other party thinks after eliminating the competition. Through observation and inference, as well as listening to the discussions among the people, Tajmi also got a rough idea. The man who was executed before was a well-known businessman in the imperial capital. Because he inherited the property from his ancestors and had a good mind, he prospered in this commercial street. It's a pity that he is a young man after all, and it is normal for him to be eliminated if he is unwilling to succumb to the rules of adults. Not to mention that all the property of the other party has been confiscated, the fiancé who has been engaged can only secretly feel sad under the rain. As for who to confiscate? No need to say more, right? Chapter 58 Oka. Corruption from top to bottom has accelerated the decay of the empire he is currently in, and a strong rotten smell flows out from the country's riddled holes. And these parasitic borers in the country are absorbing nutrients and squeezing the bottom layer. Hey, there are new products here every week. It's really hard to put it down. It makes you feel happy. Tajmi, who was standing on the ceiling compartment of the house, silently watched the other party walk out from here. She did not rush to send the other party to the west, but continued to follow the other party to the other party's store. After sneaking into the oil store through the same operation, Tajmi also heard the other party's confession as she wished. The first thing Jamal did when he returned to the store after venting in Custom Street was to take off his coat. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth as he slowly lay down on the sofa. He. What a stupid guy. Anyone who has opposed me, Lord Jamal, has had a bad end in the past. But thanks to that ochre, I can eliminate another competitor this time. As long as I have Lord Oka as my cover, no matter how I commit a crime and I am found out, there will always be a scapegoat. Now I can annex the other party's property while taking it one step further. What a perfect cooperation. It's just. I remember that the other party also has a beautiful fiancée. It's a pity that I didn't have the luck to meet her. We will take care of the resources tomorrow. Let the guys from the security team take care of them for now. Muttering to himself, Jamal closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. The oil merchant Gamal and the ghost Oka. Watching the man below him gradually falling asleep, Tajmi took a breath and disappeared. After passing through a dark alley, the boy who came out of it had transformed into a perfect passerby walking on the streets of the imperial capital. After buying a crepe on the side of the road to satisfy his hunger, the young man strolled under the feasting night view of the imperial capital. Although it is the most prosperous commercial street in the imperial capital, there is so much darkness inside that it overflows. In this way, the boy walked all the way back to the hotel. In the following days, Tajmi would often hang out in that bustling commercial street. While watching the Oni Oka leading his men through the market, he watched the merchants on the whole street flatter each other. He has black hair with 4 braids tied with cloth strips on the back of his head. There is a cross-shaped scar where one eye is blind. He has muscles that have been trained for many years, his arms are thick, and the calluses on his palms also show that the other person is a veteran of swordsmanship. After about a week, Tajmi waited until the other party had a rest. The boy waiting quietly on the roadside for Oni Oka to come out of the hotel was like a silent sculpture. There were also drunkards lying on the roadside and upper-class people in suits waiting for others, so the boy was not alone. Haha, a drink after interrogating a prisoner is always the best thing. Which restaurant should I go to next? Oka, who didn't care that his loud voice would disturb the public, opened the door of the hotel and nodded to the bosses who were showing their goodwill while walking on the road. Lord Oka, you have worked hard. Thank you for taking care of me some time ago. If you have time, please invite Oka-sama to come to my store. Oka-sama will definitely be satisfied. Oh. I will definitely go when I have time. Remember to tell me if you have any difficulties. After saying hello, Oka continued to walk forward, with the corners of his mouth raised. He couldn't help but feel excited. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Oka laughed as he walked, attracting glances from passers-by. Sure enough, whether it was interrogating the prisoner or drinking, only the scene in front of him was the most comfortable. In this city, you are the king yourself. Power supreme. Do whatever you want. Okay. Looking at the hooded boy in front of him, Oka was stunned for a moment and said, "Kid, you're in the way." Wearing a hood, the young man raised his head slightly and showed an innocent smile. He looked at Oka in front of him and said with admiration, "Actually, I have been waiting for Lord Oka for a long time. Today I finally have the honor to witness the appearance of the famous captain of the Imperial Guard Force, Lord Oka of the Demon. It's a pity that our Lord Oka doesn't like this." Seeing the kid in front of him who was delaying his enjoyment of his rest, Oka was a little irritated. "Hey? I don't know how many flattery words I've heard, get to the point quickly, kid. Hearing Oka's words, Tajmi hesitated for a while, and then calmly shook the windbreaker on her body. Well, this matter is somewhat important, can we talk about it somewhere else? Oka raised the corner of his mouth when he heard the jingling sound under his clothes. Oh? How about the alley over there? After saying that, Oka pointed to the dark corner and asked the young man for his opinion. Yes. Oka-sama. Nodding his head, Tajmi took the lead and walked in front, while Oka followed slowly behind the boy. After the two entered the dark alley, they stopped together. Is it okay to talk here? Tell me, what do you want to ask me, Mr. Oka? Actually, after I saw Master Oka acting like a king on the street, I had the slightest idea. Tajmi said while throwing the bag containing gold coins in the windbreaker towards Oka. Lord Oka, can you let me join the Imperial Guard force? Shaking the money bag in his hand, Oka felt a little disgusted. I just recently accepted a bribe from Jamal, and when I saw the small amount of money in front of me, I didn't think it was money anymore. Young man, our security force is not a place to house scoundrels like you. As for money, I still have. Hearing Oka's answer, the boy looked panicked, just like a young man of this age should be reckless. Seeing the kid in front of him start to take out more money, the corners of Oka's mouth turned up slightly. Where did you get so much money at such a young age? Could it be theft? Hey? Stealing? No. How could I, as a good young man in the new era of the Empire, steal? Lord Oka, after accepting this money from me, can you listen to my other request? After putting the money bag away, Oka looked at the boy and narrowed his eyes. For you to become a member of the security force is already the limit. Chapter 59. 1 week later, Zenk. You want me, Mr. Oka, to do two things for you with such a small amount of money. It's very difficult. Looking at the young man's appearance, Oka first looked at the money bag at his waist, and then scratched his hair. Well, there's nothing you can do. You can report to the police station tomorrow. Let's talk. If you hurry up, I might be able to go shopping in Custom Street. Don't delay me, kid. Oka-sama's time. That's great. Then, please, can I ask Oka-sama to hurry up? Go to hell. Tajmi, who quickly reached into the sword at her waist, took a deep breath and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the figure appeared in the same place as the figure that appeared in front of Ghost Oka in an instant. Nanny! This little devil! So fast! I didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge me. Looking at the young man who appeared in front of him instantly, Oka was secretly frightened. He reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist and instantly pulled out his long sword, preparing to defend himself against the young man's chop. What was surprising was that the flames that suddenly appeared in front of the boy at the same time made Oka's eyes widen. Imperial weapon, you kid, our night raid. The firelight flowing on the blade illuminated the dark alley, and the flames burned fiercely and swung towards Oka's neck. The breath of flame one type. Shiranui. Laugh. Is it someone? The Oni Oka muttered as he watched his body standing on the spot, his severed arm, broken sword blade and head flying high together. Bang! Bang 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 bang! The severed head rolled on the ground, and countless blood spurted out from the broken neck and arms. Without the control of the brain, the huge body also fell to the ground. Boom! There was a loud sound when the body came into contact with the ground. He waved twice casually to shake off the blood on the sword blade. At the same time, he flew away the money bag tied to the opponent's waist, and then caught it from the air and put it into the pocket of his windbreaker. The young man said slowly. Being able to die under the sword of demon slaying is worthy of your name as the demon Oka, Oka-sama. Thank you for agreeing to my request to die quickly. 40. Next it's time for your partner. Watching the young man slowly walk out of the dark alley, Oka's consciousness gradually dissipated. What is ghost-slaying swordsmanship? I have always punished others, but I never thought that I would be punished by a little-known brat. How ridiculous! Early the next morning, the security forces patrolling the imperial capital Commercial Street discovered the body of the ghost Oka. At the same time, they also discovered the body of the oil merchant Jamal on the way back to the oil store in the imperial capital's Custom Street. Not only that, during the subsequent investigation, evidence was also discovered of how the oil merchant Jamal and Oka colluded to frame innocent people and help each other hide the facts of the crime. This bizarre evidence was regarded by people in the security force as a challenge to authority, and was even suspected of framing their respected Captain Oka. So, while loudly declaring that they were incompatible with the thieves, they intensified their search efforts. In an instant, the entire Commercial Street was filled with a strange atmosphere because of Oka's mysterious death. In the following week, the Imperial Police Force increased the frequency of patrols, and the crime rate dropped by 2 levels. It's a pity that none of this has anything to do with Tajmi. Because now the young man is in a stalemate with the strangely dressed old man in front of him. Happy. My name is Zank. I hope you can affectionately call me Zank the Beheader. I've been paying attention to you for a long time, young man. Seeing the beheaded Zank making an idiotic declaration in front of him with twisted eyes, the young man fell into silence for a moment. I didn't want this to happen. Why did something that was obviously a double happiness develop like this? Why did I, who enjoys helping others, punishing evil and promoting good while helping the poor people in the imperial capital, encounter this character who spoke dangerous words in front of me? In the past week, I rescued a fallen girl who chose to sell her body because she wanted to avenge her dead fiancé, and also gave the perverted nobleman, Alia's family, a free one-way ticket to hell. Not only that, but those nobles with insufficient guard strength also received less patronage from him. Because his actions also rescued many innocent people, part of the money embezzled by the nobles was sent back to his hometown, and the other part was also used by him to help those who were living in difficulty. This should have been the dual joy of making money and saving people. He continued to do these things with the idea of killing 3 birds with 1 stone, because he might meet someone new. So the boy also took on a part-time job as a killer after working as a ghost hunter. But everything changed today. Zhan Xiaozeng, the beheading maniac who had been rampant in the imperial capital for nearly a week, appeared in front of him. The other party originally worked in the largest prison in the empire and was a beheader specializing in executions. Different from the various punishments displayed in the imperial capital's execution square, although there were beheadings in the execution square, these were only isolated cases. Most of them were poor guys with missing limbs who were nailed to crosses to intimidate thieves. Well, by the way, the place where Chelsea's head was placed after her death was also in the execution square. Not to mention this, Zank's job is to behead people, day after day, year after year. Thanks to the minister's reign of terror, Zank can be said to be lucky, working from morning to night. Keep killing people, keep cutting off the heads of those who are praying for life. I don't know how many years I have repeated it, but it is said that it has become a habit. Later, the other party was no longer satisfied with only killing people in prison, but began to kill people continuously on the road. Because the bulletin board was updated a few days ago, I discovered that the other party's wanted poster had a brand new portrait. N.A. I have killed more than 20 people in the imperial capital. Guard members, civilians, nobles, all kinds of guys, until I accidentally discovered someone of your kind during the beheading 2 days ago. Can I ask how many people you killed? After hearing that the other party was attacking civilians, Tajmi narrowed her eyes and felt a little unhappy. Don't compare me to you, you are just killing people indiscriminately. After hearing the boy's answer, Zank was not angry. After all, he kills people indiscriminately and randomly selects lucky viewers every day. Chapter 60 Beheading Zank. Happy. I saw that every blow you struck was a beheading. I thought you were traveling with me, Then can I ask what you did before? Work? Well, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Looking at the other person, Tajmi decided to fulfill the other person's wish before his death. There is no difference at all between the guy in front of me and those nobles who wantonly wield the power in their hands and do whatever they want. I can't stand it if you just kill people at will just because you have the power. I used to be a ghost hunter who was engaged in slaying ghosts. The name of the organization I belonged to was the Demon Slayer Corps. Pleasant, pleasant. It's just a pity that I haven't heard of such an interesting organization. Meeting the guy who beheaded all his members will definitely calm the noise in my ears. Of course, it may also calm those noisy voices. It became noisier. Seeing the boy's cold face, Zhang continued. Do you think I'm a bit talkative? Sorry, talking is my hobby. Because not long after I came to the imperial capital to kill people, I discovered your existence using the thing on my forehead. I also yearn for your gorgeous decapitation sword skills. By the way, the person who discovered you is farsighted. Ding! Using the blade fixed on his arm to easily block the boy's slash, Zhang spoke slowly. Happy, have you discovered the power of the Taigu? What a keen guy! Feeling the huge force coming from his arms and the crisp sound from the collision of swords, Zhang was also extremely surprised in his heart. If I rely solely on this thing to predict this kind of cutting speed, it's far from enough. It's really good to have a good observation before coming into contact with you. Despite thinking this, Zhang's face was still smiling. Let me see how many abilities you have discovered. As he spoke, he wanted to put a little pressure on the young man in front of him. Farsight, clairvoyance, future vision, happy and joyful. You even guessed the ability of the vision. It was not a temporary observation, but you mastered the information of the Taigu. My vision is indeed right. The name of the Taigu is Observer Five-Sided Omnipotent. Since you already know the ability, I won't introduce it. The best thing is to taste it first. You will be the most perfect head among my many collections. Let me see how you look when you are beheaded. Happy. Bang! Zhang, who rushed towards the young man quickly, waved the double blades on his arms. Countless sword shadows turned into flashes of light in the dark night, and the tinkling sounds were heard endlessly. Ding! 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 In the blink of an eye, Zhang attacked dozens, hundreds of times. Why only defend but not attack? Wouldn't it be boring to attack unilaterally like this? Hey! Laugh! Zhang was stunned for a moment when he saw the severed arm flying up, and then quickly jumped back. This kid, his breathing pattern has changed. Wrong, not only that. Looking at Tajmi, several drops of cold sweat flowed from Zhang's forehead. Feeling the blood draining from his body, he no longer had time to feel the injury. Now all the senses in his body were sending crazy warnings to his brain. Even the Taigu he was wearing stung his spirit slightly. The young man in front of him not only changed his breathing method, but also changed the sword skills he used. The extremely fast speed combined with the weird breathing directly caused him to be unable to defend against the slash just now. The ferocious flames were as dazzling and charming as a blindfold. I obviously predicted it, but my body couldn't keep up. Keep this up, yourself. Will die. He must quickly deal with the guy in front of him, otherwise the severed arm will turn into a fatal wound sooner or later. How could I die in a place like this? The roaring Zhang instantly activated Vision's hypnotic ability. Although this ability can only target one person, the hypnotic effect is top-notch. As long as you have this ability, you will be invincible. No one can attack the person they love most, just watch the person they love the most go to hell. Zhang leaped high and raised his remaining right arm, the sword blade on his wrist flashing with a sharp cold light. As expected, Tajmi entered the unknown territory that Uozuo dreamed of. Transparent world. The appearance of the loved one in front of him has gradually disappeared, replaced by a terrifying body. Densely packed muscles and bones were displayed before his eyes, and his left arm was cut off and bleeding continuously. The huge eyeballs are connected to the brain by the optic nerve, and the inhaled air flows to the limbs along with the flow of blood. Looking at Zank in the air, Tajmi just waved the sword lightly. The breath of the sun, the shape of the 11, the dragon of the halo, the head dance. Watching the magnificent flame dragon roaring and roaring on the dark road, and finally devouring the beheaded Zank, the dragon slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Nice swordsmanship, pleasure, pleasure. Zank, who was bleeding all over his body and had been chopped into human sticks, was lying on the ground and sighed. Pay for the crimes you committed, Zank. Looking at the sky, Zank smiled. The voices are getting louder and louder. They keep saying something about asking me to go to hell to accompany them. Now, can you hear those sounds? Sound? I can't hear it, sorry. Laugh. The sharp blade passed across the neck and chopped off Zank's head with one blow. After all, those evil guys were cursing me before they died. That's it. The sound is gone, thank you, thank you. Looking at the dead Zank, Tajmi squatted down and recovered the taigu, then inserted the blade back into the scabbard of the windbreaker. The taigu observer five-sided omnipotence, the far vision is great. The clairvoyance skill is great. The insight vision is also good. Although vision's ability can be called the gospel skill of NTR, as long as it is used on women, it will become the other person's favorite person, so that you can let yourself play as you wish. It's just that this look is still hard to accept. Just save it first. In this way, with the taigu in hand, the boy returned to the hotel. Little did he know that what happened in this week was much more than what the boy had encountered. 3 days ago, the alien fortress in the north. Call. Call. The icy cold wind blew against the frozen city. While the entire huge fortress was frozen into icebergs, snowflakes continued to fall from the sky to the ground. Just the tall woman with long blue hair sitting on the seat kicked the ice crystals at her feet in boredom. 41. Chapter 61. The girl who wants to return to the Empire, the mission. What a slow bunch of guys. The slender arms supported her cheeks. In such a place where nothing happens, the girl almost went out of her mind. The things that once brought you happiness can no longer bring you happiness, and the people who can bring you happiness in the future are no longer around you. I have experienced 7 levels of loneliness and coldness. His thoughts slowly drifted away, and suddenly his subordinate's response brought Esteth back to reality. Do you need me to urge them? General Esteth. Well. I'm sorry for them, but I'd better give the order to assemble. Soon, the rallying horn sounded. Esteth's army was quickly assembled. The suppression of foreign ethnic groups in the West has ended, although I'm sorry to interrupt your carnival time. But this is a personal matter of mine. Looking at the confused expressions of his subordinates, Esteth continued. I'm going to prepare to return to the imperial capital. To meet that person. Boring hunting and war have no longer aroused the slightest interest in me. What's the point of annihilating a guy who has already been annihilated once? Finally, you have done a good job in this war. I will apply for a reward from His Majesty. Thank you, General Esteth XN. Looking at the soldiers with smiles on their faces, who still maintained the order of the army despite shouting, the corners of Esteth's mouth slightly raised, and her blue eyes narrowed. This is why I like it here. Because the warriors here are very pure, unlike those lazy guys in the imperial capital. In the past, I was focused on hunting and torture, and didn't care about the condition of my subordinates at all. Blindly thinking that indulgences and rewards will make them more obedient. Although the brutal training has produced many capable guys, the best thing is to be relaxed and uniform. The soldiers were more energetic and more obedient to orders. Now I am no longer limited to that kind of super S, and I can train to death at every turn. Although the time was a bit rushed, some results were finally produced. They must have been angry at the constant invasion of the northern foreigners. This retaliatory action also made them vent their anger and directly beat the northern foreigners in pain. In the next period of time, the Northern Front will maintain peace and stability for a long time. He was finally able to get out of this mess and return to the imperial capital to find the person of his choice. Leva, New, Datas, came back with me. Yes, Ladius Death X3. At the same time, the killers in the base were gathering together to discuss the objectives of this mission. Najeta took a drag on her cigarette and glanced at the blonde girl. Tell me about your investigation, Leonie. Kibble is a prescription supplier. This has been confirmed. It is the product of a certain official. The specific one still needs to be investigated. After flicking the ashes from her cigarette, Najeta continued to ask. What about Custom Street? Well, the drug trafficking gang Rat in Custom Street is involved in human trafficking in Slam Slum. While making a lot of money, it will also open up wider channels for selling drugs, and supply drugs. Like Keeble, he is a pest that poisons the people. Well, then it's decided. This time the target is the drug gang in Custom Street and the supplier, Kibble. Both areas are heavily guarded places. Everyone, be careful. Leon and Kaitong are in charge of the rats in the Custom Street, and Mayan and Hill are in charge of Kibble who supplies the medicine. Give them heaven's punishment. Understood. Yet. Just when Kaitong, Mayan, and Hill all nodded in agreement with the task assignment, Leonie raised his arm. Boss. I have something to say. Well, if there's anything else you want to say, just say it, Leonie. I hope to change Mayan's protection object to Brand this time. Looking at her subordinates, Najeta became interested. Can you tell me the reason in detail, Leonie? You suddenly ask me to tell you how I can tell you. You can't say that the dream you had before contained the memory of Mayan and Hill being almost killed. If it weren't for Tajmi, both of them might not be able to come back. It's all Tajmi's fault. Why haven't I met that guy after so long? Looking at Najeta, the corners of Leonie's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Tajmi, that's right. Thinking of Tajmi, Leonie suddenly remembered something. Boss. I remembered. Remember? Remember what? Looking at Najeta who was smoking, the name Leonie wanted to say suddenly got stuck in her throat. Wasn't our assassination target Iokal, the minister's relative, last time? Well, this is the mission. Unlike that guy who lives outside the imperial capital, there have been rumors recently about the assassination of Annika, the captain of the imperial capital guard. Hearing Leonie's words, Najeta nodded and fell into thinking. It should be the work of another assassin, and they pushed it onto us. Although I don't understand the specific situation of the other party, but fortunately Uka was originally our assassination target, so I didn't think too much about it. Is there any problem? Leona. Seeing that the topic was being guided in the right direction little by little, Leonie clapped his hands. There's a big problem here. Boss. The Imperial Capital Guard is now searching for us. I heard there are new Imperial tool users inside. Wouldn't it be bad if we run into them this time? Rab still has to maintain the barrier in the base and take care of the house. Brand staying at the base will just vent his excess energy and sweat. In this case, it's better to let Brand come take over this mission. At least with him here, Mayan's situation will be more reassuring. Hey! It's rare that Leonie would consider me. But then I won't have a sense of crisis. Then it's better to let Hill join me, at least the two of us have cooperated. At this moment, the sudden voice of a certain pink-haired loli made Leon's teeth itch with anger. But the opponent has a Taigu user. In this case, it's better to let Brand come. Now, don't you think so? Boss. I'm thinking about you and Hill. Thinking of this, Leonie continued speaking while winking at Najeta. After hearing Leonie's suggestion, Najeta also felt that she should be careful. Well. Brand, what's your opinion? Thinking of this, Najeta looked at Brand and asked. I saw Brand doing a pose, showing off the muscles on his arms and saying, "No problem for me. I am willing to protect my companions." Chapter 62 Memory and Reality. You can vaguely see a man holding a woman in the back, as shown in the picture, a place for Yin. After visiting his friends and family, Liane walked alone to the place where he was born and raised. Slam, this is the name of a certain area in the imperial capital, just like a town. For example, there are various cities in Essex province, and the imperial capital also has many such divided areas. There are places where nobles live, there are prisons, there are places where civilians live, and there are also bustling commercial areas, so it is common for areas like Slam to exist. Although it is called Slam, it is a famous slum in the imperial capital, and it is also a place where low-class people live in the eyes of the nobles. Remember to come and play again. Liane. You must come and drink with me next time too. When you have the chance, come back and give me a massage for the old lady. Well, if there is a chance. Looking at the people saying hello, Liane responded with a smile. It's just that without the company of a young man, it always seems a bit boring. Although the people here greeted me cordially, I just felt like something was wrong, as if something was missing. In fact, it wasn't just this time, she had always felt this way ever since she met the boy before. That dream was so real that I turned into this strange appearance. Would I have been so dependent on someone I had never met before? Will not. Thinking of this, Liane smiled to himself. Hey! Forget it if Tajmi didn't find it. Why didn't we even find the guy in the security team who used the Taigu? Didn't Tajmi say she met her near here? I remember it was called SLAYER, right? Hey, let's go to Custom Street to pick up Kaitong. I can't keep my best friend waiting. Liane sighed, looking at the imperial capital gradually turning from dusk into night, and walked towards Custom Street. After a while, Liane, who arrived at Custom Street, found an alley and jumped onto the roof of a house, where a girl was waiting quietly. Here we come. Liane. Noticing the arrival of his companion, Kaitong stopped what he was doing, ate all the biscuits in his hand and at the same time stretched out his arm to wave. Yet. I kept you waiting for a long time, Kaitong. Looking at the cute girl, Liane couldn't help but touch her head. Just like that, standing on the roof of Flower Street, the two girls met together on time. Then it's time to work and pay off the debt. Let's work together. Akahumi-chan. Yes, I understand, Liane. The girl with beautiful long black hair, wearing a sailor uniform, and red eyes nodded cutely. The next moment, Liane's body began to change rapidly, her hair quickly grew longer, and she also grew a pair of cute cat ears that trembled from time to time. Not only did her hands become hairy, but one also grew on her lower back. Slender tail. Let's go. Kaitong. Well, burial. Liane's tail swept around, and the next moment, the two killer girls disappeared. Looking at the scene that was the same as in his memory, Liane couldn't help but clenched his fists. Now he and Kaitong were at the place where the underworld gang's custom house was welcoming guests. Below is a huge and spacious place with 2 or 3 huge furnaces in the center. 42. While the stove was heating the entire room, purple mist also floated from the inside, confusing the nerves of everyone present. Not all of them are women, there are also men. Men are guests and women are commodities. After paying a certain amount of money, those so-called guests can choose products at will and enjoy a wonderful night. Use the words of a country where you have a good life as a child. This place is almost like a big, chaotic, suburban place. Female moans, the smell of hallucinogenic drugs, and weird music are all important parts of this custom street. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened, and 2 men in suits walked in. One of them was blind in one eye, and the other was hunched over. Seeing this scene in front of him, the man who was blind in one eye couldn't help but sigh. Oh! It's being done, it's being done. If you can make more money, I will give you more medicine. Yes times n. Listening to the girl's responses and looking at these disheveled girls, the corners of the man's mouth rose. These are props that can earn you more money and can be replaced at any time. Slam, a stupid woman who is short of money and sells her body, can get whatever she wants. The only thing left behind is the supply of medicines. Hee hee, medicine, give me more medicine. Okay. Looking at the twitching girl at her feet, the man in a white suit with a sturdy back squatted down and said, "Hey, boss, look at this guy. This guy is dying, it smells bad, it's completely broken, get rid of the exhaust gas." Following the boss's instructions, the man in the white suit punched the woman on the ground and knocked her unconscious. "Boss, let's go to Slam and get some stupid women over." The one-eyed man's proposal touched the heart of the one-eyed man. He was worried about how to make more money and nodded in agreement in a flash. That's right, the idiots there will do anything for money. Just like that, Liane and Kaitong, who were standing on the ceiling and witnessed all this, silently closed the ceiling. "Is he an acquaintance of yours, Liane?" Hearing Kaitong's question, Liane nodded. The other party was an acquaintance of his, and he had already disappeared before he had that dream about the future. He only started to investigate after the dream. In the end, everything gradually merged with those in my memory, which made me believe in the dream more and more. I hate them very much, just bury them. Well, let's send him to see the King of Hell, I just happen to be very angry right now. In this way, the two stood up quietly, followed the direction of the ceiling and the voices of the people below, and headed to their conference room. What will greet these rats next will be a brutal massacre. But for a guy like this who is contaminated with drugs, death 10,000 times is not an exaggeration. After fighting with Chi Tong and getting rid of the rats here, Liane's thoughts couldn't help but fly to his companions. It's time to retreat, Kai Tong. Next time. I hope everything will be safe over there. Okay. Chapter 63, Killing Guards Members. On the other side, Ma Yin sighed after taking out the mission target with one sniper shot. He took off the monocle from his ears, packed up the Taigu accessories, and put them back into the carrying case. Hey, it's true, Brand, you are so protective that your sniper power has been reduced. Seeing the blood all over the ground, Ma Yin felt a little dizzy. Originally, my Taigu would only be powerful enough when in danger, but in the end, these guards couldn't even meet Brand. Although the process of sniping and retreating was the same as before, the girl felt inexplicably unhappy. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as the task is completed, isn't it fine? Brand, who was wearing a suit of armor and holding a spear in his hand, looked at the girl and smiled. Although the girl was cute, she was not his cup of tea. What I like is, well, I won't say it anymore. Weird and shameful. That's right, it's time to retreat. Brand. Okay. After the girl finished cleaning up, the two of them ran quickly. Under the cover of night, the two of them ran on the streets of the imperial capital. They had been running for about 20 minutes, and when the two were about to break through the danger zone, an accident happened. Ma Yin. Be careful. Brand, who held Ma Yin behind him, waved his hand and summoned the red-backed shrike 9 dead ghosts. Some readers said that there is such a name, so I wrote it down. Personally, I prefer the name red-backed shrike. Boom. The bricks and stones on the ground were shattered by the blast, and a large hole was blasted into the ground. Smoke and dust floated, and soon the attacker was revealed. The Imperial Tool Devil-Haunted Operation Armor. Night raid confirmed. And judging from the Imperial tool she's wearing, the woman behind him is also one of them. The twinkling lights at night illuminate the way home, and the lake in the middle of the forest is calm. Having caught two members at once, Sayla couldn't help but feel excited. My wait in the night has finally paid off, finally I got to meet you guys. Member of the Imperial City Guard Salatu Ubiquitous. In the name of absolute justice, I hereby condemn evil. The girl's excited and distorted smile made Brand and Ma Yin frown. Ma Yin felt silently unhappy looking at the other person's appearance, which made her already bad mood even worse. Soon, the girl's twisted smile turned into an expression of hatred. She looked at the assassin in front of her and said with hatred, Dad died fighting villains like you. Not only that. You also killed my master, Captain Oka. I will never spare you. Xiao Ke. Pray. The girl gave the order, and the small dog walking upright beside her instantly became extremely large. Its flesh multiplied rapidly and at the same time it opened its huge mouth. Countless fangs surrounded the mouth, shining like silver, like a lamprey eel. So scary. Not only that, the creature named Xiao Ke leaped into the air and kept spinning in the air. With its terrifying size and speed, the person hit by it would have entered the opponent's stomach as if it was chopped into pieces by a paper shredder. Inside. Brand. It's the Taigu user that Liane said. Now we are 2 against 1, I will shoot to cover. Don't worry. Click. After saying that, Ma Yin instantly took out the rifle assembly from the portable Taigu supply box she carried, inserted it into the romantic turret pumpkin across her shoulder, and pointed the muzzle at the spinning thing in the air. Zyog. Bang 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 bang. Countless yellow lights and shadows shot out from the muzzle, and the deadly flames poured into the mouth of the hateful monster in the air at once. Countless blood spattered from the wound, mixed with some fragments of broken teeth. Roar. Just when Xiao Ke was repelled, Brand quickly made a judgment. The Taigu that suddenly appeared at this moment, that strange creature, has a clear record in the documents: magic beast transformation, 100-armed giant, a biological dog-shaped Taigu, and its specific secret technique is unknown. But what can be concluded is, once the user of the Taigu dies, the body of the biological Taigu that never seems to get tired will be forced to stop. The weakness of the biological Taigu is the user himself. Boom. Brand, who created a big crater when he stepped on it, disappeared instantly, and took advantage of the time when Xiao Ke was blown away to appear directly in front of Siliu Ubiquitous. It's a lie, in just a moment. Sai Lu was stunned for a moment when he saw Brand suddenly appearing in front of him, but when he looked at the spear held high by the opponent, his expression became even more horrified. Xiao Ke. Go crazy. Following Sai Liu's order, Xiao Ke's hair began to turn red quickly as he fell to the ground, and his muscles instantly swelled, like a huge muscle monster 5 or 6 meters tall. With a bang under its feet, it disappeared from the spot and punched directly at the strange armored man who was about to kill his master with a vertical blow. Not only that, he waved his iron fist and shouted wildly. Roar! Huge sound waves formed several obvious large circles in the air, blasting towards Brand like sonic cannons. Are you going crazy? This kind of sound is really noisy. It's a pity that I can reduce the noise a lot since I'm inside this thing. Seeing Xiao Ke approaching quickly, Brand didn't panic. He wielded his spear and quickly intersected with Xiao Ke's fist. The gun blade and fist, and the gun barrel struck. It was clear that it was a huge monster of 5 to 6 meters in madness. But wearing armor, he still fought evenly. Roars resounded in the square, along with countless roars. It's a pity that a monster that only knows how to box can withstand Brand's spear swing. The gun shadows all over the sky were like meat-cutting machines, quickly cutting and tearing Xiao Ke's arms and body. Even though he could recover quickly, he was suppressed by Brand's superb gun skills and could not recover. Just when Ma Yin finally recovered from the dizzy state caused by the sound, what she saw was Brand fighting against Taigu, and Selu Yubi with a big mouth behind him. Kiddas! Watch your back! Brand! Justice will prevail! A distorted voice sounded from behind Brand. Bang! A crisp gunshot was fired from the barrel of Seletage Ubiquita's mouth. Just the moment the bullet came into contact with the armor, there was a crisp sound that made the girl freeze on the spot. The transformation my benefactor made for me failed to penetrate the opponent's defense. Boom! The yellow beam instantly penetrated Seleta's head and caused her body to fall backwards. Chapter 64 Warmth, The Return of the Ice Girl. Following the user's death, the madly transformed Taigu Warcraft transformation, 100-armed giant also crashed like a computer infected with a virus. The huge body began to slowly become smaller, and the red hair also turned to white. With the death of the user, the Taigu has also calmed down, but this power is really powerful. Let's recycle it first. Seeing the motionless Taigu, Brand picked it up and ran to Ma Yin's side. Without any explanation, he picked up the pink-haired Lolita and quickly retreated with a bang under his feet. Hey! Brand! Put me down! No, the big noise just now must have alerted the patrol troops. It's time to retreat. Ma Yin, who couldn't think of how to retort, closed her mouth and was carried on Brand's shoulders obediently, and looked into the eyes of the dog head occupying the other side. Xiao Ke, are you looking at me? The master who killed me still has the nerve to look at me. 43. This thing seems pretty cute if it doesn't start. Looking at the quiet Taigu, Ma Yin inexplicably felt that he was a little cute. Xiaoke, what are you proud of? What are you proud of? Xiaoke, what the hell? If I hadn't been able to move, I would have hammered you to death. Of course, the dead Taigu will not move, and it will not even make any sound. The above is just the author's arbitrariness. The reality is that Ma Yin just has eyes with the other party. The howling wind passed by her ears. Listening to the whistling wind, Ma Yin, who pulled back her hair at the temples, breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the feasting imperial capital slowly disappear from her sight. This time I had to thank Liane when I went back. If I had come with Hill this time, one of the others would have died in the ambush. Although I hate to admit it, it is the truth. It would be very difficult for Hill and himself to cope with the mad state of secret technique, not to mention that the other party has also undergone human body modification. Who would have thought of such a means of releasing a black gun? Boom! Boom! Wow! Wow! Not long after the two people withdrew from the imperial capital, thunder sounded in the sky, and dense raindrops began to fall from the sky, as if washing away sin and blood from this dirty empire. Looking at the people sitting around enjoying dinner, Liane also breathed a sigh of relief. He and Kai Tong came back first. After completing the mission report, everyone waited in the open space outside the base for the return of Brand and Ma Yin. Liane still believes in Brand's strength. The other party is a top-notch reliable guy, so protecting Marin is a piece of cake. As expected, with Brand's protection, the guy who almost killed Hill in memory was no match at all. This time he not only killed the opponent, but also recovered the Imperial gear. It was a great harvest. In this way, after everyone returned to the base, the night carnival began. I want to buy more beautiful clothes and desserts. Looking at the reward for the mission, Ma Yin said loudly. Bring me one too. Hearing Ma Yin talk about dessert, the red eyes on the side were also excited. The originally dull eyes suddenly became bright and bright, making Ma Yin feel a little embarrassed. I know. I'll bring it to you when the time comes. Eating too much sweet food will cause tooth decay. Hill's faint voice came from the side, causing Ma Yin, who was in high spirits, to pause. Naturally, she can often ask questions worth thinking about deeply at the right moment. Unfortunately, it is impossible for the two of them to listen to her advice. I will also bring you a copy of Hill when the time comes. I want it too. I want it too. Hearing what Ma Yin said, Liane, who was just watching the fun and not taking it too seriously, also chose to get involved. Unfortunately, he was met with a look of contempt from the girl. Leon, you already have your own reward. If you want to eat, buy it yourself. Hey! My reward is for drinking. Why don't you treat me to a meal once, Ma Yin? Hey! Just once. Seeing Liane's face close to her, Ma Yin also showed an embarrassed blush on her face. If it weren't for the other party's reminder, whether everyone could get together safely tonight would be irrelevant, so I might as well take this opportunity to thank Liane. Then, let me treat you to a meal, as a thank you for this mission. Hee, boss. How about it? I won the bet this time. Let me tell you, Ma Yin will thank me. Looking at Ma Yin, who was stumbling to speak, Liane raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smirk. Well. Ma Yin's character is like this. It seems that I lost. As a bet, I will give you a bottle of the good wine I have treasured for many years. Woohoo! The blonde girl's cheers resounded throughout the room. Only the pretty face was slightly red. Ma Yin, who was still shy, stayed for a while, and then her blushing face turned into an angry flush. Leon! You guy! You actually deceived my feelings. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Liane's trembling smile, Ma Yin was furious. Don't run. She jumped off her seat and chased after Liane, and the two played around the table in the conference room. This scene quickly infected everyone again and seemed extremely warm. At the same time, Esteth, who had been traveling for several days, was quietly admiring the sunrise on the top of a certain mountain. Sitting on the back of the dragon-type super dangerous species, she was also excited looking at the familiar Imperial capital. I'm back, Imperial capital. The girl's faint voice sounded, and the edges of her beautiful lips were slightly raised, highlighting the beautiful curves. As the sun rises, the girl's already gorgeous silver blue hair looks even more beautiful under the sunlight. Her deep ice blue eyes seem to span time and space, staring at the figure standing in front of her. Exquisite and perfect facial features, fair skin, you can even see a trace of reflection under the sunlight. I'm here for you too, my Tajmi. But before that, just wait there for me. She glanced at a certain area and smiled, then lowered the brim of her hat to cover her beautiful eyes. Let's go, Leva, Datas, New. Yes. Lady Esteth. ×3. With a slight pull on the iron chain in her hand, the dangerous Tegosaurus under the girl's round buttocks flapped its wings, and the three hooded figures on the ground also jumped up in an instant. Call. As the dragon-shaped dangerous species flew into the sky, its destination was not the Imperial capital, but the wilderness outside the Imperial capital. With excitement, the girl looked forward to the next meeting. Chapter 65 Encounter. Tajmi didn't know what the return of Esteth, who had completed the crusade against the foreign nations in the north in less than a month, meant. I don't know what drastic changes are about to happen to my future. Because now the boy is looking worried at the blonde girl who is pestering him. Hey! You should eat too, young man. Seeing the other party's heroic appearance, drinking heavily and eating meat, the young man sighed secretly. Hey, I feel full after seeing you eating so happily. Seeing that Tajmi still looked the same as in his memory, Liane said with a smile. Hey, it's rare that I feel like we've fallen in love with you at first sight. With such a beautiful woman accompanying you for dinner, you can still say such things. You really don't know how to be charming. A normal person should have found a way to get me drunk and then take me to an alley to do some nasty things. Looking at the carefree girl sitting opposite, Tajmi had a headache. After all, I'm only 14 years old. Even if I become an adult, I won't touch alcohol. As for doing that kind of thing, I think I have a relatively good bottom line. And after all, you guys don't want old cows to eat young grass. Puff. Hearing the boy's complaints, Liane spit out the beer he just drank, and accidentally spit in the boy's face. Feeling the wetness on her face as the wine passed through the mouth of the girl in front of her, Tajmi picked up the towel on the table and wiped it expressionlessly. After all, it's not the first time. When he just entered this restaurant today and was ready to experience the tastes of different areas of the imperial capital, Liane, who was sitting by the wall, stood up in surprise, and his bulging face sprayed like a fountain the next moment. So the second time. Hiss, Kilulu. Good dong. The boy took a sip of juice from the straw and continued. So, what do you want to see me for? Oh, don't be impatient, I'll tell you after sister finishes eating. Liane winked at the young man with a smile, and looked at Tajmi, who turned away after being stunned for a moment. Liane laughed. You haven't changed, it's great. Hey? What did you say? No, it's nothing. Why are your ears so sensitive at this time? I'm really sorry about my good ears. The other person is very cute as a cat, but unfortunately he is a killer. The other party is very beautiful. She is obviously from the slums, but she has an alluring and criminal figure and beauty, but it is a pity that she is a killer. He had never expected that the owner of the imperial weapon King of Beasts, Lion King, would come to this killer. The assassinations he carried out were not just once or twice. There were really countless scum in the imperial capital. Before carrying out the work, he will also investigate the details of the target as much as possible. Of course, saying this may be inappropriate for him who is killing people now, but that's it. I really need to carefully investigate the target of my attack, to at least make sure I don't kill a good person by mistake. My background in my previous life meant that I couldn't let it go. I couldn't bear to see those people wielding their power wantonly to exploit ordinary people. You can't have a cold-hearted nature, and you can't do nothing to save someone. Although he is not as famous as that one, he has made a name for himself in the imperial capital. There is no detailed face or information, and even the portrait is just blank. The height and weight are unknown. It is judged that this person is good at using swords. He is proficient in extremely fast assassinations and sharp cuts. He probably has a certain level of swordsmanship. If anyone finds it, please report it to the Imperial City Security Force. Well, that's what it says above. Although he is just an ant among ants compared to Zhang and others, this is also related to the way the boy acts. Compared with businessmen such as oil merchants and slave traders, the young man still focused his main targets on these nobles. In addition, he often committed crimes at night, so his own records of killings were usually judged to be his own work. Although I expected to encounter this, I didn't expect it to be like this. It's not a dark and windy night of murder, nor is it an interference between a desperate assassin and a guard. It's just an ordinary meal and you can meet it. It's so outrageous that my mother opened the door for me, and I'm so outrageous. After a full meal, the boy paid for the meal and felt the softness between his arms and the black lines on his head. Can't you be more reserved like a girl? Although it is good to give yourself benefits, the blonde girl seemed to have no girl's reserve and hugged her arms as soon as she came up. This must be the first time the two of them have come into contact. Reserved. Do you think, sister, I am like that? Hearing Tajmi's complaints, Liane raised her head and said something. Looking at the girl's appearance, the corners of Tajmi's mouth twitched. Yes, you don't. I was wrong. White, too white. It's so dazzling. 44. It is now dusk in the afternoon, around 5 or 6 o'clock. The boy who was led around the imperial capital by Liane quickly got tired of it. You can talk about it here, what do you want to see me for? Although it may be rude to say this, it must be the first time for the two of us to meet. Looking at the young man standing opposite, Liane snorted. Hey! You are very vigilant, not bad. Honestly, I've been following you for a long time. Hey, girl, do you know that the last person who said this has been separated from his body? I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to beat around the bush, so if that's the case, I'll just say it. I'm a professional killer from Night Raid, Leon. I like you very much, so come join us, boy. Looking at the girl Tajmi, who opened her hands and looked ready to hug her, her mind almost turned around. Is there any professional killer who declares his family name like this? Isn't the other party afraid that he will turn around and report it to the Imperial City Security Force? Are you thinking that I look suspicious by doing this? The girl with slightly raised lips looked at the boy and said, You are responsible for those things in the Imperial capital recently. Yes. After some hesitation, Tajmi nodded in agreement. Since the other party has been frank and honest, he cannot lose his etiquette. Haha. I knew it. So you might as well join us. Tajmi. Well. How can it be? My own invincible breathing method turned out to be. Chapter 66 Sudden Situation. Tajmi, who suddenly felt it was difficult to breathe and couldn't even use the breathing technique, struggled. The tip of the nose is deeply sunken, and there is a gap but no air can be breathed. The softness on both sides squeezes the cheeks, and you can feel a hint of coldness from above, followed by warm body temperature. Unexpectedly, the breathing method that was invincible in the Demon Slayer world would sometimes fail. The young man thought so. But the next moment, Liane loosened his arm that tightly held the boy's head. Ha! 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 Liane said as he watched the young man panting fiercely. Then it's settled. Liane, who narrowed his eyes like a cat, was very happy at the moment. He took the boy's arm and walked towards the gate of the imperial capital without any explanation. It's too sudden. At least give me some mental preparation. Don't. I will not change my decision at will. Finally, congratulations on joining Night Raid. Holding the boy's hand, Liane's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. After searching for so long, I finally found you. Next, let's become friends with everyone again. Tajmi. What the hell is going on? Everyone. Looking at his companions who fainted on the ground, Liane quickly ran up and checked their injuries one by one. After realizing that they had just fainted, they breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the person lying on the ground, Tatsumi frowned. This is too weird. Even if the plot can only be used as a reference, it is unlikely that such a near-total annihilation will occur. They fainted and fell to the ground like this. I'm afraid not just any dangerous species could be wiped out. What's going on? Liane. Upon hearing the boy's question, Liane also frowned. This was the first time she had seen such a strange situation. They fainted. I don't know exactly what happened. Although I want to say it was an enemy attack, but what kind of person doesn't kill someone after an attack? It's obvious that everyone has no ability to resist. Having said this, Liane continued to call, trying to wake up his companions. Chi Tong! Chi Tong, wake up! Voss! Voss! Brand! Mayan! Hill! Rab! Liane also scratched his cheek when he saw that everyone had no response after calling. Tajmi! Come and help me! Help me carry everyone back to the base. Hey? Oh, okay. Hearing Liane calling him, the young man walked over. Transformation. The Lion King. Watching Liane activate the Taigu in front of him, Tajmi was lucky enough to be able to see this hybrid Taigu of material and secret technique up close. The short blonde hair quickly grew into long hair, the area below the wrists turned into furry claws, 2 cat ears grew on the head and a tail grew on the waist. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the boy could still vaguely see that the other person's figure had become more rounded and plump. No, this is not an illusion. After observing Liane's body, the boy quickly came to a conclusion. After the opponent was briefly fused with the material, the explosiveness, strength, and speed of the body were greatly improved. It is better to say that the muscles became firmer and more dangerous, rather than plump. I want to see my sister's body when I go back to show it to you. Now come and help me, Tajmi. Forward. Noticing Liane's teasing expression, Tajmi couldn't help but blush. Ahem. I was just observing your changes just now. Seeing the young man's appearance, Liane couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering. This is the Taigu. Come on, lift Brand's arm, and we'll send the heaviest guy back first. After that, Liane picked up one side of Brand, and with the other hand not idle, he grabbed Rab's collar and dragged him up. The young man nodded and put one of Brand's arms on his shoulders. In this way, Tatsumi and Leon slowly walked into the base. Only Rab's butt made a splashing sound on the ground. Lubbock, Leon, thank you. The so-called Taigu, about 1,000 years ago. About 1,000 years ago, the first emperor of this country, the empire, made a decision that would affect the future. Sitting on the throne and looking at the ministers below, he said this. I want to protect this country forever, but one day I will die. However, weapons and armor can be passed down to the distant future. For the eternity of the empire. Let's create a weapon that contains all the wisdom. In order to maintain a long-term rule, with the order of the first emperor, the state machine that gathered the power, connections, and money of the whole country began to operate slowly. With unimaginable huge financial resources and power, it summoned the world's top craftsmen and technicians, using legendary super dangerous species as materials, plus rare metals such as Oryagang and a large number of lost secret techniques. 48 weapons were developed that could not be replicated in the current era and were called Taigu. The production of Taigu is generally divided into 3 elements. 1. Materials of legendary super dangerous species, such as legendary dragons, monsters, dangerous species, etc. 2. Rare metals such as Olihagang, as well as spring water deep in certain forests or even in secret realms. 3. The top skills of the most advanced craftsmen summoned from all over the world, which is the secret technique. Each imperial equipment is very powerful, and there is even a Qi Dangqian in it. It is said that each of the subordinates who were given the imperial equipment at that time achieved a lot of results for the empire. 400 years after the creation of the Taigu, the emperor at that time also tried to create the Taigu, but was unable to surpass the previous weapons. Therefore, the emperor regarded it as a shame, so he mocked these weapons as vassals and sealed them away. Then, with the death of that emperor, civil strife 100 years later resulted in the whereabouts of nearly half of the Taigu missing, and the number of existing Taigu remains a mystery. Although a large number of the most critical secret techniques have been lost over the past millennium, these imperial tools have been passed down reluctantly. After realizing that she had traveled to this world, Tajmi herself became very interested in secret arts and specialties such as dangerous species. After all, it had only been a few years since time travel. After understanding where he was, the boy began to think about the so-called Taigu. This also includes the original imperial equipment, which is also the culmination of all imperial equipment, the supreme power, the protector of the country. However, there are also many doubts about the emergence of the Taigu. If the supreme power is the original Taigu, then why are the subsequent Taigu more valuable than the other? The awesome ones are still awesome, and the trashy ones can even be kicked out of the Taigu's place of origin. Chapter 67 The Composition of the Taigu. When the memory of his previous life was still very clear, he once recalled the Taigu he remembered in detail. Because of the different types of Taigu, they are roughly divided into several categories. It was precisely because of those Taigu that he overturned the original setting that the Taigu was the supreme power. Let's take a look at the imperial equipment first. The first is the weapon type. Because of the existence of secret techniques, each imperial equipment carries special secret techniques. These weapons opened up the territory for the first emperor and can effectively kill those dangerous weapons that endanger the national border. Be the first in this world. What are the secret techniques of weapons? The swinging twin axes thrown by 2 great axes Belvac can track the enemy as long as they have the strength. As long as they guaranteed bow, Shining Wings calls out its name, it will chase the arrow forever within the range until it hits. In terms of abilities alone, the above two are relatively weak taigu weapons, right? So what about the two well-known demon swords that also carry secret skills, Murasame and Hatfusa? Look at their abilities, a powerful secret technique that can quickly kill even a tiny wound or poison, and an evil technique that forces corpses to fight for them. Not only that, the secret technique can even be used to store things in space, and even realize teleportation methods. It's none other than you. Shangri-La dimensional phalanx. If you compare it with the above taigu, which are also weapons, you will find that the taigu are also forged step by step. If the weapon type is not obvious, then look at the hybrid taigu of special metal and materials and secret techniques that are cast from the body or even certain parts of the super dangerous species. In his own speculation, as the taigu developed weapons step by step and became more and more proficient in casting technology, those skilled craftsmen from all over the country began to develop their special ideas. What is the greatest threat to people in this world is not just those dangerous species living in the wild or even in daily life. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the first level special level, but each of the legendary super dangerous species has special abilities, and even the best ones can be called natural disasters. How powerful would the taigu be if it were mixed with secret techniques and special metals? 45. Once this idea appeared, it was like a dam bursting due to heavy rain, and it was out of control. After the death of countless soldiers and the wonderful performance of the weapons and arcane taigu users, those super dangerous species were finally captured and killed. In addition to the cruder imperial equipment, demon appearance and demonic essence formed from the blood of the super dangerous species in the far north, the most dangerous armor-type imperial equipment, evil haunting and operation armor, was born. These imperial tools made of dangerous materials and secret techniques are all without exception. They all have very strict requirements on the users, but as long as they can meet the standards, they can obtain monstrous combat power. So why can one drink the devil's essence and gain the ability to control ice as a dangerous species? It still has something to do with the occult. I have to say that the era thousands of years ago should be a wonderful and glorious era, and you can get a glimpse of a lot just by looking at the tip of the iceberg. Since the 48 pieces of imperial equipment all use secret techniques, the assumption that the devil's essence can acquire abilities by just drinking a sip of the blood of a dangerous species will definitely be overturned. People who deal with dangerous species in this world didn't eat some dangerous species as rations that year, and they didn't gain special abilities. So why did they get the devil's essence? From this, it can be speculated that the vessel in which the taigu is held, or the secret technique used by craftsmen thousands of years ago on the blood, is the most special thing. It's probably a secret technique that transfers the same amount of dangerous species abilities to humans. Thinking of this, Tajmi sighed. Asteth, the youngest general in the current empire, suffocated all the blood of the super dangerous species after 1,000 years, and gained the most powerful and dangerous ability to control ice, and he is in the same group as the minister. The future of this country is really worrying. The ice taigu is a product that is directly implemented into the user after killing the super dangerous species. After realizing that this method of using the material was too dangerous, craftsmen began to think of other methods. Other material type taigu were gradually born. The first is the armor type imperial equipment, evil haunted and controlled armor. The imperial equipment of armor is made from the material of the ferocious dragon-shaped dangerous species Thailand. When called, the strong armor will automatically fly out from the secret space, enhancing the abilities of the person wearing it. The strict usage requirements make ordinary people directly crushed to death by the strong pressure the moment they put it on. Not only that, by stimulating the characteristics of the material, you can even achieve the ability to become invisible. So why does the material use invisibility? Is Tyrande a chameleon? Of course not. This kind of dragon often wanders around in search of prey, and will eat all the creatures it encounters without leaving any behind. It is called the incarnation of disaster. The body often evolves to adapt to the environment. Even the scorching desert and the icy permafrost can all evolve and adapt. There was once a special individual who was targeted by the first emperor's crusade. Because of its defensive instinct, it also evolved the ability to sneak. Even though it was made into materials and made into a taigu, this guy's instinct was still intact and he was preparing for constant evolution. So this is where the ability to become invisible comes from. Not only that, but after the evil ghost has evolved to a certain level, an automatic defense mechanism will appear. So in order to survive, the potential is endless. This taigu is also known as the taigu that can evolve infinitely. It has evolved so many times in the past thousands of years that I can probably count it on one hand. After all, the usage requirements are stuck there. Among the taigu, there are two known armor-type taigu made by Tyrande. One is the initial model haunted by evil spirits, and the other is the successor model, which is cast from the body of the dead Tyrande and has better performance than the original version. The avatar of Shura Noble Chariot is stable and safe, easier to operate and not harmful to the user. The contrast between the two is precisely the progressive progress of the research results of craftsmen on dangerous species thousands of years ago. Later, the research on material-type taigu was completed. During the research period, countless auxiliary types of taigu were also born. The empire finally reached its most glorious period. In order to protect the empire, the supreme power protector of the country, the god of machines, is the work that the first emperor wished for. Of course, there must have been more than 48 imperial gears in this empire thousands of years ago. In order to protect the country and prevent those who obtained the imperial gears with ulterior motives, the jeweled Tiara Ireston also played a great role in the stability of this country. This gem should directly destroy the secret technique itself, but it has no effect on ordinary people. Things that target taigu can be roughly classified into auxiliary taigu. At this point, roughly all types of taigu have been analyzed. A simple and crude weapon type, an auxiliary functional type, an armor type defensive type, a biological type that operates automatically when researching dangerous materials and secret techniques, and the cornerstone of the taigu, the secret technique. His thoughts gradually returned to reality, and Tatsumi, who was almost done moving the people with Leon, slowly walked towards the open space outside the base. Looking at the petite and lovely pink-haired loli lying on the ground, Tatsumi stretched out one hand from under the girl's armpit and placed the other hand on the girl's knee. He easily picked her up with a princess hug and walked towards the meeting room in the base. Chapter 68 Surprises and Abnormalities. Hey! Abnormal! Snapped. Tajmi, who was proud of her mouth, silently stared at the glaring little loli in her arms. You little girl, why did you hit me? Who are you? Why are you here? Get out of here! Or I'll take a pumpkin and shoot you to pieces. After saying that, the girl started struggling crazily. It's just okay if he doesn't struggle. When he struggles, all kinds of places that shouldn't be touched are touched by the boy. Snapped. You should be glad that I don't hit women. Speaking of this, Tajmi glared at the arrogant little girl, who also glared back at her. Tajmi, who was slapped again, looked resentfully at Leonie, who was standing at the gate covering her mouth and snickering, like an angry little daughter-in-law. There was a red mark on one side of his face, which looked very funny. Leon, you don't care about your companions. What does it matter? I think you and Mayan get along very well. At this point, the two people's reactions were very synchronized. Who wants to get along well with this guy X2? Don't imitate my speech X2. Humph. Times 2. Ha 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 ha. After watching the two of them get along, Leonie laughed so hard that she almost shed tears. Regarding the other party's operation, which was just for fun and not too big a deal, the young man had a black line on his head, leaving the two people waiting outside the base and walked in first. You can still vaguely hear the pink-haired and grumpy Loli outside questioning Liane about who she is and why she appears in the base. After passing through the corridor and stepping onto the stairs, Tajmi walked into the door of the conference room. As soon as he entered, a hearty greeting sounded in the conference room. "Hey! You're back. Thank you so much." "Boy. It's nothing, I'm just doing a favor." Looking at Brand, Tajmi also shook her head. When the last 1 or 2 people were being transported, the people with better physical fitness were the first to wake up. It was also taking this opportunity that Liane introduced himself to them. Except for the strange look in his eyes when he heard his name, the boy didn't think much about it. Just after the boy found a seat and sat down, the green-haired boy who was thrown to the ground like a dead fish gradually came to life. And the first thing he said when he got up was different from the others. "Hey, why does my butt hurt? Everyone is okay, that's great." Looking around, he found that everyone was looking at him silently, and Rab pressed his cheek in embarrassment. He stood up quickly with a smile, but after seeing the smiling Brand, Lubbock's smile froze on his face. "Brand? Could it be that you did something that cannot be described in words while I was fainting?" Hearing Lubbock's words, Brand was slightly startled, but soon showed a meaningful smile, and even his handsome face was stained with a blush, which made Lubbock's hair stand on end. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more ambiguous, Lubbock let out a strange scream and ran out of the conference room. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he should have gone to the toilet to confirm the integrity of his virginity. After Rab left, the conference room fell into silence for a moment. Soon, the 2 people downstairs also arrived at the meeting room one by one. Laibach, who was holding his butt and breathing a sigh of relief, also arrived late. At this point, all the members were gathered in place. Looking at the silent crowd, Liane also asked, "Boss, what happened while I was away?" Hearing the girl's question, Najetta's tone was a little low, her eyes were gloomy, and her robotic arm unnaturally covered the area where she was wearing the eye patch. "The location of our base has been exposed. While you were away, everyone was doing their own things in the base. After sensing an enemy invasion, I arranged for everyone to deal with the invading enemies. It's just that this intruder surprised everyone." Najetta paused and continued, "It's a stealth." Speaking of this, other people's faces didn't look good either. Only Tajmi was slightly startled. This feeling of being knocked down by someone at your own door and then letting the other person walk away is about 10 times the feeling of being tortured in a game and then watching the other person walk away. A stealth? Impossible. That guy is currently engaged in a war to suppress the invasion of foreign nations from the north. Hearing this, Liane's face was full of disbelief. When a stealth went to the north to conquer, everyone had held a meeting regarding this situation. According to the actual situation and their experience, Boss and Lubbock concluded that even for a stealth, it would still take a year to complete the conquest of the northern ethnic groups. Because of the memory that suddenly came into my mind, I also knew that the other party would return to the Empire early, but this time was a month earlier than that day. Could it be that the memory was false? But it can't be so fake, right? To put down the rebellion in the entire north in less than a month is outrageous. Thinking of this, the girl shook her head. Even if it was false, so what? At least some of the things in her memory had been clearly verified by her. Hill was saved from being injured and dying. Not only that, he also killed the security force whose mental state was too crazy. The Taigu user. The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt, so the girl simply stopped thinking about it. Looking at everyone, she continued. If a stealth found our base, she should have launched an attack and defeated us directly. But when I came back, everyone fainted in the open space in front of the base. This is also questionable. As Kai Tong spoke, everyone gradually recalled the situation at that time. And Tajmi was even more on pins and needles. Holding Murasame tightly around her waist, Akame quickly ran towards the meeting room, along with other people. "Boss! Is there an intruder?" Pushing open the door to the conference room, Kaitong was the first to shout. "Well, Rab, please explain to everyone the situation of the intruder." After hearing Najetta's instructions, Rab nodded and spoke with a solemn expression. "There are 4 people on the other side, but they are standing still in the forest 200 meters away from the base." After hearing Rab's explanation, Najetta raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "It seems that they are waiting for us to dispatch. It's really a confident style. Are they confident that we will not escape, but face them directly? It doesn't matter whether the assassins from a different race sent back the information last time or something else. All hands on deck. Don't let them go back alive. After killing them, move the base location." There was nothing wrong with Najetta's decision, and so did everyone else. 46. After all, at their own doorstep, they would make the other party regret such a provocation. Chapter 69 Weird Attack. The picture of Ma Yin taking a bath, she is so wet. Carrying their own imperial weapons, everyone rushed through the forest quickly towards the target location. During the attack, several people did not forget to use their eyes to indicate that they would split up. Ma Yin and Hill changed their routes to find the commanding heights, while Brand, Kaitong, and Lubbock dispersed and surrounded the enemy. "Do you need your subordinates to annihilate them?" Lord Esteth. Looking at the 3 subordinates kneeling in front of him, Esteth shook his head. "No need, you 3 can't beat each other. But the action is really fast." Esteth, sitting on a throne made of ice, held her head, crossed her legs and sighed. Looking at the 3 killers who surrounded her, Esteth curled up the corners of her mouth. "The base has been confirmed. Akame, Brand, and Esteth, who slowly looked around, fell silent when he saw only Lubbock. "Tajmi, isn't there?" "Esteth. Why do you appear here?" Hearing Kaitong's inquiry, Esteth recovered from her silence and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. "Me? I'm just looking for someone." "Hey! Akame! Do you have a man named Tatsumi to join you? If we talk about height..." Thinking of this, Esdesmo rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "Probably, a little taller than you." Upon hearing Esteth's inquiry, Kaitong's style instantly became cute. The girl thought for a moment and then shook her head. "No. We haven't had anyone join us during this period." "I see, it seems I came at the wrong time." After saying that, Esteth stood up from her seat. "Leva, Datas, New, go back." "Yes." Although they didn't understand why their superiors chose to give up contact with these killers, they could only obey their orders. Unfortunately, they want to leave, but the people there won't let them go. After all, the relationship between the 2 is hostile. Haunted by evil spirits. With a shout, a powerful wind blew up. With the liberation of the Taigu, the storm surrounded Brand and turned into a handsome armor in the blink of an eye. Esteth also laughed when he saw this scene. "I see." Her beautiful ice blue eyes narrowed, and she thought of something fun and became interested in fighting. "Although I don't think you can defeat me, but come and fight." There was a bang under Esteth's feet as he drew his saber, and he rushed directly towards Brand, who summoned the Taigu. Looking at Esteth, who was the first to rush towards him and reach him in an instant, Brand raised the red-backed shrike and prepared to defend. Ding! Boom! It was just one blow, but it could cut Brand away with this slender saber. Brand, who was shocked in the sky, quickly adjusted his body shape and landed firmly on the ground. Even so, he still slid on the ground for a distance, and 2 deep ravines were forced out of the ground by his feet. "You still don't know how to breathe," Esteth murmured as he turned slightly to avoid Chi Tong's knife. "Breathing method, Bang! Kaitong, who was in front of Esteth, also heard what the other party said. He muttered and repeated it before being kicked away by the general. This is going to be very boring. I thought you could bring me a little fun. Boom. The orange-yellow beam coming from the distance shot through the place where Esteth was, stirring up a large amount of dust. And Esteth had already jumped into the air, holding a strange handprint in his hand. It's over like this. Mokobo Tima. Boom. A powerful energy instantly burst out from Esteth's body and spread rapidly in all directions. Everything he passed stopped, as if time was suspended, and the terrifying ice Taigu exerted its huge power. That's it, the whole process of everyone's battle with Esteth. Just for a moment, everyone fainted. Kai Tong frowned and said everything. Speaking of this, other people's expressions were not very good either. It's the same here. I don't know exactly how I fainted. According to Liane, when we woke up from the coma, Hill and I were already reunited with everyone. My sniper has clearly been aimed at that woman. He can escape from such a distance. What kind of monster must he be? Ma Yin, who complained, felt helpless. After noticing the young man sitting next to her, she blushed with embarrassment and apologized to the young man. No. I'm sorry. I treated you as my enemy when I woke up. Just be glad that I didn't have a pumpkin on hand when I woke up. You guy, is this the attitude of apologizing? Haha. I've already apologized. What do you want? Since you're apologizing, be sincere, you guy. What do you mean there is no pumpkin? It's dangerous to listen to your words. In other words, if I have a weapon, I will be killed by you. I'm risking my life save people in danger, you guy. You are sorry. After hearing what the young man said, Ma Yin's face turned red and she choked. Looking at the noisy two, Najeta sighed. Compared to you, I should be pretty good. The last time I saw Esteth was in the conference room. The other person said, there is none in the base, and then knocked me out and left. Although I'm glad that I wasn't killed, but the other party's actions also make people a little suspicious. Najeta took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a slow drag. Call. After spitting out the smoke, Najeta continued. It's great that there were no casualties. Then let's sort out the current information. Everyone, have the Emperor's possessions been taken away by the other party? No, boss. Same here. The pumpkin and the matching carrying case are still there. Najeta saw everyone else shaking their heads, and then breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Brand pointed at himself and spoke. My Taigu was taken away by the other party. Hearing Brand speak, Najeta clenched her fists. Haunted by evil spirits. What purpose does the other party have to do such a thing? They neither killed us, nor captured us. Chapter 70, The Addition of Dregs. It seems that the danger of Esteth needs to be re-evaluated. Naoida took a puff of her cigarette and then flicked the ashes into the ashtray and looked at Tajmi. Then it's your problem, young man. I heard from Liane's report that she found you in a restaurant on South Street in the Imperial Capital. Do you know about Esteth looking for you? Hearing this, Tajmi shook his head and said that he didn't know why the other party came to him. Now the so-called plot direction has been blown away by butterfly wings, and I don't dare to judge too many things. Everything is unknown. That's it. Najeta looked at the boy and sighed, and the doubtful look in his eyes didn't seem to be fake. Moreover, Liane had become a little strange before, saying that he was looking for a young man to be his companion, and the other person was a guy with a very good personality. Because Liane usually likes to joke, no one paid too much attention to it. But this time it was different. Liane not only got her back, but also implicated Esteth. Although this matter is of great importance, it is simply a disaster for the young man in front of him. Apart from anything else, he and the others have never come into contact with each other, and Liane has never been found. If the young man in front of him was a so-called spy, then how did he know the location of the base and reveal it to Esteth? If the location of the base had been exposed because he had joined earlier, I could understand it, but the current situation is basically a dead end. The boy did not join in. Not only did Esteth come to show off her strength, but the fact that she did not kill anyone was enough to make people feel strange. The other party was originally in a hostile relationship with them, and they, the Revolutionary Army, and other ethnic groups also regarded them as their number one enemy. Fortunately, the companion did not die, and losing a Taigu was completely within the acceptable range. Esteth's actions are full of doubts, and he and others cannot wrongfully accuse the young man in front of them without any reason. In this case, if the other party is very important to Esteth, it is better to recruit him first. Thinking of this, Najeta spoke. Your name is Tajmi, right? So, will you join us? Taking a deep breath, Najeta continued. As you can see, this is an organization that stands on the opposite side of the empire. Normally, we are a killer organization disguised as receiving ordinary bounties from the residents of the empire. Not only that, we are also the vanguard of the Revolutionary Army, responsible for intelligence collection and assassinations. Work. You may not know about the Revolutionary Army. Let me explain it to you in detail. 47. In the far south of the imperial capital, there is a base for the anti-imperial force, the Revolutionary Army. Because of the high pressure from the empire, this force is also made up of those who are oppressed. We are also cleaning up the parasites in the empire while collecting intelligence for the Revolutionary Army. When the Revolutionary Army raises the flag of rebellion and the imperial capital is in chaos, we will personally attack the source of the evil. Minister. Looking at Najeta, who was open and honest, Tajmi's eyes twitched. Now that I know this, I can only join. Haha, don't worry, I won't kill you if you don't join. We will only keep you working in our workshop. Based on this premise, how do you decide? Recruiting me as a companion without knowing my origin is really worrying. After looking around for a week, only the grumpy lowly Mayan snorted and looked away. The others had no expressions. Only Liane, the silly girl, waved with a smile. I decided to join. Then let me formally introduce myself before joining. My name is Tajmi. I was born in the village of Mazra in the mountains on the northern border of the empire. At present, I am probably working as an assassin like you. Because I came to the imperial capital with 2 other companions and wanted to work hard to make money to bring the poor village back to life, but in the end we couldn't do it because of the darkness in this country, and because I was worried about the safety of the other 2 people, so I thought about it. Find a way to send them away and leave them alone to clean up the aftermath. The specific targets of the assassination are a slave trader in the West slave market, his thugs, and the nobleman Sip who is eyeing my female companion, Seu, and wants to satisfy his weird hobby. Then there is the Imperial Guard Captain, Oka of Ghosts, who is involved in this matter. As for Jamal, who worked with Oka to frame those ordinary people, it was also my handiwork. The specific things are very complicated, so I will just explain them in a short way. As for the assassination targets in the back, I also picked those guys who had dirty hands. It was really unbearable for me to tolerate their wanton behavior. In the end, apart from those guys, the only one I killed was not the name of the nobleman is not that of the businessman, but Zank, beheading Zank. Because I paid attention to the wanted poster, I knew the other party's name, and he also called himself Zank in the subsequent battle. I happened to meet the opponent when I was going back to the hotel at night, so after a difficult battle, I managed to kill him. Hearing this, Najeta nodded. If it were true, then these words would change people's minds a lot. As Liane said, he is a young man with a very good character. As for the Taigu, I just heard you say that because of me, the guy named Esteth took one of your Taigu. As he said that, the boy took out a small box from his clothes, and saw that the boy slowly opened it. Hidden inside was the Taigu 5 Vision's omnipotent observer. This is something that happened because of me, so I chose to give you this thing as an apology. During the battle to kill Zank, I heard the other party say that this thing is a taigu. Looking at Tajmi, Najeta was stunned for a while before speaking. This is a very valuable thing. Is it okay to give it to us like this? No problem. Does the young man in front of him know what he is doing? This is one of the only 48 imperial weapons in thousands of years. This behavior alone is equivalent to giving up the treasure mountain to embrace the stone. Not only Nadezhda, but everyone else also had a great change in their opinion of the boy. Apart from anything else, his personality was simply top-notch. Tajmi also knew what she was doing. Although it was not a good idea to give away the taigu, the boy had his own considerations. The only thing you can do in this situation is to get yourself insurance, which is the so-called certificate of investment. I have roughly figured out the specific abilities of this thing. They are insight vision, far vision, future vision, as well as clairvoyance and phantom vision. After hearing the detailed abilities of the taigu, Najeta took the small box and looked at the boy silently. Chapter 71 Antecedents. Because I have personally used it, this thing is too mentally taxing, so I gave up using it. As for why Death is looking for me, I will investigate as much as possible if I have the chance. Nodding, Najeta said seriously. I see. I have to say you gave us a very big gift. I understand your concerns, and I'm sorry that I ever had doubts about you. You are welcome to join us, Tajmi. Looking at Najeta's stretched out mechanical arm, Tajmi nodded and held it. After the moment of separation, Tajmi looked at her future companions around her and nodded. From today on, we are all companions. Welcome. Tajmi. My name is Brand. You can call me handsome guy. Or big brother. Brand, who had an airplane haircut, was the first to say hello, and others also expressed their welcome to the young man. Kaitong, welcome to join you, Tajmi, my name is Kaitong. Hill, my name is Hill. Welcome. But I'm stupid, so please don't blame me. Lubbock, welcome, my name is Lubbock, just call me Rab. Judging from your age, you shouldn't pose a threat to me, and I can feel at ease. Tajmi responded with a smile to the two girls' welcome, but couldn't help but groaned inwardly after hearing Rab's welcome. You look like a dog, Rab. That's it, sister, my name is Leonie. This is a formal introduction. Leonie hugged the boy with a smile and stroked the boy's head like a pet. And everyone's attention was also focused on the last member. Hey? It all depends on what I do. Is it really appropriate for a guy like this to be a companion? Looking at everyone's gaze, the girl who couldn't bear it screamed and was instantly discouraged. I know. Happy, welcome. After saying welcome, the girl turned her head and hummed, then walked out of the conference room. Don't mind it, that guy Ma Yin treats everyone like this. Tajmi nodded as Leonie touched her head. I know, after all, those two slaps hurt. Ha 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 ha. You're still laughing. You did it on purpose, Leonie. Looking at Leonie who was smiling wildly, Tajmi was completely speechless. Just as everyone was enjoying the time of joining this new companion, an unsociable voice sounded from outside the conference room door. Hey! Don't you want to move the base? Hurry up! Looking at the pink-haired girl standing at the door, everyone looked at each other and prepared to leave, but Najeta's voice slowly sounded behind everyone. Then let's go on the road together today. The base was attacked, and this place can only be abandoned. Everyone can move after the Revolutionary Army's reconnaissance team finds a suitable location. Before that, everyone goes to the reserved backup location. Tajmi will be taken by Kaitong first. Yeah, I understand, boss. The girl with long black hair nodded blankly, with no trace of fluctuation visible in her red eyes. Hey! So cunning, then I'll book the next one. Nadezhda ignored Leon's antics and announced the disbandment directly. That was the end of Tatsumi's joining today. After that, everyone set off directly outside the base without eating, heading to the alternate location where the base was discovered. Fortunately, Tajmi also followed the opponent for a whole day, and finally, as night approached, she lay in the room assigned to her and thought secretly. After the discussion in the morning, I roughly understood the specific problem. Liane, who is self-centered and a little unusual in his kindness, and Esteth, who is looking for him, are the two main suspects. Although Liane, a silly girl, is careless, she still needs to be careful in case the other party has evil intentions. At least the future contacts should be more measured, and the silly girl's white flowers cannot be blinded. Liane, that's right. I'm hungry for your body. Although there seems to be nothing unusual about the others and they can be regarded as the original lineup in the memory of the previous life, the specific situation can only be understood in the process of getting along with them later. Soon, as time passed, the boy fell into sleep. At the same time, a general returned after the morning court in the imperial palace. Welcome back, Lord Esteth. Thanks for your hard work. Yes. The soldier guarding in front of the palace gate bowed quickly after seeing the blue figure, and 2 drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. It was clear that the other person was just giving a normal answer, but he was frightened by the other person's aura. Esteth led his 3 subordinates and walked into the palace on high heels while observing the huge palace. The supreme power lies beneath this palace. Now that she has broadened her horizons, she is no longer limited to the Taigu, so Esteth, who was slightly interested in the supreme power, suddenly started thinking about other things. I didn't feel that way before setting off, but after thinking about that memory, I felt a little bored. Trampling, torture, hunting, this kind of entertainment is really backward. The only war between armies that can bring me happiness also seems boring and boring under the wash of that memory. Same changes, same reaction. He is obviously a brave man from the north, a talented man who is proficient in military affairs, but he can't adapt and gave a boring command. What a boring war! The expressionless girl in military uniform walked in the corridor of the palace, making a crunching sound. The 3 subordinates following the girl were silent and followed quietly. My Tajmi is still the best, even if it happens all over again, my feelings for you will still not change. This throbbing in my heart, this longing, will definitely bring you back to me. I firmly believe in this. This is your fate and mine. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Esteth stepped into the door of the inner hall of the palace. Your Majesty, I have completed the crusade and suppression of the foreign ethnic groups in the north and have now returned to your Majesty. Oh! Your Majesty! Look who is back! This is really a big surprise. The splendid palace, the ornate jade-carved stone pillars, and the throne made of gold. Above is the emperor of this country. It's just that compared to the king in the inner impression of most people, who is full of beard and pot-bellied, or who is an extremely capable young king, the one sitting above is just a child in his early 10 years. The child is wearing simple clothes and a blue cloak. Only the scepter in his hand is made of gold, and the crown on his head makes people want to complain. Without these 2 things, no one can see him. No one will believe that this child is a king. The person who made the sound was standing beside the king. He had white hair and a white beard and was estimated to be over 50 years old. I saw that the other party was wearing a grey coat. He was huge and fat, about 1.8 meters tall, with a crown of 3 prismatic stones on his forehead, and various gorgeous rings on his fingers. If you follow the above conjecture, then this standing guy is more in line with everyone's impression of the king. He is worthy of being a hero as famous as General Buod. I can rest assured if Lord Esteth can help me relieve my worries. No way, this is all my duty. I have some personal matters to deal with when I come back this time. By the way, I will report the results of the battle in the north to His Majesty. After doing all this, I will return to the border again to help your Majesty protects the Empire. Chapter 72 Consequences. Now that you're back, the general might as well stay for a while before setting off. It just so happens that the minister wants to recall you for something, but he didn't expect General Esteth to move so quickly and quickly suppress the invading foreign nations from the north. For the general's efforts, I will reward him later. However, may I ask you what personal matter the general wants to deal with? This is just my curiosity. It doesn't matter if Sir Esteth doesn't want to talk about it. The little emperor sitting on the throne said with a smile. From the way of speaking, this child's education was very good. Esteth, who was below, heard the little emperor's question and explained to the little emperor the personal issues he wanted to deal with. Yes. I want to find a lover recently. Yes, find the person you are destined to be. Forward. 48. Instantly, the atmosphere at the scene became cold. The ministers and the young emperor above were all stunned for a moment, and some could not believe the answer of the general below. However, the well-educated little emperor was the first to resolve the stalemate. That's right. After all, the general is also a single flowery girl. But looking for a lover. Rubbing his chin, the little emperor thought for a moment, then stretched out his thin arm and pointed at the man beside him. Then let me recommend a few. What do you think of this minister? His Majesty. Upon hearing the little emperor's recommendation, the minister stood blankly on the spot, and his big hand with nowhere to rest was frozen in mid-air. Thank you for the recommendation, Your Majesty, but with all due respect, the minister suffers from high blood pressure. It would not be surprising if he dies anytime. Moreover, the minister's appearance and condition are far from the person I chose. How rude! Don't look at me like this, I'm in good health. When I was young, I was a high-quality man from the empire who fascinated thousands of girls. After hearing the minister's explanation, everyone present looked up at each other in confusion, including General Leroy, who had been marginalized by the minister. What kind of face does this guy have to say such a thing? Levi, who was half kneeling on the ground, glanced at the minister and then lowered his head. The thoughts of the other two companions were not clear either. So, does General Esteth have a candidate in mind? Yes, I already have someone I like. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely bring him to meet His Majesty. Really? Then I'll be looking forward to the kind of man who can enchant Esteth. After taking a deep look at Esteth, the little emperor continued. By the way, I have also thought about the reward for suppressing the war in the north. I will give General Esteth 10,000 gold coins. Does the general want any other rewards? Hearing the emperor's question, Esteth thought of an interesting thing, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he suppressed his inner thoughts and continued talking. If you want gold coins, just give them to the soldiers who are staying at the border. As for other rewards, I can't think of them at the moment. When I think of them, Your Majesty, please don't find me verbose. Haha, how could it be possible? I am the Emperor. Then Minister, now it's up to you to communicate with Mr. Esteth what you want the other party to do. I will go down and rest first. Looking at the little Emperor, the Minister smiled and waved. Well. Your Majesty. I hope you have a good dream. Is there something wrong? Minister. Walking in the corridor of the palace garden, Esteth looked at the flowers in the garden and said without looking back. Oh. It's about the thief who was roaming around the imperial capital. Minister Ernest stroked the beard on his chin, put one hand behind his back, and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Esteth paid a little attention and looked at the minister. Yes, General Esteth just happened to be back, so I don't have to bother and ask the people below to pass the order. Looking at Esteth's expression, the minister was also secretly happy. Once this woman who is loyal to the wild takes the bait, it is the most fatal kill for her prey. Although he was thinking so, the minister would not reveal his inner thoughts on the surface, but continued to speak. For thousands of years, as the center of the country, the most prosperous imperial capital has always been coveted by thieves. From small thieves to assassin traders, they are like dangerous species that cannot be killed or eliminated. Little did he know, looking at the minister, Esteth was thinking the same thing. Isn't the guy in front of me the biggest thief in this empire? He steals power and treasure, is greedy for pleasure, and dreams of immortality. He can be described as a clown-like existence. But it is this kind of guy who has become a person inferior to one person and superior to 10,000 people in this country. It can even be said that the only one is his chess piece. Recently, the rampant actions of the are simply outrageous. Not only did they kill the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard, Oka, but they also killed my relative, Iokal. Even the imperial weapon that beheaded Zank and the 100-armed titan of the guard were seized by the other party. Other assassination activities are increasing day by day. Because I don't want to trouble General Bud, so I want to ask General Esteth. Oh? That's an interesting proposal. I just happen to be very free recently, and I want to find a new way to entertain myself. As for me, I remember that the opponents are all Imperial tool users. Then I will also form a team composed of Imperial tool users to fight against them. Then I have a good idea about this. The two walked along the corridor towards the depths of the palace, and the minister's voice gradually disappeared. Facing dusk, Esteth walked in the palace of the imperial capital after having dinner with the minister. Sure enough, the minister's head was flooded before he came up with such an idea. On the one hand, he wants to use himself as a sword and eliminate his political enemies, and on the other hand, he wants to lure them out to make it easier for his subordinates to compete with the other side. Although judging from the situation in his memory, even if his subordinates die, the current situation will not change much, but he is tired of the feeling of being used as a sword. It was a pity that his subordinates died so hastily. Why don't you try it according to your own ideas? Esteth, who raised the corners of her mouth slightly, thought of the games she had been exposed to in her memory. The girl with a smile looked extremely beautiful at the moment. It seems, it's called cultivation, right? Despair, 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 despair. The crisp sound of high heels resounded through the quiet corridors of the palace. After a while, Esteth walked out of the corridor and saw 3 subordinates waiting in the courtyard. There are new orders sent to you, the 3 hunters. Chapter 73 Orders, Daily Life. After listening to the next order delivered by Lord Esteth. Although the 3 of them were extremely confused about Esteth's order, they still lowered their heads firmly and expressed their belief. Don't worry, Lord Esteth. The 3 of us will always be Lord Esteth's servants. The order will be carried out and the mission will be completed. Don't worry, leave it to us, Lord Esteth. Looking at Macquarie, Esteth raised the corner of his mouth. Okay, don't let me down. It's ×3. It's been a while since I joined, but I didn't expect that I would be exposed because of a small matter, and now I have to do nothing but labor. Looking at the kitchen utensils in front of her, Tajmi fell into silence. That's Tajmi. The food you cooked is so delicious. You need to finish what's in your mouth before you speak. Seeing the cute look of Kaitong who kept eating, Tajmi sighed. Originally it was nothing, but the bad thing was the girl Kaitong's greedy nature. We were supposed to go hunting together that day, and we came together to prepare lunch for our companions. Because Kaitong was the one cooking in the past, he was happy and free. Result. Tajmi. I forgot to cook for everyone. Come and help. I think you only care about eating for yourself. How is that possible? I'm just checking for everyone to see if there are any poisons in the food. Do you think I will believe it? Meeting. Since then, I have become the royal chef. Thinking of this, Tajmi slapped her forehead, feeling tired and unhappy. Kaitong, who was sitting at the dining table and tasting the food, tilted his head in confusion when he saw the boy's strange movements, and then said, Tajmi, do you have a fever? Then go and rest after you finish cooking. Hearing the girl's comfort, Tajmi was so happy that she almost shed tears. Even when your companion has a fever, you don't forget to remind him to finish cooking before taking a rest. As expected of you. The young man who was stirring the pot and frying fish-flavored shredded pork made from dangerous breed meat asked without looking back. Speaking of which, what tasks do we have this afternoon? This is not the first time that he has teamed up with Kaitong. He has also teamed up with other people before. Usually he is responsible for helping the residents of a certain place to clean up dangerous species, or conducting terrain surveys. He has done 2 assassinations. But only when I'm with Kaitong, I'll be in charge of the food most of the time. Originally, she was going to form a team with others this afternoon, but after Kaitong proposed it to the boss, Najeta agreed. Practice. I'll practice with you. Hearing Kaitong's words, Tajmi was slightly startled. Practice. Kaitong nodded, staring at the young man with bright red eyes and said. Well, I'm afraid you'll die on a mission, so everyone won't be able to eat such a delicious meal. Hearing the girl's answer, Tajmi's mouth twitched. Then I really thank you. You're welcome. By the way, remember to put more meat. The corner of his eye twitched, and the young man continued to cook. Today he was going to teach these guys what it meant to mix meat and vegetables. Soon, the young man who had cooked several dishes plated the dishes one by one and summoned the tool man. It's cooked, help bring these to everyone, Kaitong. Okay. It was at this time that this guy became more obedient. Remember not to eat secretly. Looking at Kaitong who had already picked up the dish and brought it to his mouth, Tajmi sighed and said, I will cook it for you here alone. I will make sure that the portion is large and filling, so don't eat it secretly. Tajmi, you are so kind. Tajmi, who received a good person card, silently turned around and continued to cook, while Kaitong also brought the dishes to the table and served food to everyone. Oh! No matter how many times you eat this dish, you will never get tired of it. Newcomer, you have the talent to be a chef. Humph, I might as well become a cook from now on. What did you say? Upon hearing Ma Yin's taunt, several veins stretched on the young man's forehead. It's delicious, Tajmi, I need to cheer up this afternoon. Everyone should also eat vegetables well. 49. Hill is better, with a gentle voice and nice words. In this way, the lunch ended with everyone's laughter, and the gluttonous girl also received a feast of her own. As for the vegetable dishes, thanks to the young man's craftsmanship, it received good reviews. God knows that he has followed them. I've been eating meat for a few days. Time passed by minute, and soon it was time to practice in the afternoon. At this moment, in the simple training ground of the temporary base, Tajmi and Kaitong stood facing each other with wooden swords in their hands. The atmosphere between the two was tense for a while. Why do we suddenly want to practice together? Chi Tong. Because something strange happened in the imperial capital recently, while the boss goes to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to seek reinforcements, everyone is asked to investigate the movement of this matter as much as possible. Because the matter is very serious, so before going out on a mission before that, you need to confirm your combat effectiveness. Najeta left because Estetha's attack made her reevaluate the enemy's combat power. On the one hand, she needed more help to prevent the next meeting from being defeated so badly. On the other hand, she also hoped to give the team some help. Brand Inside is looking for another usable Taigu. I see, but what do you mean by the strange things? This is a letter from boss. Taking the letter from Kaitong's hand, Tajmi read it. The content of the letter was not very long, so the boy read it in a short time. The specific content of the letter is that many civil servants in the imperial capital disappeared mysteriously. Although some people successfully returned to their homes, they kept silent about the disappearance during the period. There was no news about the missing officials. At the same time, various assassinations of nobles occurred in the imperial capital, which were assassinations carried out by a unique and orderly organization. Nadezhda speculated that it was a factional assassination and asked people to investigate. Not only that, Asteth, who had completed the suppression in the north, stayed in the imperial capital. After leaving his soldiers in the north, he started a big move in the imperial capital. The other party promoted a portrait of a person in the imperial capital because it was too abstract. Although the reward was generous, it was too difficult to find the person based on the content of the painting, so the residents of the imperial capital were also confused. All I can say is that Asteth's painting skills are well understood. Those who knew the other party's motives also guessed who Asteth was looking for through the strange portrait. It was this Tatsumi who had joined the company for some time and was well known for his delicious cooking. Chapter 74 Mission. Asteth must have eaten your food, Tajmi, to look for you like this. If you were lost, I would find you to the ends of the earth. Akahita-mai-chan, I'm serious about eating you, I'm willing to give in. Looking at the cute girl in front of her, Tajmi complained. Although he had doubts, there was no time to think so much right now. After folding the letter, Tajmi directly grabbed the wooden knife and launched an attack. For a while, the boy and the girl were fighting back and forth in this training ground. Clap clap clap, clap clap clap. The crisp sound kept ringing. The wooden sword and the wooden sword intersected, and the collision of swordsmanship made the young man intoxicated. Just ordinary sparring can reflect a person's level and foundation. The girl in front of him is indeed the best assassin. Every strike is extremely accurate, without any flaws or pauses. After a while, the two men in the battle stopped what they were doing. Tajmi looked a little strange when she saw the girl in front of her panting violently. Although the sweaty appearance was very tempting, the scene in front of her always felt familiar. So after thinking about it for a while, he asked. Speaking of which, Kai Tong. I see that you have been trying to change your breathing pattern during the battle. You look uncomfortable. Is there any reason for this? Upon hearing the young man's inquiry, Kai Tong didn't think much and said it directly. It's a breathing method that Leonade taught everyone before. Because it can effectively enhance combat power, I am forcing myself to adapt, and the other party in the previous battle with Asteth also mentioned the breathing method, so I wonder if it's this way of breathing. The next time I see each other, I must become stronger. Breathing method. Hearing this special term used only by Demon Slayer, Tajmi continued to ask. So, everyone knows how to breathe this way? Kai Tong nodded, looking down at the wooden sword in his hand with some frustration. Yeah, but only Leone uses it better. The only one who has the fastest learning progress is Rab. The others are basically standing still. Then can you take a breath in detail and let me see it? Well, yes. As Chi Tong swallowed, Tajmi narrowed her eyes. I finally know where this weird feeling comes from, because what Kai Tong uses is not the secret technique of this world, but the breathing method of Demon Slayer. According to the breathing method, it is the breathing of thunder that focuses on speed and explosive power of the legs. It's just that the opponent's training was a bit awkward, probably because of the conflict between the breathing techniques. Kai Tong is the person responsible for assassination. He uses all aspects of his body and is not very proficient in the breath of thunder that can only be exploded with specific postures. During the training, Kai Tong also tried to improve his breathing as much as possible to establish a method that he was familiar with and save himself from having to teach the other party how to correct the breathing style. Kai Tong is a talented person, such a person can keep moving forward even without his own help. Well, I've finished reading it, thank you, Kai Tong. After thanking Chi Tong, Tajmi secretly remembered it in her heart. Everyone else is normal, but Leon is a little strange. I'll ask around when we have a chance to team up together. At least I have to figure out why Leon knows how to breathe. Thinking of this, Tajmi looked at the tired girl and spoke out. Then that's it for today. I see you are very tired, Kai Tong, go to bed early today. Kaitong nodded and showed a pleased smile to the young man. Well, that's it for today. I have also seen Tajmi's swordsmanship. With your strength, I can rest assured that you can go on missions with everyone. I believe you will survive until the new country is established. Touching the girl's head, Tajmi smiled and said, Oh. Let me lend you some good words. Red eyes. The next day, the boy, who was sleeping soundly in his room and was about to reach his biological clock and wake up, heard a whisper in his ear. Tajmi, are you awake? B. Brand, what are you doing in my room? Before she could fully open her eyes, Tajmi noticed the strong man standing beside the bed. The young man, who woke up from his dazed state in an instant, breathed a sigh of relief after lifting the quilt and checking. Didn't you tell me? You can call me big brother or handsome guy. Brand or something is too unfamiliar. Now, you're right. Looking at Brand, who suddenly blushed, Tajmi couldn't help but tighten her anus. Rab's reaction when they first met spoke volumes, and there was no room for carelessness. Now that the other party has appeared in his room without anyone noticing, it seems that he will need to lock the door in the future. The young man who secretly put the door lock plan on the agenda calmly lifted the quilt, put on his coat, and asked. Hey, then Brother Brand came to see me for something. Oh, I'm here to take you on a mission today. When Tajmi heard about the mission, she also thought of the letter she saw yesterday. It's the mission in the boss's letter. Brand shook his head and denied the young man's statement. No, it's an assassination mission by the Revolutionary Army. But it has a certain connection with that letter. This time we have to cooperate with the assassination squads responsible for other areas. Didn't I say this before? Because the imperial capital is so large, we are responsible for the imperial capital area. There are also teams specializing in assassinations in other areas. The area we are going to today is a fortress in the southeast. We are responsible for conducting a coordinated assassination operation with the team there and investigating the clues there. Because the spies of the Revolutionary Army have discovered that officials from the Empire have appeared somewhere. Whether it is a trap or not, we need to take action. Tajmi nodded after putting on her coat and hiding her long sword behind her windbreaker. That means the dual tasks of investigation and assassination, right? Oh. You understand so quickly. I like you very much. Tajmi. Brand smiled and hugged the young man's shoulders, speaking boldly. Because I am exposing my face in the imperial capital, but I only need to wear a mask in local areas, so I will accompany you on this mission. Even though the imperial gear is lost, I am still very strong. Don't worry, leave your bag to me. I will take good care of you. Brand, who showed his big white teeth, gave a thumbs up, which made Tajmi get goosebumps. You don't need to bite the word care so clearly. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Brand, who was laughing, Tajmi's mouth twitched. In terms of personality, the other person is quite similar to Anjiro, just a bit gay. Chapter 75 The Two Meet. So it's just the two of us on this mission. Hearing the boy's question, Brand lowered his head and met the boy's gaze. Of course not. Generally speaking, all personnel are mobilized for such an important assassination mission, and this time will certainly be no exception. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Brand, you are the more dangerous one. Looking at Brand's big face, a drop of cold sweat ran down Tajmi's forehead. He nodded clearly, and after walking out of the temporary base with Brand, he saw Lubbock and Kaitong standing in the open space gathering. Yo, Tajmi. Good morning, Tajmi. Good morning, Rab. Red eyes. Seeing Tajmi coming out of the base, Rab quickly ran up and put his arms around Tajmi's shoulders. While avoiding Brand's sight, he carefully asked Tajmi. Did that guy Brand do anything weird to you? Forehead. After Rab mentioned this, Tajmi trembled. It's obviously a spring morning, but how can it be so cold? Seeing Tajmi's reaction, Lubbock sighed. Phew, I feel relieved to see that I'm not the only one like this. You too, Rab. Ah. That guy mysteriously appeared in my room early in the morning, so scared that I almost fainted. Rab sighed and looked at Tajmi, who was comforting him. His eyes suddenly rolled and he thought of a bad idea. It seems that since the last misunderstanding, Brand has understood other meanings. My purity is reserved for Najeda. At least let him shift his target to Tajmi. Only on your body. That way, I can start harem mode. Seeing Rab's malicious look, the young man silently left the other party's side and started talking to Kaitong, who was sitting on the tree stump. Kaitong. Did Hill go get that guy Ma Yin up again? That's something that can't be helped, Ma Yin is like this. Speaking of which, I brought the leftover biscuits from yesterday's bake. Do you want Kaitong to eat them? Yeah. I want to eat. 50. The four of them were talking to each other while waiting for the other two to come down and gather. Speaking of which, why don't we see Leone? Is she sleeping in too? Leone went to the imperial capital to perform a mission to observe Estetha's movements. After waiting for about half an hour, Ma Yin, who had difficulty getting up, arrived belatedly with Hill. Then, the group of people set off towards the target location. Walking on the streets of the imperial capital, Leone, who had investigated Estetha's movements, pretended to be a passerby while eating the ice cream in his hand. In this way, watching Estetha shopping in the imperial capital from a distance, she was thinking in her heart, wondering whether she should approach him or not. The murderous aura on the opponent's body was well contained, just like an ordinary person going shopping. But Estetha didn't care so much. After noticing that someone was following him, he didn't care at all. Instead, he ordered a snack from the boss in front of him. Please make me a copy of this. Yes, yes, Lord Estetha. I've kept you waiting for so long. After waiting for a while, Estetha frowned when he saw that there were several gold coins underneath the snack that the boss handed over. I don't take bribes. Don't put me in the same conversation with those disgusting guys. Do you understand? If you let me see you behaving like this again, I will send you to the torture room. After hearing Estetha's words, the boss seemed to feel that his life was threatened, and his body was shaking with fear. Hey! Please, please spare me, next time. No, there will be no next time. Looking at the guy in front of him, Estetha helplessly picked out the gold coins, put the money for snacks together, and returned them to the boss. Take it, you deserve it. The boss nodded in panic and took the gold coin from Estetha's hand. Yes, yes. Lord Estetha. You go down, I have to meet with the guests. It will have an impact if you stay here. With cold sweat on his face, the boss bowed after receiving the order and hurried back to the store. After exhaling, Estetha stroked the short skirt on her hips, sat down slowly and said, Aren't you coming out yet? Beast-eared girl, while I'm in a good mood, take the initiative, otherwise I'll catch you and I'll have to train you. His face has not been exposed, and there is no wanted order for him in the imperial capital, but Estetha can accurately pronounce his nickname. Speaking of which, she gave me this nickname. However, in this way, it can be confirmed that the other party is indeed the person with the memory, and in this way, Tajmi's persistence can be understood. Listening to this familiar tone, Leone walked out of the alley with black lines on his head and complained. Really, who made you awaken to this habit? Who knows? I'm just a woman. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, Tajmi is just a person. I always need to relieve the pressure caused by loneliness. Looking at the female general with contempt, Leone's face was full of disgust. Do you think you are lonely if you spend all your free time on the computer surfing the internet? Isn't it the same for you? Every day you are either in an amusement park or an arcade. As if there was a tacit understanding, the two laughed. The boss in the store was even more frightened when he heard the laughter outside, fearing that he would hear something he shouldn't hear. But I didn't expect that Esteth would come back with you. Hearing Leonie's sigh, Esteth, who was rubbing her chin, raised her head, looked at the sky, thought for a moment and said, To use the terminology of the Eastern countries over there, should this be regarded as awakening the memory of the previous life? Or is it rebirth? Well, it doesn't matter to me. Esteth shrugged, grabbing Leon's arm and pulling it towards him. I haven't tasted this flavor before. Where did you buy it? Rasmus. It was done by an acquaintance of mine. Slums. After being stunned for a moment, Esteth remembered where Razem was. Leonie didn't mind seeing Esteth taking a bite of the ice cream in her hand. After taking a bite, the girl stretched lazily like a cat. The white thighs are stretched straight, the soft belly and slender waist are even more eye-catching. Now that you know everything, it's easy to talk about it. Can you tell me about it? What do you want to do by taking Brand's Taigu? Hearing Leonie's question, Esteth raised the corners of her mouth. Of course I think it's fun. Fun? Nodding, Esteth continued. Yes. I want to try a new way of playing this time. Do you want to join in? Chapter 76, The mission is over. Interesting, tell me. Leonie, who was always a fun-loving person, heard Esteth's suggestion and leaned over. The two girls' bodies were very close to each other. I want Tajmi to be. Esteth, who quietly whispered something into Leonie's ear, looked at Leonie's surprised expression with satisfaction, and then asked. How about it? Why do you suddenly want to do this? Hearing Leonie's question, Esteth shrugged. Of course it's boring. Torture and hunting are so boring now. In this case, why not try the training game? After thinking about it for a while, Leonie's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and her mouth opened into an O shape. Interesting. What should I do? Let Tajmi come to my side. I will train him while cooperating with your actions. Finally, I will use my influence to help you put down the wanted order. After all, the current country is too chaotic. It was only after I was there that I realized that peacetime was much more fun than now. In this way, my newly recruited subordinates can also have a good future. Hearing this, Leonie couldn't help but sigh. Black pupils, that's what you said. Now I am doing assassination work. If I don't hope that this country will become better, who would want to do this kind of work? And if his best friend Kaitong could reunite with his sister, nothing would be better than this. Esteth stood up after patting her butt, and paused when she was about to leave. Then it's settled. Speaking of which, have you found Tajmi? Well, we found it after you attacked us. As he spoke, the corners of Leonie's mouth couldn't stop twitching. Honestly, when I heard you attack, I thought my companions were going to die. How could it be? Even the me before would have kept you until the end and tortured you. Remember to trick Tajmi into coming to the imperial capital to perform a mission. If you do well, I won't mind you coming with me. Tajmi will be at our disposal. After saying that, Esteth stepped on high heels and left. Only Leonie, wearing a small cloak, sat there blankly. For the first time, Leonie's face turned redder and redder the more he thought about it. He clamped his legs together and quickly shook his head and stood up. What are you thinking? Leonie. It's a pity that a woman who has tasted it can't bear it. It is not for nothing that people at 30 are like wolves, at 40 they are like tigers, and at 50 they can absorb dirt while sitting on the ground. In their 20s, they are in their prime. Leonie, who walked towards the slums, was unknowingly moved by Esteth's proposal. In the blink of an eye, it was already a week after the boy completed this long-distance mission. Welcome back, everyone. Looking at Leonie standing in front of the base and waving, Tajmi and others also waved. Long time no see, Leonie. Oh. Long time no see. Tajmi. I miss you so much. Tajmi, who was hugged by the girl, had black lines all over her head, while Rab beside her felt uncomfortable. Why doesn't Sister Leonie hug me? I can do that too. Looking at Rab, who could hang an oil bottle on his pouted mouth, Leonie thought for a while and said, "Don't Rab have a boss? No matter what, we can just make do with Brand. I think Brand won't mind. Now. Right. Brand. Of course." Showing off the biceps on his arms, Brand laughed loudly, patted Rab on the shoulder, and responded. Looking at Brand, Rab's lips twitched even more. "And Tajmi too, get along well with Ma-in." After saying that, Leonie smiled and pulled Chi Tong and Hill back to the base, giving the boy a look to let him understand. Unfortunately, the look in his eyes that wanted the boy to get along well with Ma-in had the opposite effect. "What do you want to eat, Ma-in? After not eating dessert for so long, your mouth feels very busy." "I just happen to be in a good mood right now. I can make you whatever you want to eat, all I have to do is say, thank you." "Tajmi-chan. Haha. Who wants to call a bad guy like you, Ani-chan, go to hell." "Oh? Ma-yin's character is as strong as ever. I admire her so much. It's just a pity that those desserts will enter Kai Tong's belly tonight." Looking at the bad-tempered guy in front of her, Ma-yin clenched her little fists tightly, wanting to punch the guy in front of her to death. It's just that why is this person so terrible towards his own character and so friendly and kind towards others? It was rare that I changed my mind a little about this guy during the mission. After all, he saved himself once when he was surrounded by the Empire's reinforcement team. But now this attitude is so disgusting. Damn, it's just a mere Tajmi, country bumpkin, pervert, curse you. The girl muttered to herself, showing that she had not reflected on her previous behavior at all. "Oh, Ani-chan. What did you say? Louder. I didn't hear you clearly." "Go to hell." Seeing the girl's reaction, Tajmi was happy.